Sharon is about to be swallowed by this crazy dragon maze, all while dragging Mark along, a complete idiot who put both their lives in danger. The professors are shaking in their boots, and the other students are totally convinced both of them are dead. But Sharon is completely locked in, focusing with razor-sharp intensity. As those giant jaws close in, he remembers exactly why he is here. He entered this mage race to get promoted to the next class, but it is no ordinary run. This exam tests teleportation, a magic that looks deceptively simple. But the real skill is executing the spell with mind-boggling speed and millimeter precision. Every single jump requires a massive mental calculation. Leaping between cliffs with certain death below, while solving complex math on the fly, is just too much for most students. Not for Sharon. He is tearing through the course with insane speed. It is so bad the other students are actively trying to trip him up. They are risking their own grades just to sabotage him, because the Academy nobles refuse to let an orphan outshine them. Yet he keeps moving forward while everyone watches in terror. And here's where everything goes completely sideways. They accidentally enter the lethal level 10 zone, which was never meant to be active. Honestly, normal students are never supposed to face this. In this zone, hundreds of shifting mazes target the runner, multiplying the difficulty of the magic math 100 times over. And since you are traveling close to the speed of light, one tiny slip-up means your body slams into a trap and vaporizes. Mark could not stomach losing to a mere commoner, so despite the obvious danger, he dove headfirst into the zone just to show off. At first, he is pretty confident. Zipping through the obstacles looks easy, but this test is utterly relentless, and the difficulty spikes to a whole new level. And very quickly, the rival hits an impassable wall, a moment where his brain cannot calculate a safe path. He is milliseconds away from getting pulverized when Sharon suddenly grabs him in a perfect clutch save. The entire class is left staring in utter disbelief. How did he manage to survive that impossible stretch while carrying dead weight? Yet Sharon keeps moving, flashing forward faster with every single jump. The obstacles close in, narrowing his escape routes by the second. But he does not hesitate for a moment. Relying on his magical spatial awareness, he solves each puzzle in under 1/10 of a second, clearing the gaps faster and faster. The director cannot believe his eyes. Does this kid even have a ceiling? As the traps shrink and the danger climbs, Sharon actually shortens his teleportation distance, which is theoretically way harder because shorter jumps demand vastly more math in a split second. Look at the screen. Even though it should be physically impossible, he is flashing so fast that he creates a literal rainbow of multicolored light. And then, he comes face to face with the infamous dragon maze, an impossible layout with hundreds of millions of variables and only one escape path. As the giant maw snaps shut, the director panics, thinking Sharon is dead. The other students cover their eyes, unable to watch. But Sharon stays calm. He is still breathing, so he just needs to solve it. 1/10 of a second. 100th. 6 sharp turns and 9 rapid-fire jumps are needed to spot the lone way out. He has to calculate down to 1,000th of a second because dragging Mark makes the main route impossible to clear. While the kids turn away and the director sweats, the impossible happens. Within 7 quick blinks, the boy completely clears the maze. The crowd erupts in screams of disbelief, and boom, he lands. Totally exhausted, yes, but completely unharmed. Even the most stubborn girl in class has to admit he looks incredibly cool for a newcomer. Now, this record-breaking legend is completely surrounded by cheering students, leaving every single professor dumbfounded and the headmaster absolutely speechless. Sharon is just a newcomer here. So, who exactly is he? To find out, we have to travel back to a cold night, hearing a baby cry out in the deep woods. In an isolated cabin in the wilderness, heavily guarded by defensive traps, a giant of a man grabbed his heavy axe, thinking some thief had snuck in, and that the rat would pay with his life. He crept around the house, and the moment he heard a noise, he swung his axe, but the stable was totally empty. Confused, he glanced down and spotted a tiny infant. Scooping the child up, Vincent listened closely, feeling a strange wave of warmth knowing that little heart was still beating strong. His wife walked in, asking Vincent what all the noise was about. Then she noticed the baby in his arms and asked where on earth it came from. The 200-pound wall of muscle simply replied that maybe it was theirs. Right then, magic entered their lives. The moment the baby waved his tiny hands, rain poured down, finally soaking the village's parched soil. The locals celebrated with happy songs, and this mysterious boy grew up protecting them from every danger, using his strange magic. Still, he kept studying hard to help them even more. Over time, the villagers turned his incredible feats into legends, calling him a true mage. Right after that, Vincent walks over to his son, who is still busy reading that storybook. Shirone asks his father how to cast spells, but Vincent just laughs it off. Magic arrows can't drop a wild bear in one shot, just like an axe can't fell a massive tree in a single swing. Meanwhile, 2 passing boys start whispering and looking pretty curious about him. They spot the book he's holding, but their chatter quickly turns quite nasty, and one boy sneers that Shirone must be adopted, because he looks absolutely nothing like his father. He even mocks that the boy's biological parents probably threw him away because he was somehow defective. That comment gets Vincent pretty angry, but Saran Arian only keeps dreaming about magic. To cheer his son up, Vincent promises to buy some fresh fruit in the city as a sweet reward for his hard work. The moment they step into the bustling city of Creta, Saran Arian is absolutely blown away. Vincent tells him to wait at his grandfather's shop while he heads out to do some quick shopping. Once there, Saran Arian starts helping Grandpa Martin around the shop, but it doesn't take long before he gets completely distracted by talking about legendary magic spells. Grandpa Martin has no clue. He mistakes magic for comic books, until the kid points to his cover. Grandpa Martin finally catches on, but admits he knows almost nothing about spells, suggesting Saran Arian check out the massive bookstore right next door. Saran Arian runs off. Leaving Grandpa Martin behind, he enters the bookstore. The storekeeper catches Saran Arian eyeing some high-priced covers and barks at him to get away, since those expensive items aren't for poor commoners. Just then, a wealthy young noble walks in and demands the shopkeeper bring out the private collection he previously ordered. Saran Arian sneaks a quick peek, only to find nothing special inside them. So, the moment he leaves the shop, he decides to tail the fancy noble to find out where those books are going. After watching the noble drop the cargo off, Saran Arian guesses his own dad must have gotten that fantasy book for free from a dump like this. Pondering his own poor social standing, he starts wondering what truly separates him from a privileged noble. Lost in deep thought, he accidentally wanders straight into a forbidden zone where a guard barks that past these gates lies the exclusive noble district. Then another guard narrows his eyes at the kid, muttering that the boy looks pretty suspicious. The guards mistake Saran Arian for a thief helper and decide to lock him up. But get this, Saran Arian easily slips away like a shadow, and as he hides nearby, he overhears some suspicious talk that proves this school is actually a real magic academy. Suddenly, a teacher announces to the group that he'll perform a spell if someone can answer a single question correctly. He asks what the absolute most vital talent is for mastering the arcane, and though the rich kids shout different answers, none get it right. The most important talent? Vision. To explain, the instructor uses a simple 1 + 1 = 2 equation. Humanity didn't always know that. But after years of study, a genius finally proved those numbers make 2. Because of that genius, people today can just accept the answer without wasting time proving it every single run, since it's already an established, ancient rule. Magic is the same. It has rigid rules that require vision to truly see. While lecturing, the headmaster spots Saran Arian hiding nearby, and loudly asks the boy what he thinks about the lesson. Saran Arian panics, not knowing what to do, but eventually decides to climb right over the wall and join the elite class, knowing deep down that if he misses this golden opportunity, he might never get another shot at greatness. But the moment the wealthy students spot Saran Arian's dusty clothes, they complain that a dirty commoner has no right to stand with them, but the headmaster ignores them, telling Saran Arian to join in. Saran Arian admits that he really wants to witness real magic firsthand, since he has only ever read about spells in old library books. The young nobles sneer, claiming a poor peasant could never decipher a magic text, while Saran Arian keeps begging to see just a tiny bit of magic. Now check this out. Alpheus Miri decides to demonstrate wind magic, unleashing a massive gale that instantly blows everyone straight up into the air. Plummeting back down, Saran Arian completely loses his cool, but Alpheus Miri safely catches him mid-air, asking what he thought of that tiny show. Saran Arian is completely awestruck by this first touch of real magic and starts asking a million questions. The surrounding noble students glare with intense hostility, thinking this dirty commoner is being extremely disrespectful to the legendary headmaster. Regardless, Alpheus Miri patiently answers, explaining that the nature of magic operates far beyond ordinary human logic. It is a mental journey, an exploration of absolute truth. Alpheus Miri can tell the boy is still lost, but Saran Arian surprisingly builds on his words, stating that an unusual phenomenon is exactly what makes it an absolute truth. Impressed by his incredible insight, the headmaster asks if he simply memorized that complex line from a library book. Saran Arian explains that books usually hold average ideas, noting that while history's greatest geniuses were initially mocked as crazy, their wild theories eventually became basic common sense. To Saran Arian, real truth is always hidden inside things people call abnormal. With those bold words, Saran Arian directly asks Alpheus Miri how he can learn magic. Alpheus realizes just how sharp Saran is, so to demonstrate, he asks Shu Oman to step into the spiritual zone. Once she does, the teacher hides 6 coins in his hand and asks her to guess the count. Shu Oman gets it right, leading the headmaster to explain that focusing mages become deeply aware of everything in their immediate surroundings. Pointing at Alpheus, the headmaster says master mages can even count the leaves on a distant tree. To reach that level, one must enter an ultra-sensitive mental state known as the spiritual zone. Once inside, they can literally manipulate the natural forces around them. He claims anyone can achieve this, advising Shirone to train in a silent spot until he completely passes out, since reaching that threshold reveals an entirely new world. However, if he cannot feel his own essence, he will never break through that barrier. So, Alpheus challenges him to try it right now, warning that if he cannot enter the zone, he has zero hope of ever casting magic. Hearing this, Shirone starts focusing, perceiving his body not as physical flesh, but as pure, raw sensation. "Watch this," the headmaster asks him what he experienced. Shirone claims he could hear every single sound, but the other students laugh it off, saying anyone could hear those things normally. Naturally, the headmaster assumes Shirone failed to trigger the spiritual zone. Even so, he gently pats the boy's head, encouraging him to keep training, so he can hear even more in the future. With that, he wraps up the special class and heads back to school with his elite disciples. Walking back, he feels a wave of pity for Shirone. If only the kid were born a noble and trained early, he would easily stand on equal footing with the rest of the class. Meanwhile, Shirone leaps back over the wall, realizing the training actually worked because he felt completely unified with his surroundings. He recalls hearing an intensely loud vibration, wondering if that was indeed the spiritual zone. Not to mention, it felt like his body shattered into infinite fragments, scattering across the world. Shirone freezes, trembling, feeling as though he might completely leave his physical shell to merge with infinity. Distracted, he runs through the city and crashes straight into a stranger. Shirone quickly offers an apology, but the guy is completely furious at his sheer carelessness. Grabbing Shirone by the collar, the thug snaps that troublemakers have to pay up for their mistakes. The boy begs for forgiveness once more, but the thug barks that words are not enough. Then he demands to know if the kid is working with the wolf pack trying to assassinate him. Suddenly, a girl named Amy interrupts to ask what is going on. The guy lies, claiming the boy was trying to murder him, so he is just dispensing some hard punishment. Shirone denies the accusation, pleading that it was purely an accident. Enraged, one of the thugs swings a fist at him, calling him a dirty liar. Then he sneers that the kid can make amends by delivering his mother to them instead. Hearing those words, Shirone's eyes completely change. He's pushed over the edge. Swinging at him again, the thug mocks Shirone's arrogance as the brutal beating begins, forcing Amy to step in and stop them. She rushes over to check if the boy is all right. Panicking, one of the attackers tries to lie, claiming he never even laid a finger on him. Amy warns them to stay far away from Shirone from now on, but one of them retorts that they will beat him and sell him south, since nobody cares to look for a non-noble kid anyway. Hearing this, Shirone desperately calls out for his parents in his mind. Amy then cold-bloodedly tells the thugs that a slave needs to be flawless if they want a good price. So she suggests conducting a quick physical inspection first to check if Shirone is actually fit for the market, but the thugs take her words the wrong way. They order Shirone to strip for the search, completely misunderstanding that she only meant checking his face. Just then, a fly drifts near a thug's face. Get ready, because right here, Shirone feels the spiritual zone washing over him once again. He suddenly recalls the exact moment the headmaster unleashed his wind magic. The moment the thug grabs his collar, Shirone unleashes a massive shockwave of wind that sends the entire gang flying. He watches them fly through the air, stunned by his own output. When they hit the ground, they are absolutely broken, groaning and begging for mercy. Amy dashes over, bombarding him with a million questions about what she just witnessed. After all, a commoner kid has no business casting high-tier spells, but sensing guards approaching, she vanishes from the scene with incredible speed. Seeing her leave, Shirone decides to flee too. After a display like that, he knows the authorities will never listen to his side. And just like that, he realizes how cold this world truly is. Back home, Amy is absolutely livid that a random kid completely outclassed her. Her father, Shakur, notices her early return and asks if she skipped her lectures again. Brimming with arrogance, Amy retorts that she has already mastered everything there, making school completely pointless and boring. Shakur simply chuckles at her pride, warning that genius talent won't protect her if she keeps up this attitude. But as he speaks, he notices she remains completely silent for once, leaving him highly confused. Amy then brings up magic to her father. Even though he has no idea what she's planning, she asks him to introduce her to someone from the Magic Academy so she can finally enroll there. A bit later, Vincent comes home looking for his son, but his wife tells him Shirone went to gather firewood in the logging area. Since it's snowing heavily, Vincent knows the boy shouldn't be out there and immediately heads out to find him. On the way, he remembers the first time he took young Shirone to the big city. That day, the boy vanished as well. Even though Vincent suspected something bad happened, Shirone kept insisting he had only gotten lost. Meanwhile, Shirone keeps chopping wood, thinking back to the day he accidentally unleashed wind magic. He admits he has never been able to do it again since it only happened by accident. Still, while he doesn't know how to cast magic on purpose, he can easily enter the spiritual zone. In that heightened state, he can sense everything around him with absolute clarity. From its texture to its shape, he reads everything. Using that deep focus, He studies the massive tree in front of him and spots a glowing point inside the wood. Now check this out. He aims his axe, strikes that exact spot, and the entire massive tree comes crashing down. Watching from a distance, Vincent is completely stunned to see his son bring the tree down so easily using the thunder strike. Shirone realizes this is the very first time he has pulled off a real thunder strike, just like the magic he used back then. It makes him realize he needs proper knowledge, or he will just keep relying on pure luck. And after that day, 3 years pass. During this time, he keeps training until he can unleash a thunder strike whenever he wants. Suddenly, he realizes he has already been in the spiritual zone for 5 straight hours. Shirone feels like his body is completely one with nature, but even after all this time, he feels it. There is still so much left to discover. He remembers the academy headmaster telling him that entering the spiritual zone is like stepping into a whole new world, and now he knows that description was spot on. It really does feel like a completely different world. Packing up his gear, he finally heads back home. Arriving home, he notices majestic white horses and an elegant carriage parked outside, meaning they must have an important visitor. The moment he steps inside, his father tells him to greet their guest, who turns out to be the head butler of House Ogent. Introducing himself as Temarin, the man explains he traveled all the way here, specifically to see Shirone. This shocks the boy, since House Ogent is part of the kingdom's second rank of high nobility. Temarin walks over and asks if he can read. Shirone replies that he has been reading since he was a kid, so the butler tests him right on the spot. When Shirone asks what is going on, Temarin explains the boy has a unique reputation for reading, despite being a simple woodcutter's son. Temarin then invites Shirone to work for House Oyent. The task is to sort books from the family's massive library, and since there are thousands of volumes, the butler estimates it will take around 2 years, while others will handle the heavy lifting. The actual sorting will be done entirely by the two of them. Shirone figures these books won't teach him enough to become a real mage, but Temarin quickly clarifies that absolutely no one else can know about this work. If a single book leaks, Shirone and his entire family will pay with their lives. Hearing this, he finally understands why his parents look so incredibly terrified. While Temarin is dead serious about this brutal rule, he also makes it clear the compensation will be remarkably high. He explains the high pay is to compensate for the extreme danger, promising more money than they could ever make from a lifetime of hunting. This offends Vincent, who snaps back that he did not listen to Temarin just because of the money. He was actually hoping to give Shirone a chance to chase his dreams, but Temarin just laughs, saying a commoner boy has no real shot at a successful future. The butler repeats it. Vincent only agreed because of the money. Otherwise, he would never let his son do this. But Vincent fires back, saying he only agreed because Temarin promised Shirone could read the magic books. Temarin admits he did make that promise, but even if the boy reads them, he cannot watch him every single second anyway. That makes Vincent remember how Shirone read as a small child after his mother taught him a few simple words on a whim. By age 6, he was already reading advanced books and teaching himself without any help from Elena. Right then, they realized just how brilliant he was, making both parents wonder if Shirone was actually the lost child of some noble. Vincent blamed himself, thinking that if his son had grown up in a noble family, he would have gone to school and secured a much better future. But then he snaps back to reality, reminding himself the boy is his true son. Vincent knows a woodcutter's son is supposed to work the mountains, but seeing Shirone actually follow that path made him feel terrified. When he first met Temarin, he offered his son to help with the work, since the brilliant boy had been reading since childhood and could be incredibly useful. Back in the present, Vincent admits he deeply regrets begging Temarin to give Shirone this work because things did not turn out how he had hoped. With that, he orders the butler to leave immediately. Honestly, Vincent is being such a great dad here. But as the tension peaks, Shirone steps in and says he will accept the noble's offer. Temarin repeats his chilling warning. If a single word about this job leaks, Shirone will pay with his life. But he refuses to back down, promising to keep his mouth shut and take full responsibility. Temarin gives him 1 week to think it over before returning for his final decision. But he makes one thing clear. Once Shirone steps inside the mansion, there is no leaving until the work is finished. Right after, Vincent asks his son why he accepted, offering to handle the fallout if he wants to decline. Shirone just smiles, thanking his father for this incredible opportunity. Vincent pulls his boy into a tight hug, promising protection no matter what. 7 days fly by, and Temarin returns holding the contract. Shirone's entire family signs the fateful document, and he is officially taken away to the massive estate. Along the road, he envisions his worried parents. Shirone reaches out his hand, but they are already too far away to grasp. Still, he tells himself this is his absolute best shot at life, even if he has to serve powerful nobility. But he still wonders, can he truly survive the next 2 years? During the journey, Temarin explains that House Ogent rules Grouse City in the kingdom of Tormia, famous for breeding legendary official swordsmen. Their past head was a third-class official knight, while the current lord is a fourth-class knight named Bishop Ogent. On top of that, House Ogent commands every local military force. On their way, they pass a breathtaking local landmark, known as the Great Corridor. Shirone is speechless. And get this, Tamarin tells him he will see far more mind-blowing sights soon. They finally arrive at his new quarters. Once inside, Tamarin orders him to keep moving because they still need to discuss his official duties. Inside the next hall, Shirone's completely stunned. It is the massive Ogent family library. Tamarin explains these but are being moved to a new facility, and Shirone must organize them. Each week, he will receive a fresh list. He cannot leave after his shift, and entering the main mansion requires strict, official permission. Despite the restrictive rules, he readily agrees. Tamarin tells him his demanding work begins first thing tomorrow. Once the work starts, Shirone quickly realizes why a librarian is so desperately needed here. The system is a mess. For example, a book about swordsmen could go under history or fencing. While studying the layout, Shirone notices a key pattern. He realizes history is the thread connecting all fields of knowledge. Master history, and building up any other subject becomes a total breeze. Out of 10,000 books, around 850 cover history. So, Shirone vows to read every single one during his 2-year stay. Hearing a noise, he quickly scrambles to look busy. Tamarin finds him working exceptionally late, making the noble highly suspicious. He coldly warns Shirone not to ruin his unique opportunity so early on. Any broken rules mean severe consequences, but Shirone promises he will stay in line. Oh man, Tamarin stops right in front of him. Shirone freezes, thinking his secret is out. But instead, Tamarin simply warns him to maintain his uniform better. The House Lords utilize this library, and as an Ogent servant, Shirone must never look like an embarrassment. He also orders him to fix his messy hair. Shirone sighs in massive relief. Late that night, he sneaks back to study, knowing mastering all this history is brutal, but he refuses to stop. He believes that to actually use what you learn, you must clearly understand every single event. Exhausted, he accidentally falls asleep at his desk. Tamarin catches him studying, but since they are not magic books, he lets it slide. 3 months pass, and Shirone slowly adjusts to his routine. One day, he notices a young master took a book and never returned it. Shirone panics about getting blamed, but the head butler explains that the young master's handle returns themselves. Besides, nobles never care about lost books since the blame always falls directly on the helpless servants anyway. This calms Shirone slightly, realizing no highly critical texts are here, yet he still worries about keeping his head. After all, a mere commoner can be killed over nothing. Even the other servants act incredibly cold to avoid mistakes. Suddenly, the Lord's youngest son, Ryan Ogent, bursts into the library, crying about his endless training. His tutor chases him, and Ryan begs Shirone to hide him. As the furious tutor finally steps inside, Shirone asks who he is. This guy claims he is a fencing instructor, demanding to know where Ryan is unless Shirone wants a beating of his own. Staring down that threat, Shirone immediately points out Ryan's hiding spot. Ryan immediately tries to smooth things over, claiming the whole thing was just a massive misunderstanding, but the instructor simply grabs him by the ankle and drags him right back to practice. Dragged away kicking and screaming, Ryan vows to get even with Shirone for snitching on him. Honestly, he tells himself it was literally his only move. That scary instructor easily outranked him, and honesty felt way safer than a lie. Because of that, Ryan gets dragged up the mountains for a whole month. It takes Shirone 20 days to finish his first book. But once it clicks, his reading speed instantly explodes, and get this, in 4 months, he reads 82 books, proving the start is always hardest. See, once he fully absorbs one book, the next starts connecting to what he already learned. He calculates that after reaching 200, the next 650 will be a breeze. Even so, as he studies, deep questions start to bug him, especially about why history even matters. But reading about the incredible achievements of ancient mages convinces him he made the right choice. He looks at it like this. A regular scholar can dream up a theory, but a true mage has to prove it physically. They might seem pretty similar on paper, but not every single scholar can become a mage, since they cannot access that highly sensitive spirit zone. Shirone realizes that if he keeps building up this vast knowledge base, he could actually become a true mage. Right in the middle of these deep thoughts, Ryan suddenly cuts him off. The angry noble snaps that he went through absolute torture because of him. Our main character barely even flinches, calmly asking if Ryan really tracked him down just because of what went down that day. Ryan glares and nods. During his grueling training, his master forced him to climb a massive mountain repeatedly. Whenever he felt like quitting and plunging to his doom, he only kept pushing by focusing on sweet payback. That is when Shirone realizes Ryan is far more furious than he anticipated. He is practically shaking with rage. Ryan yells that he trusted him to keep his mouth shut, but Shirone got scared and immediately sold him out. To Ryan, that spineless cowardice is completely sickening. But Shirone argues that he did not actually betray anyone. He only told the truth. Ryan barks back that he should have at least given him a warning first. Our protagonist quickly realizes logic is completely wasted on an arrogant noble, so he simply asks what Ryan actually wants from him. Ryan notices that despite being a fresh face in the mansion, Shirone stays incredibly poised. Naturally, Ryan assumes the kid is secretly looking down on him. To settle the score, he commands the young commoner to follow. They quickly arrive at the dusty training grounds, and Shirone assumes Ryan just wants to beat him up to vent. He decides to take it since getting bruised beats getting killed. Instead of throwing a punch, Ryan tosses him a wooden sword and challenges him to a duel. He claims he is no spineless coward, and since this commoner dared to underestimate a future master swordsman, he will receive his harsh punishment right from Ryan's own blade. Shirone asks why he keeps calling him a coward. Ryan explains that as a loyal servant of House Ogent, Shirone should have protected him. Instead of helping, he handed Ryan over to that crazy instructor just because he was terrified. Then Ryan smugly tells him to attack first, generously offering him 3 free swings because of their massive difference in physical size. Spotting that fierce, unmistakable Ogent look in Ryan's eyes makes him feel pretty nervous. If he accidentally breaks a bone of this noble kid, he will get kicked out instantly. So he decides to bet everything on those 3 swings. As Shirone throws his second clumsy strike, Ryan easily realizes this kid has never even held a sword before. For his final blow, watch what happens. He enters the spirit zone, and the instant their swords collide, Ryan's blade completely snaps. Pulling that off, Shirone realizes his gut instinct was spot on. He strategically used those first 2 swings to analyze his target, unleashing his long-developed thunderstrike technique on the third. Ryan stands there utterly frozen by what just happened, desperately demanding to know where he learned swordsmanship. Shirone corrects him that was not swordsmanship, it was a thunderstrike. Hearing this only leaves Ryan utterly baffled. The boy explains that he used to head into the mountains with his father to cut firewood. Since he lacked the raw physical strength to chop thick trees normally, he had to perfect his form to compensate for his weak body. Ryan refuses to believe it. To him, there is absolutely no way Shirone mastered that move just by cutting down trees. He has trained in fencing for over 15 years, making him positive that kind of lethal skill cannot come from basic woodcutting. This display instantly reminds him of his brother, Rai. He remembers when Rai mastered the legendary Ogent family secret technique. Once Rai surpassed all his older brothers, their proud father admitted he had absolutely nothing left to teach him. After that, their father decided to prepare a dinner celebrating Rai's proud victory. Meanwhile, young Ryan watched it all from the cold ground, completely defeated. He grew incredibly bitter, knowing that no matter his effort, he could never surpass his brother. Back in reality, Ryan is absolutely steaming, shouting that he will never let this humiliation stand. Shirone tries his best to cool him down, but Ryan fiercely snaps at him to shut up. He tells him to shut his mouth, handing over a real blade. Ryan promises to treat Shirone with actual respect if the boy can master the sword-crushing technique. He adds that they will clash again right here in 1 month only next time. They are using real, deadly steel. Hearing those words, Shirone panics. He could actually die. He begs Ryan to reconsider, pointing out he has 0 formal sword training. But Ryan just laughs it off, reminding him he has an entire month to figure it out. In Ryan's eyes, the kid definitely has the talent for it, so he warns him not to run away from this heavy burden. Run, and Ryan promises to hunt him down to the ends of the earth. Working the next day, Shirone grumbles, realizing he should never trust anyone with black and blue hair. While working his shift, he recalls that the head of the noble family has 3 sons and a daughter. The oldest son is a formidable 6th-rank swordsman, possessing the family's signature black hair. Their blue-haired daughter showed insane talent with the blade too, but walked away from it all to become a pianist. Next is Ryan Ogent, the genius 2nd son. He is constantly praised by everyone, sporting that same dark, black hair. And finally, there is our Ryan, the least talented sibling. Even with elite tutors, his skills barely got any better. And looking back, you can bet Shirone is seriously regretting not letting Ryan win. The poor boy's pride is utterly shattered after spending his entire life living in his brother's shadow. Now, our protagonist has to focus on surviving. If he dies, his parents will be devastated. So he pushes the fear aside and throws himself back into studying magic. If he can just master some kind of protective magic, he might actually survive that terrifying duel. Meanwhile, Ryan keeps pounding the pavement on his daily runs. His master notices he just shattered his own speed record, but Ryan simply shrugs it off as useless. This only makes his master lose his temper. Ryan retorts that he's still standing, so he wants a real challenge. Seeing this crazy drive, the master knows for sure that something major went down. Ryan dodges the question, claiming everything is fine. His suspicious master suspects he unlocked something brand new. He recalls Ryan already awakened his Shema, while Shirone is busy studying that very concept. It is described as a sort of imaginary body. Think of it like a mage's spirit zone, but built for swordsmen. The text explains that while everyone pictures their own body, Shema takes that mental projection to the absolute limit. Those who master Shama comprehend their physical form so deeply they can literally control their own cells. Shirone realizes this is the exact polar opposite of his spirit zone. Still, he decides to give it a shot, focusing deep inward until he starts seeing immediate results. Honestly, it feels incredibly similar to entering the spirit zone. But there is a twist. Reaching the spirit zone means completely erasing his presence, while Shama demands diving deeper into his own physical existence. Midway through, Shirone realizes that mastering Shama is way too inefficient. It would be much easier to train his swordplay using just the spirit zone. So, his true training begins. Meanwhile, Ryan keeps pushing himself to the brink, frustrated that he still cannot tap into his Shama. Seeing his student push past his limits for the day, the master steps in and commands him to stop. Sitting down together, the master asks Ryan if he actually knows what his greatest strengths are. Ryan sighs, admitting he only knows his flaws. The master tells him that kind of toxic thinking is exactly what keeps him from becoming a genius. Real geniuses recognize their strengths and exploit them to grow, rather than wasting valuable time on things that will never improve. But Ryan stubbornly vows to train until he drops dead. To him, that is the only way to reach his ultimate goal. Meanwhile, Shirone continues studying the blade, realizing it isn't just about killing, it is about shaping a swordsman's entire mind. He reads that there are only 8 possible angles of attack, so he begins training to block strikes from all 8 directions. Sweating through his practice, he realizes the path of the sword goes just as deep as the path of magic. Shirone silently apologizes to his parents, knowing he might never return home. Yet, he has zero regrets, because even if he dies, he got to witness a truly spectacular world. Right here, Ryan starts realizing this kid might be just as insanely talented as his brother Rai. If that's true, Ryan vows to do whatever it takes to win and charges straight at Shirone. He instantly realizes Ryan's swordplay is incredibly high level and vastly different from his. Even so, he can somehow sense the incoming blade's trajectory. Ryan notices that Shirone isn't just blindly dodging. He is staring dead at the lethal edge with absolutely zero fear. Our protagonist realizes he can overcome his dread of dying because he knows fear is merely directed at the future, and the future is just an illusion of what does not exist yet. Keeping that in mind, he notes that if people ignored future consequences, anyone could easily jump off a cliff. Ryan begins to wonder if Shirone has fully suppressed his emotions, but Ryan snaps that he does not fear death either. They clash, and Shirone swiftly parries every single blow, but then the strikes start landing way harder. Shirone realizes Ryan's speed has gone completely off the charts. Ryan preps another strike, and Shirone feels totally trapped. He is right on the edge of losing, and Ryan instantly spots that sudden flash of fear in Shirone's eyes. That only fuels Ryan's confidence as he brags about the legendary swordsmanship of the Ojent family. There is no way Shirone can survive this. Ryan is throwing absolute power into every single swing. He vows to wipe him out for good. But right in the middle of this clash, Shirone catches something pretty strange. If Ryan had just aimed a bit higher after targeting his stomach, he could have sliced his side open and ended this right now. Instead, Ryan just focuses on heavy, brutal strikes. Thinking it over, Shirone realizes Ryan understands swordsmanship way less than expected. Sure, his raw skills are decent, but with such a weak understanding, he won't go far. So, Shirone decides to exploit that exact flaw. Abandoning his purely defensive plan, he starts firing back with his own strikes. This sudden shift completely blindsides Ryan, who thought Shirone would be way too exhausted to counter. As simple counterattacks fly his way, Ryan desperately tries to act like he is not struggling to block them. But remembering his brother Rai's mocking smirk sends him into a blind rage, and he yells that he will become the absolute greatest. He charges Shirone once more, throwing every bit of raw power he has. But Shirone just cannot make sense of this wild style. Ryan could win easily by just sticking to real swordsmanship. Tracking that reckless swing, Shirone admits he has no clue what Ryan is planning. He tries reading the blade's path, but there are just too many variables. Ryan rushes in with blinding speed, but in that split second, Shirone spots a sudden opening. Then boom, the swords collide, and a blade goes flying. Shirone is still holding his weapon, leaving Ryan wondering how is this even possible. At the absolute last second, Shirone shifted his stance and slashed upward, sending Ryan's weapon spinning out of his hands. Totally stunned, Ryan asks, "What even are you?" Honestly, Shirone never expected a clean win, but now he is pretty curious about what comes next. Even if this was just a friendly match, Ryan is a high noble whose pride has been severely damaged. There is no telling what he might try next. But instead of losing his mind, Ryan accepts his defeat, telling Shirone to go ahead and kill him since he won the fight. Hearing that makes Shirone seriously furious. He points out that if he actually killed a noble, his own life would be forfeit immediately. So talking about giving up his life is just flat out ridiculous. Ryan argues that they fought with their lives on the line, but Shirone makes it clear that only one of them was treating this like a game of death. Shirone was simply trying to survive, making this entire dramatic duel completely pointless from the very beginning. He brings up the time he told the master where Ryan was hiding, asking why he got blamed. Ryan mutters that it was because he acted pretty dishonorably. He wanted Shirone to help him instead, an answer that really irritates him. He tells Ryan that he was put in an impossible spot with no good choices. Worse, Shirone calls out Ryan as the one truly acting without a shred of honor. If he really had honor, he would have faced his master's training head-on. Speaking those words, Shirone suddenly shivers, realizing how close he just came to actual death. Watching this, Ryan finds it pretty strange to see his warrior-like bravery vanish so quickly. Instead, Ryan is just looking at a helpless, shaking kid. Even so, he knows Shirone is a total genius who, unlike his brother Rai, does not mock him after winning. He gave it everything he had and faced him head-on. So Ryan asks for his name, and the boy proudly introduces himself as Shirone. Ryan shares his full name in return, making Shirone realize that nobles definitely do not share their full family names with commoners. Offering a handshake, Ryan looks at him and asks if they can finally be real friends from now on. After a full year of hard work, Shirone earns high praise for his incredible progress. Out of the 850 history books he set out to read, only 200 remain. Powering through roughly 3 books every single day, Shirone feels himself getting incredibly close to the massive foundation of knowledge he always chased. To make things better, he is also consistently training in basic swordsmanship. Through those brutal sessions, Shirone slowly begins to master the very nature of fear itself, vastly improving how long he can keep his magical spirit active. Reflecting on his immense growth, he feels absolutely certain that he will reach his ultimate goal, even if these first steps feel a bit slow. And honestly, the best prize he walked away with was a real friend. That friend is Ryan, who is completely floored by the sheer size of the library. Shirone explains that the head of the house and the second young master read here constantly, meaning this library naturally holds a massive collection. Hearing that makes Ryan pretty jealous, muttering that being smart must be awesome. But after hanging out more, Shirone realizes Ryan is genuinely kind and has some great qualities. He also realizes Ryan acts so reckless because he is the youngest son. For instance, he casually tosses books onto the ground. Shirone immediately warns him to stop, or they'll both be in massive trouble. Ryan shrugs it off, claiming nobody would actually punish Shirone over a single book. He even promises to protect him no matter what, even if this entire library burns to the ground. There's zero reason to worry. Shirone points out they'd be safer if Ryan just behaved. Then he quickly shifts gears, asking how his sword training is going. Ryan admits he only finished the absolute basics, telling his instructor he'd spend the rest of the day studying in the library. Shirone easily tells his friend is just slacking off. Sure enough, Ryan groans that hitting books is boring and puts him right to sleep. Shirone gently reminds him that studying is the whole reason he came here, so he should at least try to get some work done. Ryan asks if anyone really has to plow through that many books just to become a mage. Shirone nods with a quiet yes. Honestly, Shirone feels pretty far behind since he had zero access to literature before working for the family. But now, he has already devoured a massive stack of history books, learning more than he ever imagined. Ryan is completely blown away by how insanely fast Shirone reads, especially since they're the exact same age. His friend just seems miles more mature. Soon, Shirone ignores the chatter and drapes back into another volume. The text debates who would win in an all-out clash between a mage and a swordsman. But as Shirone reads on, Ryan cuts in, whining about how dull the topic is. That immediately irks our main character, who is actually quite enjoying the read. Ryan loudly argues that a book with 0 pictures and no action is completely useless. Shirone tells him he should actually read it before judging. Then, he dives back into the text. And here's where things get really tense. Ryan's older brother Rai walks over, claiming mages would easily lose. Ryan immediately asks him how he can be so sure. This instantly makes Shirone incredibly nervous. He has no clue how much Rai just overheard, and talking casually with a noble like Ryan is a major crime. Ryan presses his brother again on why a swordsman would defeat a mage, teasingly guessing Rai is just biased because of his own blade. Rai calmly explains that the proof is simple. They just need to look at how mages and swordsmen are ranked all across the continent. Ryan retorts that arbitrary ranks mean nothing in a real life-or-death battle, which prompts Rai to turn his gaze directly towards Shirone. This focus makes Shirone feel pretty tense and uncomfortable under the noble's gaze. Even so, he tightly forces himself to speak up. He explains that if they are of equal strength, the swordsman will struggle heavily once the mage drags them into their active spirit zone. But Rai immediately cuts him off, claiming the mage would still lose. He introduces a legendary artifact called the 5 Gods Armor Set. According to him, this gear possesses powerful anti-magic properties that completely disrupt a mage's spirit zone. He describes fighting a mage inside their zone as being like trying to escape bloodthirsty sharks in the deep, open sea. However, if you can somehow thrash the water, you can disorient the shark, which completely neutralizes the mage's terrain advantage. That is exactly where the anti-magic gear comes in. If a warrior wears that armor, the active spirit zone has absolutely zero effect on them. Rai adds that this anti-magic trait is a rare power, forged using mana channeled through a dragon's heart, making the armor insanely expensive. Literally, a single piece costs as much as a kingdom's entire annual budget. Hearing those ridiculous figures, Rian argues mages are still far superior since virtually nobody can afford such legendary gear. But Rai smirks, pointing out that mages themselves are the ones who forge this anti-magic armor. The demand is massive, making them filthy rich. Therefore, Rai mockingly concludes that swordsmen are stronger, because greedy mages gladly sell their own race's fatal weakness just to make a quick buck. Shirone quietly speaks up, explaining that this represents the absolute core nature of mages. They actually engineered anti-magic to restrict sorcery in prohibited areas. Plus, academies widely use it as a highly effective training tool for students. So, even if it can be weaponized against them, they still deeply revere the armor as a brilliant monument to their own vast intellect. Because of that alone, Shirone notes that you could indeed argue swordsmen are structurally superior. Rian quietly snickers at his brother's stunned reaction. Rai scoffs that fantasy and reality are completely different, firmly maintaining his belief that a mage can never conquer a true swordsman in real battle. Once Rai departs, Rian turns to his friend in pure excitement, laughing that he has never seen his brother look so utterly dumbfounded. Fast forward 6 months, and Shirone is finally wrapping up his duties under the Ogent family. One of the senior estate workers suggests to Deputy Butler Temiran that Shirone is so incredibly talented, they should find some scheme to keep him permanently. Temiran immediately shuts him down, coldly ordering him to stop speaking such absolute garbage. Meanwhile, our main character continues his diligent labor until Ryan walks over, warmly congratulating him for executing his tasks as flawlessly as ever. Then, Shirone asks if he can visit Rian's home before leaving the estate. This deeply touches Rian, especially since they've had to keep their close friendship locked in total secrecy. Shirone realizes they have only ever associated in this dark library, raising his curiosity about where his friend lives. Soon, they arrive at Rian's quarters. Ryan assures him there's nothing to worry about, since the rest of the nobility won't return until late. Entering Ryan's room, Shirone is shocked by how small it is. At the end of the hall, the space feels way more like a training room than a bedroom. They sit down to play cards, and after losing over and over, Ryan blames Shirone, accusing him of cheating with his spirit zone. Shirone assures him he is doing nothing unfair, having simply noticed a few predictable habits Ryan always falls into, making him easy to beat. Once you get how your opponent thinks, predicting their next moves and playing much more accurately becomes incredibly easy. Ryan starts studying the cards more carefully, revealing that using this exact trick helped him access his spirit zone much more easily. While they chat, Ryan falls asleep, and suddenly, Shirone hears a piano playing. He quickly guesses it must be Reina Odin, the only family member who can play, and when he goes to listen, she asks for his thoughts on her sonata. Shirone realizes she already knows he is there, so he steps forward and tells her she plays beautifully. Reina mentions this is their very first meeting, and Shirone explains he was hired by the Odin family to organize their library. She recognizes him as the genius boy everyone is talking about, casually asking during their conversation if he has ever played the piano before. He says no, feeling quite nervous about talking further after Ryan once warned him she has the absolute worst personality in the mansion. But Reina kindly offers to teach him, inviting him to sit right next to her, making him even more nervous. When he hesitates, she tells him it is fine, since no one will punish him if she gave him permission. And let's be real, Shirone can tell she is not letting this go, so he cannot really refuse. Besides, he wonders when he will ever get another chance to sit at a piano, so she begins teaching him the basic notes. She also explains the symbols on the sheet music, then asks him to press 3 notes at once, leaving him amazed by the rich sound. Reina encourages him to keep trying, prompting Shirone, who is feeling a bit bold, to ask if he can play on his own. She agrees, but silently wonders if he knows more chords than what she taught him as he begins to play, hitting completely wrong notes without ever hesitating. Reina wonders if she should stop him, but somehow, something still feels very strange. He is playing in the worst way possible, but it somehow still sounds right, as if he is copying the emotional flow of the music from earlier. With intense focus, he effortlessly slips into his spiritual zone, and from there, his clumsy playing just keeps getting better. Reina is completely shocked, and while it is not a proper performance, he clearly understands the basic concept of chords. She cannot help but wonder why a kid this incredibly talented and handsome is working as a mere butler. And here is where the piece ends. Shirone snaps out of his trance, right before someone bursts in yelling at them to quiet down, making them both jump. Ryan storms in demanding to know why she is making so much noise at home, but he instantly freezes when he spots Shirone sitting there. Reina asks if the two of them already know each other, making Shirone instantly panic that their secret friendship is about to be completely exposed. But Ryan casually says Shirone is his friend, prompting Shirone to blurt out, asking what he is saying. Ryan tells him not to worry, saying this witch might have a terrible personality, but she genuinely does not care about social status or rules. Shirone cannot make sense of this situation at all, and while he is left questioning things, Reina finally learns his actual name. She says not to worry if Ryan says they are friends, that is quite enough for her. She adds that her brother might be quite pathetic, but he always takes responsibility for his words. Before curiously asking Shirone what was on his mind while playing, Ryan is completely stunned to learn Shirone was the one playing, having genuinely assumed his older sister had finally lost her mind. In Shirone's mind, 16 years of commoner logic suddenly start falling completely apart. He cannot understand how she is totally fine with a commoner befriending her brother, prompting him to ask Ryan why he lied about Reina being a terrible person. Ryan warns him not to be fooled, saying there is no telling when she might suddenly swallow him whole. Reina warmly apologizes for her brother's immaturity, adding that she is truly happy Ryan has finally made a real friend. Shirone answers that he is actually the one deeply indebted to Ryan, which instantly makes Reina call him incredibly cute. Ryan jokingly shoots back that if she thinks Shirone's so cute, she should just make him part of the family, prompting her to ask if Ryan is truly close enough to hand his friend over. Ryan asks what she is talking about, saying Shirone is nothing special, but Reina cuts him off mid-sentence. Reina is already turning on her younger brother, furiously demanding to know how he dares talk to her like that. Shirone silently thinks that the more he tries to comprehend these high nobles, the less sense they make. Ryan asks why she is even back since she was just on vacation, but Reina reveals he obviously hasn't heard the news yet. Ryan has to take his official certification test, so she came to pick him up for their departure tomorrow, adding that their grandfather is also visiting a local friend. Shirone is shocked by the massive gap between himself and his friend, as the narrator explains the weight of this certification test. A continental certification license is awarded only to elite mages and swordsmen recognized across the entire civilized world. Thousands take the exam every single year, yet fewer than 30 actually pass. You can also grab a non-certified license if you graduate from a kingdom-approved school like Alpheus Magic Academy. That starts you off as a rank 10 non-certified mage, letting you climb by earning points through guilds and associations. Wherever money and honor exist, people are bound to flock. Even with non-certified routes, people still desperately crave that official exam. That is exactly what 18-year-old Rai is taking, realizing how different everyone is. Reina gets absolute support from the family, but she simply brushes it off, saying she is completely fine. She heads off to prepare dinner, explaining that she must personally cook the royal palace shellfish they received as ingredients. Before heading out, she tells Shirone it was wonderful meeting him, promising they will definitely cross paths again. He bids her goodbye, still feeling quite anxious, wondering if they will ever meet again, especially with his departure scheduled for tomorrow. Suddenly, he blurs out a question, asking Ryan if his sister has a boyfriend. Ryan just grins wickedly, making Shirone instantly panic and tell him to completely ignore it. Instead, Ryan bolts down the hallway, yelling out for his sister while our panicked main character chases right behind, begging him to shut up. He realizes that stupid question only slipped out because he was feeling pretty down, but Ryan keeps yelling out, announcing to his sister that Shirone wants to know if she is single. Shirone finally tackles him, slamming a hand over his mouth while the surrounding maids just stare in absolute confusion. Reina quickly laughs it off as some childish playtime, telling the staff to ignore it before heading back to the kitchen to finish their royal meal. In the meantime, a butler asks Hannes if the young master had an unscheduled guest. Hearing nothing was booked, the head butler catches wind of Shirone's name and feels like he has heard it somewhere before. The memory suddenly clicks, and he orders his men to bring Tamarin to his office immediately. Later, deep in the mountains, Ryan trains with absolute intensity, and his master immediately notices he's fully fired up. It has been a year since that last training, and back then, Sionium ended so quickly. Yet, he is sure things will change once Ryan enters the royal palace. The real problem lies with Shema. While he's lost in thought, a messenger runs up screaming for Ryan, saying Reina ordered him back to the mansion immediately. Ryan asks what it's about, saying if this is about his brother, he honestly doesn't care, so the messenger can just tell her that. But the messenger gasps it is not. Reina warned that their temporary butler, Shirone, is in grave danger and might actually die, leaving Ryan completely shocked and wondering why. He thought Shirone was heading home today, but the messenger explains that head butler Louis sent a direct report to the family patriarch. The messenger doesn't know every detail, but Reina says it involves Ryan's friendship with Shirone, so Ryan tells his master he must go see his father. When his master asks what is wrong, Ryan explains the butler reported their friendship, and it seems his father has finally discovered the truth. He believes his father will surely forgive him once he explains everything, promising his master he will return to training soon, but his master flatly tells him he cannot leave. And when the boy asks why, his master simply stands there, physically blocking his path. Now back at the mansion, you won't believe how bad it gets. Shirone is forced to kneel as the ruthless family head sentences him to death. Instantly, nasty whispers erupt among the onlookers, muttering that even for a commoner, he should have known there are absolute lines you never cross. The heavy atmosphere among the family leaders turns completely ice-cold. Reina desperately steps forward, begging her father to wait because she must speak up for him. He demands to know what is left to discuss, pointing out the head butler's documents contain numerous staff reports detailing just how brazenly this commoner treated young Ryan. He claims the boy has absolutely no right to complain after signing that contract, coldly asking if he has any final words before his sentence. Shirone calmly asks if he can raise a single question if they are truly friends. What will happen to Ryan? That utterly shocks everyone present. They are outraged that he still fails to understand his situation, when he should be begging for his life. The patriarch asks how he even dares to utter such words, scoffing that he is acting exactly like a foolish, uneducated commoner. He sneers, asking if the boy honestly thinks any harm would come to a true noble just for hanging around a lowlife. Believe it or not, he actually laughs, boldly declaring it is true. He and Reina are lifelong friends, and that will never change. The furious patriarch growls, stating it is clear this arrogant boy does not care about their family name, so he instantly orders the head butler to end this quickly, demanding total silence. Guards seize Shirone to drag him out, while Reina begs her father to stop and listen. He coldly replies that the boy has already confessed and made his choice. As the family patriarch, this is a judgment he must enforce, and he will never back down. A butler nervously asks if this is too extreme, but another snaps back, saying the entire house cannot suffer for a single outsider. He says this house is their whole life, and to protect it, they must eliminate every potential conflict that arises, no matter how small. He adds that while they might find this cruel today, they will eventually thank him for this choice. Suddenly, Ryan bursts through the doors. He demands to know who dares kill one of his friends without his permission. His father calmly answers that he did. Ryan asks why, arguing that Shirone never committed any unforgivable crime. He only chose to be his friend. The patriarch replies that you do not need a grave crime to deserve death. Noble affairs are far too complicated for Ryan to even begin to comprehend. He points out that while the family manages this crisis, Ryan gladly enjoys the special privileges of being a noble son. Ryan fires back that those privileges mean absolutely nothing if he has to throw away one of his friends. Calling him childish, the patriarch asks if he wants to know why Shirone must die. He explains that a noble's friend must stand as an equal. He doubts it. Does Ryan actually believe a simple commoner sees him as a real friend? On what basis? This world is filled with bottom feeders, desperate to cling to nobility. When Ryan claims his friend is different, his father asks how he can believe that, demanding proof that he and Shirone are truly friends. Ryan freezes. They are in deep, deep trouble. If he cannot prove it, everything ends right here. How do you even begin to prove what is hidden in someone's heart? But he knows he cannot just blurt out the first thought that crosses his mind. For a fleeting second, he thinks that if Shirone were here, he would have absolutely no problem beating his father. That sudden thought makes him pause. He notices his father's incredibly sharp gaze again, that look that dissects everything, just like in a high-stakes duel. It triggers a memory of what Shirone once told him. Sometimes, when you stop focusing on tiny details, the ultimate truth reveals itself. He warned him not to fixate on an opponent's minor habits, but to observe the entire person as a whole. Only then can you decipher what they truly want. So, Ryan does exactly that, studying his father, the formidable patriarch in front of him as a whole, the head of the prestigious Ogent clan, a second-class noble, possessing a flawless pedigree and a rank 4 knight title. It clicks. Ryan suddenly realizes this isn't a family argument, it is a deadly sword duel. He flashed back to 30 minutes earlier, when he was arguing furiously with his master. His friend's life was on the line, yet the master blocked his path. The old master recognized Shirone from the library, but to him, the prodigy was still just a lowly commoner, completely crushed. Ryan never knew his teacher held such prejudices. After all, the master was the one who taught him that if you could converse while clashing swords, you could become true friends. But then, his master demanded what mattered most to a noble, asking if they shouldn't eliminate family threats. How must Shirone feel? He urged Ryan to consider how his friend survived, valued even less than a fly. After becoming close, Shirone likely realized this conflict was far too deep to be settled with mere words. Ryan had asked how he was supposed to stand by and do absolutely nothing when he was the one who begged Shirone to be his friend. He refused to live as a coward. His master saw that the boy was incredibly determined, honest, innocent, and passionate. Yet, he noted those traits still weren't enough to make a great swordsman. Even so, he held high hopes, cheering for Ryan's future. He then told Ryan to take the sword in his hand. He could bring it home, but if he wasn't fully prepared for the heavy consequences, he shouldn't take even a single step further. Ryan stared back. He promised to never forget such a massive favor. His master urged him to remember one last thing: abandoning a true friend is the exact same as abandoning a part of yourself. Present day, Ryan views this tense standoff as a literal sword fight with his life on the line. But get this, Ryan suddenly breaks into a confident grin. He doesn't need to prove they are friends. He already knows they are. His very existence as Shirone's friend is the proof. His father grits his teeth, calling it nonsense, asserting this isn't some childish family squabble. Even now, he warns, the honor of countless nobles is being dragged through the dirt, and if destroying a single commoner's life prevents their fall, he would execute his own daughter without hesitation. Ryan firmly answers that if abandoning his family is what it takes to protect his friend, then he will do it gladly. His father commands him to raise his sword. If that commoner is truly his friend, he must risk his life right here and now. Ryan actually draws his cold steel. The patriarch is shocked, asking if he's pointing a weapon at his own father, but Ryan insists it isn't aimed at him, a sign of faith. The patriarch wonders how Ryan could have real friends when he failed to bond with fellow nobles. Perhaps, his father sneers, he simply cannot reach their level. Maybe he just surrounds himself with someone inferior to boost his own fragile ego. Ryan fires back that his father is dead wrong this time. Shirone is far better than he is, and he wants to help him rise even higher. The patriarch asks if Shirone is the one who filled his son's head with this delusion of equal friendship. Shirone denies everything, but before he can explain, Ryan cuts in, telling him to stay quiet and let him handle it. Still, Shirone just calls out his name. Shirone tells Ryan he does not have to carry this alone. He will take responsibility for his own actions. Ever since he decided to be Ryan's friend, he knew they would end up at a crossroads like this one where he must choose between his life and his best friend. Even if that choice means dying right here, he does not regret becoming Ryan's friend at all. Ryan says that is exactly the point. No matter who criticizes them, they will always be friends. Sure, they might be young and naive, but their feelings are completely real. A true friend never turns their back on you, and honestly, we all wish we had someone like that. As the head butler fumes, their grandfather Clump appears on the balcony above, smiling down at them. Clump chuckles, saying he never expected to see such a dramatic show at his age. Youth really is a blessing. Reyna immediately sighs with relief, while the exhausted patriarch looks completely drained, grumbling that Reyna told him Clump would be away for a few more days. Clump laughs, explaining he returned early because his own friend ran off with a young maid. Shirone immediately recognizes him, the legendary general of Torma, a third-rank swordsman and Reyna's grandfather. The old man complains that the house is as noisy as ever. This is Clump Ogent, the former head of the family. The patriarch sighs, arguing that his arrival only makes things worse since their image is already ruined. But Clump tells him to hold on. He's been watching from the shadows, and it is obvious everyone here has something to say. So, before deciding if the family has truly lost face, they need to hear everyone out. The first to speak is Reyna, the eldest granddaughter. She explains that despite only meeting Shirone yesterday, she knows he is incredibly smart and talented. She points out that Shirone fulfilled every single part of his contract and was scheduled to leave today. So, there is no way he approached Ryan with some evil scheme, and she firmly believes his actions never damaged their family name. Clump nods in understanding, and immediately turns his attention to the second grandson. Ryan simply scowls, saying he just dislikes that kid. The patriarch thinks he can count on Rai, but the boy says this has nothing to do with him. When asked what he means, Rai explains that is exactly his point. Rai still dislikes the kid, but whoever Ryan chooses to be friends with is none of his business. Rai just wants this settled so he can head to the royal palace, leaving Reyna utterly surprised. Clump chuckles, saying there is truly no place like home. Finally, Clump calls upon the one person who has observed Shirone the longest, the vice butler, Temeran. As Temeran takes his seat, the head butler frantically signals him to support the patriarch. Temeran instantly reads between the lines. The message is clear: be careful, because butlers do not give opinions. They only exist to execute the family head's absolute will. Despite the pressure, Temeran speaks up, stating that Shirone did his assigned work and did it perfectly. He also highlights that the boy finished 6 months early, an answer that clearly annoys the head butler. Clump then asks if Temeran knew they were friends. Temeran admits he knew Shirone spent a lot of time with the young master, but he had no idea they were actual friends. In his opinion, Shirone is not childish at all. An immature kid could never organize 10,000 books. With that, everyone can feel the heavy shift in the room. Now, the only person still demanding Shirone's punishment is the patriarch. But then, Clump speaks up, declaring he cannot accept this either, leaving everyone completely shocked. But Clump explains that while he understands they see each other as friends, everything ends right here. If this continues, rumors will spread, and enemies will weaponize this weakness against them. After all, and don't forget this, everyone in this family holds key power in the kingdom. Pointing to Ryan's upcoming certification test, Clump stresses that too many noble families depend on them to ignore this risk. Then he tells Shirone that if he is a smart kid, he must surely understand. After saying that, he looks at Ryan, who still refuses to accept it, praising the boy's wonderful spirit. But Ryan still does not understand the crushing weight of those words, a burden Clump knows all too well with so many lives on the line. He thanks Shirone for teaching his naive grandson the meaning of true friendship, but asks him to end it right here. Shirone firmly answers that he cannot, leaving Ryan completely stunned. Shirone explains that if he is a burden, he does not mind never seeing Ryan again, but that will never change how he feels. Ryan will always be his friend. If the family can just accept that simple truth, Shirone promises to obey any order they give. Ryan starts trembling, admitting he feels deeply ashamed. Part of him was just relieved that Shirone would survive, but Shirone already knew that abandoning a friend means abandoning your own soul. Ryan realizes he knew that truth too, and friendship is never something you bargain over. So, raising his sword, he makes a bold declaration, one that makes his sister realize he is about to say something completely insane. She has no idea what's happening, but she still tries to stop him. Instead, the boy slams his sword right into the stone floor, drops to one knee, and makes a massive declaration. He, Ryan Ogent, the third son of the family, is officially Shirone's sword now. Right away, his furious father tries to shut him down. He barks at the kid, calling him a total idiot, before the gravity of this vow is finally explained. See, the Knights of Out stretch all the way back to Tormia's founding. Back during the Age of Chaos, rival lands fought constantly until Adolf I united them into one grand kingdom. But even then, Tormia faced massive threats from powerful surrounding nations. So instead of crushing the defeated rulers, the crown let them govern their own lands, forming the loyal kingdom of Out. In exchange, they swore to be the one absolute sword their master could trust, earning their prestigious noble status. That oath is the very foundation of Out's nobility, making any betrayal an insult beyond anything they could tolerate. And get this, Ryan actually smiles and asks what everyone thinks, since there is absolutely no taking it back now. Everyone is just completely stunned. Even Ryan realizes he might have crossed a line here, leaving Shirone to desperately wonder what on earth the guy is thinking. That's when the grandfather speaks up, saying if Ryan genuinely wants to be Shirone's sword, it proves he sees real value in him. Answer me, he barks out. He asks Ryan if Shirone truly shines that bright, or if he only looks that way because Ryan can't shine alone. Ryan just smiles. A sword doesn't judge. It only protects. Absolute classic. The patriarch laughs, calling him an immature brat willing to go to extremes. Sure, the kid talks a big game, but with sword skills that sloppy, he almost feels a bit sorry for Shirone. Still, the grandfather declares the matter officially settled. Ryan might not be the sharpest weapon yet, but at least he won't ever betray him. He tells Shirone to take good care of his grandson, and Shirone quickly thanks him. The grandfather adds that since the two of them are officially sworn sword brothers now, he can't just kick him out. He immediately orders the vice butler to send a carriage and bring Ryan's parents straight here. The onlookers can only stare in disbelief. Honestly, you can never really tell what's going on inside a noble's head. Right after, Ryan admits he feels a lot lighter. He asks if Shirone saw his family's shocked faces, but Shirone tells him he went way too far. But the boy insists he didn't just do this because they are close friends. He explains that unlike his older brother, Shirone has a magnetic power that draws people in. So, Ryan chose to bet his life on him. Shirone groans, asking why he has to say things like that when it just adds a massive weight to his shoulders. He warns Ryan that if he actually wants to protect him, he needs to train way harder. That reality check hits Ryan right where it hurts. Just then, Raina bursts into the room, asking if it's true that Ryan swore before the Knights of Out to become his sword. She immediately notices her brother looking smug and tells him to get lost. But Shirone defends him, saying the guy actually helped out a lot. Raina cuts in with some highly critical news from the betting faction. When he asks about their elders, she explains they are absolutely furious about the whole Knights of Out stunt. And on top of that, here's the kicker: she reveals their father is already planning to send both Ryan and Shirone off to the Kaizen Sword Academy. She mentions having a feeling Ryan has insane sword talent, which instantly sparks his curiosity. Raina confesses she hyped up his talent just to see if the family would actually invest in his future. Chances are, they want to set him up for a very successful path. Ryan complains about them choosing to send him to school without even asking first, especially since he finally gets to spend time with Shirone. While talking to Raina, Shirone explains how he used spiritual zone synesthesia to read Ryan's precise movements and easily beat him. Raina calls it a genius move, figuring he could only pull it off because his spiritual zone's density is incredibly high. Shirone gets pretty embarrassed by the compliment, and they tease him about how he'll never get a girlfriend acting like that. Raina then explains that the more a person focuses their mind, the more solid their spiritual zone becomes, making his level of focus while holding a sword incredibly impressive. Naturally, they go right back to teasing him. But getting serious, Raina says she'll present her grandfather with plans that include sending Ryan to sword school as well. Hearing this, Shirone wonders what will happen to Ryan's personal teacher. Raina explains that Teacher Kite's contract ended yesterday, so he'll be coming by to say his goodbyes tomorrow morning. Right in the middle of their chat, a servant arrives to announce that Shirone's family is waiting in the reception room, making him jump with pure joy. On his way over, one of the passing butlers accidentally addresses him as young master. Another servant quickly warns Shirone to watch his step, since addressing a noble the wrong way could cost him his head. But Shirone assures them he won't tell a single soul what happened. They continue on to the reception room, where he finally lays eyes on his parents after so long. But seeing how completely exhausted they look, Shirone realizes they must have spent sleepless nights terrified, wondering if he would make it back alive. Even so, his mother gently tells him they at least didn't go hungry. As for his father Vincent, he asks why Shirone summoned them here at all since his work was done. Shirone explains that he was offered an absolutely incredible opportunity by the prestigious Ojin family. Hearing that, Vincent asks if some high noble made a sacred knight's vow to him, and Shirone confirms his father guessed it perfectly. Still, Vincent feels highly suspicious, thinking some noble might just be filling his young son's head with empty promises. Right in the middle of their tense talk, the powerful head of the Ojin family arrives, introducing himself as Bishop Ojin. Ryan proudly introduces himself as Shirone's sword, while Reina says she has already heard so much about his wonderful parents. Once it becomes clear that Shirone hasn't explained anything to his parents yet, the generous nobles decide to lead them to a grand banquet. Over dinner, Vincent admits he doesn't fully understand this knight's oath. Honestly, he finds it hard to believe noble elites would show such extreme kindness to a simple woodcutter's son. Hoping to clear things up, he flatly tells the nobles he is still having real trouble believing they made such a contract with Shirone. Then, Bishop Ojin admits it might look slightly transactional, but he is doing all of this to protect Shirone's pride. And here's where things get wild. Bishop Ojin cuts straight to the chase, telling Vincent that Shirone can already summon a spiritual zone. Hard work alone won't cut it. To pull this off takes absolute, raw talent. The bishop adds that since Shirone wants to become a mage, he wants to help him get an unofficial license as fast as possible. So he has decided to send him to Alpheus Magic Academy, one of the top 5 most respected institutions in the entire kingdom. Sure, academy training isn't technically required, but without it, he would constantly be looked down on as a nobody. So Bishop Ojin highly recommends academy training, specifically Alpheus, since it perfectly matches their family standards. Ultimately, he promises that if Shirone manages to graduate from the academy, he will truly become a mage. Vincent is left incredibly moved, seeing his son so close to achieving his ultimate dream. But the bishop warns there is one final roadblock. Shirone is a commoner, and elite magic academies strictly accept nobles. The only solution? Adoption. He must legally join a noble family just to step through the school gates. Still, the nobleman makes it clear this is strictly on paper. He has no intention of stealing their son. Even so, Vincent knows an opportunity like this is once in a lifetime, but accepting feels like handing his boy over to a complete stranger. He looks at Shirone, holding his breath to see what he will decide. But without a second of hesitation, the boy rejects the deal, declaring Vincent will always be his true father. Reina tries to gently explain again that this is merely a legal loop on paper, and his birth parents will always remain his real family. The patriarch joins in, pointing out that Shirone is being handed the ultimate key to nobility, a luxury ordinary people would die for. No way. He would rather live as a commoner than trade away his parents. He goes so far as to declare he is completely willing to abandon the Magic Academy and his dream of becoming a mage. The noble simply cannot understand this choice, arguing that to reach true success, people must make hard sacrifices. Since Shirone refuses to do so, Bishop Ojin assumes his dream must not matter that much. But the boy replies that maybe the dream itself isn't the most important part. What really matters is that he only made it this far because his parents stood by him. Abandoning them would be like a tree ripping out its own roots to die. But suddenly, Vincent cuts in against Shirone, begging the noble to adopt his son. The noble explains he still needs Shirone's own consent to adopt him, but brace yourselves, because Vincent drops the ultimate bombshell: Shirone isn't his real son, and he actually believes the boy is noble-born. So by becoming an adopted noble, he would finally step back into the world where he truly belongs. Bishop Ojin admits the boy looks nothing like his parents, but that alone doesn't prove anything. Hearing this, Shirone immediately calls his father out. Vincent claims he had to tell his son the truth eventually, but Shirone reveals that even though he never asked, he always knew he was adopted. He just kept quiet. He desperately wanted to believe they were his real parents. Vincent admits he was terrified his son would throw away his future for them. But Shirone reassures him another chance will surely come. Being abandoned again? He simply couldn't survive that heartbreak a second time. His father pulls him into a tight, tearful hug, begging his boy to forgive what he's about to do. Seeing this, absolutely everyone gets emotional. Bishop mentions that Alpheus Magic Academy is holding special admissions, promising to ask his father for a favor, but the noble shuts him down immediately. Getting through to Alpheus is practically impossible. Bishop reminds him that Alpheus still owes them one. For the next 3 days, Shirone and his family stay at the Ojin estate, enjoying their warm hospitality. Vincent feels sick with guilt for almost giving his son away. Meanwhile, Shirone just worries about how long it will take his father to heal from the trauma. And then, 3 days later, wait. Why is Ryan crying his eyes out? Ryan explains that the carriage in front of them is taking him straight to the Swordsmanship Academy. This is it. Goodbye for now. Shirone promises to write letters every single day, insisting they will meet up during school breaks. Ryan grips his shoulder, telling him that he absolutely must become a mage, no matter the cost. In return, Ryan vows to become the ultimate knight, the very sword that protects Shirone. Hearing the drama, Rihanna smacks her brother, telling him to focus on actually graduating first. Turning to Shirone, she tells him to cherish this time with his family. Her grandfather will definitely find a way to get him into the academy soon. He thanks them. Rihanna smiles, telling him he really is destined to become a great mage. He just needs to give it his all. After that, Shirone gets in the carriage with his family. On the way, Ryan jokes that when Shirone enters the academy, he needs to slam his skills down and show everyone who is boss. Shirone laughs, telling Ryan to do the exact same thing. Meanwhile, the noble pays Alpheus a visit to discuss getting Shirone into the school. Alpheus immediately declines, explaining that special admissions are not just easy backdoors designed for wealthy nobles. They have strict rules to follow, but the noble argues this case is completely different. The boy he is recommending is his grandson's close friend. Plus, he admits the kid reminds him quite a bit of a young Alpheus. Seeing Shirone's truly insane gift, Alpheus realizes there must be a specific reason he cannot apply normally. That is when Ojin reveals the truth the boy is a commoner. Hearing that, Alpheus instantly rejects the request. But the grandfather pushes back, explaining how the kid actually rejected an offer to become a noble. An absolutely unthinkable choice. This catches Alpheus's attention. The boy clearly understands cause and effect. The noble nods, noting that very few people grasp that fundamental truth. He explains that fresh opportunities can show up whenever, but those who abandon their roots risk losing it all, while stubbornly refusing to admit their mistake. Those exact flaws, he points out, sound exactly like a young Alpheus. Alpheus counters that living that way means accepting the world's harsh judgment. The noble sighs, realizing Alpheus still has not forgiven himself for his own past. He points out that Alpheus has already saved countless gifted students. It is finally time to let that guilt go. But Alpheus explains he only teaches these kids to prevent them from turning out like him. He worries that Shirone might walk the same agonizing path, simply because their minds operate in the exact same way. The noble answers that Alpheus was a once-in-a-century genius who strayed onto a dark path, yet still managed to turn his life around. Now, he is the legendary headmaster of a world-renowned academy. This brings them right back to cause and effect. When the noble points out that Alpheus has already crossed paths with Shirone 4 times, suggesting fate, Alpheus scoffs. He does not believe in destiny. Seriously, the more he thinks about it, the more this whole setup starts bothering him. Ultimately, he gives in and agrees to accept Shirone into his academy. 3 months later, Shirone gets ready to say his goodbyes. He nervously asks his parents if his hair looks okay, since he has never styled it this way before. His mother reassures him to just act natural, noting that short hair is quite trendy among nobles lately. Before they part, Vincent hugs him, expressing how incredibly proud he is. Shirone gently reminds his father that the Ojin family is providing a very comfortable house for them. He begs him to come, but Vincent insists a hunter belongs in the wild mountains. He reminds Shirone that the Ojin family is still supporting them anyway. Shirone realizes his father is refusing to move to the city just to avoid being a burden. With a heavy heart, he steps into the carriage, waving a final goodbye. Finally, Shirone arrives at the massive Alpheus Magic Academy. The butler informs him that all expenses are covered, so his sole focus is to study hard. Shirone thanks him, stating he can never truly repay such overwhelming kindness, because without their help, entering this prestigious academy would have been a distant dream. But the butler brushes off his gratitude, coldly stating that a commoner will never surpass a noble, no matter how hard they try. Warning him about the deep-seated prejudice, the butler explains that many students will hate him, but if Shirone can survive the bullying, they might eventually ignore him. Thanking him for the warning, Shirone declares without hesitation that he will become a mage. Right after that, the butler takes him to register. Big step. Walking over, Shirone realizes there are so many things to learn, and endless new people to meet. Once he steps inside the main hall of the academy, he begins looking around to get a better feel for things. That is when he spots signs detailing their 10-class system. He learns there are 420 students in total, and only 30 make it to the advanced classes. Then comes the brutal truth. Talk about a cutthroat system. Out of all of them, only 10 graduate each year. A moment later, the headmaster approaches him. Walk time. The two head out for a walk around the campus. Alpheus mentions that he must pass an entrance test before he can officially join. Shirone is completely shocked, but the headmaster explains it is just to place him properly. During their talk, the boy reveals he can already enter the spirit zone. Alpheus realizes the kid is seriously gifted, wishing he had trained him way sooner. So, he decides to teach him the basics first before leading him over to the actual classrooms. The headmaster explains this room is only for absolute beginners. but they keep walking on to where the intermediate magic classes gather. Shirone spots two students talking, constantly throwing around incredibly complex and hard-to-follow ideas. Boom! A girl triggers a small explosion when her sound amplification magic completely fails. The headmaster offers some quick pointers, letting her try again. Shirone is totally overwhelmed because this academy is unlike anything he has ever seen. Checking the notice board, he spots the ranking list for the intermediate class where he is going to study. Sitting right at the very top is Amy Carms, a high-ranking noble. Realizing everyone is on his level just gets him hyped. Honestly, respect the grind, he decides to restart from the beginning. Just then, he hears someone calling out for Amy, the top student of the intermediate group. Looking closely, Shirone realizes she is the same girl who got so surprised seeing a commoner control magic. Soon, the friend calling for Amy drags her away. Shirone just hopes she did not notice him, fearing it might cause serious trouble. But Amy's friend spots him instead. "So cute," she whispers to her friend. Amy feels like she has seen him somewhere before, but her constant staring actually starts making her friend pretty jealous. Amy quickly brushes it off, claiming she is not interested and just found him a bit unusual. Her friend still does not buy it, teasing that Amy might actually be falling for him. Amy keeps denying it, boasting that as the most popular girl around, she has already rejected countless boys. Moving on. Shirone makes his way over to the third testing field. Once there, Alpheus tells him to watch the boy ahead closely because he is about to enter his spirit zone. Alpheus explains that once inside that state, the child sees the letters on the floor completely differently. He adds that how the student sits near those letters reveals their spirit zone size, along with their core strength and flexibility. Shirone will just have to answer the examiners once he is inside that state. Next, the teacher asks Kami if he can use magic, and the boy instantly says yes. The instructor then directs Kami to enter his own spirit zone. Doing so, the boy says the furthest number he can read is 6, meaning his spirit zone spans 6 meters. Next, Kami calls out that red is the clearest color, which the teacher notes makes him a divergent type. That explains his unusually wide spirit zone. As they finish, a noble nearby mutters that this year's batch is outstanding, before calling Shirone up for his turn. The teachers immediately realize he is the one taking the headmaster's special test, finding it odd since he is older and still uses the Ojin name. No surprise, they assume his background must be totally ordinary. When asked if he can use magic, Shirone admits he hasn't learned yet, making Alpheus worry he is at a huge disadvantage. Unlike him, these wealthy noble children have been practicing magic since they were toddlers. The teacher tells Shirone to start by entering his spirit zone, then asks what the farthest number he can see is. Pure silence. The instructors assume he is just too embarrassed to say it. Alpheus encourages him to speak honestly, reminding him they aren't here to compare him to others. Shirone finally confesses that there is a number, but it is way too far to read, so they tell him to just state the first digit. The protagonist focuses deeply, and surprisingly, he ends up spotting the mathematical constant pi in the distance. The teachers are completely stunned because that number shouldn't even be there, realizing his spirit zone has expanded past the entire testing room. After that first test, they ask which color stands out most, and Shirone says blue. Hearing that, the instructors label him a convergent type, which finally makes Alpheus realize why Clump fought so hard to recruit this kid. But even so, Alpheus thinks Shirone has pretty average talent. Next, they ask how many floating spheres he sees. When Shirone says over 867, Alpheus immediately senses how incredibly dangerous this kid actually is. One teacher asks about the temperature, and Shirone admits his entire body feels frozen solid, like real ice. That is exactly the reaction the instructor wanted, so he wraps up the examination right then and there. He then explains that Class 6 focuses mostly on Spirit Zone theory, while Class 5 jumps straight into casting actual magic. Since Shirone's Spirit Zone is basically fully formed, he highly recommends sending the boy straight to Class 5. But another teacher objects, reminding everyone that Shirone's already 17 and still has not cast a single spell. He argues that skipping ranks will only feed his ego, recommending they teach him the absolute basics first, though another examiner snaps back that not every kid is that conceited. While they bicker, a third teacher suggests Class 7 is the perfect middle ground, letting him catch up while keeping room to grow. The headmaster agrees, assigning Shirone to Class 7. To give you some quick context, these academies run on a strict 10-class system, where scores split students into 3 distinct tiers. Classes 10 through 8 are basic level, solely focusing on constructing the Spirit Zone. Classes 7 to 4 are advanced, where students finally study the actual knowledge required to cast magic. Finally, Classes 3 to 1 are the brutal graduation stages, preparing elite mages for the harsh real world. Walking to his first class, Shirone immediately draws tons of attention because everyone is already whispering. Despite the heavy stares, he warmly introduces himself, hoping they can all become close friends. Once the morning lectures wrap up, the teacher finally dismisses them. Shirone starts planning for the afternoon practical exam, but quickly realizes the specific room is entirely missing from his schedule. He quietly asks the girl sitting ahead where they are supposed to meet. Blushing intensely at his sudden question, she shyly tells him that the lesson is actually held at Combined Training Center 2. That word combined absolutely puzzles Shirone, so she quickly explains that all intermediate students are forced to train together twice a week. Hearing that, he nervously doubts he can even keep pace with them, right before they walk over to the massive facility. Inside, Amy is already surrounded by a massive crowd of students, easily proving how wildly popular she is here. Watching her, Shirone resolves to keep his distance, though he soon accepts that avoiding her is hopeless with these twice-weekly combined sessions. Since she is currently the top-ranked intermediate student, he figures she will probably advance to the elite graduation classes soon. Seeing everyone distracted by gossip, he decides this is his perfect opportunity to blend quietly into the background. Just then, the intermediate spirit zone instructor steps forward and introduces herself to the group as Athela. Immediately, she shatters Shirone's dreams of staying hidden by calling him up to introduce himself. As he speaks, the girl standing beside Amy squeals with delight, finally learning the name of her handsome new crush. Meanwhile, Amy stares at Shirone with deep curiosity, hearing his name for the absolute first time. Though his face still looks oddly familiar, the girl right beside her whispers that every single instructor is watching Shirone because his exam scores were truly out of this world. Now, the famous Karmas House is highly respected for their legendary bloodline trait, the Crimson Eyes, a unique power exclusive to their lineage. This insanely broken ability lets them perfectly recall every single moment of their lives, making regular studying totally useless for them. And check this out, Amy, the youngest daughter, actually possesses the absolute sharpest talent out of the entire bloodline. Because of this blessing, she inherited the peak genius level of the Karmas clan. Following their lessons, Amy hangs out with her groupies, though she quickly grows extremely sick of hearing them constantly praise her family name. She honestly believes her family did not hand her a thing, since every single achievement came from her own relentless effort. This makes her think she can do whatever she pleases, a proud attitude that stems directly from a bizarre encounter that forced her to go back home after already leaving. It all started when she crossed paths with a strange commoner boy that morning. Suddenly remembering Shirone, she blurts out the word illiterate at the top of her lungs, before quickly lying to her friends that his hair just resembled a duckling. Swallowing her panic, she reminds herself that her special red eyes are never wrong. She only failed to identify him because she assumed every student here was a wealthy noble. Now she starts wondering how a mere peasant entered this elite school, but remembering that humiliating back alley encounter makes her completely spiral. Amy keeps telling herself she wiped away every single trace of her past, so nothing could ever track back. Trying to calm her nerves, she convinces herself that Shirone has no memory of what he witnessed back then. Yet, she can't stop picturing Shirone exposing her delinquent days to the entire school. And worse, she's absolutely terrified he will reveal that she's secretly really into guys. So, Amy realizes she has to take action before any of these massive misunderstandings can spread. Meanwhile, Shirone feels an incredibly heavy stare on him, packed with pure, murderous intent, right before Professor Athela returns to the courtyard and questions the class about spirit zones. A student answers that it is simply a mage's mental state. Athela agrees, explaining that they start with a sphere since that shape is the easiest to concentrate on, though she notes it can be pretty useless in certain situations. To demonstrate, she summons an image zone, which makes the invisible spirit zone completely visible to them. She explains that while the sphere is the absolute foundation, real mages almost never leave it in that shape during combat. To show them, she aims a spell at a dummy. Her spirit zone only stretches 10 meters, but the target sits 20 meters away. She fires off a blast of flame, but the magic completely fizzles out before even reaching the mark. See, spells normally can't exist outside that boundary, so she stretches her spirit zone forward and easily blows the target apart. Everyone is amazed. But get this, Athela points out a massive flaw in that trick. Reshaping your zone takes an incredible amount of concentration, and wasting seconds doing that mid-fight is usually fatal. To avoid this, most mages stick to 4 preset, standard patterns instead. First up is the defensive form, which relies on a simple octagon. Its primary job is to keep the entire domain from shattering when taking a heavy blow from an opponent. The more sides a shape possesses, the stronger its shield becomes. Next is the attack form, which shifts the spiritual zone into a sharp star. This specific shape allows for incredibly fast target locking, and it works wonderfully when taking on multiple enemies at once. Then, Athela introduces the aiming form. It gives a major advantage at long distances across 4 directions, but it really struggles against incredibly fast-moving enemies. The distance between the outer tips and the core is too wide, making rapid rotation pretty much impossible. She explains that the real secret lies in how quickly a mage can spin that cross-shaped field. A student points out that Athela is rotating hers effortlessly, which instantly panics another kid who worries they will be forced to do it as well. Shirone remains locked in, realizing this trick actually allows a 10-meter spiritual zone to succeed in real battle. Finally, Aphela presents the diversion form, though she immediately warns the class that it is extremely rare. Even students in Class 5 struggle to maintain it, so she decides to demonstrate the technique herself. Meanwhile, another kid thinks mastering this form is his ticket to getting promoted, and since he scored perfectly on previous zone tests, he is confident this will be a breeze. Then, Aphela's spiritual zone actually leaves her body, leaving the entire classroom absolutely speechless. Shirone recalls that a spiritual zone is purely a projection of the mind, realizing that thoughts can literally exist away from the physical body. Intrigued by what lies within Aphela's detached zone, he listens closely as she explains this complex style requires mages to completely specialize in it. Because the magic user is no longer stuck at the core, the zone itself travels completely free. This lets them launch the zone directly at a foe and strike from afar, rendering their offensive range virtually limitless. The kids are completely awestruck, realizing just how massive the gap is for a rank 6 mage. Now check this out, Aphela ends the class with a high-speed practical exam, choosing Amy to kick things off. The nearby girls immediately crowd around, praising her like a shining star. Though one look at Amy's face reveals that she is completely on edge. Internally, she desperately begs to be bypassed, because having Shirone watch only amplifies the deep shame she feels about her secret history. Despite her inner panic, Amy steps up to demonstrate her aiming form, and naturally, she performs absolutely flawlessly. As the classroom erupts in loud praise, Shirone realizes that even as a complete rookie, he can tell her skills are on another level. He notes that she is not just spinning her spiritual zone in circles. She strikes every single target crossing her path, proving that this setup allows a caster to decimate everything around them with a single strike. Yet, despite executing such a devastating technique, Shirone can tell she is holding back, moving with far too much calm precision while firing her spells. One boy begins dreaming about dating a high-class girl like Amy, claiming it would make his school life legendary, but the girl beside him immediately tells him to stop daydreaming. Amy has zero interest in boys, regardless of their noble family status, which perfectly explains why every guy in school is absolutely obsessed with her. She is an elite, noble student who seems entirely flawless, yet he still wonders why a girl of her stature ever associated with violent thugs. Making her way back, she accidentally locks eyes with Shirone right before she slides into her seat. Amy regrets it instantly, realizing she made her interest in him way too obvious. Nearby, a curious student wonders if these two somehow know each other, but another student shuts that theory down. It is impossible since the protagonist just arrived. From that quick glance, Shirone is sure she remembers him. Amy feels the exact same way, but for her, it is way more serious. She is terrified he will expose her dark past, ruining her spotless reputation completely. For a dark moment, she actually considers finding a way to silence him, but she quickly calms down and shifts gears. Amy has to protect her reputation as a model student at all costs. Besides, she figures nobody would believe rumors from Shirone anyway. He is just a new face here, and that completely ruins his credibility. To keep from making things worse, she decides to quit acting suspicious. That is when her friend walks over, asking why Amy's face turned completely red the second she stepped out of the image zone. Amy just brushes it off, claiming it is nothing. After that, they move on to practical training sorted by rank, and the instructor tells Class 7 to start working on the defense form. A solid defense is pretty crucial for everyone, since mages must hold their concentration to the very end to survive a chaotic battle. Shirone begins focusing deeply, slowly shaping a defensive structure by condensing his spiritual zone. Once that is done, he reinforces the base to make sure it doesn't shatter too easily. Shirone feels like he successfully built the barrier, but because he can't actually see it, he wants to be completely certain. So, he steps up and asks the teacher for permission to use the image zone. She says upperclassmen usually go first, but since nobody is using it, she lets him have a turn. Watching Shirone step up right after Amy, students say the kid has guts. Shirayuki is completely stunned by what's unfolding, and her friend points out she's been acting weird all day. Weird enough to be pretty creepy. And here's where things get crazy. Shirone stuns everyone with the insane scale of his spiritual zone, and even he wonders how big it actually is since nobody mentioned it during his entrance exam. He deliberately halts the zone at 20 meters, deciding that's already more than enough. That makes the rest of the class nervous, since the usual average for Class 7 is only 13 meters. Shirone's relieved he managed to stop it. If it kept growing, he'd draw way too much unwanted attention. Next up, he attempts the defense form, but he immediately notices the foundation is starting to crack. Even though he just reinforced it a moment ago, the whole structure falls apart. Watching him fail, Amy relaxes, telling herself there is no way some newcomer succeeds on day one. Meanwhile, Shirone starts analyzing what's messing with his focus, and soon enough, he finally figures it out. Aphela's demo had looked completely effortless, meaning if he wants to reshape his spiritual zone, it requires intense focus, and forcing it to shrink just drains him even more. Shirone decides to just let it expand to its natural size, and suddenly, the boundary of his zone begins pushing out even further. On his very first day, he successfully enters the defense form. Afterward, her friend Jamie brings up the new kid, keeping Amy extremely anxious about the secret Shirone knows. She figures someone highly skilled has to be backing him, meaning it is only a matter of time before he closes the status gap and gains massive influence around the academy. And you see where this is going? Amy decides to secretly get closer to him. Meanwhile, the teacher is highly impressed by Shirone's raw talent, noting he handles magic like a self-taught genius. Suddenly, Shirone shrinks his spiritual zone. Afella explains that compressing the zone boosts its density, making it durable enough to withstand heavy, direct attacks. Even better, it gives him much stronger defense against mental spells. With that, she praises his performance and tells him to shut down the zone, while his classmates offer congratulations that leave him completely embarrassed. Afella gets pretty interested in his skill, choosing to keep an eye on Shirone. And she's not the only one, as some students look at him with newfound respect, while others are just plain jealous. Amy, though, keeps staring with a tense, uneasy look. The next day, Shirone spots Sienna, the terrifying teacher from his entrance exam. Even though she normally teaches Class 5, she takes over Class 7 instead, entirely because she wants to train him and push his ranking up as fast as possible. Shirone can feel her glaring right at him, while the other students whisper gossips about the teacher's love life. This clearly annoys Sienna, so she swiftly presses on with class. After showing off a spell, she demands the class explain the actual scientific principle behind it. When they complain about the cold, Sienna explains that feeling cold simply means energy is missing. There's no such thing as cold energy. Heat can rise endlessly, but temperature can't fall the same way, because the point where all energy completely vanishes is known as absolute zero. If they extract energy from an area, they can quickly form those sharp ice crystals. And if those boundaries shatter, they'll unleash extreme freezing temperatures that could literally kill a person, just like she nearly did to her own class. Next, she promises to reveal how mages absorb energy and cast spells without any tools. To kick things off, Sienna explains that a mage has absolute control inside their unique spiritual zone. It might be a pretty small space, but inside those limits, the caster is practically a god. This hyper-trained awareness lets them mix up their senses, touching light, seeing smells, and even smelling touch. That's how they manipulate the fundamental elements, making their magical abilities look almost like divine power. She notes that casting spells requires two godlike conditions, absolute knowledge and absolute power. So, even if a caster has endless raw power, it's totally useless without intellect. That's exactly why mages must study and deeply grasp the world, using their unique senses to learn. Listening to this, Shirone finally realizes why his past magic attempts failed. He had only focused on the physical side, completely ignoring true mental omniscience. Sienna then warns the class they've barely scratched the surface, calling the spiritual zone just a tiny fraction of magic. With that out of the way, she transitions to basic chemistry. Meanwhile, Shirone's absolutely mind-blown to realize he actually has a path forward. Later that afternoon, the students split up. A few head straight for the library, while others check out the research clubs. Shirone naturally sprints to the books, but instantly feels incredibly overwhelmed by how much the noble kids already know. He chalks his severe mental exhaustion up to bad sleep. He's just thrilled his magical dream is coming true. But as he tries to walk, why is he suddenly floating? Suddenly, Amy drags him off to a quiet spot. Just by scanning his face, she immediately knows he remembers her. Shirone doesn't even deny it. In response, Amy locks eyes with him, conjuring a dangerous fireball to shut him up for good. Noticing his sheer panic, Amy confirmed his memories are totally intact, sending her mind drifting right back to their very first encounter. She admits her initial plan was to just kick him out, but that unique look on his face made her curious. But running into him again 5 years down the line, Amy can tell he's a completely different person. Shirone casually brings up how she ordered those street thugs to strip him naked. That makes her instantly blush like crazy, frantically shouting at him to drop the embarrassing details because it was entirely a huge misunderstanding. Shirone just looks completely blank. So Amy claims he has it all wrong, fiercely insisting she's not some sort of sketchy, indecent lady. She claims those thugs acted entirely on their own whim, swearing she never gave that order. Besides, she adds, she doesn't even have an interest in men. Watching her panic, Shirone asks if she literally dragged him here just to clear her name. He realizes she's terrified he'll spread nasty rumors about her. He wonders if she brought him here to apologize, guessing a popular, stellar student like her must carry some heavy guilt over the past. Shirone bluntly tells her that the only right move here is a sincere apology. Amy immediately gets defensive, suspecting he's trying to manipulate her. She snaps, claiming she almost fell for his mental traps, assuming he's just trying to humiliate her so he can gain some twisted leverage. Calling him a dirty peasant, she asks what she'd even gain from an apology. since there's zero guarantee he won't stab her in the back later. Worse, admitting she did something so terrible would instantly ruin her golden reputation and ruin her leverage over him. Shirone counters that an apology is about fixing the pain you caused, not getting some sort of payout. Amy laughs it off, claiming he's totally clueless about reality. To her, investing effort into something with zero return is just plain stupid. She simply dismisses his complaints as fake moral grandstanding, while Shirone realizes she's still pretending to be the perfect student even though she hasn't changed one bit inside. She drops a massive truth bomb. The real monsters at this academy are the ruthless upperclassmen. If even one of those elite seniors marks him as an enemy, the entire class and countless regular students will instantly turn against him. Worse, Amy drops the hammer. If anyone finds out he's a commoner, he'll be expelled. Shirone is stunned, asking if she'd truly destroy him over something so minor, but Amy casually explains she's just testing his absolute loyalty. She demands he prove his submission by bringing her fresh coffee every single day. Amy coldly reminds him that he only managed to enter this academy on a special exemption. Desperate to avoid being kicked out, Shirone has no choice but to play along and prove he's reliable. Amy smiles, telling him that's the smart move since his future is in her hands. To completely terrorize him, she warns that if he tells any professor, she'll murder him and then take her own life. With her warning delivered, she walks away. Shirone knows this blackmail is completely unfair, but complying is the safest option. Otherwise, his hard-earned enrollment gets instantly vaporized. Bright and early the next morning, he delivers her daily coffee. She grabs the mug without a word, while surrounding students gossip, assuming he's desperately trying to win her heart. Amy deeply enjoys watching him suffer the exact same painful humiliation she once endured. Because of that, she convinces herself he's just another desperate kid with a massive crush on her. She figures even if he tried telling everyone she's a total delinquent, absolutely nobody would believe his word. Since he's totally trapped in this school chore anyway, Shirone decides to just do a perfect job. Staying miserable won't change a single thing. 10 days later, he delivers her morning coffee again. Shyly asks Amy if she'll ever date the guy, and Amy rejects the idea immediately. Still, Shyly points out that even though Amy ignores every other boy, she always takes Suroun's coffee. Right on cue, he does his job, hands over the cup, and proudly notes he didn't spill a single drop. As she hesitates to take the drink, he grows impatient since he still has to study at the library. Amy suddenly slaps the cup away, spilling it everywhere, and barks that he should study instead of pulling cheap tricks to win her heart. While the surrounding crowd feels terrible for Shirone, he's secretly relieved because he finally doesn't have to deliver her daily cup anymore. That night, Amy deeply regrets losing her cool. It made her look terrible, and Shirone didn't even have to say a word. Unable to stop thinking about him, she activates her unique red eye. This special power lets her recall exact emotions and moments flawlessly. For the past 10 days, she's replayed every delivery in her head. At first, his flustered reactions were pretty entertaining to her, but as the days went on, he always maintained that same unbothered expression, like he was totally used to it, leaving her with two possible explanations. Either Shirone can control his emotions like some cold machine, or he's actually been incredibly sincere this entire time. Walking back to the dorms, Shirley brings up the ruined coffee and kindly offers to listen if something is bothering her, but Amy just shuts her down and keeps moving forward. Along the way, Jake runs into her, claiming he heard some kid named Shirone has been giving her trouble. She immediately assumes he's only there to mock her. Instead, Jake offers her premium gourmet coffee, saying a star like Amy deserves the absolute best. When she demands to know his game, he casually admits he's pursuing her. Unlike Shirone, he boasts that he is her actual ideal match, especially since he is set to inherit his father's royal finance officer title. Amy immediately shuts him down, snapping that they aren't close, and his creepy research group constantly talks trash behind her back. Jake claims he's totally misunderstood and warns her not to speak poorly of his family, but Amy just unleashes a wave of brutal insults. She calls Jake completely useless, pointing out he relies on his family name for everything. On top of that, leading a sketchy research club to bully people makes him completely unworthy of speaking about honor. Jake snaps back, saying while her noble family name is impressive, he still possesses the raw power to wipe out any member of her house. Amy looks him dead in the eye, saying that unlike Shirone, he has the lifeless eyes of a dead fish. Hearing he's rated below the kid he despises, a furious Jake decides he should have destroyed Shirone first. She slaps the drink away. Boom! A massive four-sided magic circle forms instantly. Jake warns her that casting combat magic here violates the academy rules, but Amy counters that Shirone wouldn't hesitate if he were here, because he's a real man who actually takes responsibility for his actions. That comment drives Jake insane, but he freezes when he realizes she's saturated the air with pure oxygen, ready to incinerate him if he summons his mana. Knowing he stands zero chance against the absolute top student in their class, Jake can only swear bitter revenge for this public embarrassment before backing off. With that, he finally beats it, leaving her to wonder why on earth did she get so incredibly worked up over this. She deduces she either lost her temper because Jake dared to threaten her coffee boy, or she's simply terrified of her secret getting out. Just thinking about Shirone makes her regret how she handled things. He probably won't deliver her morning brew ever again. Still, she has to admit her chest feels a bit lighter now that she's cooled off. And just like that, things escalate fast. A few days later, because of Amy's outburst, the Black Mage sends Shirone a letter challenging him to a duel tonight. The note warns him not to tell a single teacher, or he'll regret it forever. Shirone approaches him to explain that Amy only confronted those guys in order to shield him. But the tiny spark Amy ignited has now spiraled into a massive disaster. As Shirone walks through the corridors, everyone whispers and stares because of their public clash. He feels incredibly miserable, wondering how he can possibly hold his head high after being publicly rejected in such an embarrassing way. Yet, despite how terrible it was, he hopes that the gossiping students have finally gotten over mocking him. Walking further, he spots Shirone sitting alone on a bench and remembers how incredibly kind she always is. She was actually the only one who apologized to him after that terrible coffee disaster, so Shirone walks over to see if she's all right, but she immediately asks where Amy is, leaving him totally confused as she shows him the ominous challenge letter. Inside, the sender orders Amy to head to the training field. Still totally lost on what is happening, Shirone asks who this guy even is. Rewind 30 minutes earlier, a student approached Amy, saying his boss wanted to meet, but she and Shirone just ignored him, continuing on their way. Desperate, the boy shouted after them. He had to phrase it like that, otherwise she wouldn't even bother listening. Then came the real threat: if Amy refused, her man would suffer. Shirone simply brushes him off, walking to the library with Amy anyway. Amy snatches the letter, and after scanning the page, she instantly figures Jake is behind Shirone's kidnapping, especially since he threatened the poor kid just yesterday. Amy snaps at the student, telling him Shirone has absolutely nothing to do with this, but the boy reminds her he is just a messenger with zero say. Shirone grabs the letter next, and seeing it's from the Black Mage, she reveals he runs the Bad Circle, a group notorious for targeting talented students. She wonders why they targeted Shirone, and why Amy is even involved in the first place. Meanwhile, Amy realized her dramatic temper flare the night before caused this. Shirone urges her to tell a teacher, since both Shirone and Amy are in deep danger now. Amy agrees that is usually the smart play, but this situation is way too complicated. If teachers get involved, she would have to explain her link to Shirone, exposing her hidden past. They would also discover he is just a commoner, and Amy is determined to protect his secret, so she tells Shirone to alert the staff if she is not back from the training field by 7. Terrified, Shirone tries to stop her since they have no idea what is waiting out there, but Amy turns away, saying she has her reasons. To reassure her friend, Amy jokes that even if 10 guys like Jake are waiting, she would still absolutely thrash them. Back in the present, Shirone is stunned. She risked everything to save him. He vows to go help her, but Shirone stops him. Amy gave strict orders to wait until 7. Deep down, Shirone realizes she only asked for that delay to keep the school staff from meddling. The moment the teachers step in, both of their biggest secrets will be exposed. Regardless of the risk, he refuses to sit by and bolts toward Training Hall 14 to find her. Shirone rushes after him and casts a high-speed spell called Photonize, letting them reach the area even faster. When they arrive, Shirone is totally dazed since his brain barely had time to process that crazy speed. Shirone starts shouting out for Amy, but the entire place is completely empty. Shirone immediately realizes the kidnappers changed spots on purpose, expecting the teachers to show up here first. Now watch seeing how meticulously this trap was planned. He worries his identity might get exposed, but he soon realizes the danger is far bigger than just his secrets. He tells Shirone to run back to the academy and alert the teachers. She hesitates, reminding him that Amy wanted the staff left out, but Shirone admits he is the actual reason. Hearing his vague response, Shirone instantly assumes the school rumors about them secretly dating are totally true, and the young mage tells her to move fast because the longer they wait, the worse this gets. Left alone, Shirone surveys the massive mountain terrain, muttering that he grew up in places like this, so tracking their path should be a breeze. Activating his spirit zone, he quickly spots 2 sets of suspicious footprints, but they abruptly vanish, as if the targets literally took flight. Just then, a bizarre, echoing noise rings out from ahead. Meanwhile, the student who launched the magic attack sneers that his hand slipped, though he was saving those spectacular fireworks for Amy. Soon, more thugs arrive, led by Jake. Amy sighs, telling the group they seriously need to find a better hobby. Jake notes she actually came entirely alone, smirking that Shirone must be incredibly important to her for her to obey so easily. Amy replies it doesn't take much effort to catch a bunch of pathetic rats. Hearing that, Jake claims he came fully prepared this time, but Amy cuts him off, demanding he take her to Shirone since she couldn't care less about his grand scheme. The crowd erupts in laughter. Jake laughs. Shirone is safe in the library, completely clueless. This was always just a trap to punish her. She humiliated him the night before, after all. Amy smirked, muttering that this fight just got a lot simpler since Shirone isn't around to get hurt. This means she can just slaughter every single one of them to end this mess. She immediately blasts one of the boys with fire, proving she isn't playing around. Stunned, Jake barks orders to move fast and maintain their defensive perimeter around her. Yet, Amy completely shuts down their attempts to execute any real strategy, leaving them baffled since she is using a target-focused form, meaning her spell rotation speed shouldn't be this insanely fast. Jake notices her movements are totally different from her school sparring matches she's clearly fought in real, life-or-death combat before, which explains her overwhelming power. But Jake smirked, muttering that every technique has a flaw, and since her horizontal rotation has an opening, he just needs to strike along the vertical axis. With that, Jake lashes out with his sharp cutting magic, already smugly convinced his attack is going to end her right here. But Amy slips away easily, calmly explaining she used the Shima technique to protect herself. She completely burns him with a flanking shot, mocking his awful combat skills as the reason for his failing grades. No wonder he wastes time on garbage setups instead of actually training. Jake tries to shrug off the insult, but Amy tells him it is totally useless. She promises to make things painful, but out of nowhere, the other students ambush and grab her. Jake immediately starts cheering over his first actual victory against her. He warns Amy that if she does not drop her spirit zone, she will lose her mind to the anti-magic choking her. Amy calls him insane since illegal spells like that are banned, but she quickly realizes even her red eye cannot save her. Jake laughs, asking if she still wants to turn down yesterday's proposal. He does not even wait for an answer, threatening her to choose wisely or he will do something highly illegal to her right now. Amy tries to bluff his lackeys, warning them that if they dare touch her, she will end them. Deep down, she knows she is cornered. Her old Estima skill is useless because she completely stopped practicing it when she was only 12 years old. This puts her at a disadvantage. Talk about a hopeless situation. She desperately looks for an escape, while Jake sneers, saying she is probably just exhausted from guys constantly trying to hit on her. Then he draws a blade, cruelly offering to solve her problem by slicing a scar into her beautiful face so no guy ever looks at her again. Bringing the cold metal closer to her cheek, Jake admits he has been waiting for this moment for ages. He coldly demands that she beg him for mercy. Pinned down, Amy suddenly remembers the horror Shirone faced that fateful night, realizing she is now just as helpless. For the first time ever, she feels utterly powerless. Finally, our main character tracks them down and shouts for them to stop, trying to act tough while holding nothing but a tiny wooden stick. Seeing the boy, Jake instantly starts laughing and mocks him as Amy's brave Prince Charming. Amy desperately asks why he came alone, while Shirone quickly senses these thugs are highly dangerous. Taking down Amy is a huge feat, even for a gang. Shirone keeps his cool, planning to stall them until Sorel returns with the academy instructors. Having already defeated Rain using pure swordsmanship, our hero figures dealing with a few arrogant students should be a walk in the park. He orders them to release her immediately, but the gang just scoffs, claiming they would get double-teamed the second they let her go. Realizing words are useless, the main character charges forward. The group is stunned by his reckless assault, and Jake tells his crew to back off. But suddenly, Shirone feels a bizarre sensation seize his body and collapses straight onto the dirt. Seeing him fall so effortlessly, the boys laugh at the pathetic sight, sneering that a loser like him could never become a mage. Amy screams at him to drop his spirit zone immediately because they are using forbidden anti-magic, a terrible force that can permanently destroy a wizard's spellcasting ability and cause severe, lasting brain damage. Shirone begins to lose his senses, feeling like his mind is slowly fracturing into pieces. Right then, he remembers his mentor's wise words about how a true mage must maintain absolute focus during a life-or-death battle to survive. She had also explained that a strong defensive posture can protect a spirit zone from falling to most physical or mental assaults. Recalling those lessons, he suddenly realizes that both anti-magic and his spirit zone are simply energy waves. Because of this, he decides to rapidly compress his spirit zone's density until the hostile waves can no longer disrupt it. Watching him fight back, Jake assumes Shirone is just playing tough, mocking him as nothing but a weak little rookie. Amy begs him to stop, warning there is a limit. But get this, our hero actually starts pushing the pressure back, throwing the bullies into a total panic. Jake frantically barks at his crew to keep their cool, warning that panic is disrupting their anti-magic waves. After enduring the intense strain, Shirone manages to reflect the students' crushing energy straight back at them. Amy remains completely in the dark, unable to sense the shift because her own spirit zone is still completely shut down. Suddenly, she realizes the heavy pressure has vanished. She breaks loose and gasps in sheer disbelief at the insane density of our main character's zone. She has never witnessed anything so overwhelming, while Shirone suddenly feels a bizarre wriggling sensation under his boots. It feels like he is stepping on a mass of slimy worms. Jake stands paralyzed, wondering how 6 people could lose to one guy. There is absolutely no way they should have been defeated by him. The boys begin speculating that our hero must be a specialist in anti-magic, since nothing else could explain this insane turn. It would definitely explain how a regular commoner like him secured admission to this prestigious academy. This realization drives Jake into a sheer rage, prompting him to demand an official magic duel. Shirone knows he is in deep trouble now, so Amy leaps in to protect Shirone, slamming a heavy punch right into Jake, before beating him harder than anyone ever did in his childhood. Shirone actually starts feeling pretty bad for the guy, begging Amy to stop before she completely wrecks Jake. But Amy uses this chance to get even, demanding Jake repeat exactly what he wanted to do to her. He warns that if she keeps using her shaman, that lunatic won't survive. So Shirone pulls her off Jake, but the very second he does, Amy suddenly passes out in his arms. Shirone figures she didn't actually faint for real, thinking she is just exhausted after punching Jake about 1,000 times. He uses the moment to thank her for helping, mentioning he heard she came to this place just to save him. Amy pops right back up, claiming she is fine now, and immediately teases him for coming here when he is so incredibly weak. After that, she holds out her hand, insisting they leave fast, or the teachers are going to give them both massive trouble. But Shirone says Siriel is likely already on her way back with the instructor. Since she went to report everything. Amy is totally stunned, claiming she told Siriel to wait. Shirone replies that the situation was simply too urgent to waste any time, and Amy instantly starts stressing out she is going to have a lot to explain to instructors who never let anything slide. She asks him if he seriously wants their secret exposed. Overhearing that, Jake and Yugia get absolutely furious about the secret they share. Amy decides they should just make a run for it now and deal with the fallout later. But right after she says that, the teachers arrive, and Amy quietly hopes they are the easygoing, older kind who let things slide. Talk about worst-case scenario. Sienna and Thad show up, and Amy instantly realizes she is doomed because they are the absolute strictest teachers around. Sariel rushes over to check if her friend is okay, and Amy quickly reassures her that she is doing just fine. Then Thad fires a sunlight lightning spell into the sky, demanding to know why an honor student like Amy is caught up in this mess. Meanwhile, Sienna tells Sariel they rushed over immediately after hearing that the two of them were in serious danger. She asks Sariel to explain what happened, but before she can finish, Jake rudely cuts in, claiming he can explain everything. Everyone instantly turns to look at him. Jake tells the instructors it all started with a simple disagreement, so he merely requested a duel. He tries to play it down, casually claiming that stuff like this is pretty normal for kids their age. But Sienna already knows he also sent a threatening letter and deployed illegal anti-magic in this so-called duel, even though that specific kind of magic is strictly forbidden for any academy student. Jake argues that Amy is far stronger, so using anti-magic was his only option to stand a chance. He even plays the victim, whining that his group actually suffered the most. He also claims Amy broke school rules first because she was the one who attacked him back at the academy. Trying to drag her down with him, he argues that her failure to report this to the teachers beforehand proves she is guilty, too. Amy snaps at his lies, pointing out that he was the one who threatened her in the library first. She reminds everyone he wrote that he had kidnapped Shirone. Jake quickly deflects, claiming they never actually kidnapped him, it was just a bluff to lure him here. Then he points out that Shirone also came here without notifying any instructors, which must mean he is hiding something with Amy as well. After playing his cards, Jake tells the teachers that only he and Amy are the ones truly at fault. Look at that smug grin. He is clearly enjoying how terrified Amy is. That is because he discovered her secret, and now he plans to spread it everywhere, local papers, churches, even national organizations. Once he finishes, Sienna immediately cuts him off, telling him to stop talking nonsense because what his group did with anti-magic is far worse. Not only did they use a forbidden spell, they targeted fellow students, which could have easily turned deadly. Sienna warns that this offense alone is enough to get him expelled. Hearing that, Thad reminds her the Artius family is a major academy sponsor, warning her to think carefully, but Sienna refuses to back down. She states a teacher's duty is to guide students correctly, and if Thad cannot even manage that, then perhaps he should leave instead. Realizing he might actually face expulsion, Jake refuses to accept it, bragging that his family's wealth will keep him here because money runs the world. That remark finally pushes Sienna over the edge, and she instantly fires a freezing blast of ice magic directly at him. Yet, she masterfully ensures it doesn't touch even a single hair on his head. That flawless control shows exactly how skilled she is, and witnessing it, Shirone finally understands why she is called a genius of ice magic. Trapping Jake in the ice, she asks if he still believes money buys everything. Jake can only shiver, begging her to get the ice off him. Sienna releases him, explaining that the academy administration already knew about his terrible behavior toward other students, yet they chose to hold back on punishing him. Then, She gently reminds him why he originally came to this academy to master magic alongside his friends. Hearing those words, Jake recalls his early days of studying and offers a sincere apology, showing real, genuine regret. Following that clash, the Black Mages genuinely regretted their actions, stepping back onto the path of becoming respectable mages once more. Of course, they still face punishment so their mistakes aren't ignored. Meanwhile, as for Amy and Shirone, they're questioned in the faculty office, where Thad demands to know why they headed to the duel alone without calling an instructor. Amy suddenly cuts in with a lie, claiming Shirone did it all for her because the two of them are dating. When everyone hears this, they all yell out in pure shock. Meanwhile, a crazy fantasy spreads of Amy being dramatically rescued by Shirone, where she falls right into his arms and they share a deeply passionate kiss. The Academy girls get totally worked up over this spicy romance rumor, and Shirley claims it's absolutely true. She boasts that she witnessed the whole thing, but Amy walks in, asking what crazy rumors Shirley is spreading now. By this point, the notice board is flooded with posts about her dating a new student, causing massive gossip school-wide. Amy immediately asks if Shirley has a literal death wish since she didn't see anything, but Shirley fires right back that she doesn't even need to see it. After all, Amy was the one who admitted they were dating. She then asks if they at least kissed, but Amy just explains that it all worked out. Thanks to the rumor, those creepy students won't bother her anymore, and she admits that part is actually pretty nice. This makes her recall what happened a few days back, when the instructor directly asked her if that relationship story was a lie. He says the Amy he knows has zero interest in romance, and Shirone literally just enrolled. Amy quickly replies that they've known each other since childhood, so maybe fate brought them back together. She then begs Shirone to play along, but he quietly asks how on earth she plans to handle the upcoming backlash. Amy quickly kicks him hard under the table, so he reluctantly goes along with her lie, saying they've known each other forever. The faculty ends up buying the story. Amy figures that pretending to be his girlfriend is much safer than letting their real past get exposed. Meanwhile, you can see Shirley getting completely carried away with all this juicy romance talk. Shirley mentions they have a joint class today, meaning Amy will finally get to see Shirone. She keeps teasingly asking if Amy is going to do cute couple things, but Amy insists she is strictly focusing on her magic studies. Shirley sighs that she is absolutely no fun, while Amy silently notes she has way too much work to waste on playing lovesick. Besides, Shirone is doing perfectly fine, enjoying a quiet school life, and for some reason, she realizes she really hates seeing that. Later, during the second joint training session for intermediate classes, Shirley wanders over to strike up a conversation with him. She immediately asks if he missed Amy, but he awkwardly tries to deny it, which deeply annoys Amy. Since she's actively covering for him, he should be more grateful. Instead, it feels like he's walking on a dangerous tightrope whenever she gets too close. So Amy cuts in, telling him that when they're alone, he can drop the polite senior-junior act and speak to her totally normally since they're supposedly dating. Shirley is completely stunned. She's never heard Amy speak so casually before, and assumes it's the magical power of love. But honestly, Amy is just being incredibly pushy. She keeps demanding Shirone speak casually, but he politely refuses because she is still his senior, walking ahead as Amy fumes in annoyance. Once Shirone gets to class, his classmates immediately start talking major trash. They mockingly ask if he loves showing off and if he'll play the lovesick boyfriend during lectures, believing he has zero talent and got in purely on his looks. They sneer that this is exactly what happens when you waste precious study hours going on dates, even mocking him for his complete inability to cast spells. Shirone sighs this all started 2 days ago, and the rumors have only grown more irritating. He vividly recalls the events from 2 days ago. Word had spread in Class 7 that Senior Amy was dating the new student, leaving many guys furious. That's when one classmate pointed out how sketchy it all was. He pulls out a record sheet on Shirone, displaying his initial test scores to the stunned crowd. He literally ranked dead last in class with 30 points in every single subject, making them wonder if he was even a top student. And let's be honest, the guy can't even cast magic, so they ask what really happened. Someone suggests it's obvious he received special treatment, concluding that Shirone must have relied heavily on family connections to bribe his way into the academy. He likely spread fake genius rumors himself, just to pass off as the elite heir of some wealthy family. Soon, the whole class starts complaining about how unfair the world is. Wealthy kids can do whatever they want, buy their way into the academy, and enroll just to search for a girlfriend. Soon, they're fully convinced Shirone got in through corrupt connections, finding the whole situation incredibly suspicious. Having worked incredibly hard for their own futures, they absolutely refuse to forgive him. They loudly demand to know how the academy could permit something this unfair. So when Shirone opens the door and walks in, he instantly senses something is off because the room suddenly goes dead silent. The moment he sits down, the classmate next to him immediately gets up and leaves. Shirone says he did not even need to ask what was happening. The class gossiped loud enough for him to hear on purpose, and worse, Amy might get dragged down with him. He is totally isolated in practice. The others get pretty annoyed, asking why he is even there. One girl complains his spiritual zone is touching hers, saying it makes her sick. They are also pretty annoyed because his zone is simply massive. Then Professor Athela walks over and asks how things are going. Shirone explains the diverted form is tough because whenever he tries shifting his zone away from his body, his awareness seems to move right along with it. She tells him that is totally normal since his zone is convergent, meaning it naturally gathers right toward the center of his consciousness. After that, she checks in on how his training with the other 4 forms is going. Shirone says he is not having any trouble, so Athela suggests practicing the image zone. Seeing how he hesitates, she realizes he is just worried about pressure from the other students, especially since he volunteered to use the image zone on day 1. But after thinking it over, Shirone decides to try. The other kids think he is just trying to flex in front of his girl. You know how haters are, they think he only knows how to show off. Athela tells him to switch his spiritual zone into one of those 4 forms, and Shirone explains that mastering all 4 is absolutely required for their advancement tests. So he figures if he can do this and rank up a bit faster, he might resolve things with Class 7 without causing any actual trouble. He activates his first defensive form, and Amy notices he is way better than during that clash with the Black Mage. Even the front row kids realize his defense is pretty much fully mastered. Athela sees his basics are incredibly solid, letting him shift forms much faster than others. Because of that, she says promoting him to a higher class is a no-brainer. He moves to the diverted form next, but he is pretty nervous since his control is still not quite there. Even so, he decides to show it to his instructor, hoping she can offer some advice. When the others see him attempting it, they are shocked by his sheer nerve, since that tier usually requires Class 5. Shirone focuses entirely on shifting the center before the zone shrinks down and completely vanishes, but he still gets that exact same sensation of his consciousness drifting away with the zone. The moment they see him slip up, the kids start mocking him, saying he cannot even use a basic diverted form. Amy notices Shirone losing focus and realizes something must be going on, because he is not the type to get rattled by cheap insults. Meanwhile, Shirone wonders why these kids are so incredibly happy to see him fail. Feeling the sting of their empty words, Shirone remembers why he is here to become a real mage. He tunes out their noise, and get this, his final display leaves the entire room completely speechless. Meanwhile, in another room, Sienna reads the report about the fight with those 6 students. Learning Shirone suppressed anti-magic using only a basic defensive form. It completely shocks her. After all, even top anti-magic researchers need heavy artifacts to manage it. Even if those kids were sloppy, what Shirone did was still flat-out incredible. He stood his ground against 6 opponents at once. To Sienna, his mental capacity is stronger than all 6 combined. Suddenly, Athela bursts in to report that our boy managed to pull off the diverted form after just 1 month. Hearing this, Sienna smiles. She has got a perfect plan to get these students motivated to actually study. A few days later, in chemistry class, Sienna ends the lecture early, teasing a major announcement. She tells Shirone to stand up and proudly reveals that he is being double promoted straight to Class 5. The class is absolutely stunned because he just skipped ahead by 2 entire ranks. One girl protests, arguing this kind of jump is unheard of, especially since Shirone cannot even cast basic spells yet. Shirone admits he really cannot cast spells. Even so, Sienna counters that the promotion stands since actual spell exams do not even start until Class 6. Still, another guy complains, accusing the Academy of showing massive favoritism towards Shirone. He even throws Sienna's own words back at her, saying a spirit zone is not the most important element of magic. Hearing all these bitter complaints, Sienna senses there is something else happening behind the scenes, something she is missing. So she calls an urgent meeting to check if promoting Shirone really makes sense. Afterward, Sienna realizes the outrage isn't just about fairness. There is something deeply personal fueling their anger. That's when Maria approaches her to talk about an incident from earlier. Apparently, it all started about a week ago. At first, they completely ignore Shirone, but just a few days later, they start targeting him, disrupting his studying while spreading awful rumors to turn everyone against him. She insists that kind of nasty bullying is just plain wrong. Tears start streaming down her face as she speaks, finally making the teacher realize the dark truth. She thanks Maria, promising to handle everything from here. It is quite like a strange tale from the quotations of the great scholar, featuring a very odd quote by the physiologist Torkelin. He claims everyone needs 6 hours of sleep, but during his own student years, he barely slept 4. When folks point out how hypocritical that sounded since he still became a brilliant scholar, he tells them to listen up, because teenagers are not actually human. They are superhuman. It is wild how nothing seems to drain them. But past midnight, we see Shirone realize he studied way too long, quickly heading back after a polite goodbye. Walking back, he remembers the butler warning him that the arrogant noble students at this magic academy will surely look down on him, but he is told to endure the hate and keep doing his absolute best. If he can survive this trial, His dream will finally be within reach. He tells himself he can push through for everyone who placed their trust in him. No matter what roadblocks stand in his way, he is going to become a mage. Back in his dorm room, a sudden knock on the door makes him wonder if the bullies are coming. But the moment he opens the door, he freezes in complete shock. The late-night visitor politely asks if he is busy. It is Professor Sienna, wondering if she can step inside. Shirone welcomes her inside and offers some warm tea. She politely declines, explaining she wanted to ask him something earlier but his room was empty. She apologizes for dropping by so late, but as she gets closer to his cluttered desk, the pieces quickly fall into place. Sienna admits that when she first checked his academic grades, she suspected something is off. Even though they are pretty low, his scores are almost identical across the board. It looks to her like he is trying to absorb every subject simultaneously. Instead of chasing fast results, he plays the long game. So, it is not that he cannot learn magic, he is deliberately choosing not to focus on it yet. She asks why, wondering if he missed out on basic schooling as a child. Shirone gets incredibly embarrassed hearing this, perhaps because they are no longer in a formal classroom setting. Sitting comfortably on his bed, Sienna points out that he can stare her down during class, yet here he acts so incredibly shy. Next, she asks if academy life is tough. He admits it is, but says it is still exciting, and studying is truly wonderful. She mentions hearing about his classmates causing serious trouble for him, but he quickly insists she shouldn't worry about his situation. Still, she urges him to be honest, reminding him there is zero shame in being a victim. Even with that reassurance, he stubbornly claims he is fine. He only regrets not being able to make any real friends, adding that he cannot force people to stop hating him anyway. Sienna asks if he ever feels bitter about it. He confesses he does, since he is only human after all. But, even though he wishes they could get along, he refuses to get so obsessed with keeping up appearances that he loses his own identity. Even if everyone in Class 7 claims he is wrong, that is still only 40 people. He firmly believes someone out there in the vast world will eventually understand him. Hearing this, Sienna gains a whole new respect for his maturity. She tells him she deeply respects his perspective and promises to bring it up during the upcoming faculty meeting. Knowing he is desperate to advance quickly, she stands before the board of teachers and boldly suggests promoting Shirone to a higher class ahead of schedule. Talk about a total wake-up call. The reality of an entire class ganging up on him completely shocks them. Murmurs erupt across the room as they realize this toxic behavior often festers in the crowded lower classes filled with struggling, untalented older students. At that lower tier, the skill gap can be massive. Thus, fast-tracking Shirone's promotion seems like the smartest move. At his current speed, he can graduate within 4 years, which is a major win for the academy. But naturally, some smug, elite-looking instructor has to object. The headmaster questions his opposition, and the smug teacher, Ted, claims they all already know Shirone possesses zero magical talent. Ted argues that since the boy cannot cast magic, they simply cannot ignore the outrage and protests of the other students. Sienna fires back that Shirone's goal is to absorb knowledge across all fields simultaneously, which is why he is intentionally pacing his practical training. A teacher has no right to interfere with a student's unique learning style. Ted scoffs, replying that he isn't criticizing the boy's bizarre methods. His real issue is that Sienna is displaying blatant, unprofessional favoritism towards Shirone. This accusation visibly irritates her, but Ted smugly presses on, arguing that while other students might lag in one specific area, they are still far ahead overall. A rushed decision like this could easily make the others feel defeated, killing their motivation to study. He declares that educators shouldn't pour all their resources into a single genius. Sienna snaps back, asking if he expects her to ignore a true talent just to coddle the ugly jealousy of mediocre peers. After that, the two of them start arguing. Naturally, everyone notices they are bickering again, wondering how these guys even became mages. Before it gets worse, the headmaster steps in and orders them to sit. He points out that both sides have valid arguments. Professor Sienna makes a lot of sense, but Professor Ted's worry about academy balance is totally fair too. The headmaster knows it just comes from Ted's deep love for the academy, so he completely understands his position. They also have to consider the students' feelings. Hearing this, Ted looks pretty smug and claims that's exactly what he meant. But then, the headmaster pitches a new idea. The very next day, a massive notice pops up, leaving the students totally baffled. It turns out to be an official announcement for a promotion exam. Thanks to all the early promotion drama, the school is giving every Class 7 student a shot at moving up. The rules are simple. 1. They'll pick the promoted student through a test. 2. Only a single student passes, jumping straight into Class 5. And 3. The exam focuses entirely on magic, specifically testing them on the teleportation spell, since people kept whining that judging students by spiritual waves was completely unfair. Instead, the school swapped the test to a Class 5 spell. Everyone's completely stunned that all of Class 7 gets a shot. Can you believe they can skip 2 whole grades and jump straight to Class 5? Naturally, They wonder who can cast it, but the painful truth is obvious. Absolutely none of them, since it's a Class 5 spell. The theory sounds pretty basic, but casting it is brutally difficult. In fact, one girl warns there's nothing simple about it. An older student she knows completely botched the spell and ended up hospitalized for an entire year. So their massive protest just backfired into an impossible test. That's when Shirone walks right through the crowd to inspect the board. Honestly, he looks like he's actually loving the challenge. Before long, rumors about the Class 7 outcast spread like wildfire across the entire academy, reaching the ears of the Class 5 students. The upperclassmen are pretty annoyed that this drama is still going on. They heard the guy can't even cast magic. But since Class 7 doesn't even teach spells yet, why on earth should that even matter? In their eyes, the class is just green with envy because he's dating Amy. That's the exact moment Amy realizes they've been targeting Shirone all along. She realizes that's why he'd been keeping his distance. He didn't want her dragged into this mess. Serial points out that Class 7 can be pretty childish, so this stuff happens. Something similar happened to her too, but since she promoted quickly, it blew over. Then, Serial asks where she's heading. Amy says she's going to find Shirone, but Serial stops her, asking what she actually plans to do. Amy is absolutely furious that Shirone dared to hide this. She vows to beat some sense into him, and make sure those giant babies in Class 7 learn their place. Serial tells her she can't do that, but Amy snaps back that she's involved too. Serial tries to reason with her, asking if she'd really want Shirone to find out the girl he loves is getting bullied. Serial warns that going to him now will only crush his pride even more, making Amy wonder if she's right. But Amy quickly brushes it off, telling herself he doesn't even view her that way anyway. Still, she can't understand why he kept her in the dark. Serial notes that teleportation is way too hard for a Class 7 student, which gets Amy thinking. If it were just incredibly hard, that'd be one thing, but it's way too dangerous for someone who has never actually cast magic. Serial suggests Amy teach him herself to help patch things up between them. Amy instantly snaps back, claiming there's no way he'd ever want her help. Besides, she says she has zero time for this since she's busy preparing for her own exams. Serial apologizes, but Amy declares that if he can't handle this alone, he doesn't deserve to be her boyfriend. Even so, her attitude completely flips that night. As she sneaks out, Amy insists she's only helping because she's partly responsible for the mess. On the way, Amy grumbles she'll only help once he begs, before slipping right through his window. Her sudden entrance completely startles Shirone. He asks who's there, but Amy covers his mouth, promising he'll never forget this. Then, she furiously demands to know how he had the nerve to hide this from her. Wait, here's the hilarious twist that was all just playing out inside Amy's head. In reality, she finds Sienna calmly sipping tea with Shirone. Sienna immediately asks if she's Amy, wondering if she's been sneaking into the boys' dorm every single night to see him. Amy completely panics, stammering that it's all a massive misunderstanding. Sienna quickly shushes her, warning that neighbors might hear, and pulls her all the way inside. She smiles, saying this explains a lot, since she always found it weird how they barely met and kept things so incredibly quiet. Amy's quick to point out it's her first time here, adding that Shirone warned her a public meeting would only be awkward, so she had to sneak in. But then she completely flips the tables, demanding to know what teacher Sienna is doing in Shirone's bedroom this late. Sienna explains she came to give him advice on the promotion test, especially since the classroom vibe has gotten totally toxic. Shirone pours Amy some tea, and while she politely reaches for it, she instantly snaps back that she didn't come here for drinks. She demands to know whose fault it is she is getting utterly embarrassed, and the second he starts to apologize, Amy literally swings to hit him. She barks at him, "Why the hell didn't you tell me people were messing with you?" Sienna cuts in, suggesting Amy sit down quietly so they can actually finish talking about the exam first. Shirone admits this whole situation is pretty bad. He asks what exactly they're up against. Amy brings up the teleportation test, asking if it isn't too dangerous for someone like Shirone who knows zero magic. Sienna reveals the headmaster made that call himself. She admits she's worried as well, but she's confident there's a solid reason behind it. Hearing that, Amy isn't surprised. Of course the headmaster is behind it. Shirone asks if it's really that dangerous, and Amy tells him absolutely. She asks if he even knows that teleportation is a high-level spell tied straight to the light attribute. Shirone mentions he's heard of photonization. Amy explains that light moves at a constant speed, and literally nothing in the universe can outrun it. Teleportation uses that exact speed to break right through the limits of space and time. He asks if that means the spell literally turns your body into light. Sienna says it sounds tough, but even beginners can pull off teleportation. She goes on to explain that the theory of photonization divides light speed into 4 distinct levels. We've got ultra-light speed, sub-light speed, and semi-light speed. Semi-light speed was made by time mages to divide ranges, sitting around 400 meters per second. She says that's the exact level needed, because once a mage grasps even a tiny fraction of light speed, they can trigger a teleport. The real catch is, if photonization drops, part of your physical body gets left behind. So Shirone realizes that even though the spell is pretty easy to learn, the trade-off is a brutal collision risk. Now that's terrifying. He murmurs that you'd have to move at least as fast as sound. Now he finally gets why teleportation is completely banned inside the academy. Sienna praises him for catching on so fast, leaving Amy sitting there totally baffled. Since when did these two get so incredibly close? Worse yet, they are totally ignoring her. Is teacher Sienna always this incredibly friendly now? Shirone keeps questioning how they could base a whole exam on such a deadly spell, but just as Sienna is about to reply, Amy cuts in, saying they'll obviously use an area with 0 obstacles. Shirone asks what kind of place that could possibly be. Amy says she can think of one exact spot, pointing directly upward. Shirone immediately gets nervous because there's no way they'd hold an exam in midair. Then the story reveals the location, a bridge that absolutely nobody can cross. A teleportation training field, 1,000 meters above sea level, spanning 700 meters. Sienna says it isn't officially confirmed yet, but it's the only logical site. Sienna explains the rules would likely be simple: start at one peak, then teleport across to the opposite side. He's stunned. A terrifying spot like that would definitely have 0 physical obstacles, but if you fall, surviving is basically impossible. Amy adds that whoever crosses first passes, though she doubts Class 7 can even make it. Sienna notes that if nobody actually finishes, then whichever student gets the furthest wins the day. She mentions the training field's difficulty will likely be set to level 1, and with safety systems active, it shouldn't be too deadly. What actually worries her far more is the students themselves. With everyone being insanely competitive, mages could easily crash into each other. Amy assumes Shirone will obviously compete, but he starts doubting if he actually can. Think about it, the difficulty isn't even the real issue. He just hates facing his entire class completely alone. Worse yet, someone could get hurt, making him question if this is a good move. Sienna then softly apologizes to him, confessing she wanted to place him in Class 5 from the very start, and it seems her own selfish desires made things way harder for him. Shirone insists that's not true at all, asking how any of this is her fault. Sienna smiles, replying that because of this, starting today, she's going to personally train him. Amy really doesn't like that. Looking pretty jealous, she demands to know why Sienna is going this far. Sienna explains she feels personally responsible for making this promotion test so brutal, so she wants to help him in any way possible. Amy argues that doing this could make things even worse. This is a massive promotion exam, and if others find out a teacher and judge is privately training Shirone, all his hard work will be brushed off as cheap favoritism. Amy jumps right on that opening, offering to teach Shirone instead. Since the test field has no obstacles, she can handle his training. Completely shocked, Shirone asks if she is really not mad at him. Sienna admits that makes sense, but she reminds Amy about her own upcoming advanced class promotion test. Does she seriously have enough spare time to obsess over teaching Shirone too? That makes Shirone realize how incredible Amy actually is. That elite tier is the dream for any aspiring professional mage. The students there are practically considered semi-pros already. Anyone in that class gets massive attention, even landing features in the kingdom's official Magic Academy magazines. But making the cut means sacrificing any piece. From then on, it is nothing but relentless competition and brutal training. And that extreme tier is exactly where Amy is aiming, the very first of her group to try. Shirone asks why she is rushing so fast, wondering if this is a bit too much for someone her age. Amy almost snaps at him, but deep down, she knows this is entirely his fault because of how insanely fast he is growing. You have to love this irony. The only place left to hide is that advanced class, literally fleeing his insane growth while Shirone just thinks she is incredible. She is not satisfied staying number 1 in the intermediate ranks, and fear of failure does not even cross her mind. She has the raw confidence to make that massive leap. He also realizes that even during the most critical moment of her academy life, she still prioritized coming to help him. Meanwhile, the room gets so fake polite, it basically drips pure poison. Amy tells Sienna to relax because this is nothing major, saying she can easily handle Shirone herself. Sienna calmly counters that she totally understands how Amy feels about her boyfriend, but at times like this, students must trust their teachers. Since this is Shirone's very first time learning real magic, she argues a professional should guide him, but Amy refuses to back down. She tells Shirone to choose, demanding to know if he wants Sienna or her. The guy instantly feels the pressure. Amy pushes harder, saying of course he wants his girlfriend's help. But he suddenly says he will study alone, leaving both women completely speechless. She snaps back, asking if he even comprehends how massive this opportunity actually is. He refuses to burden Sienna, especially since she is grading the exam, and he refuses to distract Amy right before her own crucial test. But she argues that their classmates will spend a fortune using absolutely every dirty advantage they can. Plus, the entire class is actively plotting to ruin him. This simply is not something he can deal with on his own. but Shirone tells her that the reason she is taking her exam is the exact same for him. Staying at this level means he has zero ambition to grow. To him, Class 5 is just another stepping stone toward becoming a real mage, exactly like her own goal. Shirone asks Sienna to trust him. He cannot guarantee a pass, but he promises to give it everything so he has no regrets. Hearing that, Sienna smiles and agrees to respect her student's firm decision. She prepares to leave, telling him that if he ever has any questions, he can ask her any time. And that goes for his girlfriend too. Before walking out, she advises them to settle their little lover's quarrel quickly. But first, she warns Amy that if she sneaks into the boys' dorm through the window again, she knows exactly what the punishment will be. Amy gets the threat immediately. Thinking she barely survived that encounter, she sighs that she is absolutely exhausted. She casually flops onto his bed, but suddenly realizes where she is. Blushing hard, she stammers that she is leaving as well. Shirone thanks her for coming by. But before she steps out, she demands the absolute truth. Why has he been avoiding her? He easily could have told her that classmates were targeting him, especially since she is somewhat responsible for the heat he is taking. Her voice trembles slightly, remembering what Sorel pointed out. She asks if he stayed silent, just to protect his own pride. But Shirone drops an answer she never saw coming, explaining that he simply did not want to drift away from her. When she asks if he is being serious, he says she is his ultimate goal. That completely catches her off guard. He explains that on his very first day at the academy, he saw her name sitting proudly at the top of the rankings. Ever since then, he has pushed himself to catch up. Still, he admits he never expected things to get this complicated. Since they are already awkward around each other, he thought bringing up the bullying would just ruin things. But she hates hearing that she is his target. The very thought of her getting nervous over a total rookie? She actually finds that pretty amusing, asking if he is just teasing her. He cannot call her his ultimate goal while still calling her senior every single time they talk. If he is going to chase after her like a secret rival, then of course things got this messy. So she tells him that if he wants to surpass her, he has to drop the formal titles. She challenges him to chase her head on, right where she can keep her eyes on him. If Shirone falls behind, Amy is going to force him to call her senior for the rest of his days. Without skipping a beat, he calls her Amy, sending a shiver through her as she stammers that was way too fast. Shirone just grins and tells her to wait up, promising he will catch up soon. She snaps back that he better study like his life depends on it, because she will already be graduated by then. With that, she leaps away, leaving him struggling to even track her. It is a bummer he cannot get her help, but Shirone knows the other students are watching his every move. That means he has to fly solo. He only has 1 month left before the early advancement exam hits. The next day, the classroom is buzzing with gossip about who is actually ready for the upcoming early advancement test. One kid brags about hiring a personal tutor, though everyone knows mastering teleportation in 30 days is basically impossible. About 20 students signed up. They say the calculation part is easy enough with the right formula, but the execution is where things get brutal. Suddenly, they spot Shirone's name on the list. He's hauling around a massive, heavy tower of books because his master plan is to learn photonization theory. Self-studying this is pure madness, but applying it is the real nightmare. In real combat, surroundings constantly shift, making precise terrain data absolutely critical for survival. You have to adjust output and light values instantly, calculating crazy numbers raised to the 20th power. He wonders if any human can truly calculate that, but quickly stops himself. He cannot give up now, the test cannot be impossible. Sienna did say teleportation is simple, but he still wonders if that applies to him since he has zero actual magic experience. The elite Class 7 kids will definitely pass though. They have trained since childhood, and their wealthy families easily buy them the best private instructors. Can he really close that massive gap? But then he remembers the principal's cold look and realizes his answer is already set. Check this out, another kid in his class is already teleporting around. The instructor showers him with praise, calling him a genius worthy of his father, Searslider, the top advisor for the Magic Association. But Mark shrugs it off, boasting that it is easy when you have a Class 9 instructor. He admits he was stressed, but this magic is actually a joke. The tutor nods, explaining that since the test is straightforward, Mark just needs to make split-second choices while staying completely focused. He adds that fully mastering the combat application is impossible for anyone, but if Mark just memorizes the exam pattern and drills the movements, he will pass with flying colors. Mark gloats, thanking his tutor for the secret shortcut that boosted his light speed rank by 2 whole tiers. Mark then asks what Shirone's up to. The tutor reveals he has been spying on him, and the kid is just reading library books. Mark is totally let down, expecting Shirone to pull strings and hire some legendary grandmasters to train him. Suspecting it might be a clever act, Mark orders his spy to keep watching because they cannot afford to underestimate him. There is no way someone can learn complex magic just by reading. Yet, Shirone keeps aggressively tearing through his massive library stack. He tells himself he did his absolute best. dedicating countless hours to fully grasping the concept of omniscience, and memorized every scrap of theory. He is still on edge, but time has officially run out. Sneaking into Private Training Field 41, he decides it is finally time to test the spell. He has no other choice. He just prays the magic triggers the way he planned. First, he must project the entire theory of photonization directly into his spirit zone. As he triggers the spell, a brilliant spark flares in his mind. Suddenly, he realizes the only obstacle blocking his magic is his own mind. The mental light flares blindingly, and he realizes he must completely erase his own sense of self. Oh man, he actually triggers the activation. Now comes the real test of teleporting. No mortal could ever calculate the literal value of light, but when a mage deeply focuses, their mind becomes hyper-aware of everything around them. Masters can supposedly feel the exact count of fallen leaves scattered on the ground far away. This hypersensitive spirit zone allows them to perceive things beyond human limits, eventually giving them full control over natural phenomena. So, instead of calculating every single value, he tries to feel everything at once. And the moment he puts it into practice, a sudden surge of blinding light rushes straight toward him. Once Shirone breaks into this trance, we jump to 13 days before the test. Then it cuts to 9, and back in the classroom, everyone is completely horrified by the state of Shirone's face. They ask if he has been training without any magical protection. His face is wrapped in thick bandages, and he silently admits his very first teleportation attempt was a total disaster. But correcting those errors means trying again. So, he just keeps getting hurt, over and over. This time, he figures his knee position was off. By day 8, he's still taking notes, desperately trying to solve the puzzle. His timing is off by a mere 0.02 microseconds. He knows this brute force method is stupid, but muscle memory is his only hope. By the night before the exam, he still can't execute it. He starts to panic, wondering what his next move is. The big test is tomorrow. Every time he patches one flaw, another pops up. There's no time left to tweak anything. This run has to succeed. Suddenly, his vision blurs. He realizes he's right on the edge of passing out. He slaps his own face, hard. He forces his mind to focus because he has to. One last shot. He triggers teleportation and crashes flat on his face, but it actually worked. You have to wonder how far he can really go. He tells himself there's no time to rest. He still has to lock down the transition sequence. Instead, exhaustion wins, and he completely passes out. The next morning, Mark stares out his window while his butler checks on him. The butler asks how he feels, and Mark says he feels fantastic. Today is his day to finally rank up to Class 5. 700 meters is nothing. He will clear it. In class, Mark asks Maria if she quit. Fear creeps in because of course it had to be him. She asks why he's not out training, or did he actually come to study? Mark scoffs, asking if he looks like some pathetic loser who still needs to hit the books. He demands to know why she's sitting here, sneering that this is why her grades are trash. He tells her to go watch the elite students train. In his mind, that's the ultimate study method. Terrified, she just wants to escape his toxic presence as fast as possible. She quietly wishes him luck, which only annoys him more. He barks back, asking if she really thinks he'll struggle. He plays nice now because they are classmates, but once he becomes her superior, he warns her things will change completely. She sits there petrified. In his mind, Mark calls her a coward, wondering how a girl like that expects to become a mage. He notes that's exactly why she's still stuck in this low class despite being 4 years older. With that kind of heavy mental bullying, it's hard to blame the girl. Mark sneers, telling her to just sit tight, shake, and cry. Meeting his cronies, Mark asks if the plan is ready to go. They promise that 2 will target the kid immediately, while the other 2 guard Mark. This gives them 2 clean shots to sabotage him. Since round 1 is only 10 meters, they must crush him in 10 turns. One of his lackeys asks if Mark will actually keep his end of the deal. Mark promises them top tutors once he ranks up. He adds that with his father as technical advisor of the Magic Association, their future careers are fully secured. If they back him up now, he'll never forget it and will support their careers forever. In his mind, even a tiny variable is too risky. A true genius never lets his guard down. Down at the testing grounds, everyone gathers near the bridge, except there is no crossing. The spectators are already getting anxious because the turnout is way bigger than anyone expected, especially the Class 5 seniors. And honestly, they're just hoping this young new kid joining them is at least cute. Meanwhile, Classes 6 and 4 are casually snacking, while the principal sits at the judges' table looking completely relaxed. Then, the announcer declares the exam starts in 10 minutes. Competitors stretch at the starting line, sweating bullets because the track is basically a sheer cliff. One kid asks where the bridge is, only to be called an idiot. There is no bridge. So how is this even a test? Across the way, Serial peers through her binoculars, declaring they found the perfect viewing spot. Amy complains about wasting their free time watching the Class 7 amateurs. Serial snaps back, asking what her problem is. She wants to cheer for her friend's guy. Amy scoffs those who pass, and cheering won't change a thing. But even Amy can't help but wonder if Shirone can actually pull off a teleportation spell. Just then, one of Mark's goons rushes over with bad news. Shirone is missing. Mark is completely stunned. Right now, Shirone is face down in the mud, suddenly jolting awake and gasping about the time. Back at the cliff, Amy panics as Sariel confirms Shirone is still a no-show despite checking everywhere. Amy worries he failed to master the magic, muttering that she warned him teleportation was too brutal to learn alone. As the crowd swells, the tension spikes. Finally, the instructor steps forward to explain the rules. When the horn blows, they must cross the open chasm. The student who makes it the furthest wins the promotion. Only now do these clueless classmates realize they actually have to cross over. They instantly start panicking, asking what happens if they fall. Are they just going to drop into the abyss? Someone whispers that the teachers must have installed safety nets. That is when Thad tells anyone who is terrified to back out. He bluntly reminds them that everyone knows people die in this magic academy. This is a promotion exam after all the brutal tests that determines who actually gets to enter Class 5. His point is simple: only run if you trust your own skills to stay alive. If you do not, Thad suggests walking away. He plays it off with a totally stone-cold face, but inside he is laughing. They are completely paralyzed, and he hopes scaring them now prevents a fatal mistake later. Even so, the most dangerous candidates are the wildcards who cannot wait for the exam to kick off. Thad quietly looks around, wondering who will be the very first coward to chicken out. To him, these coddled kids are nowhere near his league, making him believe the rumors that he was the only one doing real, solitary training. If that is true, then he definitely failed. Just then, the instructor orders everyone to form their groups because the exam is starting. And guess who finally decides to show up? Shirone comes sprinting in from the distance, looking totally battered. He gasps out an apology for being late, desperately asking if he can still join the test. Watching from the sidelines, Amy aggressively grabs Sariel's binoculars and delivers a punch, screaming about what that idiot was doing all this time. She notices his entire body is covered in fresh scars, utterly shocked that he spent his break pushing his physical limits that hard. Meanwhile, Sana mentions she received a direct request from Professor Athela to delay the start for a latecomer, but the principal completely rejects it. He coldly states that physical management is part of their grading, so the promotion test starts exactly on schedule. Sana fires the signal, and Athela prepares to begin. She quickly tells Shirone that he is free to back out whenever he wants. Shirone politely thanks her but insists he is good to go. That is when a shady rival calls him over, and he innocently walks over. The sneaky kid smiles, thinking his trap is set, and he just needs to eliminate Shirone within 10 turns. But our main character has only one single focus right now. He has to pour absolutely everything into this. As the official exam kicks off, Mark whispers a plan to one of his lackeys, ordering him to stay right on his heels. The instructor starts the countdown, blasting her magic into the sky, and the students charge forward like crazy. Just 1 second in, and it is clear these kids trained like beasts to get here. But this cliff is a whole different beast. Seriously, can you imagine having nothing but the open sky right under your boots? That tingling feeling in their hands is a mix of terror and pure hype. Everyone's mind is locked onto their strategy. For Mark, his only goal is to lock down that #1 spot. At 2 seconds, they are 20 meters out. Mark knows that simply sprinting faster than the rest will not guarantee a win. What actually matters is pinpointing the perfect launch point for the warp. The winners will be those who time their leaps with absolute perfection, repeating it round after round. Of course, that requires some serious, heavy courage. That extreme pressure makes the lead student freeze up, but he forces himself to execute his warp mid-air. The others follow his lead. 3 seconds in, and the top group has cleared 5 meters beyond the edge. But they quickly realize their limits, barely hitting 3 meters as Mark's own team starts lagging behind. They yell that they cannot go any further, making Mark absolutely furious. He curses them as cowards, but suddenly, the terrifying thought of falling hits his mind. Paralyzed by doubt, he only manages a weak 2-meter jump. By this point, 3.5 seconds have already ticked away. As Shirone rapidly approaches the ledge, the nervous students right behind him are convinced they are all about to plummet. They are the final group. They panic and warp early when they are 1 meter from the drop. But Shirone keeps telling himself to hold on because he needs to hit the absolute limit. He leaps, soaring 2 meters up at the 4-second mark. Sometime before this, back at the Exogen Manor, Ran called him absolutely incredible. Ran admitted that during the recent sword duel, it was his first time seeing anyone remain so incredibly calm in front of his terrifying father. Ran asked him if he felt any genuine fear, but the protagonist simply brushed it off as nothing. Shirone explained that fear is born from your own imagination, from picturing your own death in that very instant. He used a clear example: even if someone jumps off a massive cliff, they only die the second they strike the bottom. That is why he believes you must never obsess over the future, focusing solely on the present moment to discover a real way out. But Rand just laughed, asking if Shirone was stupid. If you jump off a cliff, you die. So what kind of garbage logic is he spouting? Shirone argued it is not that simple, but Rand told him to look at reality. Rand firmly believed that the exact millisecond you leap off a cliff, your life is already over. And right now, Shirone hurls himself skyward, soaring over 2 meters high. Floating there, he knows there is zero room for error. The absolute second his spiritual zone shatters, he is done. With a sudden blink, he teleports, leaving Mark in the dust to snatch the lead. The crowd is stunned, wondering how he crossed that distance so fast. High above, the other students go absolutely wild seeing him pull it off. To the crowd outside, it happened in a literal heartbeat. But honestly, everyone is losing their minds over how a freshman pulled off that insane jump. Shirone turns to Amy, asking if that was truly the very first spell he ever learned. Amy knows he started his training late, but he is catching up fast. If he maintains this insane speed, nobody is touching him. Mark loses his cool entirely, screaming at his team to get their act together. It doesn't matter how far the new kid jumped, they still let him slip past. But as the chaos continues in the sky, we shift over to Maria Erling. She was never considered a prodigy, but lately, teachers have been questioning why her academic performance has tanked so hard. Maria mutters that the others won't stop targeting her, but the instructor coldly replies that rivalry is just part of the game. He tells her that kids will always claw each other down to climb up. If she can't survive this pressure, how does she expect to ever become a real mage? Maria snaps back that she survived 6 long years in Class 7. She despises competing, but she hates being a victim even more. In her mind, she swears she won't let Mark get promoted. Back at the arena, the third round is ending, and the students have split into 3 distinct groups. Leading the pack are Shirone, Mark, and his loyal lackeys. The second tier trails 3 meters behind. Trailing dead last are the terrified students who panicked, with one of them already giving up hope. He can't even cast flight magic. Then he remembers the seniors saying it's perfectly fine to fall here. Unable to take another step, he decides to put that rumor to the test. He plunges into the abyss, screaming for help and shouting that he quits. The spectators mock him, noting that cowards always plummet first, while the proctor quietly writes down the exact distance the boy managed to reach. More kids drop like stones, screaming for safety nets. But the second they get close to the ground, massive wind fans catch them. The boys are safe. Shivering from the shock, they complain that a heads up would have been nice. Right after, the speakers blare out that the entire trailing group is officially eliminated. At the 200-meter mark, the middle tier starts falling apart, and Mark just sneers at them, calling them weak. If they didn't have the guts to finish, they should have stayed on the ground. He knows dropouts are inevitable in a test like this, but his real concern right now is the kid ahead of him, Shirone. The boy is seriously grating on his nerves as the distance between them widens. Worse, he isn't even sweating. Mark is totally baffled. The brat looked half dead before this even began, which only makes Mark rage harder. Muttering curses, he pushes forward like a human bullet. Even she has to admit the kid has raw talent. Right now, Shirone's channeling compulsion without pausing. His pacing is so flawless it is practically mechanical. The spell locks his focus on a single objective, keeping his mind completely steady. Mark, however, is visibly unraveling. He might outclass the average student, but his mental game is still far too immature. The onlookers ask Ifala how she can perceive such details from this distance, calling it incredible, while the headmaster beams with pride at his student's praise. Siriel nods, confirming the young mage is relying on compulsion to maintain his focus, wondering how he unlocked such a high-level technique. Amy speaks up, explaining that while normal wizards use conscious thought to tap into the subconscious, Shirone operates on an entirely different level. He seems to command his subconscious mind directly, making her wonder if such a terrifying skill can even be taught to a human. Mark's literally running on fumes now, but he refuses to give up. He screams at his lackeys to make their move, but they hesitate, knowing any direct interference right now will be way too obvious. Finally, one of them decides to burn his remaining mental mana to make a play, triggering 2 explosive, high-speed leaps directly ahead. Shirone senses the shift instantly. Someone has forced a collision of rhythms as the desperate student surges right beside him, cutting him off. Shirone watches in shock, but before he can react, a second lackey swoops in from the right, silently apologizing because his future is on the line too. Working together, the 2 sidekicks plan to bring the prodigy down. Shirone braces for a direct collision, but when the attacker opens his eyes, he realizes Shirone has completely vanished from his path. Plummeting down, sheer panic sets in. Having lost all physical control, crushing fatigue slams into him. He screams at himself to stay awake, desperately forcing his fracturing mind to lock in. Miraculously, he catches his rhythm again, slipping right back into the aerial sprint. While the failed saboteur tumbles toward the ground, cursing the boy's monstrous skills, The spectators below notice Shirone's bizarre evasion, wondering if he just lost his direction. They murmur about how he almost collided with the other flyer, but an astute observer points out he did it deliberately. The crowd questions him, asking who in their right mind would risk a fatal crash on purpose like that. When they ask Iruka, he explains how one attacker cut off the path from one side, while another rushed in from the other to smash straight into him. He says it is a pretty perfect way to shut down teleportation and spatial jumps all at once. If that rookie had not moved, he would be dead. Then Iruka brags that if he were the one in there, he would have slipped out easily using the equation of motion. Everyone sees right through his smug act, but they also doubt the instructors actually know any of this for sure, so they are probably thinking the exact same thing. Mark just starts laughing, totally thrilled to be in the lead. He wants his classmates and those lower-ranked Class 6 kids to burn with envy. He wants every eye on him, seeing nothing but a pure genius at work. Shirone can see that Mark is still holding up quite well, and he is absolutely going to clear this course. If he wants to win, he has to speed up, but pushing too hard will break his rhythm. So he decides to press just a bit harder. Just half a beat faster than Mark should do the trick. With that, Shirone begins to accelerate. Get ready for this. Shirone is actually taking the lead, leaving only those two out there. Amy grabs Shirone's binoculars, shouting that the kid's body is in absolutely terrible shape, yet he is still dumping all his mana into that spell. But then, she spots something right in front of him. Out of nowhere, a rope loops around Mark. He completely panics, screaming, "What is this?" thinking he is about to die. Suddenly, an alarm blares, triggering the bridge's emergency settings. Instantly, a deadly weapons array deploys right before them. The panicked instructors ask if that was really warning level 10, yelling at Professor Teddy to go check. He bolts toward the control room instantly. They plead with the headmaster to stop the test. But someone warns that since this is a crucial double promotion exam, the influential families will raise hell. The furious headmaster snaps, asking how they can even care about that now, and fiercely orders them to send the halt flare immediately. Shirone spots the signal, while Thad stares up at the bright yellow flare and wonders if the exam got cancelled. Knowing his desk will be buried in complaints, Professor Teddy rushes in, angrily asking if Brad got completely wasted again last night. He mutters that he explicitly warned them how vital this test was, but he suddenly cuts off because the door is locked shut. This is no accident. He immediately conjures a fireball to blast the door open, but stops when he senses someone hiding inside. He bellows for whoever is inside to open the door right now, or he will blow them sky high with it. The voice inside begs him to just do it, saying she will vanish either way and nobody will ever know the truth. Suddenly, he recognizes the voice. It is Maria. Inside, the poor girl is curled up, shaking. He demands to know if she realizes how severe this is, ordering her to open up, but even under threat of punishment, Maria refuses. At least the test is ruined, she tells him. If Mark got promoted, her life would be pure hell anyway. So why care if she dies? Hearing her desperate words, he finally understands. She really would rather end her life. Her true, tragic motive becomes painfully clear. He softly tells her not to open the door, because she got what she wanted. The test is officially cancelled. Mark is utterly devastated, crying out that his promotion was right there. He declares they must finish this run before rumors spread. Besides, he might never get another shot at putting Shirone in his place. With that, the rivals lock eyes and surge forward anyway. As they enter the maze, the headmaster explodes, calling them two absolute idiots. Watching them charge ahead, the staff wonders if their pride is really worth risking their lives, because this is suicide. But wait, what is Professor Teddy doing? Sienna suddenly screams at the headmaster, snapping that she knew things would go off the rails because that boy was involved. Yet greed blinded the master into making this awful choice. Now, Shirone and Mark keep pushing deeper, and the watching students are growing incredibly anxious. They have just entered level 10, the absolute peak difficulty. The deadly maze begins firing heavy ropes at them, forcing both boys into desperate dodges. Shirone realizes the traps are triggering way too fast. Even if he dodges one, there is barely any time to predict the next strike. Keep this up, and his focus will completely shatter. Mark knows they are both running on fumes, meaning whoever endures longest wins. If he somehow survives, the world will finally recognize his genius. Dodging desperately, Mark's ego flares up inside, absolutely sure that Shirone is going to get trapped here forever. But suddenly, the overwhelming pressure begins pushing back. Meanwhile, inside the control room, Maria demands to know what these exams are actually for. She points out Mark's dirty tricks, throwing innocent classmates into literal life and death danger. Is this really the kind of competition this academy represents? Teddy tries to correct her, but Maria cuts him off instantly. She explains that she followed every single rule, straining herself to the absolute limit, yet the institution only cares about the blessed geniuses. Normal students just get crushed. Teddy softly explains that, believe it or not, he actually studied here too. He asks if she seriously does not remember him. He tells her to just think for a second. Had she ever heard rumors about some genius with his name? Maria says no, never. Ted explains he was always near the bottom. He even spent 5 years in class 5. Watching his friends move up while he stayed behind made him bitter. Maria cannot believe it. He is a teacher now. Ted says that changed after the headmaster found him, teaching him something important. He remembers arguing back that those guys picked on him first, but the headmaster stopped him, asking why he was always so worked up. Ted tried to say he normally did not care, except when people talked down to him. Then, the headmaster cut in, asking what a mage must never do. The simple answer was comparing yourself to others. He was told that being a mage means becoming someone who can erase the ego. If he kept measuring himself against everyone else, he would lose himself, straying off his path. Lost. Forever. Back in the maze, Mark's confidence vanishes when he realizes he is trapped. He yells out that he never should have gone this way. Now he is absolutely sure he is going to die. Mark screams for help while everyone yells at him not to panic. Students and teachers tense up, terrified of what comes next. Then, a hand suddenly reaches in and pulls Mark out. It is Shirone dragging him away from the trap. One girl gasps that this is a test. Why would he save a rival? Winning matters more than letting a classmate die? Still, that is not even the biggest issue here. The real shocker is how he moved. Mark keeps screaming, so Shirone snaps at him to shut up and focus. But then, it clicks these traps work exactly like a maze. If he studies their pattern, he might find a way out. First, he decides to head upward, working out the trap flow to plan a route above them. Then he moves. Shirone shoots into the air, but the traps rise right after them. People murmur that changing direction might not help at all. Shirone sees it. 2 going up does not solve a single thing. With no other options, he turns back. Iruki points out that moving forward was never their only choice. They could always return the way they came. The students who used to bully him are completely stunned. Wait, did he really train alone for only a month and still become capable of this? They thought he was some useless fool who could not even use magic. Now they realize they judged him way too fast. And slowly, they start cheering. Amy says the reason he trained so hard was not just to pass this exam. Shirone wants to become a truly great mage. Ted explains that competition is only a tool to speed up their growth and evaluation. And if Maria still wants to go, that is fine. Once they cross the finish line, they all become mages. Maria asks if it is too late, but Ted promises to help her. Can she be brave one more time? Meanwhile, the headmaster orders the test to continue. He declares he will take full responsibility for whatever happens next. Shirone keeps moving, carrying that dead weight. The traps feel alive, wild, uneven, and utterly impossible to predict. Saving Mark put him at a massive disadvantage. Worse, the kid will not stop struggling, completely breaking his focus. Shirone realizes he has to feel the whole structure as one single living thing. Reading every single point at once, he forces himself to focus on everything together. He has done this before. It is just like his out-of-body experience. Shirone keeps pushing ahead, slipping through one trap after another. You can feel the tension peaking as he nears the end. Mark is passing out, and nobody understands how Shirone's doing this. Danger pushes people past their normal strength. Sure, but everyone has limits. The headmaster notes he looks like a kid with no limits at all. Athela studies him in absolute awe. She says he has entered a state free of desire and useless thoughts. The density of his spirit zone is almost at 99.9%. Shirone maps the route in a deep trance. Even she admits his talent is terrifying. But this time, he is in serious danger. Shirone notices the gaps between obstacles have shrunk to just 1 meter. A normal 10-meter teleport will not work here, so he decides to split it into 10 smaller jumps. In his head, the route becomes a code. Right, left, right, left. Since the gap is too small, he cannot cross directly, so he must divide himself into tiny segments. Iruki recognizes the move as Rainbow Drop and wonders if Shirone can pull it off. The others look on, asking how the light just bent like that. After all, light should only move in straight lines. Iruki is stunned they are missing such a basic idea, explaining that an arc can create an endless straight path. He explains this works by splitting the teleport into 1,000 equal parts. The others ask how anyone could even calculate that. Iruki explains it isn't about math at all, it's about pure perception, and Shirone clearly possesses an absolutely overwhelming, godlike sense of control. He looks totally ready to keep lecturing, but literally nobody cares. Suddenly, the traps get way more violent and rush straight at him. Right before an enormous shape appears ahead, the terrifying maze dragon. Sienna demands to know what Ted is doing and rushes over. Right then, Mark wakes up, sees the dragon staring down at him, and immediately loses his mind. But Shirone stays focused, locked in, desperately trying to remember the route left first, then right. As he prepares to escape, Sienna finally reaches Ted, demanding to know what's going on. He starts to explain, but she ruthlessly cuts him off, and tells him to shut it down right now. Ted asks why she's panicking when the test was already officially cancelled, but Sienna snaps back that Shirone and Mark are still trapped inside. Just as Ted runs to stop the system, Ayala arrives, shouting at them not to turn it off, but before anyone can react, the dragon swallows Shirone whole. Wait, look. Let's jump back 1 minute before Ayala even got there. At that exact moment, the young protagonist stood face to face with the beast. Dropping completely into the zone with a razor-sharp mind, he realized he was still alive. That meant he still had time. Time to think. Right then, a massive rush of adrenaline hits him. He literally breaks 1 single minute down into tenths of a second, then into hundredths. Locked in this hyper-focus, he maps out 6 distinct maneuver points and 9 total teleports for his escape. But in a single millisecond, he realizes he made a mistake. Carrying Mark? No way. There's just no escape that way. He has to find another answer. As time finally snaps back to normal speed, the dragon jaws clamp down. The headmaster starts to panic, but suddenly, a beam of teleportation light flashes, and Shirone slips right out. The entire crowd is left completely speechless. The kid actually teleported Mark right out of the dragon's jaws. The watching students can't even tell if the two of them really escaped, or if they're literally seeing ghosts. After a second of pure chaos, they are finally in the clear. Shirone wonders what just happened, barely even remembering how he survived. Reset. The legendary bridge system that couldn't be crossed goes back to level 0, and everyone collectively realizes the main character just cleared an advanced specialist level trial. But as he lies there trying to recover, he suddenly bursts into tears, crying out that he seriously thought he was going to die. Everyone is caught completely off guard by his tears, but Amy silently thinks that after coming that close to death, it makes perfect sense. After all, people who truly exhaust every ounce of their strength don't show off. Suddenly, the other students rush over, yelling how absolutely amazing he is. They tell Shirone that he just skipped straight into Class 5, meaning the guys back in Class 6 are going to be insanely jealous. Sienna walks over and asks if the protagonist really passed. She complains that she missed this entire spectacle because of Ted, but Shirone promises to explain later, insisting he simply did his best. Sienna snaps. Ted was completely useless. Sienna points out that, wait, since both of them crossed the finish line at the exact same time, the director will have to decide the winner. Honestly, she's completely right. Shirone literally carried the other guy through a level 10 mess. To her, the winner is totally obvious, but when she looks over, the director is just standing there, frozen in shock. He realizes he worried for nothing, and deep down, he's absolutely thrilled. The boy showed him a massive spark of hope, instantly reminding him of the legendary Milt Louise family. Lou notices the professor might be thinking about the prestigious title given to the pioneer who redefined photons and received the Emperor's Golden Circle Award. Even so, a tiny spark of greed flickers deep inside the director for a brief moment, completely mesmerized by Shirone's unbelievable talent. Lou notices the director is about to speak, believing a legendary figure who could truly light up the Academy's entire future has finally appeared. The director finally speaks up. He must have gotten a bit distracted, explaining that seeing such a gifted student brought back some ancient memories. Because of that, he openly admits he envies the young boy's pure, untamed love for magic. He remembers telling Odin's grandmother that he never believed in fate, but it has been a very long time since his heart raced like this. Even though only a single person can pass, he announces that he wants to applaud every single student who bravely took part today. The courage they displayed today will become the strength that guides the world tomorrow. And as for the one who officially passed, it's Arian Shirone. Right then, Mark stumbles forward, shaking all over. The crowd wonders if he's actually going to argue since they technically crossed together. But Mark is only thinking about what he witnessed with his own eyes. The kid is a total genius, and Mark admits he was completely wrong. He deeply apologizes to his senior, promising that as a fellow mage, he will take absolute full responsibility. Suddenly, everyone in the class shouts the same thing to Shirone, admitting they were completely wrong too and offering to accept any punishment he wants. The protagonist tells them that is exactly how it should be, and he hopes they really mean it. That makes them realize the boy is pretty terrifying, and they're just glad they apologized. But Shirone only wants to sleep, too exhausted to think straight. Then, some guy yells for Serial to leave already, but she insists on staying with the main character during this mess. She knows time is running out. He already proved his worth, and now she needs to step up and do the same. Suddenly, he screams out to Amy, yelling that he kept his promise. Honestly, he is barely even conscious right now. He promises to catch up to her soon. Instantly, the crowd goes wild, whispering about how lucky his girlfriend is. Amy looks ready to cry, but Saren won't remember a single thing when he finally wakes up. Following that total train wreck of an exam, the protagonist gets promoted to Class 5. Still, a fellow suspects something is wrong. She is convinced the synesthesia was targeting him. Did it lose track of him in the dragon's maze? Meanwhile, the disciplinary committee gets called to order. Maria completely owns up to her actions and begs for punishment. But Saren, Mark, and even the caretaker Brad, who got knocked out by sleep magic, refused to let Maria get punished. The other students realize how utterly pathetic they acted and start coming clean, too. They confess exactly how they sabotaged the protagonist's exam, throwing the whole room into absolute chaos. He truly believes he is just keeping his promise to take responsibility. The director admits Maria's situation is tragic. She didn't mean to hurt anyone, but academy rules are rules. Some form of punishment is unavoidable, but the protagonist demands to be punished as well. After all, he saw the stop signal and chose to enter the maze anyway. To make matters worse, he dragged Mark along down a highly dangerous route. The director never expected to see this level of integrity in his school. Ted smiles, noting it ended exactly how the old man wanted. At the end of the day, jealousy and pride had completely blinded these kids from seeing the actual truth. But to finally become honorable mages, they are coming clean and admitting their faults. Ted is stunned that a simple trial could teach such a powerful lesson. The director really is a master of wisdom. As the director hands down his final judgment, the entire room bursts into tears, sobbing and apologizing. Now this is absolutely wild. Sienna realized it's the first time in the Academy's entire history that literally everyone gets punished. She announces a 2-month suspension for Mark and Maria, while the rest get 1 month. Saren is ordered to write an apology letter. She then asks why he rushed into the maze despite seeing the warning signal. He explains that he simply refused to lose. His mind was entirely focused on conquering the maze, leaving everything else a complete blur. Sienna notes that despite his quiet, gentle demeanor, he definitely hides a much more aggressive side. Later, the main character is plagued by nightmares of the dragon's maze. As he focuses deeper, he starts feeling like his very existence is fading. He feels his body tearing into countless tiny fragments, scattering across the world, making him question the true nature of reality. When he finally forces his way through a tear in space, he realizes he has become truly infinite. The sheer terror of that realization sends him free-falling until he suddenly jolts awake to the sound of a piano. Seeing that morning has broken, he starts getting dressed. His memory remains hazy, leaving him to wonder why he had that bizarre dream. His eyes then fall on the magic notebook Amy lent him, the exact one that helped him memorize all those complex rules. Wait, here's a massive realization. He plans to return it during their joint class to thank Amy, but then a sudden thought hits him. Arriving there, Shirone asks how she is feeling, and she tells him she is doing fine. To show his deepest gratitude, he presents her with a basket of fresh apples, leaving Amy completely baffled. He quickly explains he didn't mean to pry, but he noticed she seemed to love them. Blushing, she denies it, claiming she actually prefers strawberries. But looking down at her own notes, she spots some incredibly embarrassing lines. She immediately bolts, yelling that it doesn't even matter. Naturally, Amy breezed right through the advancement exam for the graduation class. Yet, one nagging puzzle remained that even her genius brain couldn't figure out. A month later, the Class 7 crew returns from suspension, immediately waving Shirone over to a seat they saved. He insists they don't have to save him a seat every time. Yet, he notices that without fail, Class 7 always reserves a spot for him during joint classes. He jokingly wonders if he somehow became the Academy's terrifying senior. Sariel then approaches, asking if the seat next to him is free. He nods, prompting her to tease him for looking so miserable without his girlfriend around. He shoots back that she is the lonely one, considering she and Amy used to be completely inseparable. Sariel sighs in agreement, casually adding that she is moving up to the graduation class as well, leaving him completely stunned. She explains she originally wanted a quiet, ordinary life, but seeing Amy push herself alongside him sparked a real fire inside her. Feeling like her youth was slipping away, she made her choice. Plus, she reveals that Amy actually plans to enlist. Shirone is totally speechless. Does Amy really want to go to war? Before he can process this, Sariel asks if they are actually dating. Still, Shirone wonders if that's way too dangerous. Tormia might be peaceful right now, but if war ever breaks out, Amy will be forced to join the fight. Sariel points out that if war comes, every single mage must fight. It's their duty, which is why they get so much support and special benefits. Plus, she adds that Amy specializes in long-range magic, so she'd likely only handle support and intelligence-based battles anyway. That gets Shirone thinking about magic specialties. Once he hits Class 5, he's got to decide what kind of mage he wants to be. Having a unique talent is an absolutely massive advantage there. He wonders if that's the real reason people don't just look down on students with bad grades. Just then, a guy walks up and asks Shirone if he's practicing alone again, noting that he's a lot like Nade. He seems pretty easy to talk to, even telling Shirone to reach out whenever he runs into any trouble. Shirone is genuinely grateful for a friend like him, especially since he's the only one who talks to him when he feels left out. The boy mentions that despite his average grades, he actually holds an omnipotence trait that lets him manipulate raw lightning. Shirone realizes that everyone here has a hidden talent, making Class 5 completely different from the lower divisions. They all seem way more mature, even though they're the same age. Suddenly, another student runs up, calling for Shirone's take on a heated debate. Shirone instantly groans. Another academic debate, sounds like pure trouble. He's terrified they'll leave him completely in the dust with some high-level talk. Is it going to be biology, complex chemistry, or deep literature? But get this, the guys suddenly ask whether he prefers Professor Athela or Sienna more. One kid picks Athela, though says Sienna has her charm too. Shirone is totally stunned, while Nade calls that the most basic answer ever. He proudly declares himself a Sienna fan, and Shirone's brain practically short-circuits. Nade starts rambling about how they just don't get Sienna's intellectual beauty, but the other guys quickly shut him down. They argue Athela has a much deeper appeal that triggers their protective instincts. That's the exact moment Shirone learns the true terror of teenage boys. Now the spotlight's on Shirone, and he's totally cornered. He wants a peaceful school life, which means fitting in, but he deeply respects both of his instructors. But before he can even stammer out a reply, the guys suddenly apologize. They promise to come back later. Shirone asks if they're leaving because of his bad answer, but Nade shakes his head. No, it's because of that guy. Nade calls out to Hiroki, asking what they're all discussing so seriously. Nade immediately laughs it off, joking that kids always argue over which teacher is hotter. Shirone is amazed by how fast he flips his attitude. Then Nade introduces Hiroki as a total drifter from Class 5. Hiroki steps up, saying it's finally nice to meet Shirone. Everyone at school already knows him, but then, Shirone recognizes that voice. He heard it during his exam, telling him to stop hesitating. The voice had told him that if he wanted to do something, just do it, because he came here to be a mage. Shirone realizes Hiroki was his mysterious supporter, and that crucial push was what allowed him to pull off the deviation form. But Hiroki just shrugs, claiming Shirone isn't as fun as he thought. Nade tells him not to sweat it since Hiroki always talks like that. Shirone wonders why the guy is talking down to him, but Hiroki claims he was actually giving him a compliment. He tells Shirone to work hard, but warns him that Class 5 is packed with people who get permanently stuck, so he'd better watch his step. Nade asks where he's off to and why he isn't in class. Hiroki just mutters that he doesn't feel like being bored today. Shirone is completely stunned that anyone could call a magic class boring. Nade explains that's just his style, but once you get to know him, he's decent. Shirone calls him pretty weird, and Nade entirely agrees. Actually, trying to get close to him just exhausts everyone. Still, Hiroki is undeniably a genius, even if he's an incredibly bizarre one. Right then, the crowd starts shouting that Hiroki is heading straight for the image zone. They all sprint over, wondering if he's going to strip and lie down again. But Hiroki just triggers his spirit zone, crossing massive ground instantly. Watch this, he activates deviation form while moving at absolute warp speed, leaving Shirone totally stunned. The students watch in total awe, murmuring that there's probably no other teenager in the entire kingdom capable of pulling this off. Within seconds, he spawns a massive cluster of targets. Even Professor Athela, teaching Class 4 nearby, yells at him to freeze immediately. But Hiroki doesn't listen, prepping to obliterate every single target at once, while the entire crowd descends into sheer panic. The massive blast detonates, knocking everyone back, and leaving Shirone completely speechless at the sheer scale of his power. Hiroki casually waves goodbye, but Athela storms over in a rage, screaming that his suspension literally just ended and he's already causing trouble. Hiroki argues that he definitely didn't break any machine this time, but she completely cuts him off, handing him 3 more days of suspension instead. Shirone realizes that was actually the spirit zone of deviation form mixed with special detonation magic, making him ask who that boy is. Turns out, Haruki is the absolute biggest troublemaker in Class 5. He is terrible with people and his grades are pretty average, but everyone still calls him a genius since he is the ultimate example of being insanely gifted in just one area. They go on to explain savant syndrome to Shirone, a rare condition where individuals with developmental issues, including autism spectrum disorder, can possess unbelievable talent in one specific field. Haruki is basically the ultimate final boss of physics calculations. He can easily calculate what happens in extreme environments, like absolute zero or temperatures over 100,000 degrees. He can even pinpoint the exact day 40,000 years from now in just a single minute. They also claim he could probably memorize the digits of pi for his entire life if he actually wanted, or at least that is what they believe. Meanwhile, the literature teacher is furious, asking if he thinks her authority is some kind of joke because the kid is answering a literature test like it is a math problem. She snaps at him to stop acting like some fake genius because there are plenty of things in this world numbers cannot explain, like deep grief or human feelings. Haruki coldly fires back that everything can be explained with numbers. He asks her how she can even live with all that constant fear if she cannot explain the world logically. He even tells her she has no way of knowing if her face might suddenly blow up. Then, pointing to a line in the poem about a red, swollen face, he says it is easily explained by chemistry. Extreme stress throws hormones out of balance, raising blood pressure, and that expands the blood vessels, turning the skin red. and if they contract instead, the face turns blue. Naturally, the teacher kicks him out on the spot and gives him a 0. Shirone is completely amazed, seeing how confidently Haruki stands by his beliefs. Nate mentions that teachers used to fight over who would take charge of him in the past, but now they have all completely given up. Nate then says it is pretty surprising that Shirone's actually curious about someone else. For some reason, Shirone cannot get that comment out of his head, feeling like there is absolutely nothing Nate does not know. Just then, a girl politely asks Shirone if he would like to join their research group. She says they are studying telekinesis, and if a standout in photonization magic like him joins them, their progress would skyrocket. Plus, if they can publish their paper, they would get to skip those boring summer performance evaluations. Instead, they could just spend their time studying together. Shirone apologizes, explaining that he is focusing on boosting his lowest grades, so that is all he can handle right now. The girl says that is a real shame, but tells him he can hit them up any time if he changes his mind. Nate calls it a total waste, but jokes that since Shirone has Lady M, maybe other groups do not interest him anymore. Our main character is completely clueless when it comes to girls, so he has no idea what Nate is hinting at classic anime protagonist behavior. His knowledge base is still pretty shallow, and raising his grades is tough enough, so joining a research group feels completely out of reach. So he asks Nate if he is in a research group himself, and Nate proudly reveals that he is actually the leader of one. Shirone gets a little discouraged, but Nate quickly adds that it is not a big group, and he is honestly embarrassed to even bring it up. Aside from him, there are only 2 other members, and their research funding got completely cut a while ago. He explains that all the senior members graduated, leaving him stuck as the leader, which immediately catches Shirone's interest. If the group had members who already graduated, it must be a pretty long-running faction, so he asks if he can visit sometime. Nate admits he never expected Shirone to be interested, who replies that while he is curious, he would probably just be dead weight right now. Nate tells him not to sweat it, since these groups are not very strict, leading him to their base, which turns out to be a massive black block full of structures. Shirone asks what it is, and Nate happily introduces the place as the Magic Warehouse. He explains that it stores all the school texts, and the massive artifact automatically brings forward the specific cube containing whatever book you need. Shirone's a little disappointed, but Nate promises there is a much cooler side to it, and he will be absolutely shocked when he finds out. He adds that it is a hidden treasure passed down through generations and protected strictly by the upperclassmen. And honestly, this hypes Shirone's expectations way up. Nate promises he is in for a massive surprise once they get inside. Meanwhile, Haruki is off somewhere doing some crazy calculations. Once they step inside the artifact, Nate explains that other research groups wanted this space, so they fought hard to claim it. Shirone's pretty confused by that, so Nate clarifies they can use it however they want, making Shirone quickly ask if that is even legal. Nate laughs, explaining that the layout shifts constantly, so nobody from the school will ever be able to track them down. Shirone realizes this place is virtually impossible to trace a perfect hideout. That is when Nate formally introduces his research group. But when Shirone looks up, all he sees is a pretty beat-up sign reading Supernatural Psychic Science Research Group. He is surprised to see a science club here, and honestly thinks it is pretty awesome. Nate says they study ghosts, spirits, the afterlife, aliens, gods, literally everything. Shirone immediately feels like he made a big mistake coming here, since absolutely none of those things interest him. But even so, dust. A massive cloud greets him. He asks what that was, and Nate says there is dust everywhere, so he should get used to it. Honestly, why not just clean it instead of telling him to adjust? Then he looks ahead and spots Haruki deeply buried in complex calculations. Nate explains their club has a pretty bad reputation, so they cannot let anyone know who is in it. That is exactly why he never told Shirone who the other member was. Shirone asks if Haruki is actually into psychic stuff, but Nate says it is completely the opposite. He joined to prove it all wrong. He believes everything has a logical answer, the perfect target. And right now, Haruki is genuinely happy to see Shirone here. He asks why a genius like Shirone came to such a shady spot, then says his timing is absolutely perfect. Haruki wants him to think about something. Now, here is the crazy question: if you break an object down to atoms, can they split further? What happens if they do? Shirone's not entirely sure, but he guesses a massive amount of hidden energy would be locked inside them. That is exactly right, Haruki says. Thoroughly impressed, Shirone figured it out so fast. Excited, Haruki explains that a single atom holds enough energy to blow away a whole city. Then he asks Shirone what he thinks happens next. The answer is simple: people would get hurt. But Haruki replies in a way Shirone never expected to him. The only thing that matters is that massive energy. He really does not see why he should care about human lives first. Shirone asks if Haruki even understands what he is saying. He reminds him that even the headmaster said a mage must think about how their magic affects the world. So, Shirone asks if chasing his own selfish desires really matters more than however many innocent people get sacrificed along the way. Iruki calls him annoying and asks if Shirone genuinely thinks other mages already know how to do this and are simply choosing not to. According to him, they only haven't done it because they simply do not know how. Iruki argues his genius exists to achieve great things, but Shirone fires back that genius means absolutely nothing if it kills people. An idiot. He would honestly choose that over his kind of genius. Iruki argues that a handful of geniuses always lead the masses, and history proves it. He adds that he absolutely hates bringing soft idealism into a scientific argument. Shirone says that Iruki is just being defeatist, and true ideals can absolutely be made real. Nate steps in and tries to calm them down, saying debates should not be driven by raw emotion, and they should sit down to talk it out. Shirone says there is nothing left to discuss and walks off. Nate yells for him to wait, since he does not even know the way out. Iruki responds that Shirone can just retrace the exact path he used to get in, and if he cannot even manage that, then he really is a total idiot. That totally sets Nate off, and he snaps at Iruki for making things worse when he could have explained it so much better. Iruki admits he got carried away. He says it is because Shirone is still his rival, leaving Nate completely stunned to hear that from a guy who only cares about math. Iruki says that is exactly why he said it, then asks Nate if he saw Shirone's recent advancement test. Nate says of course he did, which is why they are in the same class. Iruki points out that he had only just learned teleportation, yet he still cleared level 10. To escape the labyrinth dragon, he had to calculate at a pretty insane speed. Utterly impossible. Iruki says it is because of his incredible time derivation, 1/10 of a millisecond. Shirone actually processed that, and now Iruki is just laughing. He says that is the true beauty of insight. It is faster than effort and sharper than knowledge. No conscious calculation can ever keep up with raw intuition. Still, he tells Nate to stay alert. Nate realizes Iruki wants a showdown between calculation and insight, asking if he plans to settle it in the upcoming aiming speed test. The very next day, everyone hears that the big aiming speed test is happening in just 2 weeks. Some students grumble that if they score poorly this time, they are completely done for. Others are far more interested in Shirone's results, since he already proved he is strong in a real battle. They start wondering how amazing his score will be as the rules of the test get explained. In this assessment, students must use an active spell to hit targets and score points. Support or healing magic can also be used, as long as it does not have any actual defensive value. The main goal is to destroy every target that appears in each stage, so both speed and accuracy matter. Shirone goes straight to his teacher and admits he still does not know any active spells. He asks how he is supposed to take the test like this. As a beginner, he needs at least 60 points to prove he is actually good enough to use proper magic. While Shirone tries finding a way out of his mess, Sienna points out his chemistry scores are rising, meaning her effort wasn't wasted. He starts complaining, but she insists she is not teasing. His real issue is trying to improve everything at once when there is already a field he knows inside out, one specific subject where his deep understanding is strong enough to be his main specialty. Shirone asks if she means photonization, remembering teleportation stems directly from photonization theory. Since that is a passive spell turning the body into photons, he never even considered it for this upcoming test. He admits he did not know photonization theory could be used in active spells, too, and Sienna tells him a brand new spell was just registered. Shirone immediately envisions a photon-based attack, hoping it is something incredibly cool. Then Sienna hands over a book on photon impulse, and Shirone gets pretty excited. After all, this is going to be his first active spell, but once he sees what it actually does, it just shoots out tiny sparkling stars. He asks Sienna if she is sure this is the spell to recommend. It might work for a test, but he cannot see any use for it. Still, she says it only looks useless on the surface. The future of photon impulse is massive. Light is the fastest thing, and straight-line movement is incredibly easy to control. Sienna explains that the ivory tower, which always leads the way in advanced magic, predicts photon impulse is going to become a massive breakthrough in communication. Tons of research has already gone into it, likely using advanced techniques ordinary academy students have never even heard of. She says with enough study, it could become a major field by graduation. Shirone gets fired up, thinking specializing in it now is a great idea. If this spell can truly kick off a new age, it is definitely worth learning, but watch this. Nothing goes smoothly. The spell just won't activate. Shirone starts to realize he might not have enough control at his current level. He keeps pushing, reminding himself that magic does not actually flow directly from the hands themselves, but from the center of his spiritual zone. Still, imagining photons flowing through his hands should help him cast it. Even so, photon impulse is way tougher than expected, making him wonder if his convergent spiritual zone is the main issue. Right then, Professor Athela arrives, greeting Class 5 and calling everyone to begin today's lesson. Immediately, the students start whispering about who she is while staring at her wild outfit, but then they notice something else. Her glasses are gone. Shirone blurts out, asking what she is wearing. The others explain that Professor Athela is a bishop of the Cases order, meaning she is part of the clerical order. A bishop is a high rank protecting the 12 relics. She is one of only 12 people in the world with that title. The kingdom even named her Zoner for her outstanding mastery of the spiritual zone. The other students ask Nate if he understands just how amazing Professor Athela actually is. One classmate instantly declares he is joining her fan club, while Shirone is just amazed they are learning magic from someone this legendary. Athela asks if they have prepared well for the upcoming speed test. Until test day, they will have temporary practical training split up by class. Today she wants to teach a technique to boost their omnipotence, and she has brought in an upperclassman to demonstrate it. Everyone wonders who it is as she introduces the enchantment mage, Samuel, who greets Class 5 politely. He says he might not be worthy, but came at her request, and since he respects her deeply, he hopes he can help. I mean, that smooth intro instantly wins over every girl in the room. Athela explains that Samuel specializes in enchantment magic, which ties directly into today's lesson, so everyone needs to pay close attention. Samuel explains that enchantment magic uses the power of words to boost a spell, promising to show them instead of just talking. First, he casts a basic tornado spell. The moment Shirone sees it, he realizes it is the exact same spell the headmaster showed him as a kid. Then Samuel releases the tornado, leaving the entire class completely shocked. He tells them to remember that baseline power, because now he is going to amplify it using enchantment magic, and he begins chanting. But the guy proceeds with an incredibly long dramatic recitation. Nearly 3 minutes pass, and nobody can take it anymore. The class is just begging for him to finally stop. At last, he finishes and unleashes the tornado again. This time, the power is on a completely different level. He explains that what he just recited was not merely some magic chant, but a poem packed with his own determination. He did not just read those words, he poured deep emotion into every single line, stamping his absolute will into them. That, he says, is the core of enchantment magic, putting real meaning into every word to strengthen the spell. Still, it's way too slow to be practical. So now he's going to show them supersonic magic instead. Right away, the class asks if he's really about to perform that massive chant all over again. But then he suddenly starts rattling it off at insane speed, like he's speed-rapping the chant. In no time, another ultra-powered tornado bursts forth. Athela asks if everyone paid close attention to the demo while the other boys are collapsed on the ground. Shirone is blown away by the power. So this is what an advanced class student can do. He remembers that students who graduate from this academy are considered uncertified Class 10 mages. If that's the case, he can't even imagine how strong Athela must be as a certified Class 6 mage. She's literally world-class. One of the boys lying there half dead asks if they're supposed to master enchantment magic, too. But Athela says no, that subject is just a specialization they don't need to study. Instead, they'll be learning something called the sequential method. It's a technique that boosts omnipotence by sharpening their focus, adding numbers in sequential order. Shirone immediately asks if counting numbers actually makes you stronger, while others wonder why it has to be numbers at all. Athela explains that numbers are tied to axioms, which makes them work perfectly with the spirit zone. But it's not as simple as just counting. You have to give every single number meaning before she offers to demonstrate. She tells the class she'll strengthen her own spirit zone using only this sequential method. She plans to count through several hundred numbers, but then she starts and jumps straight to 100. Everyone is stunned. She counted from 1 to 100, unbelievably fast, and her zone immediately grew. It keeps expanding as she calls out 400, 1100, 1700, 2400. Shirone can't believe it, and honestly, can a person really count that fast in one single breath? Then she reaches 10,000, and just from this sequential method, her spirit zone becomes 4 times larger. She asks if they got the point enchantment magic imprints an image while speaking, but this method does it while thinking. She adds that if they increase the speed of their counting, their spirit zone gets even stronger. It doesn't just grow in size, its power and accuracy improve, boosting every ability across the board. Shirone realizes this could make photon impulse workable, but Athela warns them that the sequential method isn't absolute. Like any magic method, if their base focus is weak, the overall effect drops. She warns them never to forget that a calm mind and enlightenment are the foundation of strengthening their spirit zone. When she asks if they understand, they all answer yes. Shirone starts trying it right away, and counting to 1,000 in just 1 minute. But he quickly realizes that doing this while standing still is incredibly hard. If he hadn't trained his focus in class, he probably couldn't do it at all. Trying to steady himself, he remembers treating complicated calculations as one single whole when teleporting. So he wonders if he can apply that exact same concept to the sequential method. If he can group numbers by the hundreds and process them together, it should only take about 10 seconds. So he decides to test it on a nearby tree by firing a photon impulse, and it actually works. The other students turn to stare when a sudden golden beam erupts right in their midst. They start asking what that bright flash was, while Shirone realizes his spell was way too flashy. A few nearby students recognize the photon impulse and ask if he learned it specifically for the speed test. Since it moves like light, the projectile is bound to be fast. But they still warn him it's a poor choice because it doesn't carry much offensive power. Athela points out that Shirone usually specializes in defense, wondering if he's already mastered active spells. She also notices he's getting real results from the sequential method. He tells her he did, so she invites him to practice in the image zone. Naturally, the rest of the class says he's jumping straight into the speed test. Curious to watch him, Athela instructs him to call up the targets as soon as his sequential method is fully active. Shirone begins counting he'll use the sequential method first to expand and strengthen his spirit zone. Once everything is perfectly set, he summons the targets, and it suddenly looks like he's moving with the light itself. And look, he instantly starts hitting target after target with photon impulse. He realizes this is perfect, because with the beam moving close to light speed, aiming and firing feel identical. The entire class realizes he's unbelievably fast. He strikes each target the moment he aims, like an instant cast spell. Athela immediately figures out his trick. His sequential method supports him by grouping numbers into large blocks, which she identifies as modularization, a classic technique in information magic. It has to be some crazy trick he picked up during the bridge test. She can't believe how fast he's improving. Then, the boy draws in starlight and starts shooting sparks all over the place. By the end of level 19, he hits 342 points. His accuracy is absolutely perfect. That is 342 targets in 1 minute. Everyone starts wondering if they should learn Photon Impulse too. But the others point out that Sauron only pulled this off because he mastered Rainbow Fall first. Shirone figures if that is true, he can finally stop stressing over this speed test. Even Nate is hyped, saying it is insane. Shirone scored 342 points using a spell he barely just learned. It is amazing. But Iruki just calls that score pure trash. Nate snaps back that this was only Sauron's first attempt, so it is already incredible. Iruki insists the score is terrible, but admits things are getting interesting. He calls out to the teacher, begging for a turn. Athela looks shocked by his sudden enthusiasm, but agrees under one condition. He cannot cause any chaos. Shirone watches closely, hearing that Iruki is stepping up to show them how it is really done. Shirone still cannot stand the guy's attitude, but he is definitely dying to see this. So, Iruki steps up, activates his spirit zone, and switches to deflection form. The class is stunned because the test shouldn't even be possible that way. Prepare yourselves, this is pure madness. That basically means he is not going to use synesthesia at all. He is literally tracking the targets with his bare eyes to shoot them down. Shirone notices he even shrunk his form size, making him wonder what crazy plan is unfolding. Suddenly, he begins striking multiple targets in a straight line all at once. He keeps ripping through them without pausing for a single second, leaving everyone, including Shirone, completely speechless. Even before the timer stops, Shirone knows his own record is history. Iruki smirks right at him, looking almost disappointed that Shirone is so easily impressed by something this simple. Then he pushes his speed even further, making everyone wonder if Iruki was always this insanely powerful. Watching closely, Shirone finally realizes the truth. Iruki is not even tracking those targets with his eyes. He is using complex motion equations to calculate exactly where they will go. Yet, he still perfectly matches every prediction, while maintaining that deflection form. Shirone is baffled by how fast Iruki's spirit zone is reacting, wondering if he is using the sequential method as well. Mei confirms it, but explains that the numbers Iruki is counting are bundled into hundreds, or even thousands. Shirone asks if he is actually counting past thousands, and the boy replies that he is using millions. When the chaos ends, he hits level 24 with a massive score of 548. The whole room is in complete shock. Everyone is wondering how he hid this insane talent, since hitting a single target with such a tiny deflection form is nearly impossible. Some even whisper, asking if he is even human. Then a classmate chimes in, praising his performance and pointing out his incredible creative approach. Iruki strolls over to Shirone and asks if his show was worth watching. Shirone admits it was incredible, confessing he had absolutely no idea deflection form could ever be used that way. Iruki asks if he really means that, then mutters that he is disappointed. Shirone frowns, asking what he means. He demands an explanation. Iruki scoffs, saying the only truly impressive part was how he figured out modularization. Then, he slyly asks Shirone if he wants to know his secret to counting in the millions. Shirone confesses he is definitely curious, but wonders why Iruki is willing to share when he normally looks down on everyone. Iruki just shrugs. Knowing the trick doesn't mean Shirone can actually copy it. Iruki explains it is simple. He used logarithms to compress those massive interval numbers. To Shirone, that barely even sounds like a real technique. He analyzes it. If Iruki is applying logarithms, he can manage massive intervals with ease. But for a sequential method built entirely on raw counting, that should honestly make the calculations way harder. Shirone wonders if he is dealing with some kind of crazy savant syndrome. Meanwhile, Iruki smugly asks if Shirone still thinks he has a shot at beating him. Shirone says he isn't trying to beat anyone because this is just a regular test. Iruki scoffs, calling that the exact excuse weak people love to use. He tells him there's no point in boasting about grand life ideals when you lack the raw skill to back them up. Shirone pushes back, asking if winning wouldn't just prove his point anyway. Iruki shrugs and agrees for now, but snaps that intuition is absolutely nothing compared to raw calculation. That leaves Shirone completely exhausted by the constant insults. Mei, however, is thoroughly enjoying the front-row drama. Right after that, the actual rules of the speed test are laid out. Your final score is the exact amount of targets hit within 1 minute. As levels climb, more targets spawn in. Miss a single target, and your run is instantly over. To make things worse, the summoned targets move faster with every passing stage. If you can't clear the early ones fast, no more targets appear, and your score crashes. Talk about high stakes. Shirone notes that Class 5 averages 400 points, and nobody has broken 700. He realizes hitting 700 with perfect accuracy means reaching level 30 in just 1 minute. That literally means spending less than 5 seconds clearing each level. So, Shirone steps up to try again, leaving the entire room in absolute awe as he continuously accelerates. At one point, Shirone is hitting targets without even looking, leaving everyone wondering how that is even possible. By the end, he reaches level 25 with 567 points. Everyone is shocked that he raised his score by 200 points in just 1 week. People say that even with how fast the projectiles are, the second Shirone spots a target, he never lets it pass. His linking ability is so good it looks like he is firing 4 shots every second. Shirone is thrilled, asking Iruki what he thinks now. After all, he matched his score, and Iruki stands up saying it is his turn now. He steps onto the stage and summons a spiritual zone even smaller than before, and its speed is also massively boosted, letting him finish with 568 points at level 25. Just enough to edge past him by a single point, meaning Shirone lost again, though this time it was incredibly close. Even so, Shirone's score is climbing much faster, making it feel like he will pass Iruki any day now. But Shirone realizes that 1 point gap is not random. The next day, he gets 571, and Iruki gets 572. Then he hits 585, and Iruki answers with 586. Day after day, it is identical. And guys, that can only mean one thing. To beat him by exactly 1 point every time, Iruki must calculate it with insane precision. And Shirone realizes this is a clear message. No matter how hard Shirone pushes himself, Iruki can still effortlessly stay 1 step ahead. Everyone says Iruki will probably win, but they admit Shirone clearing 600 points in a week is absolutely insane. Even then, they say Iruki is just too powerful, while Shirone already looks completely exhausted. What is Iruki's real limit here? Shirone knows they are right. The gap between him going all out and Iruki barely even trying is just massive. He admits he has no clue how Iruki does it, so any plan he makes feels completely useless. Then Nate comes over and says he is rooting for him, joking that since they are both his friends, it does not matter who wins. Shirone snaps back, telling him this is absolutely no joke. He is so obsessed that even while eating, he cannot tell if he is looking at fruit or numbers. Nate admits he feels bad, but watching this play out is just way too entertaining. He adds that people are already saying one of them might break the all-time speed test record. So Shirone asks what the record is, wondering how many points were scored and which legendary graduate holds it. But Nate just laughs, asking if he really doesn't even know the record his girlfriend set. He reveals that Amy's record is 987 points. Later, Siriel goes to visit her, noticing she looks much thinner since their last meeting. The advanced class must be brutal, and Amy warns Siriel that she will end up the same way soon. She hands over the requested files. Siriel asks if the exam is really that hard, and Amy says hard is not even the word. It is on a whole different level, where even a perfect score does not guarantee you will actually pass. Amy admits it feels like they are judging every single thing she has done, which makes Siriel way more nervous. But Amy quickly tells her not to worry. Even with that name, it is only at the level of Class 4's top students, so Siriel's skills are plenty. Siriel is quite surprised. Amy has really changed, and her resolve seems so much stronger now. When she asks how Shirone is doing, Siriel teases that she is way too harsh for never visiting. She adds that something pretty wild is happening, letting Amy know that Iruki is trying to provoke Shirone. Amy recalls that Iruki always picked fights with her back in Class 5, calling him an extremely bizarre guy. Iruki acts like he fails to comprehend human emotion, yet he knows exactly how to weaponize it. Siriel asks if he is some sort of genius hunter, wondering if Amy plans on helping her boyfriend at all. Amy tells her she is worrying for nothing, insisting that Shirone does not need her help whatsoever. Siriel thinks that is too cold, wondering why she is ignoring her own boyfriend, but Amy denies it. Shirone knows exactly what needs to be done, reaching level 30 with 700 points. But Iruki steps up and hits 701. The crowd goes absolutely wild, and honestly, you have to wonder what his actual limit is. Shirone feels like he cannot win, staring at the sunset in despair. With exams right after the break, he only has 3 days left. He cannot find any way to beat Iruki in time, making him wonder if he should just quit this final exam. But then, he remembers Iruki saying that quitting is exactly what the weak do. He recalls how Iruki mocked him for preaching about life without having any real strength to back it up. He remembers his whole journey, and how Iruki warned him that no one would ever believe his words. It makes him wonder if he has lost touch with reality while attending this noble academy. Because honestly, Iruki is not entirely wrong. No power means no voice, so he refuses to give up. To surpass Iruki, he must do the impossible, go beyond numbers. He starts questioning what counting and sequencing really are. What is its essence? He stops. Getting lost in these thoughts will blind him to the bigger picture. He stops thinking. He just feels. Before long, thousands and even millions of stars completely fill his vision. He wonders how long he can keep counting and how far he can actually go, pushing onward until he reaches a strange, liquid-like surface. The end of numbers? No way. They are infinite. So what is this? Suddenly, the ceiling of his mind begins to crack again, and pure fear strikes as the ground splits right beneath his feet. A massive hole opens, and he suddenly snaps awake, muttering that he was definitely counting. What was that? A hallucination? He wonders if it was just stress, but quickly doubts that since he felt an incredibly powerful pull that is hard to explain. He finally realizes that numbers do not exist just to be counted. Later on, he learns he was out for 40 hours. The next day at the main training field, the speed test for Class 5 finally kicks off. The entire class is incredibly tense, wondering why the lower classes showed up. Someone guesses they want to size up Class 5, since they already took this test. Even worse? The Class 4 seniors are here. While some complain about the insane pressure, others say to relax, since everyone is only here to watch Shirone and Iruki face off. Naturally, everyone wonders who will actually take the win. Most bet on Iruki having the edge, but Sariel insists it is way too early to call. She points out that group matchups can totally shift the scores, and if this test feels like a real battle, Shirone should win. 1 minute later, the first round ends with the winner scoring 427 points. Despite her own words, Sariel is still a nervous wreck. Even Nade barely passes, and soon the teacher praises Group 19 before calling the final group. But before she can even speak, the crowd erupts, shouting out Iruki and Shirone's names, almost completely drowning her out. Nade mentions how incredibly locked in he looks, as the teacher explains they each have exactly 1 minute. Every eye in the crowd is glued to them, hoping they both shatter their limits. The two rivals step up, and the trial begins. Now check this out, they both trigger their spiritual zones, sending their scores soaring at a pretty terrifying speed. Boom! Every target is instantly obliterated, leaving the watching students in pure disbelief. Both of them are absolute beasts. Iruki's spiritual zone shrinks down, making one of the seniors realize this is the legendary form he has heard about. It is a breathtaking display, forcing Sario to admit that Amy was right. Iruki really is a monster of an opponent. But wait, Shirone's score is actually higher. People wonder if Iruki is just playing around, planning to steal the lead at the finish line. But Iruki knows everyone has it dead wrong. He has been pushing his absolute limits from the very first second. Now, he wonders what on earth Shirone did these past 3 days. Right then, Athila realizes what is happening. The first time you walk a path, it feels long. The second time, you reach the end much faster. Counting works the exact same way, and Shirone went incredibly far. Even Iruki has to admit that the kid is truly weird. He keeps unleashing these rapid, sharp bursts, wiping out everything at once. Watching this, Athila brings up the concept of modularity. Shirone is grouping numbers as he counts them. She explains he can only pull off this insane trick because he already trained himself to count to his absolute conscious limit. He must have achieved an extreme level of focus before the trial even began to pull this off. But there is an insane risk. One single mistake, and Shirone's entire sequence collapses. He must hold it together. Still, with Shirone in this wild state, his score hits 469 over Iruki's 432. The gap is widening. The crowd goes wild, cheering for him to go even faster. Iruki calls this pure mental doping. Shirone shattered his usual calculation rhythm, clearly planning to settle the score right here in a single match. He gives Shirone serious credit for that the kid really is just as crazy as Iruki himself. Still, Iruki knows his own risks are on a completely different level, and suddenly, he starts speeding up, too. The crowd immediately senses something is off. The way Iruki's score begins climbing is absolute madness, and it is not because Shirone slowed down. Even without any sound of explosions, Iruki's rhythm has completely shifted. Something is strange about his spiritual zone. Spectators wonder if they are seeing an afterimage. But Shirone knows better. Iruki is running 2 diversion form spiritual zones. He can hardly believe such a thing is even possible, but Athela recognizes it instantly as a double spiritual zone. She explains it as a natural talent of the mental division diversion form, deeply shocked to see a mere student pull it off, especially while running 2 separate calculation methods at once, all while using logarithms to map out the curves at the exact same time. According to her, even among genius savants, this level of talent is incredibly rare. It is absolutely unreal that a kid like him was hiding this all along, making her wonder if another incredibly rare variant has appeared in the academy. Shirone realizes Amy was totally right about Iruki being crazy, with Iruki hitting 845 points to Shirone's 692. The students whisper that it is already over, the obvious outcome decided. He got matched against the absolute worst opponent, and Shirone knows he cannot win. He threw everything he had into this, yet he cannot even reach half of Iruki's score, proving his best just is not enough. But he pauses to question if this is truly his limit, battling the fear of whether he is even allowed to walk this path. Still, he smashes right through the wall, choosing to go beyond numbers. Crossing over, he enters a completely uncharted domain, a power shift so immense that even Athela can feel it, as Shirone focuses with everything he has. Now watch this, a sudden flash of light erupts, obliterating every single target at once. His score nearly ties Iruki's, making the genius feel the heat. Though he claims speed alone will not save the kid, he must simply calculate faster, factoring in every number and possibility in existence. But seeing Shirone closing in, Iruki panics, with only 1 second left as he desperately wishes time would speed up. At the final buzzer, Iruki collapses to the floor, satisfied with his high score. Thinking he won with 1,247 points, Iruki rushes over to check on him. Shirone asks what happened, and she reveals he won with 1,253. As classmates cheer, Shirone stands in disbelief until Iruki steps up, claiming area spells are banned. He pauses, recalling how that brilliant light covered the entire field at the end, but Iruki quickly laughs it off, saying Photon Impulse was just a joke. He congratulates him and concedes, leaving the entire student body absolutely speechless at his victory. Iruki takes the defeat so calmly that people think the sun rose in the west, while Shirone asks if he will finally respect life over research. Iruki concedes the point but notes that Shirone does not fully understand, explaining that explosions are not just violent forces. An explosion is simply raw energy, becoming violent only when someone chooses to hurt others. Still, Shirone argues that humans are the ones directing that force, so the danger itself does not actually change. Iruki completely agrees, stating that is why they need a responsible controller. He then makes a direct request, asking Shirone to take absolute responsibility for him. He explains that uncontrolled explosions are just raw force, but if they learn to tame that power, it could easily save thousands of lives, kickstarting a brand new era where humanity no longer has to wage bloody wars over the world's natural resources. Though he does not have the perfect method yet, that is his dream. Shirone asks why he did not say so earlier to avoid any misunderstanding, and Iruki responds that he needed to test his character, checking if he would abuse power or if he truly understood fear. Then, Shirone finally understands. Now think about this, Iruki feared his own out-of-control magic, but Shirone's victory proved he has the strength to stop him. This means only Shirone can stop him, and Iruki declares that unless the kid takes responsibility, he will refuse to step forward. Honestly, Shirone still does not quite know what to make of Iruki. Though he cannot tell if Iruki is a realist or a dreamer, the genuine terror in his eyes is unmistakable, so Shirone shakes his hand and promises to stop him if things ever go too far. Naito tears up, crying that those two are just seriously amazing and how proud he is to be their friend. Right as Athela summons Shirone to follow her. As they walk away, she grabs his arm, asking if he realizes he is practically trying to erase himself. She warns that entering that place means he will not stay himself anymore. Shirone apologizes, admitting he had no idea it was dangerous, so Athela explains that he just touched the infinite void, a domain beyond numbers. Mages call it the immortal function, but spiritual monks call it nirvana. She warns that while humans can touch infinity, those who grasp it simply dissolve into total nothingness. Shirone remembers the terrifying endless void that tried to swallow him when he broke past the limits, suddenly snapping awake in a cold sweat. He shivers, realizing it is that same nightmare again. Ever since he touched that infinite domain, the dream haunts him nightly, alongside a heavy, chilling sensation that sometimes completely takes over his body. Shirone tries asking Professor Athela about his condition, but she can't find anything wrong with him. Now Shirone's left wondering what the hell actually happened to him. He even brings it up to Nate, saying this only started recently, and he wonders if he got possessed by some ghost. Nate just bursts out laughing, saying Shirone looks so serious he almost believed him. Shirone gets annoyed and reminds Nate that this is the supernatural research group. Hiroki joins in on the teasing, joking that the big genius who beat him is now stuck dealing with another plane of existence. Then Nate asks why he is taking it so seriously. Shirone wonders if he said something too weird, but Hiroki focuses on the dream, asking what that empty pitch-black space was like. Hiroki asks if it felt like the stars themselves were being pulled somewhere else. Shirone says yes, adding that a beam of light appeared at the end. Hiroki then asks if that flickering light was the only thing he could see. Shirone says yes, comparing it to a beating heart. Hiroki explains that based on the size, speed, and shape of the space Shirone described, it involves numbers that can't be observed on this continent. And get this, if a place like that actually exists, a phenomenon like that could only happen in outer space. Shirone asks if he means the outer space from books, wondering how he could dream about it when he has never even heard of it before. Nate says maybe not, because he has actually heard of something similar. He explains that 200 years ago, a soul electrolysis experiment was performed on a death row prisoner. The theory was that if a human soul could be turned into matter, electricity might be able to separate it. Using a sealed conductor, they locked the prisoner inside a metal box and ran constant electrical currents through it. The experiment was so incredibly cruel that they shut it down, and the prisoner barely survived. He only woke up a month later, but when he did, he somehow knew about nations beyond anything he had ever heard of. Shirone asks if that really happened, and Nate replies that they verified the records, and it all turned out to be true. So, if the soul actually got ionized, then a massive electromagnetic force must have been released, pulling all the world's information straight into the prisoner's soul. At least, that is the theory. Nate adds that the horrible sensation the prisoner experienced is called the feeling of grief, and Shirone realizes that is exactly what he has been feeling. Hiroki points out that if it is true, it explains why Shirone saw outer space. If a soul can be ionized by electricity, quantum phenomena can occur. So, traveling beyond space and time is not completely impossible. He goes on to explain that in the quantum world, which is smaller than an atom, things happen that make absolutely no sense. In a place where observation and measurement cannot happen at the same time, everything can only be described by pure probability. Then he adds that if the soul's mass is actually smaller than an electron's, the link between space and time could completely collapse, making it possible to literally feel the universe itself. Nate jumps in, saying that matches Shirone's situation perfectly. Shirone is completely stunned, asking if that really explains everything. He tells them they're amazing, admitting that even if they're weird, this actually feels like a real research group. But Hiroki quickly warns him, hold on, though it is still just a theory, and they need more details to make it real research. Hiroki thinks for a second, then asks Shirone to tell him more. Shirone explains that during that sudden burst of speed, something was incredibly off about the light. And ever since that night, he has had the exact same nightmare every single time. Hiroki asks him to explain exactly what went down, and Shirone mentions that Professor Athela told him it was the immortal function. Nate asks Hiroki if he knows what that means, and Hiroki bursts out laughing the very second he hears it. Now everything finally makes sense. It is the immortal function. Hiroki says he once heard about it from his father, a legendary realm mathematician's dream function that could serve as the key to absolutely everything in the world. Shirone points out that Professor Athela warned him it was highly dangerous, and Hiroki agrees. He notes that as a phenomenon, everything and nothingness are basically the same. Hiroki adds that Shirone really had to reach that insane level just to make him finally admit defeat. Hearing that, Shirone starts to feel deeply relieved, officially making up his mind to join the supernatural research group. Nate is absolutely thrilled. Shirone explains that he hates feeling terrified, so he is going to investigate this himself, and with their help, he is sure he can figure it out. Nate says that is awesome, promising that whether it is the immortal function or something else, they will figure it out. And best of all, they finally have enough members to make the club official again, which means they can actually secure some school funding too. Still, Hiroki wonders if the teachers will actually approve them, given the group's infamous and outright terrible reputation. Nate tells him to relax. Nate plans to simply slip their paperwork into the teacher's stack when absolutely nobody is looking. Even so, both Shirone and Hiroki highly doubt that sketchy plan will actually work. Nate tells them to stop worrying, because they are heading straight to the market to buy supplies for a massive welcome party, fully paid for by him. Hiroki asks if it's fine since he's broke, leaving Shirone thinking this is the kind of club he got into. Even so, he decides their very first move is cleaning up this mess. But unlike what Nate hoped, the school's most terrifying teacher finds their application. She is absolutely furious that the protagonist joined such a dump. Later, while visiting Athela, she spots Thad and asks what he has. He calls them research applications, explaining this always happens near the holidays. Students form these clubs for a bit, but they fall apart quickly if they fail their performance reviews. One of the papers slips down. Sienna casually mentions he dropped it. They look down, realize exactly which highly notorious research group Shirone joined, and let me tell you, Sienna is absolutely not happy about this development at all. So she heads straight to Athela, apologizing for interrupting her training session like this. Othello replies that if Sienna came all this way, it must be pretty serious. After a brief hesitation, Sienna admits that Shirone joined a research club. Hearing he finally joined one makes her thrilled, and she asks for the name. Sienna sighs, telling her it is the Supernatural Research Group. She reminds Othello that they have caused trouble since before they became teachers. With all the complaints they get from angry parents, she simply cannot understand why he had to choose that exact group. Shirone is the school's biggest hope, meaning he should focus on studying. But Othello asks if maybe the group has changed. She points out their president is Nod, a model student who gets along with everyone, so she doubts it'll be an issue. Plus, she mentions that the current Magic Association president, Tormi Mechia Gold, actually used to run that very same club. So, Othello is confident they will share great experiences and stay on the right path. But at that very moment, Nod is just slacking off in the clubroom. Shirone walks in and asks why they aren't in class. He asks if they should be studying, but Nod just groans that he's feeling sick. Meanwhile, Hiroki casually skips classes constantly, focusing on playing another solo game of chess by himself. Shirone swore he just cleaned this place, but it is already a complete mess again. Pointing out that they are not studying, doing research, or even attending class, Nod chuckles and tells him he can't quit now. At this point, he totally gives up on them. He says he is going to study anyway and moves off to his own corner. But Hiroki quickly asks Nod if his brand new invention is finally finished. Nod proudly reveals his creation, and get this, it is an actual invisibility cloak that instantly hooks Shirone, while the others hype it up as legendary. He explains the effect lasts for about 1 hour, and with a constant energy supply, it can go even longer. The protagonist finally gives in, wanting a close look himself. Meanwhile, Sienna warns Othello that if Nod is bad, the rest of the members are even worse. She brings up Hiroki, pointing out he's in class 5 but only plays dumb. Then she asks if Othello has seriously failed to notice his talent. Shirone even defeated that monster, meaning these boys will become a massive force once seniors graduate. If the main character keeps hanging around a bad influence like Hiroki, he will turn into one as well. She warns he could easily become the school's biggest disaster, which finally shocks Othello. Even so, she thinks Sienna is just overreacting. But the problem is that the boys really are slacking off. In fact, they are casually showing off a magical fragmentation grenade. And Shirone asks if that thing is safe while still wearing the invisibility cloak. Nod says he saved all this gear to put on a massive show one day, but Hiroki calls him out, revealing that Nod's true dream is to be a great magical engineer. That is exactly what Nod has been working toward. Shirone thinks that is awesome, asking if his inventions rely on electromagnetism. But then, he notices a strange booklet and asks what it is. Nod casually replies that it belongs to the Body Research Group. This makes Shirone wonder why on earth they have it, asking what kind of club that is. But when he flips it open, he finds photos of girls. Shirone nervously asks if these girls are actual students here. Hiroki spots the book, and Nod quickly calls it a school info pamphlet made by some shady club. Though the art is pretty bad, it's packed with juicy inside gossip. Hiroki calls it cheap entertainment for guys with too much free time. Immediately, Shirone asks why the school does not ban it. He looks closer. Amy is right there in the photos. He wants to speak, but he goes completely silent. The main character starts panicking, claiming people should not look at this as he gets incredibly flustered. He asks what kind of person would even create a group like that, and Hiroki explains it is a hidden, highly secretive club. Since the members are mostly upperclassmen, they are probably 10 steps ahead of the academy when it comes to covering up their tracks. Shirone simply cannot believe that older graduate students would form this kind of creepy group in the first place. Hiroki tells him that is exactly the point, adding that their research group is pretty shady too. Sienna points out that even the dark magic faction looks like child play compared to them. The real problem is that this whole stunt is being pulled by some of the most brilliant students in the school, and they have completely outrun the investigators. The main reason the school normally ignores this group is that they lost official status, but a few genius kids are trying to revive it. Sienna says she will use this chance to shut down their supernatural research group. Othello says she gets why Sienna is so worried about their future. Still, there is a major reason the academy usually avoids interfering with these student groups. She explains it is designed to build real independence and responsibility. These clubs are left separate, so students can learn to handle the consequences of their own choices. If the adults step in and dictate everything, the kids will grow up afraid to make decisions. Then she asks why they cannot give them a little more time. Sienna admits Othello makes a valid point. Even so, she believes capable adults have a strict duty to guide talented students away from taking the wrong path. Othello can genuinely feel how deeply Sienna cares about Shirone. She wanted to give Shirone enough space to find his own limits, but she cannot ignore Sienna's passion either. So Othello starts by apologizing for keeping this a secret for so long. Then she drops a bombshell about Shirone. In the recent speed test, he actually reached Nirvana. Sienna is completely stunned. Meanwhile, back at the research room, the gang can already feel the storm heading their way as Nate yells to hide everything. Shirone has no idea what is happening, but you can feel the tension. He definitely just stepped in it. Hiroki explains that an actual teacher has already taken control of their storage room. When Shirone asks what they should do, Hiroki tells him to just sit down because this is a surprise inspection. As Sienna approaches, she knows it takes 3 minutes to bypass the lock on that storage room, giving the boys a tiny window of time to hide the evidence. Once Shirone realizes a teacher is coming, he asks why they cannot just greet her, confused about why they keep forcing him to sit still and shut up. But Nate insists that staying put is the play. They have to act totally normal, because if they get caught here, a simple warning is not going to save them. They warn him that this room is their territory, and if they panic, they are finished. Sweating bullets. Shirone nods. Right then, Sienna kicks the door open, staring down the boys who are all trying to strike incredibly tough poses. Seeing this circus, she knows she has to dissolve this group immediately before it is too late. Stepping inside, she immediately scolds them for failing to greet their instructor. She reminds herself that student-run groups are supposed to be left alone. Even staff members must follow standard procedure when stepping in, so she expected this cold shoulder. Nate quickly apologizes, claiming they were just in the middle of a very intense debate. Sienna is already annoyed, but Nate keeps pushing, saying that if she had sent a warning notice, they would have welcomed her with open arms. What really irritates her is seeing that even Shirone seems corrupted by their bad influence. Shirone keeps a totally blank face on the outside, but internally he is freaking out, wondering if sitting there like a statue is actually okay. Sienna remarks that regardless of their debate, the polite thing to do is offer a guest some hot tea. Nate fires back, asking if she actually trusts them enough to drink their tea. Talk about bold. So she gives up, saying she is getting straight to the point before leaving. She demands that they hand over their research room right now, leaving the boys completely shocked as they demand to know why they should just give it up. Sienna tells them she reviewed their records, and she cannot find a single good reason to keep their useless group running. They have not produced a single result in 4 years, and they have been under the student limit for over a semester. That failure alone is enough to disband them, especially since their academy funding was cut a long time ago. She adds that if they can somehow show results within the next month, the club can stay open. Hearing that, Nate starts begging for any other option besides a presentation, arguing that supernatural research deals with things that literally cannot be proven yet. He asks if she is truly going to destroy the only group brave enough to question a magic society that is entirely obsessed with science and logic. He promises they will do absolutely anything else. Sienna answers that if he truly feels that desperate, she can offer them an alternative condition. He says they will do whatever it takes, so she orders them to kick Shirone out of the group. Everyone is stunned and demands to know why. But as she explains, she realizes they already know about his dangerous immortal function. Sienna warns that this issue is way beyond what the academy can handle, and it is far too dangerous for young students to mess with. Shirone could literally fade away, but he explains he already knew the risks and does not plan on ever using it again. But Sienna argues that is not the core issue. The true danger is the massive overload that follows, and Shirone asks what she means by that. Hiroki explains it is basically a sickness that only true geniuses catch. Shirone's father basically told him he is already crazy, so he needs to deal with it. Nate does not even know what that means, but Sienna points out their casual attitude is the entire problem here. She explains that mind overload hits when a sudden awakening floods the brain with too much data, like a bursting dam. Worse still, this mental overload can completely shatter a person because everyone treats it like some sort of genius sickness. Too many kids miss the window where they could actually get help, leaving them to suffer for the rest of their days. She adds that if this particular overload stems from the immortal function, the damage is on another level. Sienna shudders to think how dangerous that is, and Shirone finally realizes his mind snapping is a very real threat. After all, back in that terrifying nightmare, he truly believed he was losing his sanity. Sienna wants to put Shirone straight into therapy, leaving him to only worry about the academy's bare minimum requirements. She plans to supervise him herself to prevent any lasting trauma, suggesting they kick him out of their group if they care. Nate refuses. As their president, he does not think running away is the answer. Sienna asks if this is the time for stubborn pride, but Hiroki interrupts, shouldn't Shirone make this choice himself? He says he gets where she is coming from, but she is crossing the line. Nate chimes in the only reason she is pushing this hard is because she is in love with Shirone, and she does not even deny it. Honestly, you have to love her honesty, she admits it right away. But Nate is completely losing his mind over it. What teacher falls for a student? Sienna just shrugs and notes they are still a man and a woman. Nate completely loses it, blurting out that if that is the case, maybe she has feelings for him too. Sienna shuts him down instantly. No chance. He collapses from the sheer emotional damage of that brutal rejection. She demands he stop being stubborn and face reality, declaring she won't back down to some weak arguments. Hiroki argues that if Shirone cannot handle the mental strain, then it just proves he hit his ceiling. It does not mean he is dead. Sienna thought Hiroki would get it, but this is nothing like normal overload. This involves the legendary immortal function. Hiroki counters that is exactly his point. It is completely uncharted territory. Shirone is the only human to ever touch that power, so they cannot pretend to understand and just fear the worst. He warns her that obsessing over Shirone crossing the boundaries of his origins will only consume her. That hits her deeply. Flashbacks hit her of a voice begging her to escape while she curled up in absolute terror. Back in the present, Hiroki repeats that Shirone must make his own choice. Shirone admits he is terrified. Just like Sienna warned, he really felt like he was losing his mind. But at the same time, it felt incredible, a power not meant for ordinary people. It chose him. What truly terrifies him is the thought of this nightmare ending. If it fades, he can never search for what is locked inside him. If there is a power unique to him, he wants to uncover it. He refuses to run. He wants to conquer this. Listening to him, she realizes they are actually so alike. Remembering a boy who once told her to look forward instead of running, she realizes Shirone is just like him. She yields, promising to respect his wishes. Plus, his mind overload issues will not be used to shut down the club. They are back to their original agreement. Now they just have to deliver those same stellar results by next month. And just like that, Ned completely loses his mind. Are we looking at a dead end here? Shirone asks about their game plan since the grand presentation is in a month. He looks for past templates, but Rook admits their group has literally never done one. If they did, supernatural psychoscience would already be standard academy textbook material. The issue is painfully simple. They cannot prove the soul exists. Ned starts crying to their ancestors that the research club is dead under their watch, but Rook cuts in before Shirone can argue. Rook gets instantly distracted by a gorgeous woman passing by, prompting Shirone to yell that it is not the time. But Ned turns to stare too, because this absolutely stunning woman looks exactly like Sienna. They wonder if she is a senior, but nobody recognizes her from the upper classes. Then, realization hits. That is literally Professor Sienna. She was not even trying to hide her identity, but these guys are hilariously slow. Rook teases him for staring, but Shirone quickly gets defensive. Still, he wonders where she is heading on a weekend, dressed to impress. Rook immediately asks if she has a hot date. Sienna is in her prime, and Ned wonders if she is finally meeting a man, realizing this might be their ultimate opportunity. If they shadow the professor and dig up some dirt, they can use it to save their research group from getting shut down. Ned is totally losing his mind and going way too far, making Shirone ask what kind of crazy plan he is cooking up. Rook agrees tailing a certified 6th grade mage is no joke, but hey, they do have his handy invisibility cloak. Shirone asks if even Rook is actually going through with this. Rook says they will just follow her to see where she goes. He tells Shirone to go with Ned, while he grabs the cloak from the research room, insisting this is their only shot. Shirone yells out that they should put this much actual effort into studying instead. Meanwhile, as Sienna walks through town, she senses something is off. Rook whispers that her instincts are so sharp they almost got busted a few times. Shirone asks why they are even doing this, but Ned insists something weird is definitely going on with her. Still, Shirone points out that nobles typically avoid crowded public areas when they go out on dates. Sienna keeps feeling like she is being watched, warily checking in every single direction. Rook calls it suspicious because she is too alert. Ned jokes that maybe the professor is peddling shady contraband for quick cash, but Shirone asks if they really think she is as bad as them. Now get ready for this. She knocks on a door, slips inside, and hugs a strange man, leaving the boys completely shocked she is seeing a commoner. They immediately start imagining some forbidden romance her noble family refused to ever support. Shirone says that now that she is indoors, they should just go home. Ned asks what on earth he is talking about. He claims they have to keep pushing to get solid proof, all to save their beloved research club. The other two are just left completely speechless by his stupidity. Before long, Ned is right at the door while Rook casts a quick spell, successfully picking the lock. Ned brags that he knew the basement lock would be a joke. They sneak inside, confirming the first floor is totally clear. Creeping upstairs, Ned tells Rook to use his divergent spirit zone form to quickly check the hallway. Shirone can only wonder why these two idiots do not apply this level of passion to their actual academy work. Under the cloak, Ned whispers that he hears a woman speaking nearby. Shirone begs them to turn back, but Ned snaps that Sienna started this war. So now, they have absolutely no choice. Pressing their ears to the door, they hear her ask if he needs clothes. But the man says he prefers staying just the way he is. Then she asks if she should strip that off, and he tells her not to, saying she looks beautiful just as she is. Panicking at what they hear, Shirone frantically whispers that they really must stop listening right now. But then, Sienna asks when his wife is coming, and he answers that she will be there in 2 hours. Naturally, they completely misunderstand, and honestly, can you blame them? They panic thinking he is married. Right as the man tells Sienna they can begin, Haruki whispers that this is the perfect blackmail material, but Ned realizes this is dead wrong and insists they have to stop this crime from happening. Bursting the door open, Ned begs the professor to stop, screaming out that what she is doing is a total crime. But looking inside, Sienna is simply posing while the man sketches her. Red-faced and completely mortified, she demands to know what they are doing. Soon, the three boys stand with their hands up, desperately apologizing because they thought she was having a scandalous affair. Sienna is absolutely livid that they would even think such a thing, warning them to prepare themselves once they get back to school. Haruki quickly squeals that only Ned should be punished, making Ned curse them out as traitors who jumped at the plan without any convincing. And Sarka keeps piling on, ratting him out by mentioning that the invisibility cloak was also Ned's bright idea. However, the man gently asks Sienna to calm down, suggesting the students only followed her because they were genuinely worried. She snaps back that even if she made herself easy to track, breaking into a private home is still completely unacceptable. He chuckles that the boys probably got confused because of him, then kindly offers to brew some hot tea so they can talk things through. Thanking him, Sarka quietly realizes that the gentleman is actually completely blind. Still, Shirone's head feels oddly heavy, and he wonders if it is connected to that strange vibe from this morning. Sienna sighs that they are lucky Armin is so forgiving. Shirone gets straight to the point and asks who this man is, while Ned wonders what kind of secret relationship keeps her so cautious. She explains that Armin is actually an older upperclassman who attended the very same magic academy as her when they were younger. Suddenly, Haruki realizes Armin is a fellow mage and asks how he lost his eyes, to which she quietly reveals Armin lost his sight protecting her. Back when she was young, she suffered a massive mana overload, and all she could do was run. Suddenly, Armin starts screaming out for Sienna. He screams that it is highly dangerous and the river is rising too fast, but she desperately tells him not to come any closer. But losing her footing, she falls right into the raging river. He immediately dives in to save her, shouting for her to hold on. He shouts that if they can just make it downstream, someone might save them, but a massive fallen tree blocks their way, bristling with dangerous broken branches. He tells Sienna they must dive under it, asking if she can handle that. Like any terrified kid, she admits she is scared. He tells her to hold her breath, promising he will not let her float up. Survival means enduring this. He keeps his head up, repeating they will make it, or at least she will. Then he takes the branches head on. Sienna says that is how genius Armin went blind. Because of that, he gave up magic entirely. Hearing he became an artist later totally shocked her. Only then does Haruki finally understand her pretty deep fear of overload. Right on cue, Armin chuckles that Sienna exaggerates a bit, but it proves she cares deeply about them. He adds she talks about these students constantly. Then, Shirone asks if they can watch him paint, curious how a blind man actually creates art. Sienna instantly panics that her kids need etiquette lessons, but Armin smiles. Since his time is short, he wants to return to his canvas, asking if Sienna is okay with that as well. She agrees, admitting it is kind of embarrassing, then takes her pose again, feeling even more self-conscious. Armin begins to paint. This leaves Nady absolutely stunned, wondering how he can do it. Haruki rates his skill on Sonia's level. But then check this out. Shirone bluntly asks Armin if he can see. Armin stops, turning slowly toward Shirone. He says he was waiting for this, wondering when the boy would notice. Then he slowly removes the cloth, revealing glowing, brilliant eyes. Armin walks forward as a strange golden aura spills out from him. Shirone tries calling out to Haruki, telling him to look, but realizes his friends are completely frozen in place. Even the professor is locked. The boy asks what this is, and Armin calmly explains it is time magic, a spell called Stop. Shirone cannot believe his eyes. He is looking at a legendary mage casting time magic at light speed. Armin gently tells him to sit so they can chat, reassuring him they have plenty of time. Armin confesses he was actually nervous, knowing the kid would see through him. While normal people receive light to rebuild visual images, Armin says his own eyes are literally light itself. The very second he saw the boy, he knew they shared the same condition, the immortal function. Startled, Shirone asks him to explain more about this legendary power. Armin reveals that the immortal function is the gateway to infinity. Those who unlock it are known as the liberated. He explains that the minds of those who cross that threshold quickly overflow into the infinite, giving them godlike strength. But Armin reassures him, as long as he doesn't wander too far out, his mind will not shatter. Still, Shirone worries. He asks if he's truly safe when he witnesses the entire universe in his dreams every night. Armin is totally caught off guard by that. Shirone confesses he's told nobody because it feels so terrifyingly strange. Honestly, he feels like he's losing his mind and things are getting dangerous. Hearing this, Armin finally gets the full picture, smiling as he says Shirone is clearly loved by magic. The boy is left utterly speechless. So, Armin gently explains that these initial symptoms are simply impossible to avoid. Shirone is tapping into the infinite domain, the universe itself. Confronting that endless power naturally triggers a deep, primal fear, but that fear leads to awakening. That is how the liberated gain control over space. But here is the twist. Shirone's fear is not about space. He's seeing something else entirely. Armin promises that once he identifies that mystery, his anxiety will vanish. Shirone asks how he can possibly discover what it is. Armin tells him he will just know when the moment arrives. It might happen tomorrow, or it might take his entire life. But there is no need to worry that unknown presence is already living inside him. For now, Shirone is simply drifting in a state he cannot name yet. He wonders if this force is still waiting to be discovered, that this whole universe rests inside him, completely unknown. He thinks that maybe, just maybe, it is connected to those glowing lights from his dreams. Armin suggests it could be linked to broken symmetry, explaining how scholars believe their world was crafted with perfect, unbroken order. Its physical laws are flawless, mathematics can explain everything, and core constants like the speed of light remain entirely absolute. That level of perfect symmetry almost makes it feel intentionally designed. But as magical research progressed, scholars realized this perfect symmetry was actually broken. Shirone instantly recalls Hiroki telling him about a completely unknown world of pure probability. Armin confirms their universe is imperfect, and nobody knows what shattered that balance. It's a nameless mystery, but if anyone can uncover it, he knows Shirone can. The boy quietly thanks him, suddenly feeling like he actually has a shot at solving this. Then, Shirone admits he only tagged along to follow his teacher, but he is incredibly grateful to have met Armin. Armin points towards Sienna, noting she's far kinder than the boy thinks. Naturally, Shirone wonders why he keeps this a secret instead of just telling her. Armin knows Sienna only fusses over him because she feels guilty, but it is not like his eyes magically healed. He does not want her wasting her youth on a married man like him, which is why he wants to help Sienna finally move on and find her own path. With that, time resumes, and everyone moves again. Armin quietly makes the boy promise to keep this conversation a total secret. Nilsk warmly thanks Sienna for letting him finish his painting. Since today is his final day, Sienna asks if she should write to him once he moves, and he promises he will reply while urging the boys to keep studying hard. Just as he bids her farewell, his wife suddenly bursts in, loudly announcing she has finished shopping and asking if his painting is finally done. Spotting Sienna, she asks if she is leaving already, insisting she should grab some food before heading out. The group is completely taken aback by her loud personality. His taste in women was definitely not what they pictured. Looking at Nilsk, the woman asks why Sienna is blushing, wondering if she is starting to feel sick. The four of them quickly scramble out with hurried apologies about being busy, and the very second they leave, that woman instantly drops her bubbly act. She quietly wonders if the brass would ever believe that the legendary Eyes of Light could make a face like that. Armin dryly tells her to cut the jokes and report, so she warns him they must leave Kreese for Calbera. Now get this, she warns of some trouble ahead, but nothing the mighty Eyes of Light cannot handle. The woman even drops his grand codename, the one who seeks the eternity of the soul, but Armin just tells her to shut up and promises to fulfill the contract. She double-checks to confirm Sienna is still in the dark, threateningly reminding him that the lives of his loved ones hang in the balance. He bluntly tells her not to worry. Sienna knows absolutely nothing. Walking back, the kids quickly realize their teacher is in a horribly foul mood. Nate points out they are in deep trouble if she stays mad. They followed Armin, broke into a house, and their entire research group is bound to get shut down. Desperate, Nate calls out to her, asking if they can grab a bite to eat before heading back to school. Everyone instantly chimes in, crying out that they are absolutely starving. Sienna relents, muttering that they must be empty after wasting the day on stupid stunts, and begrudgingly takes them out to eat. While they plot to escape punishment, Shirone points out she is actually heartbroken over leaving Armin behind, meaning they need to focus on cheering up her broken heart. Fast forward 2 hours, and their teacher is totally wasted, demanding more wine while the students desperately beg her to put the bottle down. This is hilarious because just 2 hours earlier, they were all completely shocked she even ordered alcohol. She had scoffed at them, snapping back that if they can break into a house, she can certainly have a drink. Nate had only enabled her, laughing that it was her day off so she should totally go wild. After that, everyone pigged out, with Hiroki teasing Shirone by joking that it looked like he had never eaten expensive food in his life. He keeps trying to butter her up, offering to pour her wine, but she completely rejected him, forcing the boy to think of another way to save their skins. He is determined to get something useful out of this stressful dinner. Another hour passes, and she is completely wasted, pinching Nate's cheeks while babbling about how squishy they are. Oh, they are in so much trouble. Then she slurs her words, pointing at them to praise their incredible speed test results, before demanding to know why such talented kids are always so lazy. According to her, tons of gifted people never achieve their dreams because they waste their potential. She tearfully whimpers that they probably think she is a horrible teacher, but the boys quickly protest, telling her she has got it all wrong. They never once look down on her, which gets her so emotional she collapses right onto the hard wooden table. The boys finish their food, but their sleeping teacher refuses to wake up. Panic sets in since she has not even paid the massive bill yet, prompting Shirone to desperately shake her awake. Suddenly, a random man strolls over and remarks on how much the lady drank, offering to take her home in his private carriage, just the two of them. Nate immediately declines, but the creepy guy tells them to butt out, claiming this is a delicate matter only grown-ups should handle. He then calls his friends over, leering at Sienna and muttering about how stunning she looks up close. The exact instant he reaches out to touch her, Shirone stares him down, snatches his wrist, and warns him to back off. His friends flare up, demanding to know how he dares speak to them. Realizing they are just students, the creep mocks them, scoffing that they should be home cuddling with mommy, and boasts he can get them expelled with a single word. Nate drops the polite act and charges a crackling lightning spell, warning the man to get lost right now if he does not want to get hurt. With the spell active, they quickly guess these kids might be from Alfie's Magic Academy. Hiroki snatches the creep's wallet and pulls his ID, revealing he works in administration at the Chris office named Douglas Silver. The guy catches on that they swiped his stuff and demands to know when. Hiroki spots his official badge, casually telling him to go complain directly to Hiroki Mercadane, since that noble would absolutely love a quick visit anytime. He chucks the wallet straight at the guy's face, and that's when the official realizes Hiroki's real family name. We are talking about legendary royal advisors with 3 generations of power. Naturally, the terrified officials run off instantly. Nate is pretty surprised, asking why he suddenly brought up his family name. Hiroki shrugs, dealing with trash is always an exception. He then tells them to pack up because the great mood is completely ruined. Meanwhile, Sienna is sleeping like a pure angel. Nate immediately snaps a blackmail photo. Their super strict professor passed out drunk is massive news and his perfect shield to keep their club from getting shut down. Shirone sighs, quietly wondering why he is the only one actually carrying the sleeping professor. Nate laughs it off while Hiroki points out that their main guy is clearly the muscle. But then, Hiroki freezes as a sudden thought hits him. He tells the kid to activate Shima, but Shirone snaps back, "Do you seriously think anyone can just use that on command?" Hiroki reasons that if he already mastered the spirit zone, then accessing Shima should be a total breeze. Nate recalls the kingdom's legendary magic swordsman, and Hiroki bets their friend has that exact genius potential. Shirone immediately wants to learn. Hiroki tells him to close his eyes, focus on C major, and follow his guiding voice through a few quick questions. Just focus. Shirone complies, focusing inward to feel his presence on a deeper level. Guided by Hiroki, he takes slow, deep breaths, listening with absolute focus before he dares to answer. Then Hiroki asks when he first kissed Amy and Shirone snaps instantly, realizing he just got completely played. Walking back, our main character warns them to stop using their teacher's weakness as dirty leverage. Nate whines that getting that info was incredibly tough, but Shirone knows better. It has been a brutally exhausting day for poor Sienna. Hiroki silently realizes that she is just trying to protect them from repeating her past pain. Hearing this makes Neji nervous about losing the legacy group left by the previous president. Still, he brushes it off, confident they can succeed. He fiercely encourages the 3 of them to carve out a path with their own strength. Just then, Sienna groggily wakes up and asks what is going on. Believing she caused them trouble, she promises to keep their little mess a total secret. There is no punishment, giving them a massive sigh of relief. But then she adds she is giving Ed 1 more month. Whether it's ghosts or the supernatural, she challenges them to bring concrete proof and show her. If they truly care about their club, they must prove its value to the academy. Everyone is instantly fired up. They swear that no matter what, they'll deliver a presentation that proves they belong here. Hiroki jokingly suggests starting by dissecting his own brain. Seeing them laugh, Hashirama watches with a deep sense of relief, knowing things are changing. As they walk, they curiously ask how long the teacher has actually been awake. She just scoffs what kind of mage's mind would pass out from a couple of cheap drinks. He is totally speechless. Fast forward to the academy a few days later, where a brand new poster catches everyone's eye. Students gasp seeing Hashirama join, and someone yells that even the legendary Hiroki is listed under the title, the Supernatural Research Group. Naturally, confusion erupts. The poster boldly claims they are going to expose dark secrets Alpheus Magic Academy has been hiding from everyone. People genuinely start questioning if this is even a real academic event. Now, let's jump back 10 days earlier in Istus. Things are not looking great. They have absolutely zero ideas. Pure silence. Despite being a team, they are just slacking off and getting absolutely nowhere. Hiroki points out they argued all night and still came up completely empty-handed. Nate reminds them that even if supernatural phenomena are real, recreating them on stage is virtually impossible. It is already 3 days since their promise to Professor Sienna. Talking big is easy, but how do you actually research spirits and the supernatural? Think about it, how do you showcase things completely invisible to the naked eye? Because of this massive hurdle, Nate is losing his mind, and Shirone is too. Shirone admits defeat, turning to vent to Nate, when a sudden glowing hologram pops up right beside his face. Nate bursts out laughing, suggesting they just fake it, but Hiroki quickly points out it is nothing but a basic light shadow. Shirone argues that the thing actually stared right at him. Still, no self-respecting mage would ever fall for a cheap trick. Knight laughs at how easily the main character fell for it, but a sudden genius idea strikes. Who says they actually need any proof? They immediately ask what on earth he means. Shirone explains he was only fearless because he got tricked. Instead, something deeper was triggered. He suggests that rather than forcing belief through direct proof, they must extract people's absolute darkest fears. Hiroki finally understands what Shirone means. They definitely need a whole new strategy. Forget proving the supernatural first to make them believe they need to spark belief first, then show proof. Knight gets incredibly hyped, saying Shirone might actually save their research group, and hugs him tight despite his 3-day stink. Hiroki calls this a reverse concept, and honestly, it is pure genius. But there is a catch. If they pull this off poorly, even true believers might lose their faith entirely. So he asks if Knight can make things scarier. Knight claims he can, but when his shadow projection moves like a choppy 24 frames per second animation, they realize it still is not enough. Hiroki wonders if using a special machine could solve their visual issue. Knight reveals he already thought of that, but there is a major hitch. He can easily run the hologram from a machine, but if the target does not react to the illusion, they simply won't fall for it. Shirone agrees, realizing that what truly shocked him was the specter staring directly at him. Fortunately, Hiroki says he can fix that by predicting people's reactions using complex systems theory. By mapping out enough typical reaction patterns, they can code those inputs. For example, if they predict Shirone looks left, the ghost will spawn right on his left, leaving him 2 paths: chase the spirit or freeze. Shirone asks if that is truly possible, and Hiroki confidently nods. Since students follow highly predictable daily routines, it is totally doable. But they will need mountain loads of data, massive storage, and a way to broadcast these files across several devices. Knight knows his own light energy is too weak, but remembers Shirone has light release. That triggers a memory of Sienna, who once said light could transmit data. Suddenly, the path to building the ultimate, terrifying spirit is wide open. Even so, Hiroki argues that a simple jump scare is not enough. He asks if Shirone has another trick, and Shirone admits he has a concept. Explaining his psychological setup, he points to his notes, worried it might be overkill. He tells them they can scrap it if they hate it, but Nade completely loses his mind over how brilliant it is. He never imagined using a scheme like this for their presentation. Hiroki agrees that if they pull this off, the academy will be turned completely upside down. With the plan set, Nade builds the machine, Hiroki codes the patterns, and Shirone prepares his light release. They might actually save their group, but wait, there is one giant catch. He runs the numbers to find out the exact energy needed, making the others nervously ask for the total. They need triple Shirone's current output, and he has to sustain it for 10 whole minutes. Hiroki asks if he can actually manage that, but Shirone does not look confident at all. 10 days later in Istos, Nade bursts through the doors, shouting that the flyers are finally posted. He finds Hiroki looking like an absolute zombie. Hiroki has been calculating equations non-stop, while Shirone has spent all day training his light release. Meanwhile, a purple-haired girl gossips with some guys, questioning if the struggling research group can even put on a show. She doubts they can ever recover, mentioning rumors that if they crash and burn during this upcoming presentation, the school immediately reclaims their research room. The guys laugh, saying their golden era is officially dead and the club is completely finished. However, one of them warns against counting them out too early. They still have Hiroki, a genius savant, and Shirone, the monster who literally expelled dark magic. Plus, Nade's engineering skills are no joke. Still, the skeptics argue they are just low-class students. What really matters comes after this: the fierce power struggle over who will claim ownership of the Istos lab. In the woods, Shirone pushes his limits with mental rebound, a brutal trick to force rapid mana growth. Once his mind shatters, it takes 20 minutes to recover. Then he restarts the agonizing cycle immediately. It is a deadly path that could easily kill him, and he knows Sienna would absolutely murder him if she ever caught him. Even worse, after totally wrecking his brain, his maximum light release limit is still only 5 minutes. To stretch that to 10 minutes, he must train until his mind literally snaps. He grits his teeth, repeating that he can do this. Nade suddenly appears, asking if he is okay, and Shirone gasps that he will definitely make it in time. Nade looks completely defeated. This presentation is far beyond their level, and if they fail, their entire dream is over. Shirone tells him not to worry, turning the question back to see how their progress is going. Nade confirms they finished the device and are finally ready to run a trial, telling Shirone to come with him immediately. He asks if Hiroki is doing okay, but Hiroki looks completely out of it, scribbling furiously with a near-bloody nose. Asking if Shirone got any sleep, he tells him to just relax. They will finish on time, leaving our protagonist feeling completely helpless. Hiroki has totally lost his mind. Then Nate reveals the prototype. He explains the final run requires a light release to see how the special cable Hiroki's dad sent them actually performs in action. Instructing Shirone to hold the orb, he tells him to channel his magic. Shirone begins, instantly flooding the room with brilliant light. The energy channels through the tube straight into their machine. Nate smirks and asks what he thinks. On presentation day, Nate comes to find him, asking if he is ready. As the clockwork device rolls forward, Shirone realizes the kid actually pulled it off. Shirone calls him to go. Outside, a massive crowd has already gathered for the presentation. Mark arrives and looks around in confusion. What kind of event is this? And why are there so many people here? Handed a flyer, he wonders why the poster looks like a toddler drew it. But the moment his eyes hit those familiar names, there is absolutely no way he could forget. He mutters under his breath, wondering what this presentation even is since he expected something from an actual genius. Right then, Maria spots Shirone and quickly calls him over. She asks if the other boy is joining them before dragging him off. Word was that Maria and Mark got private lessons from Teddy during their suspension. Honestly, it was more like Mark got trapped between those two. Soon, they spot the graduating seniors. When they see Amy and Surreal, rumors immediately start flying that Amy is only here to support her boyfriend, Shirone. Amy snaps, loudly complaining about having to sit through a Class 5 presentation. Surreal tells her to shut it. Obviously she came for her boyfriend. Dying of pure embarrassment, she groans inside, even though she knows this is entirely her own fault. People also spot an elite senior from Class 1, whispering about why such an untouchable figure would ever show up. It turns out to be Fermi. Everyone wonders if he actually came for this presentation, but he is far from the only big name. Richard from Sonai is present alongside Hyacinth, the legendary electric monster. Plus, Richard from the Alchemy faction and even Kieran have arrived. The entire crowd starts wondering what on earth is happening. Wait, take a close look at this crazy lineup. Amy asks what connects them apparently. They're all in a shady group called Golden Runner. Inside the presentation hall, even the principal makes an appearance. When asked why, he says he is just curious to see what these hardworking students prepared. Sienna politely asks him to take a seat, and he looks genuinely excited to see what the boys have cooked up. Meanwhile, Amy starts suspecting that there's something about this presentation she doesn't know. Nate boldly steps up to the stage, announcing that the Supernatural Spirit Science group is finally ready to begin. With that, their grand supernatural research show kicks off. Cut to 30 minutes later, and the furious crowd is booing, screaming at them to get lost. Angry students mockingly ask what they expected from Class 5, telling them to go study and yelling if this garbage even counts as a presentation. They feel completely scammed, while Amy just sits there looking like she has seen a ghost. Rewinding to the very start, Nate introduces himself as the host and explains that today's hot topic is all about spirits. He warns them that parts of this might get a bit scary, so they better pay close attention. Suddenly, a massive screen lights up, and the principal softly comments that these kids really went all out. Sienna realizes it is a hologram background and wonders what their plan is. Just as Nate asks the crowd if they know the Academy's dark history, he explains that 250 years ago, this area was just a farming village. But then a devastating war of conquest broke out, forcing desperate refugees to flee straight into these harsh mountains. From there, monstrous creatures emerged, terrifying everyone. But that creepy zombie on stage is just Iruki acting. While Nate dramatized it as a possessed human, the students instantly recognize him and yell out to ask what he is doing up there, prompting him to quickly exit. People actually find this hilarious, but Nate refuses to break character. He details how one tragic night, a crying man ran here to escape the war, screaming out for his beloved Olena, only to realize he had lost her forever. Maria actually starts tearing up over the story, while Mark is left totally bewildered. He wonders what kind of research presentation this is, and when that random actor even arrived. Suddenly, a high-pitched woman's voice cries out for Noah. And you won't believe your eyes, it is actually Shirone in a wig and dress, looking absolutely ridiculous. Doing a high-pitched feminine voice, he keeps crying out. That's when the entire crowd recognizes Shirone and bursts into hysterics. Even the teachers are stunned. Surreal wonders if he is actually cross-dressing. Looking over, Amy is glowing bright red as she activates her crimson eyes, looking like she wants to burn this mortifying moment into her memory forever. Mage stays in character, telling Olena he missed her, while she promises they will never part again. But just as they lean in to kiss, the crowd tenses up, wondering if they will actually do it. Amy says that only happens in plays, but suddenly, the zombie creeps up and bites him, unleashing a pretty brutal, bloody scene right in front of their eyes. Too late. Now they realize this is actually terrifying. Maria clings to Mark, who stands stiff as a rock, but not from fear. Nate explains that 6 months ago, while researching, they found an old diary during their study of the Academy history. From there, their research group started investigating, and what they uncovered was an absolutely shocking truth. Angry spirits, corrupted after being consumed by pure malice, still wander the living world looking for hosts to possess. Right on cue, they hear the midnight bell ring, even though it is only 7 o'clock. Nade warns that midnight is when all light vanishes, and at that exact moment, the evil spirits awaken. He asks if they have never seen one before, which makes sense since spirits only reveal themselves to people who actively want to see them. But after hearing this presentation, everyone has grown pretty curious about the paranormal. In other words, they have finally matched the frequency of souls. He tells everyone that tonight, when the bell tolls, they should look around. They just might spot an evil spirit lurking nearby, leaving the entire room chilled to the bone. He adds that is only if they are lucky, and with that, the lights suddenly snap back on. Realizing it is over, the crowd immediately starts booing, telling them to go back to studying. Amy is absolutely furious, calling it humiliating and saying she knew this would happen once he started hanging out with weirdos. As everyone files out, Sienna apologizes to the principal and promises she will discipline the students. But he says this was expected from a spirit research club, telling her not to worry about it. But why? She still wonders why. She wonders if she was wrong to trust them, but the principal believes they wouldn't start a scene just to end it like that. He still trusts Shirone. Backstage, the group excitedly talks about the reactions, saying they could see the fear in everyone's eyes. Stage 1? Complete. Shirone declares that the initial setup was a massive success. Now they will show everyone what a spirit really is. Get ready, because Nate calls the main character as midnight approaches. He asks if he finished the meditation sequence, and Shirone gets up to go with him. Nate explains that yesterday, he installed hundreds of holograms and projectors around school to run Hiroki's movement prediction program. Warning him to be careful, someone notes there are only 5 minutes and 15 seconds left, and they cannot be late. Their goal is to show the students a real ghost at exactly midnight. They will begin the moment he gives the signal, gathering around Shirone to count down until the device finally activates. He funnels his magic into the tube, leaving the other two shocked by how much his mana has grown in just 1 month. Something is wrong. It feels like pouring water into a bottomless cup. With the output flatlining, Hiroki desperately asks what the problem is and if there is any way to fix this mess. The protagonist insists his math was absolutely flawless, but soon realizes rats are chewing through the casing and causing a massive light leak. Hiroki sighs that it is over, and a devastated Nate takes the blame for building such cheap, useless equipment. My fault. He apologizes for dragging them both into this mess. He says they will be a laughingstock, promising to take full responsibility and telling the main character to stop, but he refuses. They worked way too hard, sacrificing sleep and giving everything they had, and he refuses to let it end like this. Suddenly, Hiroki warns Nate to stop Shirone because he is trying to activate the dangerous immortal function. As he steps into the void, they scream, asking why his magic won't stop, with Nate willing to forfeit the club just to save him. No fear, the protagonist refuses to back down now. Breaking past his limits, he remembers Aaron telling him he will not fade, as long as he remembers who he truly is. Connecting deeply with infinity, he resolves never to run away, and the output begins to skyrocket higher and higher. Hiroki tells Nate to check the monitor, and Nate watches in absolute disbelief as it hits the limit. Finally, they power up every single system, while over in the girls' dormitory, Maria realizes that midnight has arrived. She sighs that it is a real shame, but decides to head to sleep since she has classes tomorrow. Suddenly, she remembers that chilling ghost story about spirits appearing right at midnight. She thinks it is all a joke until she looks out the window and locks eyes with a corpse. Immediately, the girls start screaming in terror. Over in the next room, Amy is hysterical, shouting, trying to figure out what that monster is and how it snuck in. But when she yells at the body, it actually smiles back. Terrified out of her mind, she bolts. She crashes right into Siriel, who gasps that she just saw a ghost, too. Before long, the girls group up with a literal army of phantoms hot on their heels. Shouts of horror echo everywhere as students spot ghosts all over campus. More phantoms swarm in, even hovering in the night sky. Panic spreads like wildfire, plunging the school into absolute chaos. Students rush the courtyard, fighting back with everything they have. But once they crowd together, the spirits suddenly vanish. Suddenly, a spotlight flashes. Wait, who is standing up there on the roof? Nate starts clapping, happily thanking everyone for coming out to their little presentation at this crazy hour. But Shirone cuts him off, telling them to get down. She demands to know why they caused so much chaos in the dead of night. She says she got the absolute scare of her life while taking a warm bath. Nate clarifies things, and the crowd realizes it was just a giant projection. Were those monsters really fake? Just then, the headmaster appears. Sienna asks when he arrived, but he insists the show is not over yet. Nate declares that their group believes in real spirits, asking if anyone is convinced now. But the crowd gets angry, calling them total scams. They argue those ghosts were totally fake, saying even a toddler could pull off cheap parlor tricks. But how? They still can't help but wonder. One kid guesses it is hologram magic, but that doesn't explain how separate illusions moved independently all over the academy. It must have required some massive machinery, but pulling that off campus-wide would take an insane amount of power and data. The headmaster conjures a small hologram, asking if she can explain the brilliant trick they used. She admits their stunt was pretty impressive. Meanwhile, Shirone contemplates the one thing mages value above all else: intellect. He knows they simply can't resist curiosity and wonder. The elite class is furious about getting tricked by lower-ranked students, but the mechanism completely eludes them. Sienna admits it was an incredibly difficult spell, but insists that alone won't get their club approved. But the headmaster smiles and says the trick itself doesn't actually matter. The students argue back, pointing out the spirits were still completely fake and have nothing to do with supernatural science. Nate cannot believe they still don't get it, so he asks why they even ran out here. If ghosts are completely fake, why did they all run out here shaking in absolute terror? That very fear is the entire foundation of their supernatural club. Even the skeptics who laugh at spirits were paralyzed with dread the second they saw one. That's because a seed of doubt lives inside. The nagging thought that maybe ghosts are real. Nate explains they just coax that hidden fear out. They don't have absolute proof, but that exact mystery is what they're researching. A girl chimes in, noting that many modern truths were once dismissed as complete nonsense. Nate nods, saying that is why their terror matters. That doubt proves their club has value. And with that, they finish up. Suddenly, the crowd is hyped, saying they'd gladly get tricked again. The headmaster then wonders where those spirits came from. Where did they even go? He says someone has to chase those answers and make the invisible visible. He asks Sienna her thoughts. She found it deeply meaningful, and Ted adds he has zero objections. So, Sienna announces that the school is officially recognizing their supernatural research group. But right as they celebrate, she quickly adds they are also suspended for 3 days, calling them idiots. Even so, they aren't upset. They pulled it off. Shirone just stands there sighing, reminding them they're suspended. Maria gushes that Shirone is cool, and Mark calls him a genius. Shirone says everyone wants to do this once, shock the world. But Amy thinks it is just bizarre. While she kills herself studying for graduation, he wastes time on useless stunts. Deep down, she realized she's actually a bit jealous. Meanwhile, some suspicious student factions look on with annoyance, muttering that making this much noise will backfire on them. They'll just lie low and wait for the perfect moment. Sienna logs the entire incident, warning the troublesome boys in the research group to finally grow up. But Alpheus smiles, calling it brilliant. Even as a specialist in light magic, he is highly impressed by how creatively they used it. He notes that Shirone pulled off a near-impossible feat. He asks the others to keep quiet, because that kid just proved he has the talent to reach his dream. Then Shirone casually chuckles, admitting that the entire crazy ordeal was actually a total blast. Nate asks if he is even normal, while Rook outright declares that their friend is completely out of his mind. Who would actually risk their life for a test like this? Nate admits that if Shirone had not pulled off that immortal function at the last second, they would have failed completely. To think he held that defensive form just to survive the immortal function, Knight shakes his head, calling the kid absolutely nuts. But then he grumbles, asking why only Shirone gets praised when they are geniuses too. Rook calculated the exact behavior patterns of the whole school, while Knight practically built an entire army of machines. Shirone smiles, suggesting they were just frogs in a well, leaving the trio totally embarrassed. But then, our main character looks up and declares he wants to keep climbing higher. He wants to reach that bright star shining above them, which they realize is the famous North Star. Rook chuckles, saying he has had enough fooling around, and asks if they should finally move up to the advanced class. Nate insists they all graduate together, confident that once they step into the vast outside world, even wilder adventures will be waiting. Rook agrees, suggesting it is time to destroy their magical doubles before they finally make a solemn promise to one another. They will reach the very top as a team, swearing an oath to stay together and graduate side by side. Shirone quietly smiles, knowing they will become the ultimate mages. But the next morning, the boys cannot wake him up. You can almost feel the dread here. He is completely paralyzed, unable to move a single finger as that old nightmare drags him down again. He is pulled deep into infinite space, tracing the stellar paths toward a massive, twisting vortex of pure light. But this time, something feels off. He usually wakes up long before reaching this point, yet everything is changing. Suddenly, that mental barrier shatters completely, launching his mind straight into a blinding cosmic supernova. Gasping for air, Shirone finally sits up. His recurring dream has evolved, leaving him to wonder if he has somehow been transformed. He wonders what is spinning inside his mind as several glowing yellow circles begin to slowly drift around his body. That is when he spots a note. His friends actually ran off to the casino, planning to use the behavior calculations from Rook to strike it rich. Shirone instantly knows they will return completely broke, leaving him to plan how to spend his 3 days of suspension. He contemplates using this unexpected free time to visit his home village, but realizes his parents would absolutely panic if they found out he got suspended. So keeping quiet is definitely the move. He gets dressed, remembering a special place he wants to visit, while his chest thumps with nervous excitement. Stepping out, Shirone leaves a shimmering golden clone in his place before making his way down to a local bookstore. He admits he spent years doing absolutely nothing but studying, but today he finally wants to buy a novel just for himself. Remembering his rough past there, a wave of anxiety hits him, fearing the shopkeeper will yell at him to not touch anything. Instead, the clerk welcomes him with a warm smile, asking if he is here to make a delivery. He politely explains he is just looking for a book, and she happily invites him to browse around. Shirone is completely stunned that she does not recognize him. Now watch how pure this moment is. He wonders if 5 years really changed him that much, his heart swelling as he buys his first book. He deeply knows this was only possible because of the generous support sent by the noble Odin family. Suddenly, a girl grabs his sleeve, asking if he is truly Shirone. Before he can even ask her identity, she eagerly calls her friends over. Looking at the approaching boys, his eyes widen as he recognizes his old childhood playmates from years ago. Realizing the girl is Lumina, she playfully pouts, asking if he forgot her face. Shirone quickly responds that she has just gotten so much prettier. She teases him, asking if he thinks she was ugly back then, leaving him flustered as he stammers out a hasty defense. They eagerly ask what happened to him, pointing out his fancy, noble-like clothes. Arthur mentions he has not seen him in ages, demanding to know what he has been up to since even Vincent kept it a total secret. Shirone freezes, debating what to say. Ultimately, he chooses to tell the truth. They will find out eventually anyway, and lying to them now would only damage their old bond. So he reveals that he has been attending a highly elite magic academy. But the exact second those words leave his mouth, he notices Arthur looking pretty upset. Shirone remembers Arthur was always the protective, natural-born leader of their group. Yet, he also knows his friend has immense pride that was always a huge weakness. The other kids watch Shirone holding the heavy, text-filled novel, immediately assuming he must have become a genius. Arthur, overcome by sudden jealousy, aggressively snatches the book away, claiming that since Shirone does not go to regular school, her reading complex things is completely useless. He mutters that they only need physical strength to survive and pull their own weight. Shirone silently reflects on how, in a hazardous mountain town, survival meant obeying one simple, absolute law: follow the leader. So Shirone ends up agreeing with him, which only feeds Arthur's massive ego. Arthur says it is fine since the boy gets it, then casually hands the book back. Shirone silently thinks about how the leader protects the village while everyone blindly follows their lead. That is just how a small mountain village survives. But before they can dwell on it, Lumina runs over, yelling at the boys to stop pushing Shirone around. The boy snaps right back, asking who is even getting bullied here. But Shirone simply feels like that part of his childhood is long gone. Suddenly, Arthur lights up, amazed that his friend is actually attending magic school. Immediately, the kids beg him to show off some real magic. But Shirone admits he only recently started training. Because of that, he cannot control it well, and casting spells outside the academy borders breaks their strict rules. Arthur chuckles, saying that seeing Shirone with a book brings back old memories, before demanding to inspect their academy reading material. But Shirone has absolutely no intention of letting him touch it, since he bought this precious manual using his hard-earned savings. He pulls back quickly while Arthur aggressively tugs from the other side, sending the book falling as Shirone lunges to catch his prized possession. And here is the twist. Just as he reaches down, a rush of dark memories brings back that glowing bed circle. He barely clutches the cover before collapsing on the spot, leaving Lumina panicked, asking why he collapsed and if he is all right. She immediately yells at Arthur, but he panics, swearing he did not even touch him. Shirone quietly reassures her that this occasionally happens, but Lumina fires back that anyone would worry after seeing someone randomly collapse like that. He tries to calm her down, claiming the spells are usually much milder, before Lumina warmly invites him to join them for a meal. They are celebrating because their entire inventory finally sold out, and they are throwing a little get-together back at Lumina's shop. Shirone ultimately agrees, since his schedule is wide open. But the moment they reach the carriage, Arthur roughly hoists the mage right inside. Shirone realizes Arthur has basically turned into a muscle-bound beast while he was gone, and he has clearly developed some sharp merchant skills too. Once they arrive, Lumina's mother stares, suddenly recognizing the young scholar. She gushes over how handsome he has grown, teasingly hinting that Lumina must be absolutely thrilled to have her boy back. Lumina immediately tells her mother to stop saying such embarrassing things. Over dinner, the questions begin flying about his academy life, especially since he is the very first local to ever attend. Everyone is dying to know if the rumors are true about only wealthy nobles attending, and if Shirone is actually rubbing shoulders with elites. Shirone desperately hopes they will stop talking about his elite status right in front of Arthur, but they immediately make things worse by asking about dating academy girls. He quickly denies it, explaining he is far too buried in studies, which makes Lumina let out a silent sigh of relief. Arthur clearly hates seeing her reaction. He mutters that studying is nice and all, but demands to know what his ultimate goal is. He points out that while Vincent manages the household for now, a true successor must eventually step up and act with real responsibility. Arthur adds that a successor needs to marry and settle down, questioning if the magic student can realistically handle those duties after he graduates. Shirone secretly knows there is no guarantee he will even survive his school years, but Arthur presses on, telling him to focus on reality. And honestly, Shirone realizes his friend has a point. He has been so completely consumed by magic classes that he never actually paused to consider his future outside school. Arthur reminds him that their peers are already running family trades, while Shirone's father works entirely alone, making the young mage wonder when he will ever help. Arthur backtracks, claiming he did not mean to bring the mood down with such serious talk. To lighten things up, Arthur suddenly challenges Shirone to an arm wrestling match, a game they played constantly as kids. Wanting to preserve their bond, Shirone agrees, setting a friendly wager that the loser has to pay for the entire feast. As this symbolic battle between mage and warrior begins, Shirone resolves to hold his ground just long enough to save Arthur's fragile pride before throwing it. You would not believe it. The instant they start, Shirone's arm gets violently slammed flat against the wood without him even registering it. Arthur laughs it off, offering to pay for the food anyway, jokingly declaring that he was the real loser of the match. But as the mage fumbles with his coin pouch, the leather bag slips from his hand, sending bright gold coins scattering across the floor. The entire room freezes, demanding to know how a simple student is carrying this kind of cash. Lumina gasps that those 5 gold coins equal a whole month of shop sales, while Shirone frantically invents an excuse, noticing Arthur looking physically ill with envy. His rival looks absolutely devastated, so Shirone quickly explains that the gold was actually provided by an official academy sponsor. The tavern locals joke that he could easily retire and live comfortably without working, but Arthur forces a stiff smile and regains his composure. He scoffs, asking why everyone is making such a big deal over a few simple gold pieces. The friends instantly remember that Arthur has always harbored a bitter grudge against Shirone since childhood, so they scramble to change the subject before things turn ugly. Brad brings word that a dangerous predator has entered the mountains, and the group immediately guesses it might be a vacuole bear. Since it lurks deep in the woods, finding it will be tough. That's when Arthur asks why they don't just hunt it themselves. They'd be helping the village. Plus, they already know exactly what they're capable of doing. If it's really just a vacuole bear, the adults won't even need to get involved. Everything should go smoothly, since Arthur once took down a red bear all on his own. That really surprises Shirone. Arthur says they'll head out tomorrow and asks if Shirone wants to join them. The others are shocked, but Arthur reminds them that Shirone always went with them back in the day. Shirone says he'll go if he can be of use. They schedule the hunt for tomorrow morning outside Lumina's place, leaving our protagonist feeling pretty excited. He didn't plan on any of this, but it actually sounds like a blast. The next morning, Shirone knocks on her door, fully prepared to go. As they hit the trail, Arthur warns Shirone that if his rusty skills slow them down, they're leaving him right behind. Shirone tells him not to worry, and they quickly start setting up trap after trap. Watching them prepare nets and snares so incredibly fast, the protagonist is highly impressed, but they just tell him that was the easy part. The real challenge depends on Arthur. Suddenly, Shirone senses the beast lurking nearby. Arthur orders that from here on, they are strictly scouting if they spot it. Absolutely nobody attacks. They'll immediately head back to report it. Hearing such a cautious plan really surprises Shirone. He realizes Arthur is a total professional at this. Shirone figures that if it's just about finding the beast, his spirit zone can help. But look what happens when he triggers his zone. He senses something that instantly shakes him. He feels a bizarre, terrifying force through his synesthesia. Whatever is out there terrifies him, yet he keeps pushing forward. Arthur yells out what is he doing, running off without a single word. But as he starts scolding him, Arthur looks down and spots a horrific pile of dead bodies. The rest of the crew spots the slaughtered animals and instantly panics. Shirone warns them to turn around immediately. This is definitely no ordinary vacuole bear. They need to alert the village, lock down the mountain, and call in professional soldiers from the city. But Arthur stops him in his tracks, demanding to know what they're even running from when they don't know what's there. He argues that they might still be able to handle this themselves. Shirone asks how Arthur can't see the truth. This is clearly no bear. But Arthur just yells back, asking what a kid like Shirone could possibly know. He snaps that he's the leader, so making the calls is his job, and Shirone just needs to listen. Then he lets out his real frustration. Shirone has never truly respected him as their leader, isn't that right? He warns Shirone to stop treating him like some fool. Shirone just whispers his name, pointing out a terrifying silhouette crouching directly behind him. It is standing right there. And honestly, as they raise their bows, absolute terror completely takes over. Their voices tremble as they ask what that creature is. A massive werewolf looms behind them, and Shirone immediately recognizes it, a freak of nature that bypasses normal evolution. He's actually read about this creature in a book before, but while he's still analyzing, Arthur tries shooting it with a small arrow. The beast dodges effortlessly. That's when Shirone realizes they're facing a warg, a highly intelligent monster. As the nightmare stalks closer and closer, Arthur screams at everyone to run. But they panic. Where can they even go when the beast is completely blocking their escape route? While the others desperately scramble up the rocks, Shirone leaps right in front of the beast, fires an arrow, and teleports out of harm's way. He quickly realizes the warg isn't just incredibly fast, its hide is incredibly tough, too. To keep his friends alive, he has to draw its full attention. So he keeps moving, constantly dodging with teleportation to lure the beast farther and farther away. He gets some solid distance. But then the beast suddenly loses interest in him. It turns around, and Shirone realizes it's heading straight for his friends. Once they reach a seemingly safe spot, Arthur suddenly stops and orders the others to keep running. Lumina asks what he thinks he is doing. He says he can't leave Shirone behind, but that distraction is all the werewolf needs to corner him. Believing Shirone is already dead, Arthur blames himself for this entire nightmare. If he had only listened when Shirone warned them to turn back, none of this would have happened. Right before the crushing blow lands, Shirone teleports in and blinds the monster with a blinding flash of light. They all wonder if he actually finished it off, but Shirone screams at them to run as the beast starts recovering its sight. Lumina realizes it was just a temporary flash, but then the warg lunges forward, claws outstretched to crush them all. And Arthur finds himself completely paralyzed with fear. Just as the beast is about to grab the girl, Shirone desperately tackles it, and without a second thought, teleports to drag the wolf away. Teleporting them over and over again, he frantically tries to plan his next move. He wants to deactivate his photon state to drop the beast, but the split second he does, those deadly claws will tear him to shreds. Plus, he cannot throw the beast while holding this form, but then it hits him in this weird state. Inertia completely stops working on both of them. If he wants this thing to drop, he has to somehow recreate what he needs. And to bring back inertia, he needs gravity. Thinking about breaking symmetry, he dives right back into the immortal function. There, his other self is waiting, saying he finally caught the boy. That strange info finally clicks. The two merge, and Shirone realizes the key to everything is mass. Suddenly, the warg regains its normal weight. He lets go, and the beast drops straight down to its brutal death. But then, Shirone starts wondering, why does the world even exist, and what does existence mean? Does it simply mean having mass? If so, why do things even have mass? He remembers the endless void from his dreams, the broken symmetry, and wonders if that was the universe before it even began. That is where existence first started. Even breaking that symmetry now, he can actually give mass to photons. Slamming the creature down, he backs away in pure shock at what he just did. Is it dead? He asks. Then he remembers Aaron and murmurs, I found this truth by breaking the symmetry of the universe. This nameless knowledge is what gives mass to objects. If he applies that mechanism, light itself can have mass. But why is something this dangerous hidden out here? Before he can think, a horrific howl echoes. Remember, these beasts never travel alone. Meanwhile, back with his friends, they find themselves face to face with the rest of the pack. Panic sets in. The group leader yells that he will run the other way. He tells them to use that chance to escape down the cliff. They scream back, asking if he is crazy and wants to die, but he insists this is the only option. They must survive and warn the adults. He begs them not to waste his sacrifice. But right in that moment, Shirone suddenly appears right beside them. They gasp, asking if he is okay. They were sure he was dead. The leader stands there, fighting back tears. Shirone just smiles, apologizes for making them worry, and tells them to leave everything to him. The boy tells him to run, but Shirone says it is fine because he is not breaking the rules anymore. Right then, the wargs charge at him. He stands his ground. As his spirit zone forms, the beasts think that same trick won't work again. But Shirone starts gathering magic at the center of his forehead, ready to add mass to the beams of light. He fires a massive beam of energy, literally blowing one of the beasts to pieces. The kids are completely stunned that he got a one-shot kill, and even Shirone can barely believe it. As the other wolves rush him, he teleports straight into the sky. He drops back down, taking them out one by one with light beams. The kids are amazed, this is real magic. But Shirone quickly realizes this spell burns through way too much focus, and fatigue starts hitting him mid-fight. Suddenly, a wolf leaps right next to him. He counters instantly, but the beast somehow survives. With his attacks weakening, he shouts for the others to hit it quickly, while they desperately beg him to run away. But Shirone has one final trick up his sleeve, though he isn't sure he can pull it off. It is like keeping balance inside a vortex. As the beasts charge, our guy takes the leap and triggers the spell. Stepping once more into the infinite, he feels himself getting pulled under. but he gathers his remaining strength to fire a massive beam. It decimates several wolves, but a few manage to slip through. The leader whispers that even after witnessing this with his own eyes, it is still hard to believe. More wolves keep coming. Shirone is running on empty, and he cannot hold this form much longer. If he keeps pushing, his mind and spiritual vision will shatter. He decides he must do exactly what he did before. He must release all of his power. Pouring out a massive flood of photon energy, he sweeps the field and compresses it into one devastating beam straight ahead. The remaining wolves back away in terror, seeing Shirone standing completely unshaken. He simply opens his mouth and commands them get out, and never come back. The final 3 wolves scramble away, and Shirone collapses. The leader catches him just as everyone rushes over. With the danger past, they head home. Their little hunt is finally over. That night, Shirone gazes up at the stars. The leader asks when he got out of bed, and Shirone replies that he just really wanted to see the sky. It has been an incredibly long time since he slept that deeply. He can't remember the last time he slept without nightmares or bizarre visions. He admits he slept so hard it almost felt like death, and his friends never left his side. He asks what they're up to, and the leader says the kitchen's packed. Still, it is a huge relief. Besides Lumina getting hurt in her fall, everyone made it out safe, even if they're badly shaken. The leader explains the adults will take care of things tomorrow, and those beast hides and fangs should fetch a pretty penny. Shirone asks their name, getting a simple answer, wargs. Their fangs are worth a fortune. Then, the leader asks Shirone to forgive him, admitting he was pretty jealous. He thinks back to their childhood, remembering how a friend called Shirone cool, even if nobody could really explain why. Deep down, he envied Shirone's big dream, but now he genuinely hopes the guy actually makes it happen. Hearing those words makes Shirone happy. He says his goodbyes, needing to get back to the academy for some urgent research. The leader tells him he better become an amazing mage. Shirone promises he absolutely will, and says he'll definitely come back to visit. Lumina pulls him into a tight hug, warning him to come back. If he gets too snobby to recognize them later, she promises to beat him up. And honestly, Shippo brews a way better batch of Kachaka than Amy ever could. As Shirone walks away, the leader teases Lumina, joking that maybe he should chase the kid down and drag him right back. She softly smiles, saying he isn't truly gone, because he's always at his best when chasing his wildest dreams. He heads straight to Estes, remembering Nid. But seriously, how is anyone supposed to find a single room in this massive maze? Navigating 89 blocks seems completely impossible. Luckily, Nid is a member now, so he steps up to explain the trick. Nid points out the number 19 in the corner, telling him to check the door color next. From there, Shirone spots 3 paths to 3 connected blocks. He tells Shirone to label those paths X, Y, and Z, then plug them directly into an equation. Shirone wonders who could possibly invent such a system. Nid explains a founder with savant syndrome actually calculated the entire formula. When they first showed it to Iruki, he apparently called it a truly beautiful equation. Our hero finally makes it, but as he gets close to the door, he immediately spots the chaotic mess inside. Just like tracking clues to find the research group through Estes, he knows he deeply needs his own roots, his cherished connections and the memories that defined him. That is how he stays strong, walking his own path, step by step. His friends ask if he crawled back after losing everything, instantly getting Nid super worked up and defensive. He is totally ready to start explaining everything. But Iruki just asks why the kid is smiling so warmly. Shirone realizes he owes them his deepest thanks, simply because they welcomed him back. Heading over to Training Field 48th, he decides to show both of them exactly how much his magical power has evolved. Nid asks if this basic light beam is really it, but Iruki senses something is off. Photons normally scatter outward, but this light is pulling inward the moment Shirone casts his spell. They realize he literally punched a clean hole through light itself. Nid declares this is real magic, while Shirone introduces his newly developed spell. He calls it the Photon Cannon. Iruki points out that fusing photon types should be nearly impossible, asking what kind of magic this even is. Shirone promises to explain, but says there is somewhere they need to go first. Carrying a massive secret, the trio heads over to a restaurant just outside the academy grounds. Sitting down, Shirone calmly drops the ultimate bombshell he somehow added actual mass to photons. Nid says that makes absolutely zero sense, asking if he could do that to electricity too. Iruki is totally floored, since giving mass to massless particles is pure madness. Shirone explains that he finally managed to access that legendary nameless knowledge. Thanks to that, his constant suffering faded, and he finally understood the terrifying nightmares that had been haunting him for years. Think about it, if he turns this into a proper theory, it could genuinely change magical society and rewrite the entire world. Iruki agrees, but points out a major catch. Since only Shirone understands this logic, he is likely the sole user of the photon cannon. Even with complete omniscience, grasping omnipotence is insanely difficult. Nid realizes this discovery is even more mind-blowing than they initially thought. Then, Shirone says he has a big favor to ask. Studying it further is his goal, but because they are suspended, they cannot access the library. He also cannot enter the prestigious Noble's library alone, so he asks if they can guide him inside. Nid agrees, but wonders why he cannot just go solo. Nid quietly wonders if this secret is the dark truth Shirone has been hiding all along. Shirone hesitates, nervously asking what will happen if he speaks the honest truth. Will they still look at him as an equal? Yet, he knows that keeping secrets means they will never be genuine friends. So, he decides it is finally time to stop running. He tells them straight up that he is no noble, but a commoner. As a baby, he was abandoned in a stable and found by his adoptive family. His dad is simply a normal hunter. An awkward silence falls over the table, but Nid eventually speaks up, admitting he wondered why Shirone looked so gloomy. If this class difference was his big secret, is that really all? Iruki cuts in right here, asking if Nade actually gets what Shirone just said. In both studies and magic, he basically started from scratch. In just 3 short months, he climbed straight to class 5. He even crushed an opponent in front of the entire academy. Oh, and let's not forget he's dating a genius mage girl now. Nade shuts him down. He says Shirone's status doesn't matter at all to them, he's just their lovable idiot. That cracks Shirone up. He thanks them both, before they ask if Amy actually knows yet. Shirone admits they've known each other since childhood. It started rough, making Nade even more insanely jealous. But let's jump back 5 years to Bashuka and see how this whole nightmare actually started. Deep in the Hadan slums, a desperate boy stole a loaf of bread under heavy chase, barely escaping back to Arenka. She was in terrible shape. He gently asked if it hurt, promising her she couldn't die now that he'd found actual bread. But before they could even eat, his angry pursuers caught up, cornering the poor boy and beating him without mercy. As the blows rained down, he realized their perfect secret hiding spot was finally compromised. The thugs kept kicking him, calling Canis absolute garbage. They growled that the boy was hoarding a scrap of meat, selfishly trying to keep it all to himself. Canis snapped, screaming that he would murder every last one of them if they laid a finger on Arenka. But the thugs only laughed. They mocked him to try in his next life, raising their blades. Canis desperately wished for any kind of power to save them. Suddenly, a strange, terrifying magic flared up, slaughtering the thugs right before his eyes. He sat there in complete shock. Then, Arenka gently floated into the air, drifting right back to his arms. A mysterious mage stepped forward, asking the boy if magic wasn't incredibly fun. From his expression, Canis absolutely loved it. Years later, in Thorn's capital, Bashuka, a mysterious figure, watches a massive building from above, noting its incredibly tight security. He mutters that he's never seen so many relics gathered together, each one carrying massive archaeological worth. Asking what their true objective is, the voice on the line replies, they are there to steal the dragon heart, the very core of the mana restriction device. The artifact is locked inside a third-floor vault, protected by roughly 15 elite guards. But he's warned that the device completely suppresses mana, meaning he won't be able to enter his spirit zone inside. Realizing he can't rely on magic inside, the intruder prepares to do this the hard way. The voice tells him to be careful, calling him Canis. Watch this, he just laughs, leaps off the edge, and smashes straight through the glass, completely shocking the guards. The guards scramble in absolute panic, shouting about an intruder, but Canis doesn't give them a single second to react. He instantly summons dark shadows, hurls a sharp glass shard at them, and blasts them off their feet. They can't believe magic is actually working. Helpless to stop him, they sound the alarm and scream for everyone to seize the young mage. The voice urges him to move faster. Canis charges right ahead, tearing through the guards with blinding speed. He smashes open a final door and rushes inside. The moment he steps inside, his eyes land on the glowing core. He instantly grabs it with his bare hands. Immediately, the entire chamber flares red as intense heat surges outward. Turning around, he sees reinforcements closing in on him. As the guards spot the stolen device, a dark shadow suddenly slips straight into their minds, dropping them all cold. Another figure glides out of those same shadows behind Canis. He smiles, telling the girl, Erin, that her timing is flawless. She asks if he killed anyone, but Canis reassures her that they are only knocked out until a sudden blast cuts him off. A powerful mage blocks their path near the active device, declaring this is the end, they won't survive his wall of roaring flames. Canis just stares ahead as 2 massive shadows wrap around them, shielding them as they walk through the fire completely untouched. The mage gasps in utter shock, recognizing that dark energy as forbidden black magic. That dark energy suddenly surges forward, and the mage barely blocks the strike with a wind spell. Instantly, both kids vanish right before his eyes, and a frantic guard reports that the restriction device has been stolen. The mage notes there is no sign of teleportation magic, meaning they must still be close. He orders a full sweep, recalling their youthful faces. He simply can't understand how they breached security and stole the core. Besides, they used the impossible. How did kids cast black magic inside that barrier? To him, only one legendary figure matches that power. The darkness that swallows all light, the nightmare who shook the kingdom with Shadow's light, the legendary archmage Beltor Arcane. But that's impossible. He was supposed to have died 40 years ago. The mage is left wondering how anyone else could wield his signature magic. Far from there, deep in the mountains near Bashuka, the two arrive at a secret laboratory, carrying the final ingredient. They call the old man inside the tube their master. Canis says this will bring him back as a great archmage. He slots the device in, and an explosion of mana erupts. He watches in awe. Meanwhile, Beltor grips his glass tube with terrifying strength. Beltor growls it took 40 long years to finally stand before the thief who stole his magic. Canis is thrilled. Beltor, however, spits on Alpheus's name, calling him an absolute traitor. He vividly remembers shouting at Alpheus 40 years ago, screaming that the research did not belong to him alone. Looking through the flames, he asked how his partner could betray him like that. But Alpheus simply turned away, gave a wide smile over his shoulder, and left him to burn in that raging fire. Now in the present, he says it took 40 years to heal. And you can bet that long wait only fueled his hatred. Staring into the distance, he asks if that traitor really thought he would get away with his crimes. The young disciples step forward, saying they survived and gained immense power that day thanks to his blessing. They tell him to use their lives however he wants. Beltor places his faith in them, calling them his beloved disciples. Even so, the girl does not look happy. Aaron is clearly displeased. Beltor warns them that Alpheus is incredibly greedy and has slaughtered so many innocent people to achieve his goals. He is a killer. Plain and simple. Meanwhile, back at the academy, someone quietly watches the rain. He stands up, heads to a bookshelf, and opens a hidden passage. He steps inside. There, he finds a hidden cabinet topped with old portraits. Listening to the thunder, he remembers that fateful day. He looks at the large painting above the fireplace, telling them not to dare leave him, back in Bashuka. Right at that moment, the weekly school conference run by the Kingdom Teachers Association is packed with people. Sitting in the crowd, one teacher finally understands why his colleagues always try to skip these events. He can't believe they've been arguing about the exact same thing for 3 straight days. Ted is completely exhausted and just wants to go home. He admits they're impressively stubborn. The debate finally ended, but the teachers are still partying late into the night. Ted's only here for one reason. He wants to talk to Reina Ogun, the legendary royal pianist, melody student, and one of the 99 elite artists. Ted is amazed by how perfectly calm she looks despite the crowded room. He wishes this night would go his way. And check this out right then. She actually looks over and locks eyes with him. That makes him choke on his drink, nervously wondering if she was really looking at him. Before he can even think, she walks right up to Ted. She says it's a pleasure to meet him, leaving him completely stunned that she actually knows his name. He is a teacher at Alpheus Magic School. She asks if he knows Agent Manor is currently in Crest. Ted feels incredibly awkward. He never expected a real conversation with someone this famous. Instantly, he starts dreaming of a potential romance. But then she asks how Shirone's doing, making Ted awkwardly ask what she means. Right then, he remembers his file stated Shirone was actually a guest of the Ogun family. This isn't a romantic chat. It's basically a parent-teacher meeting. He tells her they sent them an amazing student, calling Shirone the pride of the entire academy. She asks if he's made any friends. Ted says Shirone is popular with everyone. Honestly, he is pretty jealous. Comparing the kid's popularity to his own school days just makes him feel sad. He adds that Shirone even has a girlfriend. Reina looks pretty disappointed to hear that, but Ted says the girl is incredibly pretty. She says she is glad he is doing well, though she looks a bit upset. Ted asks if she wants him to deliver a message, but he quickly realizes what is happening. Reina says there is no need. Knowing Shirone's doing fine is enough. Ted tells her not to worry. Alpheus Magic School is easily one of the top academies in the kingdom. They will make sure Shirone never worries about his studies. She thanks him and asks him to take good care of Shirone. Ted is totally lost in her beauty. He calls this meeting fate, asking if they should travel back to Crest together. Even when he excitedly suggests grabbing a nice lunch, she politely declines, mentioning her upcoming performance in Bashuka. Though his romance plans are totally ruined, Ted asks to come watch, and she happily invites him. Inside, he is absolutely celebrating. Then Reina mentions she was quite worried the place would be empty, all because of what recently went down in the capital. Ted asks what happened, and she explains that last night, Inferno was raided and a Class B prisoner escaped. She adds that the culprit is some mysterious dark mage, which has the entire capital locked down under strict martial law. Hearing about this dark mage leaves Ted completely stunned. He instantly begs for more details, but she only heard it was a man with white hair. Before she can say anything else, Ted quickly apologizes and says he has to get going right now. She calls out to ask where he is going, but he just bolts. With the dark mage on the loose, he has absolutely no doubt who did this. Furious, he wonders why this had to happen right when he was away. The night before at Inferno Detention Center, bodies already littered the floor. Another victim was pinned down by raging flames until they finally died. They were then hung on stakes of pure dark magic like the others, while the 3 intruders pushed deeper into the facility. It was explained that dark magic carries 2 main traits, absorption and assimilation. Darkness absorbs all nearby energy, making it part of itself. And once it gains awareness, it can even exert raw physical force. To demonstrate, the boy crushed an ant nearby, but then noted that darkness could never truly defeat the light. Right then, Baltor appeared before the kid, praising his work. Tanis explained that the savior who broke him and Orym out of Inferno was the Archmage Arcane himself, and he promised that with just a little more effort, the young boy would be able to completely swallow the light. Just wait until you see this. Today, he has literally swallowed every single shred of that brilliant light. He slaughters countless people there, turning the prison into a literal bloodbath. Ephraim confronts him, arguing this place has nothing to do with their master's revenge. She demands to know why he had to go this far, but he just tells Orym that they simply need to trust their master. He asks if she truly understands, reminding her that their master never acts without a clear reason. Ephraim claims she knows and tells Canna she understands, yet his reflection in her eyes looks completely warped. Then Baltor smashes through a heavy door without hesitation and steps right inside. Several prison cells burst wide open, and the freed inmates cheer, thanking him and asking if he is some powerful mage. One convict jokes that Baltor brought kids along like it is a school field trip, mocking them for bringing children into a prison break. He adds that he has been waiting for a chance to team up, introducing himself as Crayson. He is the famous night feline, claiming Baltor definitely knew that before showing up here. Baltor simply stares, then raises his hand, muttering that he expected some legendary catches but only found a heap of trash, shocking everyone. Angered by his words, the thugs snap back, shouting that they do not care if he is a mage, they will tear him apart with their sheer numbers. The mob rushes the old man, but before they can strike, the entire room plunges into absolute darkness. Panic sets in as they realize they are completely blind, and suddenly, they feel the invisible walls closing in, crushing them all. The overwhelming pressure builds until the walls start grinding their bones. They scream for mercy, but they are all brutally squeezed to death. Ephraim can barely stand to watch, as a horrific rain of blood pours from the magic. Baltor spots a single survivor, asking if this is some neat trick since the man managed to hide his presence so well. Realizing he is cornered, the man stands up and approaches Baltor, preparing for death. He asks why he did this, calling him a total madman. He wonders if the old man is trying to start a rebellion against the kingdom, but Baltor clearly has zero interest in chatting. Launching a desperate surprise attack, he swings his heavy leg chain straight at Baltor's face, but the impact feels completely hollow, like hitting nothing. And yeah, that's exactly what happened. The blow got swallowed up completely. Baltor's shadowy magic blocks the impact effortlessly, leaving the trembling prisoner to wonder who this monster really is. Baltor quietly tells him he passed, leaving the man utterly confused. He snaps back that he never agreed to any test. Baltor steps forward and drops his suffocating dark magic onto the prisoner. Believing resistance is futile, the prisoner shields himself, but the crushing darkness suddenly vanishes. Baltor smiles, noting the man clearly only moves for cold, hard cash. So, he offers the mercenary a chance to make a massive fortune. He asks if he is interested, and the prisoner admits talking with him is surprisingly easy. Nearby, Canis watches the release with clear disgust. Meanwhile, Ted is in a desperate rush on the road, urging the coachman to speed up since he already paid him a mountain of gold. But the driver grumbles back that no matter how hard they push, they will not arrive until tomorrow morning. Ted gets increasingly frustrated, realizing that Arcane must have targeted Inferno as well. He knows Arcane's next move is payback for what went down 40 years ago, making it critical to warn his master immediately. The two arrive at Alpheus Magic Academy with that guy, who instantly starts complaining, asking if they seriously have to pull this off in the pouring rain. Canis snaps at him to shut up, telling him they need to get this contract done. Lucas grumbles about whether he is getting a massive bonus, because if he knew this crazy job meant raiding a magic school, he never would have joined. While they keep bickering, Beeltor glides high over the academy. Looking down at the target below, Lucas can only think how completely trash this whole mission is. None of this is his business, since he is only here for a paycheck. But he cannot help but wonder if they are literally committing treason. Turning to Rin, he points out that she really does not look like the type to do this kind of dirty work. He remarks that she is way too beautiful to hang around nasty outlaws, suggesting she should just run away with him instead. But Ghani snaps at him, reminding Lucas that his sole duty is keeping an eye on the hostages. He needs to just shut up and do his job. Lucas scoffs, asking where these supposed captives are. The boy simply replies that their primary target will not be arriving until tomorrow morning. Lucas gets irritated, making Canis wonder why on earth their master hired such a loose cannon. But he quickly shakes off any doubt, reassuring himself that everything is playing out exactly according to his master's grand design. Look at that with one single spell. Beeltor completely shrouds the academy, while inside, their lesson takes a crazy turn. From that moment, the cosmos lost its absolute equilibrium, eventually birthing the world we live in today after endless cosmic events. Nate points out that their world could never survive without mass. But then he brings up the ultimate puzzle: why did mass even exist in the first place? He seriously doubts it just materialized out of thin air, prompting Iruki to laughingly joke that maybe some creator just declared, "Let there be mass." Nate asks if he is being serious, since that basically sounds like God created everything. Iruki shrugs, admitting he only suggested it because he does not have an answer either. He explains they spent their entire suspension cooped up in the library researching mass, yet they still could not fully comprehend something so far beyond human intellect. Iruki claims they got as close to the truth as humanly possible, turning to Shirone for his input. He asks what his thoughts are on mass from that very angle. After all, a mage's omniscience creates an objective lens, while omnipotence remains deeply personal. Shirone explains that it is incredibly difficult to describe, but he vividly recalls the sensation of achieving absolute omniscience through his magical power. To him, it felt exactly like existence itself. He can deeply sense a powerful, overwhelming will to exist. It is almost like something is desperately struggling to prove its own existence to someone, somewhere. Iruki finds that incredibly profound, wanting to prove one's own existence. Suddenly, Nate gets a spark of inspiration regarding Shirone's omnipotence. He suggests calling it the God particle. Shirone is left speechless, but Iruki immediately loves it, calling it a brilliant, thought-provoking name. He feels it aligns with his mental visualization perfectly, quickly becoming obsessed with the concept. Nate is thrilled, explaining that omnipotence grows vastly stronger the clearer your visualization becomes. He instantly begins focusing on this God particle, eager to study it deeper. Later, the trio strolls through the courtyard back at the academy. Nate whines that he cannot believe their vacation ended so quickly, while Iruki dryly asks since when getting suspended counts as a break. Shirone gently reminds them of their pledge. The two begin tossing out completely wild guesses, but Shirone points out it has literally only been 24 hours since they shook hands on it. He then mentions that he might end up being the only one left behind in Class 5 for an extra year. Iruki asks if Shirone is genuinely fine with repeating a year, but Shirone points out their academic scores are way better than his, meaning he is in the most danger. Nate notes that it is their final day anyway, proposing they just chill out inside the quiet research room. But Shirone has somewhere he needs to visit first, telling his friends to head on without him as he reflects on entering this school as a clueless freshman. Now, he has discovered the secrets of the God particle, made some pretty loyal friends, and bonded with a truly special person. That warm thought reminds him of everything he went through with Amy. You are not going to believe what happens next. He heads straight to the advanced class building, giving Amy and Shirone the fright of their lives. He admits he only wanted to surprise them and tries expressing his deep gratitude, but Amy sharply cuts him off, demanding to know why he is speaking so casually. Bewildered, he asks what she means, while Shirone asks if he has completely forgotten where they are. She admits she respects his sheer audacity for visiting the advanced class facility, but warns him that he is crossing a line when students must prioritize their academics. Suddenly, Shirley calls out to Amy, sighing that this nuisance had to show up just when she thought things were finally quiet. Shirone desperately tries to diffuse the tension, asking if they are upset because he has been away, but Shirley violently sweeps his legs, slamming him to the ground alongside their hot coffees. She snaps that she was genuinely trying to overlook his presence, but this has officially crossed into harassment, ordering him to leave immediately while she is still playing nice. If he refuses to go, she threatens to report him straight to the authorities, leaving him totally baffled by their sudden cold behavior. Amy tells Shirley they should just leave since lunch is basically over, leaving Shirone feeling like this has to be some sick joke. There is no way this is real. Then he runs off. Shirley asks what his deal was, noting he looks innocent but is way too stubborn. She tells Amy not to worry, but suddenly stops mid-sentence, completely forgetting who that guy actually was. They freeze. Something is dead wrong. Shirone crashes right into Mark now. When the boy notices the number 5 on the main character's uniform, he quickly apologizes, calling him upperclassman. Shirone asks if he seriously doesn't recognize him, explaining who he is and how they took the teleportation exam together. Mark looks extremely uneasy and claims he has absolutely no clue what he is talking about, then apologizes for the confusion. Shirone is totally shocked that Mark does not remember him either, and right then, a teacher arrives to ask what is happening. Just as Shirone is about to speak to her, she asks who he is, saying she has never seen him at the academy before. She demands his name, leaving Mark to wonder if this kid is even a real student here. Other students gather around, saying they have never seen him. And now, get this, they call him a thief and an intruder, as everyone keeps demanding to know who he is. Overwhelmed, Shirone bolts. The crowd chases after him, screaming about a suspicious intruder on campus. He panics, desperately hoping this is just some horrible lie, as he sprints straight toward the dorm room of his closest friends. Bursting inside, he asks Nate and Haruki if they recognize him, screaming that he is Shirone. But Nate just asks how he got in. As both of them ask who he is, a terrifying thought suddenly hits him. What if he was never actually a student here? Was it all just a dream, every single bit of it? While Shirone dreads that he is losing his mind, Nate asks how an outsider could possibly know the master key to Istus, wondering if another faction sent him. The main character gets more and more desperate as they demand to know who he is, leaving him on the verge of tears, ready to run. Then, they burst out laughing. It was all a joke. Haruki asks how much longer they should keep the joke going, and Nate laughs that his terrified face was the best part of the prank. Shirone collapses onto the floor, realizing they actually do remember him, and once they see his trembling state, he explains the entire bizarre situation. Nate is stunned. How does no one remember him? What does he mean? Haruki finds it incredibly strange that even Professor Sienna failed to recognize him. As her eyes showed, she truly had no idea who Shirone was. Nate demands a test, but Shirone panics. What if they forget him too? If that happens, he admits he will be completely lost. Haruki suggests they set up a safety signal, writing on Nate's hand that if he loses his memory, the person with the North Star symbol is his friend. He explains that this way, things should still be okay even if their minds get wiped. Nate and the main character ask if any bizarre phenomenon like this has ever occurred in the supernatural research group. Nate replies he is not entirely sure, but as far as he knows, definitely not. Haruki then declares their first priority is confirming the situation. Leaving his car, they realize something deeply unsettling is happening. Every single student is heading outside, which feels way too weird. Haruki notes this is far stranger than what Shirone described, wondering where on earth they are all marching off to. Knowing that just standing there won't get them answers, they move in closer. Nate asks what happens if they end up like everyone else, but Haruki says that is highly unlikely, since Shirone already got physically close to both of them earlier, and since nothing changed back then, they should be fine. Suddenly, Nadja shouts for Gabe, asking where he is going. The boy slowly turns and asks if Nadja actually knows him. Nadja says of course he does, asking once more where he is going. Then the boy starts to panic, asking who he is and what that sound is he keeps hearing. He cries that there is a loud noise, so Nadja asks what sound he means. That is when Haruki realizes the boy has actually forgotten what his own voice sounds like. Moments later, he even forgets his own language. As the boy collapses, Haruki realizes they are literally watching his memory vanish in real time. But look at this, the boy suddenly stops, the entire crowd halts, and they all begin marching blankly toward the same creepy destination. Meanwhile, a dark shadow slides beneath them, a shadow that ends right at Irene's feet. She tells Canis that everyone has arrived, calling him over so they can finally move, while Lucas remarks that this whole scene gives him the chills. These students are basically zombies. He notes their brain activity has completely stopped, yet they can still move, making him realize they can do whatever they want to them now. A sick idea. It goes straight to his head. Spotting a cute girl, he suggests they have some fun, but Canis immediately cuts him off, warning that if he pulls anything disgusting while their master's divine plan is in motion, he will regret it. Lucas complains he is way too strict, asking why he cannot enjoy himself just a little, but Canis warns that ignoring this threat means instant death. Lucas is furious. In his head, he curses the arrogant kid. He admits he absolutely despises the guy and wants to end him on the spot, but he is not reckless enough to start a fight inside the spirit zone, especially inside a mage's spirit zone. He promises himself that given the first opportunity, Canis is going down. Letting go of Amy's hand, he mutters that he hopes someone takes Canis out first anyway. Canis turns around. From above, the three of them keep watching, realizing those people are behind the whole plot. Knight asks if they should step in, but Haruki stops him. When Knight demands to know why, Haruki explains that memory-wiping magic is insanely difficult. Since they wipe the memories of over 500 people, these are definitely not enemies they can easily deal with. Haruki warns there might be a prodigy among them, someone trained at an elite magic academy. Maybe an official rank 6 mage, like Professor Sienna, or another high-level expert. Knight instantly realizes an incredibly powerful mage is involved. Someone way stronger than they ever expected. Haruki suggests they follow them for now, since they can still step in if anyone's life is in danger. Suddenly, Shirone notices something off. The headmaster and Professor Athela are completely missing from the group. Meanwhile, Athela is still back inside her cabin, deep in meditation, when the entire structure suddenly begins to shake. She snaps her eyes open, wondering what just happened as she senses a massive demonic presence that slipped in overnight. Then, she realizes something else. Class has already started, yet absolutely nobody has come to find her. Shaking off her worst fears, she realizes the entire academy is completely deserted. A sudden flash of light appears, and Thad teleports right beside her, asking if she is okay. She asks how he got here. He reveals the entire school was emptied out. Everyone is gone. Thad warns there are heavy signs of dark magic. Athela connects the dots to the mind demon from last night, and Thad adds that the entire school was almost certainly targeted. Even the guards stationed at the front gate had their minds completely wiped. Then Thad drops a bomb. The mastermind is Belto Arcane, the legendary archmage who brought chaos to the world decades ago. She is completely stunned as Thad adds that Arcane is a rank 3 mage. Anyone at rank 3 or higher is recognized as an archmage, a title earned through incredible achievements and raw reputation. For instance, slaying a Class A monster earns 500 achievement points, while getting an audience with the king gives only 100 reputation points. Rising from rank 10 to rank 9 requires 1,000 points, but moving from rank 4 to rank 3 takes 280 million. That means Headmaster Alpheus is rank 4, while Arcane is at rank 3. Rumor has it that 50 years ago, a legend achieved rank 3 using forbidden dark magic. Athela asks why an absolute monster like that would ever show up here. Before replying, Thad pauses, seriously debating whether it's actually safe to tell her the brutal truth. He flashes back to years ago when he stumbled upon Athela's records, discovering she was once a high-ranking bishop of the Order of Karsus. Alpheus had recognized her as a powerful bishop, a top powerhouse in the capital and an official rank 6 zoner, wondering why she wanted to teach at his humble academy. Athela answered that, following the teachings of Bishop John Karsus, she simply wanted to live freely and happily. Even so, she felt the academy only focused on training students to become powerful mages. She told Alpheus he must also respect their personal freedom, teaching them the heavy responsibilities that come hand in hand with immense power. Because she deeply respected the headmaster, she wanted to teach by his side. Back then, Thad was completely inspired. Yet in the present, he finally reveals the painful truth. Brace yourselves, because Thad tells her the truth. Arcane was actually Headmaster Alpheus's own mentor. Athela closes her eyes, taking a deep, slow breath. She understands. No matter their past connection, anyone who targets her beloved students is her sworn enemy. Saving the students comes first. Hearing this, Thad lets out a breath of pure relief. Athela points out they are all heading directly toward the mountain. He is quite surprised by this, and she adds that they seem to be approaching the uncrossable bridge. She notes that 3 figures are leading the group, with 3 more trailing closely behind. Thad asks if she can make out their identities. Not clearly, but she can tell their genders. But watch what happens as she focuses. She suddenly realizes one of them is Shirone. Meanwhile, deep in the dark woods, Knight asks why on earth they dragged the entire student body straight to the uncrossable bridge. He questions whether their plan is to force everyone off the edge into the ravine, wondering why they would ever do such a thing. Aruki points out that pushing them to jump makes 0 sense, since the students are far more valuable as hostages. Knight considers turning back to report this, but Shirone tells him to stay focused on finding anyone who escaped the mind control. With Headmaster Alpheus, Professor Thad, and Professor Athela missing, at least one of them must have realized what was happening and gone for backup. Even so, Shirone warns that if the hostages are put in immediate danger before reinforcements arrive, they will have to fight. This realization leaves all 3 of them on edge. Aruki adds that a straight fight would be incredibly dangerous due to their numbers. Knight nods in agreement, knowing they can only watch. However, Shirone admits he highly doubts the students will be forced to jump. To his eyes, the captors look like they are simply waiting for someone. Suddenly, Lucas asks Canis why their leader is not here yet. He warns that speed is crucial here, asking if they actually want to die. Canis snaps they are not starting until Alpheus arrives, telling Lucas to only focus on their final reward. Aaron asks Canis why their master is still missing after leaving to heal quite a while ago. Canis has no clue since the deadline passed, though Aaron finds it quite hard to accept. She somehow cannot fathom why their master is running so late, when he literally wanted this day more than anyone. Lucas completely loses his mind and begs to have some fun, leaving a furious Canis wondering why their master even brought him. Suddenly, Canis snaps. He spins around, ready to kill Lucas. Lucas has 0 interest in retreating, asking if Canis is mocking him, right when they notice the Eye of Death. Aaron explains that his control is remarkably advanced, possessing enough power to easily paralyze their central nervous system. Canis realizes this is a cursed ocular technique forged solely through endless acts of cruelty. He says his hometown in Latin was crawling with human trash who played with lives, and to him, Lucas is just more of that garbage. Lucas laughs, saying he finally understands why Canis hates him, asking if he is trash while Canis is some saint. Then, Lucas notes that while those zombies forgot everything, their actual nervous systems and bodies still function perfectly. They cannot eat, drink, or sleep, meaning even without being tossed into the abyss, they will eventually perish anyway. He grabs Sienna, hard, by the throat, declaring that, basically, claiming he always intended to murder them, he squeezes her neck as Canis screams they did not bring hostages here just to die. They are valuable hostages, but Lucas shrugs it off, deciding he will simply trim down their numbers a bit. He points out they will all be murderers soon anyway, dragging Sienna straight to the edge of the rocky cliff. Canis roars, asking if he truly dares to disobey, warning that ending this woman right now is a total waste. Talk about perfect timing. A spirit zone erupts under Lucas, blasting his foot as Aruki sighs that it was close. Knight is horrified that they were actually going to drop people, while Aruki mutters he wanted to take off Lucas's leg. A shocked Lucas demands to know who they are, as Shirone suddenly descends from the sky, carrying Sienna to safety. Shirone lands in a pure rage, swearing he will never forgive them, while Canis asks how they broke the hypnosis. Meanwhile, Arcane sits up, noticing a presence, only to find Athela standing before him, asking if she came all alone. Moments earlier, Thad reassured her that if they were counting on those three, they could confidently trust them with the hostages. He says those kids are incredibly smart and can easily buy them some critical time. Athela wonders what to do, so Thad plans to track down the headmaster to finish this, and she agrees to follow their plan. Thad leaves everything in her capable hands, and now she stands directly before Arcane. She recalls Thad requesting this meeting, while Arcane stares her down, asking if she is just some nun. Introducing herself as Athela, a bishop of the Order of Karsus, she calls it an honor to meet him, leaving Arcane genuinely shocked. Just by looking, he can tell she is a seeker who surpassed Abyss Nova, even while just standing there. He is confused why she is a bishop, since every other one he knew was ancient, making him realize she is an absolute genius. Stunned, she transcended the 8 immortals to reach shell level. Arcane mutters that this world is proving quite interesting. He demands to know where that Alpheus brat is, but Athela tells him not to drag this out. When he asks what she means, she points out he used too much mana yesterday, leaving him with very little power. Right now, he is just waiting for nightfall, so she promises a special arena to fight comfortably if he frees the students. He bursts into mock laughter, asking if she honestly expects to stall a warrior of his caliber. Dark magic wraps Athela. He laughs, calling her naive and foolish. Trapping her in massive roots, he declares she must die. And look at this, Lucas smugly asks Cain if this was not perfect. Cain fires back, reminding him he already called this a terrible plan. Lucas offers to pay more if Cain disposes of the newcomers too, which only serves to make Cain even more irritated. Aaron tries to speak. He cuts her off. Instantly, he says he will handle this alone while she secures the hostages, and Lucas gladly agrees to let him do the heavy lifting. Even so, Lucas silently hopes the kids fight back hard, glaring at Cain with intense, murderous eyes. Cain demands to know how the boys escaped the hypnosis, and when Nate claims they shattered it themselves, Cain calls it completely absurd. If that were actually possible, no one here would still be trapped. He claims there is no time to waste, telling everyone to attack together before unleashing a massive wave of magic. Hiroki complains that bloodlust is ruining his spirit zone, telling Nate to protect Professor Sienna. Since it is dark magic, Shirone feels he has the advantage. He decides to fight Cain, telling the others to handle the big guy. Nate asks if going alone is smart, suggesting they team up since he does not think that other mysterious man will step in. But Shirone is clear. Just trust him. Knowing Cain threw a friend off a cliff without hesitation, Shirone knows how strong he is. Hearing this, Lucas gets irritated by the boy's sharp intuition. Hiroki realizes Shirone's right, noting that while he is usually calm, he becomes a total beast when it counts. Look at that. Their powers are already clashing together as the two step forward with their active spirit waves. Staring right at him, Shirone wonders what he is even looking at. Cain's cold, empty eyes give him absolute chills. He quickly realizes he cannot read his opponent at all, and then Cain strikes with dark magic. Shirone fires up his photon cannon, shooting straight into the oncoming shadow, but it does nothing. With the darkness rushing forward, he has to teleport backward. Gaining a little distance, he tries once more to cut through the darkness with light, but Cain blocks it effortlessly. Nate asks what just happened, shocked that Cain can keep his shadows up after getting hit. Shirone realizes that if Cain can defy the laws of physics so easily, the gap between their power is absolutely massive. Cain mocks him, asking if he actually relied on type advantage with such weak, pathetic-looking skills. Shirone responds by pooling even greater magic in his hand, catching Cain off guard as he fires a beam. How about this? Sensing danger, Cain reacts. He tries to condense his shadows to block. But before he can, Shirone's beam tears through, blasting him away while leaving him completely stunned. Erin screams when she sees the light connect, and Lucas demands to know who that kid is. But even after Shirone lands that hit, Athela is still trapped. Fully sealing her in his dark domain, Cain insults Athela, calling her an idiot who is wasting her talent. He tells her to die. Though surrounded by absolute darkness, Athela uses her sensory awareness to feel attacks rushing toward her. She dodges every attack using teleportation. Cain admits she is pretty impressive, but warns that his shadows are everywhere. A dark hand grabs her leg, and fists manifest around her. Othello realizes the risk. A normal teleportation here will completely ruin her legs. Deciding to adapt, she only uses instant movement on her upper body, cleanly slipping past the onslaught of punches. Then, she kicks away the shadow binding her leg and safely drops back to the cold ground. Cain expects nothing less from a bishop of Tarsus, saying she could have gone much further if she had not wasted her life playing teacher here. Even so, Alpheus kept her down, crushing her incredible talent and skills under his feet. He tries twisting her view of Alpheus, claiming the director kept her hidden just to steal all her credit. Trying to mess with her head once again, Cain catches her off guard. While Athela yells back in anger, he strikes her hard from the side, sending her flying. He vanishes and reappears. With her glasses shattered, the last thing she manages to see is his final attack rushing right at her. Meanwhile, back at the academy, Ted is frantically searching the halls for the director. Knowing Alpheus has to be close, Ted remembers hearing about a hidden room connected to the director's office, but he has no idea where it is. Alpheus asks who he is. Finally, Ted realizes he is safe. The director grows highly suspicious of him, leading Ted to realize the man has lost most of his memories, though not quite all. Confused, Alpheus wonders if he has traveled to the future rather than losing his memories. He then absolutely panics upon seeing his aged reflection, crying out about what happened to his gorgeous 18-year-old face. You believe that? Ted realizes 40 years of memories are completely gone. Ted finally understands that the man standing before him is the legendary, young, and extremely arrogant Alpheus. Right on cue, Alpheus strikes a cocky pose and demands to know what happened to him. He grabs Ted by the collar, demanding to know his magic rank. When Ted says he is 4th rank, Alpheus loses his mind, completely shocked by such a low level, insisting that if Ted is actually his student, then he must know photonization magic, ordering him to restore his memories immediately to see what that older fool has been doing for 40 years. Ted nervously asks his master if he is absolutely sure he wants to see those memories. Alpheus pauses, warning that if Ted is really his apprentice, doubting him is grounds for immediate expulsion, as he has no use for a weakling. Alpheus then asks if Ted seriously thinks the great Alpheus would fear his own past, and though Ted starts shaking, he agrees. Meanwhile, he wonders if a person who lives through the exact same memories twice would still end up with the same personality. Looking ahead, he fears the old director might never return, realizing that right now, his only option is to trust his master. Ted explains he will use photonization magic to burn away the darkness sealing Alpheus's memories. Once done, it is up to Alpheus, completely. Alpheus snaps back, asking if someone like Ted seriously dares to worry about him, and tells him to just do his job. Ted silently worries to make matters worse. These were the absolute worst 40 years of Alpheus's life. And with that, Alpheus returned to the past, remembering everything. Back then, he was surrounded by beautiful women, telling them not to worry because this night would never end. Meanwhile, Canis thinks that if there is one place where a person can lose their life in an instant, it is the battlefield. Their whole lives had been about surviving that battlefield, sharpening themselves like deadly blades just to stay alive. So, regular kids who go to school just to land some cozy job never stand a chance against them. Or at least, that is what his master taught him. Then, he stares at Shirone in shock. Meanwhile, check this out, Cain is recovering in the forest, realizing his survival was somehow pure instinct. If he had been even a split second slower gone, he has no idea what would have happened. Suddenly, a voice in his head warns him that it was incredibly dangerous. Cain asks what exactly hit him, and the voice replies that it was mass light loaded with mass struck his abdomen. Cain is totally confused, arguing that light cannot have mass. The voice explains it actually can, as long as there is a medium switching between light energy and mass. Cain asks if this is a joke, claiming he has never heard of such physics, but the voice warns that Shirone apparently has. Cain grows uneasy. The voice apologizes for upsetting him but insists it is just the truth, he really is that strong and special. No normal student possesses that kind of insane power. None. Still, Cain asks if he can beat him, and the voice assures him they can, as long as they work together. With that, he ignites his dark shadow magic and charges at Shirone once more. Everyone watches in shock, wondering how on earth he managed to survive that brutal attack. Cain laughs it off, asking Shirone if he is already out of cheap tricks. He claims he expected a much better fight, asking why the kid cannot entertain him a bit more. The main character repeats the word fun, disgusted that Cain is taking hostages while still trying to enjoy the fight. That sends Shirone into a silent rage, instantly fueling his light magic. Cain just laughs, sneering that the kid's magic will never work on him. Rushing forward, Cain dares him to try blocking his next move. He slams his hand down. Total chaos. Shirone teleports high up, launching a sudden aerial assault that leaves everyone completely stunned. He notes that magic falls into two simple types, the kind you can dodge, and the kind you cannot. Lucas recalls that blinding flash. Shirone must fall first, no questions. High above, the protagonist looks down at the devastation he caused, but Kane suddenly teleports behind him for a vicious sneak attack, forcing Shirone to barely dodge, losing part of his tie. Shocked, Shirone wonders what just happened. How did Kane get behind him? Too fast. Kane keeps the pressure on, sticking to the main character even when he teleports away. Watching from below, Nate points out what is happening with the shadows. With that power, he glides around freely, relentlessly pursuing Shirone. Nate complains that it is totally broken. He can jump to any spot he wants, but Aruki explains there is a catch: he can only travel through areas directly connected by shadow. Nate groans that it still does not help them, since tracking his exact appearance means watching every single shadow in the area. Then Aruki reminds him that Shirone is the genius who solved the dragon maze. Shirone starts running calculations in his head, mapping out the entire battlefield to mark the blind spots Kane cannot jump to. Using that mental map to track Kane down, he strikes head-on, appearing at the exact spot he calculated. But Kane quickly throws up a wall of pure darkness to block the strike. His friends gasp in shock. What is that thing? Absolutely terrifying. Kane just grins as his shadow swallows Shirone's light, and let's be real, our main character is looking pretty shaken right now. Then, the creepy shadow whispers to him, saying that the glowing light tastes delicious. Meanwhile, in the capital 40 years earlier, patrons drink and chat inside a lively tavern. One of them is Shirone, a brilliant mage specializing in light magic. He was widely known as the most gifted prodigy of light magic, at least until Alpheus came along. Right then, Alpheus walked over and tapped Shirone on the shoulder. Alpheus mentioned hearing that Shirone had published a brand new research paper, calling it a pretty decent read. Shirone's work explored the fundamental nature of light, and Alpheus could tell he poured his heart into it. Surprised, Shirone asked if he was actually being serious. Alpheus brought up the wave theory, pointing out a major error that immediately annoyed Shirone. He argued wave theory was already well established and backed by plenty of experiments. But Alpheus brushed that off as an old concept, asking how long they planned to rely on outdated results. Then he claimed that as the Academy's leading light expert, he guaranteed one thing: light was a particle. Shirone's entire paper was completely useless. Shirone stood up. He told Alpheus to never speak to him again. Alpheus just asked why he was mad. The girls around him immediately started backing him up. Then someone cut in, asking if Alpheus was just a barking chihuahua. Recognizing the Ogun clone, Alpheus was asked if he'd heard his new nickname, Alpheus, the Arrogant. Back in the present, Shirone is visibly rattled by the shadow creature, while Canis warns him this is a high-level dark spell. It summons a magic being named Kolita. The creature glares. Apparently, they all seem pretty upset. Nade can't believe it speaks, and Naruki admits he's read of magic beings, but never one with real intelligence. Shirone brings up alchemists and magic engineers. Both can craft physical objects, but neither ever cracked the toughest puzzle: how to actually make a living being. That is biological magic, insanely difficult. Even Shirone remains shocked that this thing can actually think. And get this, the shadow creature claims it's not just smart, but its butt is cute, though now isn't the time to show it. That makes everyone realize this monster is seriously bizarre, but Canus points out of course it has real intelligence. Kolita is a magic being that inherited the mind of the Archmage Arkanhe. He asks the boys if they get it now, launching another attack at Shirone. Canis admits Shirone's magic is unusual, but even so, the boy is still just a kid. And this time, Shirone finally gets hit. He tries to fight back with his magic, but Canus reminds him again that those spells won't work anymore. Then he smothers Shirone in pitch-black darkness. The boy desperately wonders what he can even do now. He isn't afraid to die. But if he loses here, everyone else is finished. He thinks of everyone around him, looking at each face, even Lucas with that crazed expression. Shirone realizes he's pushing his limits just to keep up with their speed, and his photon cannon isn't even working. So, what can he actually do against that magic creature? The moment he focuses, he tries to think deeper, but gets blasted again and takes a beating. Luckily, he escapes with a swift teleport. The shadow creature admits it knew it: this kid is absolutely no joke. Shirone lands hard, striking a dramatic pose as his friends rush forward, but he warns them not to come any closer. He points out magic beings can't move without a core energy source. Canis confirms they are basically one, asking what he's getting at. Shirone smiles. That's great news. It means the monster has limits too. Canis laughs. Limits on a shadow monster? Shirone just smiles, saying they're about to find out. Oh, here comes the hype. Shirone powers up his light, daring Canis to a direct one-on-one to see who drops first. Even the shadow begins to fear him. Shirone fires an even stronger light blast. The shadow quickly tells Canis to retreat back into the forest, where there are plenty of shadows. Canis doesn't get it since they can tank the hits just fine, but the creature calls him an idiot, explaining Shirone plans to attack until they completely wear out. A foolish strategy. but the shadow warns there is no reason to take that risk. It orders Canis to lure Shirone into the woods to finish him off, adding that the desperate boy will definitely give chase. Canis realizes it's right and agrees, confident that with Kolita, who inherited the brilliant intelligence of Legosh the Aspiring, Legosh the Aspiring himself wonders if it's finally time for a real warm-up. Meanwhile, in the past, Clump was still talking to a young lady, asking to have a dance with her while wearing a totally unhinged expression. The girl immediately ran away in terror. Alpheus started laughing at his friend's expense during the ball. Alpheus asked Ogun why on earth Clump kept scaring every single potential partner off. Clump shrugged it off, complaining it was not fair that the back of Alpheus's head was somehow prettier than his own face. Alpheus suggested if Clump grew his hair out and dressed better, girls would line up for him. Ogun clearly hated that advice. Then someone approached them, introducing herself as Irina, and saying it was a pleasure to meet them. He noticed right away that it was a woman's voice, and when they looked over, a girl was driving all the men around her away. He asked what was going on, and why that man was chasing her off, pointing out she didn't even look ugly. Ogun explained she was the eldest daughter of that bastard family, but added he had heard she was a little troubled. Alpheus asked if she was a proper noble lady, wondering what the issue was. Ogun couldn't believe he came here without knowing any of this. He said the rumor was that she was not very bright, which actually surprised Alpheus. Ogun adds that a childhood accident halted her mental development, permanently leaving her with the mind of a 10-year-old. Typically, the family head locks her away in her room. But tonight, things are different. Just then, a rude man scoffs that she is the family disgrace, while his kind wife begs him to let Irina enjoy the party tonight. Alpheus thinks they are exactly like the greedy nobles back home. They never change. So, he decides to boost her reputation a bit. Ogun quickly warns him to stop, calling his hollow pity an absolute insult, but Alpheus tells him not to worry about it. Since he has always been genuine with women, he walks right up to her, whispering that it is a beautiful night. She introduces herself politely, saying it is nice to meet him, though she looks completely terrified. Alpheus frowns, realizing this is not the reaction he wanted. The crowd starts whispering, wondering what he wants with that poor girl. He tries inviting her to dance, but she breaks down crying and throws a fit, leaving Alpheus completely humiliated. Aruki suddenly flashes back to 3 years ago, remembering when he tried to force Nate into a fight. He admits to himself that he never wanted his friend in danger if it could be avoided. Back in the present, he asks Nate if he is okay. Nate asks if he needs to play it safe, and Aruki nods just as Lucas charges again. He yells that being cautious will not save them from him, throwing himself headfirst into the clash. The boys teleport to dodge the blow, but his relentless strikes keep locked onto them. That only fuels his rage as he pursues them, forcing them to explain how Shimei actually works. Technically, you could boost your entire body, but overdoing one part ruins your balance. That is why Shima users stick to highly specific, tested upgrade paths called builds. Take the mitochondria build, which directly targets and enhances the cell's powerhouses. This boost jacks up their stamina, making it the most common speed build. That is how Lucas is staying right on the boys' heels. Nate tells Aruki to run and fires a massive bolt of lightning at Lucas. Meanwhile, Aruki triggers a detonation, but Lucas slips away completely unharmed, scoffing that they are just green amateurs who have never faced a real Shima user. Still, their coordination is flawless as they strike repeatedly, even though Lucas effortlessly dances around every hit. The two boys quickly realize this monster is almost impossible to hit. Lucas knows this fight is not a simple speed test. This build drains energy rapidly, meaning he has to end things right now. And check this out, he spikes his stats even higher, pushing past his limits to double his metabolic energy output. In a flash, he appears right behind Aruki, delivering a devastating punch. Over in Arcane's dark dimension, Athela is battered and bleeding. He praises her sheer resilience, but as poisonous green shadows gather in his hands, he tells her that her time is up. He strikes with absolutely everything he has. Athela barely dodges the blast, realizing that green energy is lethal poison. If it grazes her, she is finished. Sucking in a breath, she lets out a devastating sonic scream that tears through the dark fog. Arcane recognizes the shockwave shaking his realm, identifying it as the roar of the wave demon. Looking closely, he sees the shockwave shattered his barrier, allowing Athela to teleport through the opening and escape. Realizing she cannot match his raw sorcery, she decides it is time to switch tactics and rely on Shima. Dropping into a low battle stance, she focuses her internal energy right into her fist. But get this, Arcane completely snaps, expanding his domain to summon a colossal, godlike warrior to crush her. Seeing her channel Shima, he shouts that if she wants to fight physical, he will gladly crush her with brute force. The giant strikes at her, but she refuses to yield, slamming her hand directly into its massive chest. Flashing back 40 years to the bastard family gala, young Irina is sobbing for her mother because of Alpheus. When he asks why she is so upset, she explains that her mother warned her that anyone trying to speak to her is evil, so she must leave. Alpheus calls out, asking if simply saying hello makes him a bad guy, and begs her to wait. Nearby guests whisper insults about him harassing the master's daughter, while Seraph seethes, wondering if he would exploit a defenseless girl just for attention. As she retreats, Alpheus realizes she is not afraid of him, but of punishment. Meanwhile, Plump thinks Alpheus is a total fool for sticking his nose into a family drama that does not concern him. He lets out a loud cough, signaling his buddy to apologize and run. Instead, Alpheus suddenly raises his voice, gently grabbing Irina. Telling her she is finally looking at him, he notes that she is clearly terrified of something. He reassures her that no one gets punished just for enjoying a dance, and asks if she wants to try dancing with him. She deserves to be free for just one day, he whispers, offering his hand to her once more. Finally, the girl grabs Alpheus's hand as courage surges inside her. She throws a massive punch at the magic giant, actually forcing the beast to stagger backward. Just then, countless ant-like monsters swarm the battlefield. Athela crashes hard onto the cold ground. Is this really the dark magic she's used to? Looking up, she summons a devastating storm of Pegasus meteors. Hovering beside his giant, Arcane just laughs and admits she's got one hell of a punch. Athela destroys his creations until he orders the giant to grind her into the dirt. Missing her by a split second, the giant swings again as Arcane clenches his fist. She narrowly dodges the crushing blows, telling herself to stop overthinking and just fight. She has to end this now. Charging forward, she unleashes a relentless barrage of Shima-powered punches. Mid-strike, she begins prepping another move, and Arcane instantly realizes it's a massive shockwave. He knows those internal attacks are designed to completely wreck an opponent from within. If those constant vibrations disrupt the inner organs, the damage multiplies by dozens or even hundreds of times. The impact ripples right through him alongside Athela's heavy strikes, and he has to admit it's incredible. He calls her strong, muttering that Athela could have reached the absolute peak if she hadn't wasted her life searching for truth. Suddenly, she slips. She almost plunges straight into those crawling ants. Another massive entity rises directly behind her. Arcane calls it a shame, mocking her as a mere insect, struggling to stay alive. Against this world's true Shima, she's absolutely nothing. As a giant hand descends toward Athela, she braces for the impact. The near miss is devastating, with the giant pulverizing a massive stretch of forest in a single, terrifying swing. Arcane gasps in shock. Athela was blasted back, but she's still fighting now, standing right on top of the Suzanu's head. She realizes that if a monster like him reaches the academy or the city, the body count will be catastrophic. He has to be stopped right here. Striking with absolute fury, she resolves to end him even if it costs her life. She hammers the Susanu so violently that its skull nearly fractures, unleashing a massive shockwave that rattles Arcane to his core. Her blow splinters the dark magic titan. It lets out an agonized howl. Arcane screams alongside his creation, taking heavy backlash from that incredible wave-based attack. He realizes all her previous strikes were just set up for this final blow. Shaking violently, he groans that the pain is unbearable. Yet, he slowly clenches his fist with a sadistic grin, whispering how much he's missed this thrilling, competitive feeling. Despite falling apart, the giant winds up yet another devastating punch for Athela. Panic washes over her while Arcane reminisces about the legendary battles from his glory days. Athela struggles to counter the titan, but Arcane's battle high is only growing. He goes completely all out, and with him fired up like this, things get incredibly ugly for Athela. Did the shockwave not do enough damage? She bitterly admits she wanted to be much stronger for her master. Ultimately, she loses the clash. Meanwhile, Nate screams Iruka's name as blood splatters. Nate rushes to cast support magic, asking if Iruka's all right, but the bleeding boy insists his massive chest wound is just a scratch. He even smiles, cheerfully telling Nate that he did a great job locking down the brute who tried to murder them. This makes the mercenary rage at the green-haired kid, realizing the brat faked his strike to cover the zone in a magnetic field. That trick allowed him to advance while Nate used his lightning to paralyze and trap the mercenary. Seizing the opening, Nate fires his signature formless shot, blasting the shocked mercenary directly from behind. The mercenary refuses to accept defeat, completely unaware that dark magic is creeping up behind him. The shadow tendrils coil tightly around his leg, and his electrical energy is instantly drained away. Spinning around, he sees that girl consuming his magic, and Iruki instantly knows everything is about to fall apart. But there's no time to react. The maddened mercenary charges at Nate, swinging his blade at the boy's throat while screaming that this is all his fault. Nate's about to get hit. Iruki can only scream his name, but the blow never lands. The dumbfounded mercenary stares in absolute disbelief as thick ice instantly encases the boy. Nate can't believe he's breathing, while Iruki recognizes the ice magic and wonders if it's really who he thinks. Sure enough, Professor Sienna is back and she's absolutely livid. Meanwhile, far from this chaos, Alpheus is still dancing with the girl. The party is dead silent. Stunned. With the music playing, Ryan's grandfather is utterly stunned. Alpheus is genuinely a madman, totally enjoying himself as he spins her around. Meanwhile, Kane tries speaking to Harvey, but gets silence. He frowns, mentioning he just felt a massive tremor coming from the distant mountains. He adds that Arcane unleashed his ultimate descent of darkness. Kane realizes that's his master's signature move and asks if Alpheus showed up, which the Shadow calls highly likely since Arcane is heading that way soon. Deflecting another one of Shirone's relentless strikes, they figure he'll probably wipe out the entire area too. Shirone keeps chasing them through the woods. Kane curses the kid's persistence, telling Harvey to stay hidden since their movement options are getting completely locked down. Harvey notes that it basically feels like they're copying mirror moves in chess. Kane realizes they need a few more variables, and Harvey agrees. Harvey warns that Shirone is closing in, so they rush him together while the boy counters with light magic, just as snow begins falling back on the battlefield. The mercenary panics, wondering if her master's spell got broken, but the girl insists that makes absolutely no sense. She argues that only holy monks or high-ranking archmages should be able to shatter her master's abyss, so how did basic academy students pull it off? Meanwhile, Sienna stalks forward in a sheer murderous rage, freezing only the ground beneath her steps. Nade yells out that the fight is over since the professor woke up, but suddenly his own hand freezes, making him jump back. He gasps that it's freezing, and Aruki instantly senses danger, realizing all the surrounding academy students are turning into ice statues too. Aruki warns Sienna isn't actually awake but moving in her sleep, right as she shapes a deadly ice stalactite. She hurls it, slicing a deep gash right across the mercenary's stomach, leaving him begging her to stop before she kills the students too. Terrified and desperate, he gasps that he's faced monsters like her before. True survivors who cheated death so many times they kill effortlessly while half asleep. As Sienna stalks closer with blank, barely open eyes. Realizing she is moving on muscle memory with spells stored inside her, he frantically runs, cursing his horrible luck. What good is a fortune if he dies here? He flees, absolutely loathing how incredibly unlucky his entire day turned out. But look closely as he frantically tries to bolt, his legs completely refuse to follow. They've been sliced completely off, and he collapses hard, while Sienna hasn't even stepped forward, only slightly raising her hand. At only 20, she is already a grade 6 mage wielding peerless absolute zero ice magic, and now she summons a massive, frozen hurricane. Everyone is freezing over, and the mercenary's severed limbs are petrified solid, pinning him to the ground. He recalls Canis calling this a garbage academy, but whether it's the faculty or these terrifying kids, they are completely insane. This entire place is a nightmare, and suddenly, massive boulders of solid ice begin raining down on him. Sienna unleashes an absolute glacial bombardment, sending massive frozen meteors directly at the students, while the dark magic girl just freezes like an idiot as a giant block falls toward her. Right at the final second, Nade tackles her out of the way, saving her life. She demands to know what he's doing, but Nade snaps back, telling her to undo her mind control before they all get crushed to death. Terrified, she stammers that there's no time, but Aruki steps up to handle it, leaving Nade wondering what insane plan he's cooking up. The clever student explains the real threat isn't the cold but the raw mass of those glaciers, estimating them around 15 to 20 tons each before running the math to launch his divergent strike. He knows, to save everyone, he must obliterate the glaciers into thousands of tiny shards, while instantly calculating the exact trajectory of every single piece, sending 2 spheres into the sky to strike. A single error means certain death as, bit by bit, he shatters the falling icebergs into harmless snow. The Dark Mage can only watch in absolute awe, baffled by his power. Just look at that, a lethal battle turns into a breathtaking fireworks show, leaving her completely stunned by these academy kids. Meanwhile, Nade is still hovering over her, so she shoves him away, demanding an explanation, leaving Nade offended that he risked his life just to get yelled at. She reminds him they are bitter enemies, demandingly asking why he would ever jump to protect her. Nade tells her to quit complaining and undo the spell before everyone dies, but when she mutters that she doesn't really know, he stares in absolute shock. But then she whispers if it's for Canis, while memories of their survival together flash through her mind. She admits she couldn't care less if every other student dies here, leaving Nade stunned by her cold devotion. Just as tears begin to fall, a massive explosion erupts behind her, drawing both of their attention instantly. Standing in the middle of the smoke is Canis, absolutely drenched in blood and looking barely alive. Meanwhile, in a flashback, Alpheus laughs with Arena under the night sky, asking if she saw their shocked expressions, which she admits was quite a sight. They share a sweet moment before his mind suddenly drifts towards some bizarre theories. He notes that while prism tests suggest light is a particle, the new double-slit experiment shows diffraction, meaning it acts as a wave too. Alpheus admits he leans toward the particle theory, then chuckles, realizing he slipped into research talk again. Arena tells him he is a wonderful person. He just stares, enchanted. Under the moonlight, she looks beautiful, and he embarrassedly wonders what he is doing there. He admits he wants to become a mage, but he still has no idea what to write for his thesis, so he asks Irina for her thoughts. Deep down, he questions what he is even hoping to hear from her, but then asks, anyway, does she think light is a wave or a particle? Irina simply replies that light is beautiful. That answer pretty much changes everything for Alpheus. Sometime earlier, Shirone was reading a book about mass and energy when something caught his attention. He called his friends over, and Nate asked what was up, noticing he was reading about mass energy equivalence. He explained that if mass can turn into energy, then energy should also become mass. Rook said that idea might let them improve the photon cannon, but then the main character noticed something else. They realized that the formula belonged to Alpheus, which left them both shocked. Back in the present, Shirone is beating down Canis, hunting him through the forest. The shadow curses. The boys' attacks are getting heavier, and Canis finally realizes our main character has actually grown stronger during this fight, firing even more photon cannons. His face gets colder as his attacks grow increasingly savage, and the two of them keep running for their lives. The shadow starts feeling real pain from the attacks, admitting Shirone is pretty impressive but still has a long way to go. The main character shuts that down. No, this was only practice. The shadow is speechless as he attacks even harder. The shadow screams she cannot block this much longer and tells Canis to run, but he refuses, knowing they will lose all momentum. Instead, he tells the shadow to consume his willpower, realizing he is dead serious. So she starts draining the boy, managing to stop the attack, but after taking a massive hit that sends him flying, he crashes near his sister. She turns around, sees him covered in blood, and desperately wonders what happened to Canis. Nate wonders if what they are seeing is really a photon cannon, and Irakui realizes that bastard Shirone actually used yesterday's formula in his spell. Then the boy gets launched away, landing near his friends who immediately rush over to help the main character. He is totally beat up, and they ask if he is okay. The main character apologizes. He still cannot beat that guy. He wonders why he suddenly feels so incredibly weak, but Irakui reminds him that Canis is seriously strong. Still, he cannot believe it. Even after powering up his photon cannon, he's still lost. Irakui can tell. That hit him hard. The only reason the main character can even stand there is because the others handled things on this side, so Irakui tells his friend he did well. Now that they are together, Irakui steps forward and asks Canis what he plans to do next, questioning if he really thinks he can handle all three of them. Irakui tells him to accept defeat and free the students. Since no one has died yet, it is still not too late. But Canis says the war is not over, declaring his master will punish all of them. Nate questions that, asking if Canis even understands what his side has done. But Canis snaps back that he can ask Alpheus when they meet in hell. That shocks them all since Canis suddenly brought up the headmaster, with Canis claiming Alpheus committed a crime that can never be forgiven. This rotten school was built by stealing from his master. Everything they enjoyed here was taken. Shirone can barely believe what he is hearing. Nate asks what Canis means, and Irakui tells him to stop making wild accusations. Even if it were true, what did the people here ever do wrong? Canis replies that thoughts like that do not matter. Declaring himself his master's agent, he starts casting again, saying he will act according to his own beliefs. Nate realizes Canis is not listening at all, while Irakui asks if that means they are really ending this right here. But Shirone steps past him and moves to the front, staying completely silent but furious, as light magic gathers in his hand again. Canis starts laughing, asking if the main character really thinks a fight can solve what words could not, saying it will not matter. But then, look, Canis notices Harvey protecting him. Canis asks what Harvey is doing, telling him he does not need to be scared, but Harvey warns him this dangerous attack feels totally wrong. Canis does not get what he means, but Harvey says that if they burn through enough willpower, they might stop him. But then, Canis realizes that something is terribly off about that light, which just keeps getting brighter. Still furious, Shirone says this is Canis's last chance to free the students now. Hiro and Nate keep looking at each other while the girl stands there in shock, and Canis proudly declares he is the Archmage's disciple whose will cannot be broken. Shirone replies that he does not want to kill him, but if people are dying for those beliefs, he has no choice but to end this. Then we jump to the past, where a young Alpheus was with Irina, listening as she said light was beautiful. She talks about the starlight and fireflies, calling all of it beautiful, but his thoughts are not beautiful at all. Alpheus claims he understands, then asks why she thinks light is so beautiful. Irina explains that light pierces the darkness, allowing them to actually see the beautiful night sky. Right then, Alpheus has a sudden breakthrough about darkness, realizing there is absolutely no contradiction here. The two elements are completely bound together. Finally understanding, he softly tells Irina she is beautiful, leaving her totally dazed and confused. Alpheus asks if she will be his guiding light, wondering how he could ever let that memory fade away. The cool night air, the gentle breeze, the scent of fresh grass, and her smiling right at him. No matter what the world offers him, he will never forget that memory. Meanwhile, Ted is struggling hard as his past begins to trigger. Ted admits this defense against light is incredible, completely shocked that Arcanon could actually cast a high-level spell like this. He desperately begs his master to come back. But back on the battlefield, just as Shirone corners Canis, the atmosphere shifts as a newcomer demands to know what is happening. Shirone turns around with instant dread, while Canis looks up, thrilled to see his master. From the ridge, Arcanon gazes down at them. Below, the beaten mercenary lies half-frozen on the dirt, barely clinging to life. His other followers are beaten bloody too, making him silently curse them as complete and utter fools. Still, Arcanon quickly spots the source, the boy wielding light. Shirone points it at Arcanon, ready to blast him, demanding to know if he planned this attack. Pay attention, the entire clearing goes dead silent. Arcanon seems amused by his sheer boldness and asks for his name, but Shirone refuses to give his name to a killer. He demands Arcanon release the brainwashed students and leave immediately, but Arcanon mockingly apologizes, saying that is simply not an option. In his eyes, anyone training under Alpheus deserves severe punishment, and that naturally includes these young boys as well. He suddenly unleashes a deadly strike. Caught off guard, Shirone barely reacts in time to counter with a blast of his own. Shirone realizes he just let loose a highly destructive attack. But Arcanon effortlessly dodges, calmly assessing the size of the blast. The blast covered a 52.7-meter radius. Arcanon notes Shirone has an insanely massive spirit zone, leaving him shocked that Arcanon avoided it so easily. Shirone tries to strike again, but Ethel appears and desperately yells for him to stop. She is heavily injured and bleeding. Arcanon sneers that she was quite lucky to survive, so she really ought to know her place. Ethel spits back that winning or losing does not matter. She only cares about protecting her precious students. Shirone demands to know who this monster is. She warns him that his name is Arcanon, a third-class archmage, completely shocking the three boys. She mentions that he seems to hold a deeply personal grudge against their director. Standing high above, Arcanon mocks her as pathetic for crying to children. Ethel fires back that he is probably not as calm as he pretends. This visibly irritates him, while Harvey notes their master's mental force is currently sitting at only 10%. Even so, Harvey warns that just 10% of an archmage's power is more than enough to wipe all of them out. Arcanon considers their options, realizing they have not captured Alpheus yet, so retreating right now might actually be their smartest move. Ethel nervously wonders what he is planning. Harvey tries to speak up, but Canis suddenly steps forward, begging his master to leave this to him. Arcanon flashes a twisted smirk, asking if his disciple truly wants to handle this battle all by himself. Look at how nervous she gets, wondering why Arcanon is pushing this. To her, he is starting to look like black magic slime. Then Arcanon grins widely and calls out to Shirone, asking if he is truly the prized disciple of Alpheus. Shirone snaps back, telling him to keep the director's name out of his mouth. Compared to Alpheus, Arcanon is not even a real mage. Hearing this, Arcanon bursts into wild, unhinged laughter. Internally, he wonders how much Alpheus has bragged over the last 40 years for a mere child to respect him this much. His ongoing, eerie laughter terrifies everyone nearby. Eventually, Arcanon shrugs it off, telling Canis to go ahead and fight. Canis thanks his master, while Ethel desperately warns Shirone to stand down. Regardless of her warnings, the two mages finally face off. Harvey urges Canis to think this through and let Arcanon handle it, but Canis flatly refuses to back down. Having disappointed his master once already, he must defeat this brat even if it kills him. Fueled by raw fury, he ignores his comrade and expands his spirit zone with absolute killing intent. Canis calls out to Harvey again, demanding a response. But Harvey completely ignores him, leaving Canis feeling totally isolated. Still, he refuses to stop, charging straight at Shirone, who immediately begins teleporting around the battlefield. Canis wonders how the kid crossed the deep ravine, questioning if he is trying to initiate an aerial battle. Then Canis calls him an idiot, clearly thinking shadows cannot be used properly while suspended in midair. But the night sky is basically one massive shadow. Canis spreads his darkness everywhere, but then Shirone begins to shine. That completely shocks all four of them, along with his girlfriend and everyone else watching. Wait, watch this suspended in midair. Shirone summons an insane number of light spheres right before Canis. Realizing he cannot track those movements, Shirone decides to strike his enemy's entire spirit zone, going wild even as his body starts breaking down. He still unleashes a massive storm of light, sending every single glowing sphere crashing directly down onto Canis. For the first time, Canis feels absolute terror and frantically conjures shadows to shield himself, but that brutal rain of light keeps pouring. Canis completely panics, realizing this kid is totally out of his mind and that this attack is definitely no bluff. Taking hit after painful hit, he realizes those hundreds of magical spheres are actually all completely real. He cannot comprehend how a mere boy possesses this level of power, as Shirone's rapid-fire barrage of light never ceases. Athela watches in disbelief, wondering when Shirone even learned that trick. while Iruki notices he has entered the infinite domain again. Othello demands to know what they mean, asking if Shirone has actually accessed that immortal state in the past. They immediately panic, realizing they blabbed way too much, and that is when she finally understands the whole truth. Meanwhile, Shirone maintains his relentless, non-stop assault, leaving Canis to do nothing but run while screaming desperately for Harvey. He begs him to respond, yelling that they are dead if this continues. But when Canis takes a hit, there is no wound. Completely confused, Canis looks up to see what is happening and realizes Shirone is not actually aiming directly at him. He has been targeting the darkness itself, systematically erasing the shadows Canis needs to escape. Canis thinks that is pure madness. To him, it is clear that this lunatic possesses limitless willpower. Terrified and furious, the last thing Canis wants is to die in front of Arcane, who simply watches with his arms crossed. Sinking deeper into the dark, Canis thinks he is finished, until Harvey finally speaks, calling Arcane seriously annoying, confirming he is back. Together, they manifest a massive dome of shadow to block Shirone's powerful attack. Both Harvey and Canis feel an agonizing burn, leaving Canis to wonder why Harvey is even doing this. After all, Harvey is his own willpower and it is nearly gone, but Harvey snaps at him to focus. Shirone senses a sudden shift, demanding to know what that thing is while teleporting to keep pace with Canis. But then Shirone takes a hit and recoils. He was sure he held the advantage, but a sliced arm proves the fight is turning against him. He drops back to the cold ground, but Harvey is already rushing him again to land another devastating strike. Shirone knows maintaining this immortal state any longer is highly dangerous, and he begins to suspect something is seriously off. Canis has great endurance, a strong photon cannon, and high combat intelligence, not to mention lethal close-range strikes and high agility. So why did he not fight like this from the very beginning? Then it hits him, this is impossible. He wonders if that demonic creature is actually draining Canis' own willpower. He recalls Canis saying they are one. Meanwhile, Othello looks at Arcane, pointing out how unbelievably cruel he is to his own student. Just then, Canis collapses to the earth and vomits, forcing his sister to realize something is terribly wrong with him. Shirone finally puts the pieces together. Canis is the fuel tank powering that shadow beast. Canis is clearly growing weaker by the second, yet that persistent shadow keeps hunting Shirone down. With Harvey looking increasingly twisted, Shirone realizes there is no point in keeping the photon cannon active against this new form, since it relies on mixing physical force with magic. See where this is going? He declares the answer is Photon Impulse, activates the rune on his forehead, and fires. The blast tears straight toward the shadow, and Harvey starts cursing as it hits him head-on. Shirone grimaces, knowing this battle was never going to be an easy victory. Having endless willpower does not mean he can break past his limits forever, leaving him with only one path strengthening his omniscience. His eye literally begins to shatter, shedding glowing purple fragments into the wind. Remembering that energy equals mass times the speed of light squared, he resolves to turn all mass into energy, unleashing a massive wave of light from his hand toward the shadow. Harvey has absolutely no idea what is happening as Shirone's devastating attack begins tearing him apart. He wonders if this is like those lasers he has witnessed before, while everyone watches in shock, and Iruki recognizes it as a terrifyingly powerful pulse. Shirone's nearly breaking his own body apart as the blinding light keeps pouring, and Harvey feels the pain getting worse, like he is burning alive. And then, Canis begins suffering in Harvey's place. The girl realizes Harvey's agonizing pain is flowing straight into Canis. Harvey is pushed way past his limit, yet Shirone keeps driving that brutal red laser into him. Harvey warns that if this keeps up, they are both finished, but the red laser is already melting him into a shapeless mass. She stares, completely shocked by how unnervingly calm Harvey seems in this deadly moment. Desperate, she screams at Shirone to stop his magic. He gets distracted and looks at her. Right then, Harvey bursts out laughing and sneers that it's already too late. Oh, here we go. A colossal blast completely obliterates the peak where they stood. Suddenly, a memory flashes. He remembers first meeting Harvey. Back then, he introduced himself as Colita. Canis immediately asked him to serve under him, but Colita just stared back coldly, asking why he should. When Canis asked if he was rejected, Colita clarified that wasn't it. He explained that heading over to Aaron instead would be far more beneficial for everyone. She had spent 10 long years hiding in Kadum, completely isolated, with absolutely nobody knowing her real identity except for Canis. That harsh endurance gifted her an incredibly sharp mind, letting her see things normal people never could. Canis asks if he is talking about the first sutra. Colita explains that after sensing Aaron's massive overflow, he tracked her down and brought her to Leah. He wanted to bring Canis too, but Canis refused, claiming Aaron was far too kind. Instead, he told Colita to go with Canis. Colita realizes why he was given Canis. It turns out this had been planned from the start. Flashback ends. Just 1 minute before the mountaintop blast, they spot something floating right above them. Javi warns that it's going to blow, sending Canis into a panic. To save him, Javi declares he is canceling their contract. He forcefully rips a strange energy out of Canis, making the poor boy scream in agonizing pain. Shocked that Javi is sacrificing himself, Canis suddenly remembers when Colita asked why he wanted power so badly. Back then, Canis answered that Aaron was his first and only light, so he absolutely had to protect her from this world. Trapped and facing certain death, Javi smiles, thinking that Canis is actually a pretty fun guy. He commands Canis to live on, leaving the boy completely devastated. Then, Arcane merely shifts his gaze, and the colossal explosion detonates right before their eyes. Yet, when the smoke clears, Shirone's totally untouched. He glares at Arcane, demanding to know what he did and if he actually intended to murder everyone. Everyone is utterly speechless. Staring at our hero, Arcane realizes why his face looks so familiar. Wait, you see it too, right? He is the spitting image of Alpheus from 40 years ago. Our protagonist snaps in absolute fury, screaming at him to shut up. But Arcane just laughs, mocking that he finally knows why that sly fox Alpheus took him in. It is because our hero carries the literal image of absolute power through his unique command of light. Clearly, Arcane intends to use him for some dark purpose, but our protagonist furiously demands to know what secrets he holds. Arcane chuckles, stating he knows everything because that great Alpheus was once his very own student. Our hero is left completely stunned by this revelation. Arcane admits Alpheus was highly brilliant, a student he was proud of. But greed eventually blinded the boy. He cast Arcane into a living hell and burned his life's work, even though Arcane had only ever helped him. And worst of all, Arcane reveals his wife died for absolutely no reason. The revelation leaves everyone frozen. Othello demands he explain exactly what went down 40 years ago. Arcane quietens down, pausing dramatically before taking them back to that fateful era. He describes it as a record of their most glorious days. Meanwhile, Ted is desperately trying to awaken Alpheus's deeply buried memories. Arcane explains that this era was the absolute peak of Alpheus's life. A grand announcement rings out. The prestigious Golden Circle Prize is awarded to Milch Alpheus. He is ecstatic as he steps up. After all, this legendary trophy is reserved solely for the absolute top mage of the year. The public hails him as a once-in-a-generation genius for proving that light behaves as both particles and waves. They proudly call him the brilliant guiding light of the prestigious Milch family. Even his friend Orn chuckles, calling Alpheus pretty adorable. Orn admits he fully expected Alpheus to just remain a local troublemaker, but instead, he achieved something truly monumental. He playfully asks if Alpheus is ready to celebrate. Alpheus laughs, saying he definitely is, but only after he makes a quick stop back home first. Arriving home, he eagerly calls out for Arena. She is cooking a quiet dinner, surprised to see him back so early. Alpheus tenderly hands her the prize, declaring the Golden Circle belongs to her just as much as him. To him, it means the entire world has finally validated his revolutionary ideas. She congratulates him, and he playfully lifts her up, though he must leave soon for a party. Before heading out, he steals a precious, quiet moment alone with her. She giggles and warns him that dinner might burn, but he just grins, saying let it burn. At just 23, Alpheus had become the single most celebrated mage on the entire continent. Lucrative offers poured in from every corner of the globe, but Alpheus remained practical, sorting through them with extreme care. With talent like his market value soared to unimaginable heights, and yet, both stubborn families still opposed their marriage. Stepping outside toward his waiting carriage, he softly asks Arena to wait just a bit longer, promising her that he will soon climb to the absolute top. Once he achieves that peak, both the proud Milch family and the Bastard family will have no choice but to accept them. While Alpheus is away, some guy starts getting annoyed, and his friend complains that Alpheus should have arrived sooner. But just then, Shirone finally shows up. He cannot believe how things turned out, admitting he had no idea Alpheus would swing this much power after coming back. He wonders if Alpheus actually lives here and regrets not bringing a gift. His friend shrugs it off. A present is not going to erase their past anyway. Still, they keep pounding on the door until Arena opens it, asking if they are looking for her husband. But seeing these strange men, she wonders who they are. The guys recognize Arena, proving beyond doubt that this is indeed Alpheus's house. One of them claims they are old friends of Alpheus, asking if he is home. But she says no. He went out. When they ask when he will return, she says she is not quite sure. Shirone asks if they can wait inside, because standing out here is exhausting. Since she thinks they are her husband's friends, she lets them in. Late that night, Alpheus finally returns, calling out to apologize for being late while searching for Arena. He notices the only room with a light still on, walks over, and hears Sheriff talking trash, calling him one lucky bastard. Alpheus stands there completely stunned. Shirone keeps going, laughing that Alpheus used to just fool around and never write his thesis, only getting his act together by marrying into a good family. He asks if the others agree, but they awkwardly mutter that he is drunk. Even then, Sheriff asks Arena if he does not look pretty handsome, but she says she has no way of knowing. He scoffs of course she does not and demands she finish her song, trying to force her to keep singing. But suddenly, one of them gets smashed in the face. Alpheus storms in absolutely furious, cursing them out and beating them to the ground. Arena cowers in fear, while one of the men whimpers, asking how an intellectual can punch this hard. Sheriff stammers an apology, saying he completely lost his head, and promises he will never show his face here again. Still furious, Alpheus turns on Arena, demanding to know why she let them inside. When she says they claim to be his friends, he snaps what kind of friend humiliates another man's wife. He asks if she is really that clueless about his friends, before cruelly spitting out, "Are you actually that stupid?" Instantly, the heavy regret hits him. He realizes what he said, as Arena looks down with tears filling her eyes. Alpheus quickly apologizes, begging her to forget his words, suddenly remembering that her mind works like a 10-year-old girl's. She apologizes as well, whispering that she will never do it again. That just makes him more frustrated, knowing the weaker person always has to walk on eggshells. He mutters that he is going out for air, leaving her crying alone. He goes straight to a bar, calling himself disgusting trash for saying those awful things to the one person who completely adores and trusts him. And you already know how fast tension explodes in a story like this. His friend asks why Alpheus does not just have a child, pointing out it could fix their relationship. Alpheus sighs that they have already thought about it. His friend urges him to stop waiting. He absolutely needs an heir to keep his household secure. Thinking of the Ojin family, Alpheus says he already knows that. But the doctor warned him that a woman with the mind of a 10-year-old girl might not handle the pain of childbirth. Ojin admits he probably should not say this, but Alpheus understood the risks the moment he chose this marriage. Alpheus agrees he has zero regrets, but those doubts still linger, making Ojin wonder why such a brilliant guy is acting so helpless. Claiming he has no other choice but look at his eyes right here. A wild new plan is definitely starting to spark. Sometime later, a man inspects the area and remarks that it is not bad at all. It has been 48 hours since an intruder entered Arcane's dungeon, and Arcane admits he is pretty impressed Alpheus made it here alive. Alpheus stumbles into the room, bloody and battered, asking if this man is Arcane Victor. Arcane is shocked he reached this place alone, wondering how he survived all those deadly traps and monsters. He asks who the boy is, and Alpheus introduces himself. He says he read Arcane's research paper about storing memories, which Arcane actually finds quite amusing. The genius behind Mirror of Light, quantum light theory, is actually interested in dark magic, and Alpheus explains he wants to give his wife his memories. But before he can finish, he collapses on the spot from blood loss. Arcane treats his wounds, and when Alpheus wakes up, he is soaking in a basin, while Arcane notes how incredibly interesting his research papers are. Alpheus wants to use the absorbing nature of dark magic to store human memories, while using light magic to build an artificial nervous system that can absorb and pass those memories along. Arcane asks if he is using light magic to transfer information, calling the concept absolutely brilliant and original. Still, transferring an entire lifetime of memories will not be easy, not to mention the moral issues. Even so, Alpheus begs Arcane to take him in as a disciple. He vows to make this work no matter the cost, simply wanting to protect his beloved wife from this harsh world. Before choosing, Arcane asks if Alpheus's wife actually agreed to this dangerous experiment. Alpheus's face says it all. Instantly, Ogun steps in, protesting that Alpheus cannot go through with this since Arcane is a known criminal. He demands to know why Alpheus sought him out. He is crazy. Absolutely crazy to think about implanting memories into a human brain. It is completely impossible. But Alpheus insists that Arcane is actually the continent's top scholar of dark magic, even if Clan Fei is too blind to know it. Clan Fei snaps right back, they already know that, and Alpheus is being a complete idiot. He might not have Alpheus's genius brain, but he knows this much. Right now, Alpheus is throwing away his own good fortune. Dealing with a dark mage like Arcane means losing his seat on the king's commission, and getting cast out by his own house. But Alpheus does not care about the commission or his family, not when he has a chance to finally make Arena happy. If he can manage that, he will be happier than ever. His words leave Arena completely heartbroken, but you see, she only wants her husband's happiness, so she tells them to do it. Clan Fei is totally stunned and begs Arena to wait, but she declares her absolute trust in her husband. Alpheus will make her happy, and he solemnly promises he will. He is a prestigious mage with a golden circle. Surely he can fix her fragile state in an instant. Once it is over, she can finally escape those pitying glances. Still, Clan Fei can only watch with a terrible feeling that this will end badly. Alpheus and his wife sell everything and move to the dungeon. Surprisingly, the dungeon features a fully equipped lab, keeping Arena comfortable. Every week, Clan Fei visits to deliver food while Arena remains bedridden, undergoing endless studies by the two mages. Yet, as the grueling research drags on, Alpheus begins to look increasingly desperate. Even so, Arena finds happiness, simply watching her husband fight for his dream. But Clan Fei cannot shake his dark premonitions, and just like that, 2 years slip by. Finally, Clan Fei tells Arena that once this crucial day ends, she will possess every single one of Alpheus's memories, from his embarrassing childhood moments to whether he ever had eyes for another woman. The teasing gets a soft laugh out of her. Gently, Alpheus tells her she has endured so much for this day, and now, it is finally time. She whispers her gratitude, but he asks why she is thanking him since they are going to live together and have a child. Interrupting them, Arcane calls Alpheus over to lie down, quickly reciting the complex theory combining magic, engineering, and biology, along with photonic alchemy and forbidden dark magic driving the whole process. They have deployed every advanced magic technique imaginable. As Alpheus lies there trying to steady his breathing, he reassures himself that the trial runs went perfectly, so this has to work. Then, Arcane activates the machine, sending a massive shockwave directly through him. Pure mental energy surges out of his mind and floods straight into Arena's. What washes over her is incredibly clear and genuine, free of any lies, doubts, or cold calculations. Only pure love remains as she remembers their day in the flower field. Smiling, she whispers her thanks to her beloved Alpheus. He truly gave her his entire world, and she is so incredibly grateful they met. But then, and brace yourselves, the machine blares a massive error warning as Alpheus leaps up in total panic. Arcane mutters that the experiment itself succeeded perfectly, but something is still going terribly wrong. Alpheus desperately calls out, begging to know why Arena is acting like this. Arcane explains that while the physical link was flawless, her fragile nerves are actively rejecting the foreign memories. Unlike simple animal test subjects, humans possess a spiritual depth that science still cannot comprehend. Still, Arcane tells him he achieved something incredible, promising that more research will fix it. Arena shakes in agonizing pain, and Alpheus desperately begs her to stop speaking. He frantically promises to do whatever it takes to save her, but she gently begs for his forgiveness, whispering that she was simply too foolish. Horrified, Alpheus asks what she means, crying out that he was the only fool here. Sobbing in absolute despair, he cries that he was the real fool all along and this is entirely his fault. Yet she just smiles through her tears, thanking him. Even if it was just for a fleeting second, he showed her the beautiful, brilliant world of reason she had always been locked out of. She whispers a final thank you for letting her see the light before she goes, then goes limp in Alpheus's arms as he utterly breaks. Afterward, they lay her to rest in total silence with only family present. Arena's cold relatives utterly refused to let Alpheus attend, since their marriage was never official and they never had a child together. Left like strangers in the end, Alpheus is completely broken on the day she dies from the experiment. He slams his head against the wall, nearly killing himself, asking how this happened. Remembering how she loved the starlight, Alpheus realizes she was the one who taught him how to truly see. So why did he ever try to change her? He weeps in the freezing rain, crushed by guilt, wondering what his mirror of light even means. Alpheus, the arrogant, who dared to touch the realm of the gods. Then Arcane asks if he is finally back, saying he is truly sorry about Arena. For now, Alpheus needs to rest his body and mind, and then they can continue their experiments. Instead, Alpheus starts pouring fuel all over the place. Arcane can't believe he's actually doing this and demands to know what Alpheus is up to. Alpheus calls him master, saying this research is something they never should have started in the first place. Arcane begs him to think rationally, since the pain in his heart is temporary, and the experiment was a success. They could save people in Arena's situation, along with everyone suffering from unknown mental illnesses. He asks if Alpheus is really letting her sacrifice mean nothing, but Alpheus just laughs, asking what sacrifice he's talking about. He throws down a match, setting the whole place ablaze, and watches it burn while Arcane desperately tries to save their burning research. Arcane screams that this research isn't just Alpheus's. It contains the work Arcane spent his whole life building, and he asks how Alpheus could do this to him. Arcane ends up burning along with his research. He curses that bastard whom he helped in body and soul, who threw him into a sea of flames and ran. Worst of all, Alpheus let his own wife die for nothing, abandoning tens of thousands of people who could have been helped by that research. Wild, right? This story leaves everyone completely stunned. They ask if the director really did all that, and Arcane says, of course. He knows Alpheus was devastated, but those were not the actions of a mage. He didn't come here today just for revenge. He came to stop any future mage from being born with those same twisted ideas. Arcane asks if they really think Alpheus was some great master, scoffing that the man was actually reckless, arrogant, and crafty. He is the kind of person who repays kindness with insults, and someone like that absolutely deserves to die. Shirone agrees that Arcane is right. He admits Alpheus acted in a way no mage should. Nate gets worried, but Athela stops him. Shirone says he understands Arcane's perspective as a betrayed man. Even so, Arcane's extreme choice was also deeply wrong. Arcane snaps back, asking what the boy is talking about. Shirone asks if this is really all an Archmage is capable of. Arcane suddenly flashes a massive grin, saying it is simply because he is strong. That is exactly why he can do this. A wild wind whips up around them as he declares this is judgment. He fires a magic beam that grazes Shirone's cheek, but the boy still asks if a powerhouse like him really spent 40 years trapped in the past. That hits Arcane right where it hurts. Shirone says Arcane keeps screaming about his pain, but in the end, he just wasted those years. Arcane falls silent. The kid hit a nerve, forcing him to remember meeting Irina for the first time. She had asked him to look after her husband, and he welcomed her warmly, telling her to treat his place like home. She asked if he lived alone, calling him Mr. Mage. Alpheus told her to show some respect, but she simply asked if he ever felt lonely. Those words shook his soul. He remembers that when he first saw her eyes, a strange fear gripped him. They were pure, endless eyes that wouldn't shrink from darkness. It was like they existed solely to light up dark corners, and now he feels those same eyes staring from Shirone. So, Arcane begins laughing again. Everyone instantly tenses up. He claims understanding and empathy are excessive human emotions, but when taken too far, they cease to be human traits at all. He calls it a superhuman insight, far beyond simple right or wrong, wondering if Shirone can truly survive on cause and effect alone. Then Arcane grins like a psychopath, and tells Shirone that they were never destined to get along. He claims Shirone shouldn't exist in this world at all, instantly covering the battlefield in shadows. Nate cries out, demanding to know what this is. Nate assumed Arcane was completely out of mana. Suddenly, Arcane conjures a massive dark sphere, leaving them wondering how he bypassed the law of equivalent exchange. Arcane asks if they're surprised, whispering that magic is a highly mysterious thing. Iruki realizes the scale of the spell, warning that if that massive sphere drops, this entire cliff is getting blown to pieces. Another Shirone appears above them, this time formed from dark magic, while the helpless siblings are about to be crushed. As the terrifying mass falls, Shirone starts glowing like crazy. But get this, he wasn't the one who fired that massive beam. That's when they see Alpheus has arrived, looking furious as he stares Arcane down. Arcane is genuinely pleased to see him. After 40 long years, they are finally face to face, but the sudden reunion only fuels his burning rage. Alpheus has grown old, and Arcane never expected him to fall so easily for memory-sealing spells. He sneers that it was nice remembering the past, especially Irina and her photograph, calling the whole experience deeply satisfying. Alpheus looks at his students, confessing he is deeply pained by his past immoral actions, and thanks them for protecting the others. He is also glad Athela is with them and thanks her. She tells Alpheus not to worry, apologizing for failing to protect the students in his stead. As Shirone runs up, Alpheus asks if the young boy's willpower has fully recovered yet. Shirone asks how he knew. Alpheus explains that it is arcane magic, the strongest magic ever created, abyss magic that controls memories. Because this magic literally erases the memory of casting spells, his willpower briefly returns. Shirone's absolutely stunned that such a crazy method even exists. Alpheus tells him to remember this: if you do not have a trump card that can flip any battle, you cannot call yourself a combat mage. Arcane mutters that this showdown should be settled by old men, not by dragging kids into it, demanding they release the children. The old man actually agrees, since his old student asked. He will do it. He says letting them go is simple, but asks what Alpheus plans to do next since he cannot remain director. After all, 100 students just heard of his shameful past. Nate suddenly realizes Arcane was the one who leaked the director's history, and they see it was all planned from the start. Arcane casually asks how they would feel about burning this entire academy to the ground, just like the old days. Alpheus immediately snaps that this is no joke. He says the creature only exploded far away because it disobeyed Arcane, as Harvest was just like him. Shocked, Canis's sister quickly withdraws her dark magic from the trance students, demanding to know if Arcane was the one who ordered Harvest to blow itself up. That makes Alpheus remember burning the laboratory. Back then, he told Arcane that all of their dangerous research was actually part of a larger plan. Arcane demands to know what he means, while Alpheus asks what he was trying to create by stealing Milch Irina's memories along with his own. He asks why Arcane created hundreds of these strange, magical organisms. Showing the literal proof in his palm, Alpheus asks if Arcane was planning to conquer the entire world, just like before. Arcane coldly asks what is so wrong with doing that. Wait, so here is the twist: everyone realizes Alpheus burned the research because those organisms carried Milch Irina's memories. He asks if that is true, adding that since the creature fled far away to explode, it disobeyed Arcane's commands simply because it loved Alpheus. The girl then asks with horror if Arcane was planning to murder all of them, including Canis. Arcane snarls that nobody here knows how to listen, unleashing his magic to make the entire cavern collapse around them. Instantly, that heavy pressure returns, and the terrifying meteor-like mass of dark magic looms overhead once again. It is coming down. The crushing weight forces everyone to the dirt, as Tess screams for Alpheus, while Arcane smugly asks him what he thinks. He tells Alpheus to run, urging him to abandon everyone and escape alone just like he always did in the past. That voice drags Alpheus back into an old memory, where Clump is asking if he plans to rot and die right there. Back then, Alpheus was a broken beggar in filthy rags. Clump revealed he spent 10 years searching, traveling everywhere and spending a fortune. Then, one day, he finally tracked him down. Alpheus asked why he came all this way just to visit absolute trash like him. Clump said he came to deliver something, pulling a document from his coat that made Alpheus's eyes go wide in disbelief. He explained it should have disappeared a day after her death, showing him the official will signed by Milch-Arena. The second Alpheus recognized her handwriting, his heart shattered, and he broke down into uncontrollable tears. In the letter, she told her beloved Alpheus that if anything happened, he must never blame himself, because she willingly chose to undergo the experiment. Reading her final words, Alpheus completely fell apart. She wrote that if she had one last wish, it was for him to stop grieving and continue the research he loved, calling him her eternal light, and begging him to share that light with the entire world. Wiping his tears, Alpheus begged Clump to lend him money, swearing to build a magic school so another fool like him would never suffer again. He vowed to dedicate his entire remaining life to that academy, and his loyal friend was deeply relieved to hear those words. Alpheus's magic flares as he declares that this life, the one Milch-Arena saved, will be lived purely by her final will. A blinding spark of light gathers in his palm as he swears to risk his very soul to protect this school and its students. And then, look at this, everything begins to glow as Shirone notices time itself slowing down. With a mighty roar, Alpheus unleashes that massive surge of energy into the sky, instantly vaporizing the dark magic. The explosion of pure light floods the cavern, leaving Shirone and the rest of the students completely awestruck as the suffocating darkness vanishes. Arcane asks what that was, and Alpheus calmly explains it is a spell called Big Bang. He admits it is a bit embarrassing to report a simple, light-exploding spell to the Magic Association, but it is a fitting farewell gift. Arcane asks if he was preparing this spell for him the entire time, suddenly realizing that Alpheus truly was. But suddenly, Arcane drops to his knees, coughing up blood. Alpheus warns him that forcing mental strength back through memory manipulation is just an illusion. If he pushes his magic any further, his brain will overload and his life will be over. Then Alpheus tells him he lost. Arcane realizes his rival was not wasting time for those 40 years. He boasts defeating the great Arcane will bring fame, but Alpheus asks if he still does not understand. Arcane is not an archmage anymore. That old title means nothing. A rank 10 mage has dropped to rank 2. The world changed. They grew old. How much longer will Arcane chase his ambitions like a foolish child? Arcane spits back. Alpheus talks pretty big for someone who never actually reached the archmage tier himself. He sneers that Alpheus is no genius, just someone acting superior. Unleashing his dark magic once more, Arcane curses the cocky brat. Pure rage. It burns in his eyes as dark power spreads everywhere. Alpheus asks if he has lost his mind. Arcane forced his mana again, and if he keeps going, he dies. Suddenly, Alpheus realizes Arcane is targeting the students. He panics, but Arcane vows to do whatever it takes to win, so Alpheus begs him to stop this pointless slaughter. Does winning really matter that much? He tells Arcane to grow up, but Arcane tells him to watch closely. This is his final lesson as a teacher. Mages are children forever. He sends the students flying. Alpheus immediately yells for everyone to save as many falling people as possible. They scramble to use their teleportation magic. Tess rushes down to catch whoever he can, while Sauron dives deeper and deeper, desperately chasing the first falling student below. And just like that, everyone watches their friends plummeting straight toward the earth. So Sauron pushes his body past its limits. He accelerates, spotting Amy among the first falling, though she is still too far. Sauron shouts to her, refusing to let her reach that cold end. Still dazed, Amy activates her crimson eyes. A second ago, she wondered who was calling out. The voice felt familiar, but she could not place it. Sauron keeps screaming her name until she finally recognizes him, her eyes showing him reaching desperately for her hand. He yells her name one last time. Amy finally grabs him, snapping completely back to reality. Seeing him clearly, she asks why he is crying. Remembering the promise he made, Sauron just whispers that he is sorry. He does not think he can keep it. Terrified, Amy demands to know what he is planning to do. Sauron softly thanks her. She begs him not to leave, but he quietly says goodbye to everyone. He fully activates his immortal form, making his eyes glow brighter than they ever have before. And massive light erupts from the depths below, catching everyone's attention and leaving them completely stunned. High above, Arcane reaches his limit, coughing up blood. Watching those brilliant lights streak across the sky, he wonders if this is what people call self-sacrifice. He admits this world is so entertaining that even after his long, wild life, he still regrets leaving it behind. Asking Alpheus if he feels the same way, The ancient Archmage Arcane finally breathes his last. Even in death, those glowing lights keep pouring from the cliff, filling the sky and carrying every student safely back to the surface. Meanwhile, standing over Arcane's lifeless body, Canis quietly asks if he truly believed everything would just end with his death. Arcane might be gone, but what about Canis and his sister Erin? He whispers they never cared about being used as tools. The only thing that hurts is being abandoned. The young boy breaks down sobbing as Erin calls to him. But watch this. Canis blames himself completely, and as his body turns into dark magic, he desperately begs Arcane to return. Erin keeps telling him none of this is his fault, but he simply refuses to stop blaming himself. Then Hive appears, claiming the boy is absolutely right. As Erin stares at the dark sludge, Hive mockingly says that if Canis had not ruined their plans, Arcane would still be alive to protect them. But now that their protector is gone, they are all going to die. Canis keeps staring at that thing, sobbing as a deep rage slowly replaces his grief. Hive asks what good it does to keep taking the blame. Arcane lived his life on his own terms and died content. Now he is simply gone. Then Hive asks Canis what his next move is. The boy suddenly remembers his past answer about why he wanted strength. He wanted to protect Erin from this harsh world, repeating that he needs absolute power to keep her safe. So dying here is not an option. Shocking Erin, he forces himself back up and agrees to make the servant contract. Erin warns Canis that he cannot handle the contract, especially since his mental energy is completely depleted. She offers to take his place, but Hive politely refuses, reminding her that his only master is Canis. As Hive begins to consume him, Canis warns that another betrayal will not be forgiven while Erin watches in sheer horror. Hive promises to remember those words, officially calling him master and admitting that he quite likes the boy's sheer arrogance. As Hive completely merges with him, Canis collapses backward but Erin catches him, promising they will rebuild his life together. Watching everything unfold, Alpheus makes no move to stop them. He tells Athel he is a sinner, but she replies that recognizing your sins is the very first step toward atonement. He objects, but she notes his arrogance is gone. Alpheus chuckles, accepting his punishment. Right now, his only real concern is his hero. He asks where Shirone is, because teleporting over 400 people at once is just flat out unbelievable. He calls the feat incredible. But right then, here's where tragedy strikes. Amy screams out, cradling Shirone. Naden and Iruki rush over. Amy screams Shirone isn't breathing, sobbing uncontrollably. She explains the aftermath. It takes nearly 8 hours to deal with Arcane's body and get every single student back to the dorms. Their locked memories will slowly return. Everyone is placed in the infirmary beds. With the academy completely locked down, Iruki, Naden, and Amy refuse to leave Shirone's side as she holds his hand and cries. Naden looks deeply shaken, and even Iruki isn't acting like his usual self. Amy curses herself for being such a fool. She didn't even recognize Shirone when he came to see her. She clearly remembers walking right past him while he was carrying her coffee. Suddenly, all their past moments flood back: how she bullied him as a kid, how she kept tormenting him even after they reunited at the academy, and how terribly she treated him right up to the very end. Remembering what she wrote about him in her notebook, she realizes she never even got to apologize. As Shirone lies unresponsive, Amy keeps shaking and sobbing until Nate warns her to rest before she collapses. But she can't stop thinking that any magic which kills its own caster should never be allowed to activate. He used mass teleportation. So why is he dying? She insists something highly unusual is happening to Shirone, and Nate agrees. Shirone has to return, or that spell wouldn't have activated in the first place. But Iruki suggests that if Shirone doesn't wake up, maybe a spell truly can claim its caster's life. Bluntly, he points out that Arcane also died right after casting magic. Nate fires back that Arcane died from brain energy overload, whereas Shirone is like this because he fully opened his immortal function. The two cases are completely different, but Iruki counters that the exact cause doesn't matter. Whether it was brain energy or the immortal function, knowing why changes absolutely nothing. What matters is that he is already gone. Nate starts snapping at Iruki, but a furious Amy stands up first, yelling that he is still the same miserable pessimist. Amy takes a step forward, completely ready to fight, and demands to know if he has already decided Shirone's dead. Iruki says he hasn't decided anything, he is just stating that Shirone is dead. Amy grabs him by the collar and lifts him, screaming that Shirone only ended up like this because he saved everyone. And yet, Iruki is still acting heartless. She channels her schema, ready to break his face, and I know we all wanted her to hit him, but she stops. Iruki doesn't flinch. He just stares at the fist hovering inches from his face and dryly remarks that her hesitation is a relief. Realizing he knew she would stop, Amy calls him an annoying little brat and asks if he even knows why she held back. It's because a person like him doesn't deserve to have friends. Nate is shocked by the chaos, but Iruki suddenly snaps back, telling her to use her brain. His heart stopped. No breath. Shirone's gone. If she hates hearing the truth, she should find a way to revive the dead. Otherwise, she is just being pathetic and talking absolute nonsense. Nate quietly says magic cannot revive the dead, as Amy glares angrily at Iruki. But he simply pulls away, stating that this is her limit. As he walks off, Nate mentions she really could have punched him, but Amy wonders how she ever could. He is Shirone's friend, too. Iruki storms out, calling them pathetic. Out in the hall, he runs into Canis, who says Iruki is right, they are pathetic. Iruki glares at him in disbelief, demanding to know how he dares show his face. Canis smoothly claims he only came to offer condolences. Since Shirone didn't fall fighting him, it's a shame he died saving everyone. But Canis says he doesn't want that outcome anymore, agreeing fully with Iruki's words. They are completely pathetic for throwing a tantrum over whether a corpse is still breathing, and Iruki is absolutely not about to accept those words. Hearing this sets Iruki off completely, and he snaps that Canis had better pray Shirone is still alive. Canis doesn't quite understand the threat, but Iruki begins radiating an absolutely terrifying bloodlust. He warns that Shirone is the only person in this entire world capable of holding him back, so he had better survive. Right then, a blue flame ignites over Canis's head, locking onto him like a massive, heavy shackle. Inside his mind, Heavy speaks up, warning him that he has been targeted. Canis already knows, but Heavy insists it is dangerous because Iruki's calculation speed is far beyond normal limits. Heavy then projects a vision of what will happen if this kid actually unleashes that spell. The entire area would be completely wiped out, almost like a nuclear explosion. Despite that terrifying threat, Canis just blankly stares at him. He then asks Kolita how fast Iruki's mind has to work to blow up this entire place. Kolita answers that simply put, it is like processing everything happening across an entire city in just 3 seconds. Canis wonders how that is even possible, even with savant syndrome. But Kolita admits he has no idea. But he is absolutely certain of one thing: Iruki's brain cells are about to burn out. Iruki keeps talking, coldly stating that if Shirone dies, he will personally slaughter both of them first. His magical aura wraps around Canis like a viper ready to strike. Kolita yells for Canis to retreat, and he hesitates. Then Kolita warns that Iruki will detonate the area the second Canis steps into his spirit zone. Right here, things get crazy. Eren suddenly shouts that Iruki must also believe Shirone is still alive, but Iruki coldly orders her to watch her mouth. Canis is stunned by his sister's reckless move, but Eren steps closer, explaining that she cannot see physical objects. Instead, she sees a person's inner form. Iruki completely loses control, yelling out, demanding to know what she even means. Then Canis calls out to Eren again, but she fires back that if he truly believed Shirone was dead, he wouldn't be crying inside while wearing that terrifying face, leaving him totally speechless. Eren starts trembling and crying, terrified of her own vision because behind Iruki stands a twisted, horrific phantom burning with pure rage. Even Iruki feels a chill when he looks back, and the heavy tension freezes the air. Meanwhile, Shirone is still unconscious in his room while Amy lies nearby, resting up. Iruki approaches his friend, muttering that the school will fall into chaos soon. If they wait for a scheduled funeral, it will already be too late. He picks up a sharp scalpel, bringing it close to Shirone, thinking that if his friend does not stop him now, he won't be able to take another step forward. In this moment, he remembers all their struggles, especially when Shirone promised to stop him when the time came. Looking down at his unconscious rival, Iruki whispers that this is exactly why he must save him. He carefully guides the blade towards Shirone's arm, making a small, clean incision. Now, Alpheus Magic Academy strictly enforces dormitory life, mainly because it houses elite students and security is their absolute top priority. Yet, despite this, 4 mysterious intruders managed to infiltrate the school. Though the invaders were eventually defeated and everyone was saved, the Academy's rising prodigy, Shirone, is tragically declared dead. The faculty tense up at this grim report, and an official warns that if this news spreads across the continent, the Academy will face total ruin. They must delay the funeral immediately and notify his family. Another teacher points out they know this, but Shirone's friends are begging them to hold off on the burial. Strangely, his body is not even in the morgue, it is resting in the infirmary for some unknown reason. They directly accuse Alpheus of stalling just to save his own reputation, but others demand to know how they could say something so heartless. They plead for a bit more time to think, but a female official argues that delaying only poisons public opinion further. She snaps that reputation is the least of their worries. The entire academy could face a forced shutdown. Chaotic arguments erupt as the staff demands swift action, especially since 2 apprentice mages are still missing, forcing the headmaster to make a final choice. To make matters worse, the student council has been summoned today, and this is no ordinary meeting. If the heirs of the continent's most powerful families launch a collective complaint, the school is finished. And here's the twist. Alpheus calmly steps in, declaring he supports waiting for Shirone to wake up. Stunned silence quickly turns into absolute uproar as the shouting matches restart, while Alpheus sits quietly and listens. He calmly admits that the teacher is correct, and delaying this will only hurt the academy's future. But some values are far more vital than the school's mere survival. He vividly recalls the brave boy falling while desperately shielding Amy, unleashing his legendary magic to lift all the students to safety, and he remembers Amy weeping, holding his still body. He wonders if Shirone is actually dead, or if he is just losing his mind. Perhaps he favored the boy too much. While Ted stands guard, Alpheus realizes no amount of self-doubt will change his decision. Sienna looks deeply troubled nearby, unable to shake off a lingering, unsettling feeling. With a serious expression, Alpheus considers the legendary immortal function, noting it is a realm they barely comprehend. Ophelia stands to speak on his behalf, explaining that Shirone recklessly unlocked the immortal function mid-battle, an extraordinary phenomenon that their order calls nirvana. She adds that nirvana exists on a tier beyond life itself. Therefore, just because his mind reached that high state does not mean he is dead. Everyone fires back that they still do not get it. This is their academy, not some holy order. One woman speaks up, saying she understands the headmaster. She accepts there is a slight chance Shirone is still alive, but that also means his survival is not guaranteed. Basically, this kid completely destroyed the line between living and dying. He is neither fully alive nor dead. She warns that just sitting around waiting for Shirone to wake up could lead them straight to disaster. Alpheus frowns and asks what that terrible outcome would be. She asks if it is not totally obvious the school shutting down for good, but Alpheus says no. To him, the absolute worst case is the total destruction of every single student and teacher here. That heavy truth silences the room. Alpheus reminds them that without Shirone, none of them would even be standing here today. If there is even a tiny sliver of hope, even less than 1%, they owe it to him. He risked his life for them, so as teachers, they must do everything possible. He adds that if he takes all the blame and punishment himself, they might just save the academy from closing. They have to make this sacrifice for Shirone. As morning arrives, the students begin pouring back into the school. Meanwhile, Nate and Amy stay right by Shirone's side. Amy refuses to leave, weeping as she promises to wait for him for years, or even decades. He just has to make one promise to come back. Nate sits curled up in the corner, feeling completely miserable and helpless, while Amy sobs uncontrollably, begging Shirone to please say something. He lies completely motionless until his eyes suddenly snap open. Sitting up, he finds himself lost in an endless white space. And just like that, we are thrown into a blank void. Shirone wanders through the white, remembering he fully released his immortal power to save Amy. Naturally, he starts wondering if this is the afterlife, but he is not quite sure, since his living memories are still perfectly clear. He demands answers, only to notice something incredibly strange. He cannot perceive a single thing, no matter how far he walks. It is almost as if all 5 of his senses have been completely shut down. Panicking, he bolts forward at full speed until he suddenly spots a massive staircase and begins climbing it step by step. But as he climbs, he realizes that no matter how much ground he covers, he is still stuck in the exact same spot. He mutters that distance does not exist here, absolutely stunned that the basic laws of physics mean nothing in this void. He reasons that distance requires a reference point to measure against, and if there is absolutely nothing around him, the very concept of distance simply vanishes. Space itself cannot be defined here. This means that wandering in any direction is completely pointless. In theory, that makes sense, but physically, his legs are still taking steps forward. Each step should push him ahead, yet some bizarre space-time loop keeps resetting his progress. While Shirone struggles to process this mind-bending reality, an echoing voice praises him for grasping the nature of this space so quickly. The voice adds that bringing him here was absolutely the right call. Shirone calls out, asking who is there and if he is truly dead, before looking up to see something impossible. Blinding arcs of magical lightning start crackling right in front of him, erupting in a sudden explosion of color. Shirone freezes as the space warps, and a single leg steps out. Revealed next is long flowing blue hair adorned with floral tiaras. A stunning woman steps through the portal, whispering that she has been waiting for him. Shirone shakily asks what and who she is. With a calm smile, she simply replies that she is God. Meanwhile, back in the real world, 5 days have passed since his apparent death. The teachers are risking everything by stalling all their official countermeasures, but the students refuse to accept this delay, which is highly unusual on its own. Gathering in the student council room, they angrily complain about feeling utterly betrayed by the academy director they trusted so deeply. One student argues that this whole mess actually started because of a fatal mistake the director made 40 years ago. Now, they are using the flimsy excuse that Shirone might be alive just to delay his trial and avoid hosting the hero's funeral. He snaps that they just do not want to take any responsibility. That is when Student Council President Amira from Class 2 speaks up, declaring that the council will step in and the entire room erupts in cheers. They loudly demand the director answer for his actions, pushing to file formal charges immediately. But someone suddenly raises a hand, telling them to wait because they have it all wrong. Sariel introduces herself, declaring that they are blindly assuming Shirone is dead. They argue his heart has stopped beating, but Sariel counters that his body is not decomposing. The room falls into a stunned shock as she explains the teachers made their delay based on this very possibility. Amira demands to know if that is true, pressing her for every single detail on why his heart stopped. Serial explains that it happened simply because he fully released his immortal function. She explains that the immortal function is just a theoretical concept with no direct impact on daily life, basically. Even the top scholars do not fully understand it yet. But despite her bringing up this legendary concept, more than half of the students have absolutely no clue what she is talking about. Some kid mentions hearing it is the highest tier a mage can ever reach, but they still cannot wrap their heads around what that actually means. Magic is built entirely on knowledge, so Sariel realizes they are completely clueless. It is mind-blowing to her that they are brushing off a concept that is still shrouded in mystery. In her mind, they should easily trust that brilliant mages made this choice after careful deliberation. Getting more upset, she snaps that she was completely wrong about all of them. They are still just students, not real mages. The freshmen only get what is right in front of them, while the seniors are just acting out of sheer spite for the headmaster. With everyone obsessing over what happens next with the charges, Sariel realizes they are far too emotional to think straight. She dreads that this madness will get the headmaster arrested, and poor Shirone will end up buried alive. That terrifying thought completely paralyzes her. Helpless, she watches until Mark from Class 7 raises his hand and reminds everyone that the Academy's pride is built on the honor of its own students. If outsiders learn that the faculty cannot be trusted, then the students will lose all credibility as well. But he reminds them that these professors taught them what it means to be a mage, shielding and caring for them since they were just children. Slowly, the crowd begins to remember how much the staff sacrificed to help shape them into decent human beings. Mark argues that even if their headmaster made a terrible mistake in the past, it does not justify launching a full revolt against the teachers they deeply respect. You can feel the tension here. She is terrified for him, but knows this might actually work. If logic won't reach them, maybe emotion will, and Mark is doing a brilliant job. Meanwhile, Amira grows restless, tapping her fingers as she realizes a vote could easily tie. Suddenly, students begin murmuring, wondering what these charges even solve and calling for forgiveness. Amira realizes she expected far too much from the freshmen, and at this rate, the disciplinary charges will completely fail. As she plots her next move, Adrius and Fermi from Class 1 suddenly raise their hands. Sariel panics as Fermi stands up, boldly claiming they are all forgetting something critical. Every single student here owes their life to Shirone. He asks the crowd if anyone is actually mourning his sacrifice, because it sure doesn't look like it. Fermi demands they keep this rebellion going, not just for the teachers, but to honor their savior. They should fight to honor his soul. But Sariel suddenly cuts in, yelling to ask what he means by honoring his soul when Shirone isn't even dead. He fires back, claiming he heard that Shirone's body is already being pumped with preservatives. If he is still alive, why would they ever do that? Furious, Amira demands to know if this is the truth. She glares at Sariel, demanding to know if she kept this preservation a secret, ordering her to speak up right now. Bursting into tears, Sariel begs everyone to stay calm, but Amira instantly calls for a vote, and the crowd overwhelmingly rejects the faculty's lenient offer. Sariel is absolutely livid, knowing Fermi planned this whole sabotage. The students erupt, demanding that Alpheus be removed and interrogated immediately while Shirone's funeral proceeds so he can rest. The angry mob marches straight to his chamber, where Nade and Amy are desperately guarding his body. Honestly, Nade cannot believe the students are going this far. Alpheus notes they have figured out the slow time magic, keeping him stable, essentially a visual barrier where time moves at a snail's pace. He warns they are running out of time. Meanwhile, in the spiritual realm, Shirone questions this self-proclaimed god, who asks why he doubts her. She explains that just as human creations mimic human thoughts and shapes, everything created by God must resemble him. And because of that, she says he looks the most like God. Reaching out, she asks if he wants to build a brand new world together. Shirone can only stare in shock. Out of everyone, she chose him. He stammers an apology, saying this is far too sudden and that he lacks the right to do something so grand. That's when he suddenly realizes he is standing completely naked right in front of her. Flustered, he desperately tries to cover up, but she gently tells him not to worry and hands him a set of ancient robes. She calmly explains that this is not his physical world, and his body is still back home. Dumbfounded, he asks if he is currently in the afterlife. Denying his fears, she explains this is a singular point, separate from his previous world, a basic dimension where concepts like lines, area, and volume do not exist. To help him understand, she says that from the outside, it might appear as if there is no physical space at all, but in reality, everything has been compressed infinitely. From above, that massive void looks incredibly tiny, with the two of them floating side by side. Shirone tries to make sense of it all while staring at himself, but he quickly notices there is still physical distance between his own hands. So three-dimensional space is still quite real. Then it hits him that third dimension actually exists right inside the point. She smiles, praising his incredible understanding before telling him he is exactly right. This is the actual nature of space and time. Even if a whole world looks like a tiny speck of dust from afar, it can expand forever once you step inside. She keeps holding that microscopic point on her fingertip, leaving Shirone completely stunned. Then she calmly explains that as the god projecting this reality, there is no way back. The main character asks if he really cannot return, and she replies that he cannot, pointing out that he chose to give up his own life. She asks if he has regrets, but he tells her that is not it at all. He was fully prepared to sacrifice himself. But then, he asks if he can raise one more question, and she happily agrees. So he asks why she is lying, and her gentle smile instantly vanishes. Talk about a sudden, spine-chilling shift in the room. She remains absolutely still, calmly claiming that the gods simply have no reason to lie. If she decides a rule cannot be changed, then that decision simply becomes reality. But he stares straight into her eyes with total seriousness, and tells her that was another lie. Shirone is not backing down. He drops the casual tone and asks if she is truly a goddess. She freezes up, her entire expression turning completely blank. Then she suggests there is a misunderstanding because his idea of divinity is different from hers. So, she decides to show him what a god actually is. In an instant, they are suddenly looking down at a peaceful, quiet farming village. One man is busy harvesting wheat out in the field, while the women handle chores and prepare meals for everyone. Some boys are playing right beside their parents, but every single one of them wears a wooden mask. She tells Shirone that this world is merely a toy model. To prove her point, she reaches her hand right inside the glass globe, holding the farm to move the helpless farmer. From the inside, Shirone watches a massive, sky-tearing hand reach down toward them, lifting the farmer up and placing him somewhere else entirely. She explains that shifting the space automatically shifts the time, because space and time are fundamentally connected as one. He brings up space-time and she nods. Exactly, she says. Then she asks if his own world lacks anything like this, explaining that moving a chess piece in his world represents one passing turn of time. Essentially, the player manipulated a lower dimension called the chessboard. Gods, she says, are not the grand, mystical beings humans imagine. Shirone follows closely as she explains they are simply creators capable of building lower dimensions where other lives exist. Even so, their creations view them as absolute entities because they wield unfathomable powers and control their lives without them ever suspecting a thing. That poor farmer cannot understand how he just moved. In fact, he is completely unaware his entire universe is just a tiny model. Hearing this, Shirone's completely horrified. And honestly, can you blame him? She says there is only one way to wake up. Immediately, he thinks of the immortal function, and she agrees, activating it on that poor farmer to completely detach him from his plane. Then our main character watches as tiny specks of light begin to rise. She explains that the immortal function expands a soul's senses across the whole world. That happens to the farmer. His entire being spreads through the globe in her hands, but she points out his world still only reaches the edge of that sphere. He still cannot comprehend her as a higher dimensional being. Shirone is left deeply shaken, and she asks if he finally gets it. Even after spreading him out to bring him here, she did it all on purpose. The main character looks increasingly disturbed, demanding to know what she actually wants from him. In response, she points at the glass sphere, making it glow with brilliant light before compressing it back into a tiny point. That is when the truth finally clicks for him. She asks him to enter her created space-time, build another within it, and repeat that process forever. If this loop continues forever, it will eventually form a completely flawless universe. She calls this the matriarchal space-time structure. Shirone immediately says he cannot do it, but she asks why not. Surely there must be a reason. Is it because he hates her offer? He quickly replies that is not the case at all. Becoming the god of a new world sounds amazing, and her ultimate goal is truly noble. But if he steps into that space-time, he will have to sacrifice someone else, just like himself. Her face grows incredibly cold once more, and she warns that she was not giving him a choice. If he refuses, she will completely deconstruct him. But Shirone insists he will not be destroyed. She questions his confidence and unleashes her strange rainbow magic, creating a massive vortex that drags him down entirely. She clearly wanted to break him down completely, but instead she's just shocked when it doesn't work. Standing still unharmed inside that RGB-looking vortex, Shirone says he gets it now. He finally understands the matriarchal space-time structure she mentioned. It's something like a spirit zone. His eyes begin to glow, and he says it again, this is similar to a spirit zone, and that this entire place is just her own spirit zone. He raises his hand, releasing a wave of red magic that floods the entire space, and she clearly doesn't like what she sees in his palm. Now he finally realizes she's just a mage, and he actually starts aiming his magic at this self-proclaimed goddess. She steps closer, warning Shirone not to do something he'll regret, while he just keeps locking in. Slowly, she summons her magic and asks if he really thinks he can defeat her. Shirone starts to think it through, knowing he probably can't win this fight, because she's reached a level that could be called a god. He thinks of Arcane, but realizes she's likely even stronger. Still, he decides he shouldn't even be here, because when that farmer unlocked the immortal function, his body vanished without a trace. But since she said Shirone's real body still exists in another world, he knows he can go back. She admits he can, though she clearly doesn't like saying it, warning him that it might fail and he'll only end up dying again. But Shirone keeps building his magic. He says he'll try anyway. She knows capturing him isn't the problem, but that overwhelming energy in his palm could damage the space itself. Meanwhile, he wonders why she isn't making a move. Then, when she lifts her hand, she creates a single point right beside him. She says this domain is a place that passes through space-time. The moment he steps in, he'll go through the process that brought him here, but in reverse. He asks if she's really going to let him return, but she tells him to promise her one thing. If he fails to return to his original world, he must come back and do exactly what she asked. She adds that she'll say it again, he won't succeed. Still, he just thanks her for letting him try. She says it's too early for thanks, because it isn't easy for a spiritual being to return to a complex physical body, especially a human one full of nasty elements. Then she says if he can't overcome that transition, he'll become a being that can only return by that very path. Even so, Shirone, completely determined, says he won't give up. He says goodbye, and she wishes him a safe trip as he moves away and steps into total darkness. He thinks that if he passes through this darkness, he can finally return. But as he walks through the dark, something feels strange. He realizes it's the same blank space as before, except now everything around him is completely dark. When he looks back, he can still see that self-proclaimed goddess watching him. This is where the dread really kicks in, guys. He panics, realizing too many things feel wrong. Why did she let him go so easily if she knew he'd fail? Then he grows even more alarmed as he realizes he's trapped in a prison of time and space. That makes him remember a conversation from 2 months earlier at Mr. Arman's house. Back then, Arman told Shirone this was stoppage magic, explaining it's a higher-level spell where a time mage surpasses speed itself. Shirone had asked if that meant they were moving at light speed, and Arman said he was sharp. That's exactly right, and that's why time and space seem frozen. He also said light is strange, explaining that the same light making a mage incredibly fast can eventually touch time itself. Shirone remembers seeing a globe with a protective layer around it like a capsule, which Arman said was the basis of stoppage magic. In the present, he realizes that if this place is a space-time where he's trapped inside the domain of light speed, then he might escape if he can somehow go beyond the speed of light, but he starts wondering how, since faster-than-light speed exists only in theory, not reality. Then he remembers the goddess saying that stepping in would reverse the exact process that brought him here. So, Shirone thinks it over and finally understands what she meant, activating his immortal function once again. He realizes that the speed at which the immortal function spreads through the universe is completely instant. And right now, he's only a spirit without a physical body. He doesn't know if surpassing light is possible, but he steadies himself and commits to trying. Next, he uses annihilation, breaking himself apart completely, thinking that he won't continue to exist as he gets even faster, reaching a terrifying speed that tears him apart. Then he realizes he did it, turning to dust and returning inside his own physical body. As he goes back, he thinks he's returned to the exact spot where his senses had stopped, right back to where his friends are. And once he returns to his body, his face is worn out and full of grief, but he still keeps the time-stop spell on the boy. It has now been 8 days since Shirone died, and Serial tells everyone to look outside. Right there, the student council president steps up, declaring she speaks for everyone at Alpheus Magic Academy. They're sending a petition to the faculty demanding that Headmaster Alpheus hand himself over to the Magic Society for questioning. Some students beg their seniors to calm down, but Sienna steps in, asking if the student council's actual goal is just to cause trouble. Amira fires back that they never wanted to take things this far, but it's been 8 days since Shirone passed away. She demands to know why the academy is still keeping quiet. Sienna tries to explain that Shirone is just in a coma, but Amira snaps back that a coma requires a beating heart. She says there is no use lying just because his body isn't rotting, questioning if that is just the headmaster's magic at work. They grieve for him too, she says, but they refuse to let the entire school get dragged down with him. Sienna apologizes for keeping them in the dark, explaining the faculty made the only choice they could, and they'll take the blame. Then she asks if they can truly take responsibility for their actions. And honestly, that single question makes Amira completely freeze. She wonders what Sienna's playing at. Did they overlook some critical detail? She read the entire report, so what on earth is going on? Right then, the instigator who's been hyping up the crowd realizes Amira is losing her nerve and ruining his protest. If the crowd backs down now, it ruins everything for him. Specifically, it ruins his business. He didn't plan on stepping forward, but now he takes center stage with a proposal. Let everyone see Shirone with their own eyes, then decide. Sienna gets upset, declaring she can't allow that, and tells everyone to wait until everything is prepared. But the mob starts shouting again, demanding to know how they can possibly trust her. They claim they're going inside because they have a right to the truth, and they'll fight for their school. The few reasonable students trying to hold them back get shoved aside, some even knocked straight to the floor. Mark pleads with them to stop, shouting that a fellow student's life is on the line. Suddenly, a window shatters. Something drops from the sky, and everyone looks up. It's Nade. He lands right in front of Amira, declaring that if they really want to go inside, go ahead, but they'll die trying. I didn't expect Nade of all people to step up like this. He's finally unleashing his hidden power right when it matters most. Go on. Let's see if anyone actually dares to try and get past him. Facing Nade in this tense standoff, Amira tells him they only left him alone because he stayed out of their way, questioning if this is how he should talk to his own seniors. Furious, Nade glares at them, asking if he needs to repeat himself. Then he flares his magic again, the pressure growing heavy. The crowd starts panicking, yelling that this is flat out impossible. He's manipulating plasma magic, and Nade clearly is not holding back. The raw force radiating from him is terrifying. Shocked students whisper that he's supposed to be Class 5, especially since only one person in the entire academy can cast that spell. Yami points out it's one of the most lethal spells in existence, while Siriel wonders if he's been hiding his true power all along. Meanwhile, Aruki silently curses him, wondering why he'd go this far when he knows the exact consequences of his actions. Nade stands his ground, declaring that Shirone is alive, and he will end anyone who tries to lay a finger on him. Meanwhile, deep in his mind, our main character Shirone keeps pushing to return to his physical body and his friends, but suddenly, a strange presence blocks his path. His vision turns blood red as he feels a powerful force dragging him backward. He's so close to waking up, yet he just can't reach the end. Suddenly, a dark voice echoes in his head, repeatedly ordering him to devour everything. Shirone feels that creepy voice rattling his mind, completely throwing him off, making him freeze as he wonders what it is. A voice replies that these are reincarnators, the most pathetic creatures in existence. It whispers that mortals will always desperately cling to their lives, and that's exactly what is happening here. Shirone remembers the goddess's warning that it is incredibly hard for a pure spiritual being to return to a complex physical shell, especially a human body filled with crude elements. Now, he finally understands exactly what she meant back then. Sensing the trap, he fights against the void, shouting that he's going home. But the voices mock him, asking where he could possibly go, when nothing is left for him. They tell him only death awaits, but Shirone screams at the voices to shut their mouths. He insists he's returning to his world. As they pull him deeper into the dark, he desperately begs them to let him go, but the grip only tightens. Back in the real world, Nade is still standing his ground against Amira. She can't understand why he won't accept his friend's passing, trying to reason with him instead. Then she activates her magic, declaring that her weather magic is a force that commands everything and everyone. The students behind her back her up, and she asks Nade if he honestly expects to take them all on. But Nade isn't standing alone. Iruki starts walking over, joking that he cannot believe Nade just picked a fight with this entire crowd. He asks if he needs some backup, leaving Nade absolutely stunned to see him here. After all, he really thought Iruki was among those who believed Shirone had already passed away. Nade asks if he is on their side, but Iruki immediately denies it. He simply refuses to let these people do whatever they want with him. Watching the two of them resist only makes Amira even more frustrated. Meanwhile, Shirone is still lying there like Sleeping Beauty, and Alpheus finally yields, admitting that is indeed what it looks like. Amira is totally stunned, demanding to know what he means. Is he seriously suggesting they bury the main character? Even Sienna and Athela are completely at a loss. Alpheus tells Amira to look outside. Those kids are practically trying to slaughter each other, and if this continues, it will only end in another tragedy. She begins to panic as she realizes where this is heading, arguing that he cannot do this since Shirone is still alive. Alpheus knows that truth as well, yet he still refuses to agree. Amira completely breaks down, crying out Shirone's name in despair. Meanwhile, the kid who started this whole mess bursts out laughing, telling them to fight and fear, because he will be the winner in the end. Right at that moment, the two boys firmly stand their ground in front of Amira. She asks if they are serious, warning that they are just one step away from a fight to the death. Then, she tries reasoning with Aruki without even knowing his name. Instead, she brings up his savant syndrome, saying he always values logic above everything else. So, how could he possibly make such an emotional choice now? She asks if he truly believes Shirone is alive, and he says there is only one answer. He is not dead. Nade is shocked to hear Iruki say those words, and Amira is equally stunned, asking if he is actually serious. If that is true, he must have an explanation to convince everyone present. He claims he does, leaving Amira unable to believe he can actually prove it. She demands an explanation on how to prove Shirone is alive, but Iruki says it's actually quite simple. And that brings us to 4 p.m., the exact moment everything changes. Watch what happens when the school bell starts ringing out of nowhere. They all start wondering what is happening. Need realizes Haruki has been counting the seconds this entire time. Even he is clueless. But Amira finally begins to understand. She calls them all insane, realizing they genuinely plan to confirm Shirone's condition with their very own eyes. Then, Adria suddenly appears and hands something to Haruki, joking that this looks fun and asking if he can join the party. Amira gets furious the instant she sees him, demanding to know how he dares show his face. She vows to catch him this time. Adrius dares her to try, but Haruki cuts in to tell him he is late. Adrius claims the meeting was for 4, but Haruki notes he is 27 seconds late. Adrius has no real comeback, simply shrugging it off and saying it does not matter. He has officially paid back his debt to Shirone. Need asks what that is, and Haruki reveals it is a letter from the Royal Commission. Need is stunned, and Haruki explains that he actually took a biopsy from Shirone and sent the samples straight to the royal capital. So that is what he was actually doing with the scalpel when he stabbed Shirone's arm earlier. Need wonders when Haruki even managed to pull that off. But there is a much bigger question. How did he get results in just 5 days? Those high-ranking brothers definitely had something to do with it. Amira scoffs at the royal letter, calling it nothing but a cheap trick. She demands to know if Haruki thinks this changes things just because he used his family name to contact the capital. But he tells her not to worry. He used an alias because if he had used his real name, his father would have been a total nightmare. Still, he argues that is not the point. The real focus is what is inside the letter. But Amira snaps that she does not care unless it contains a resurrection spell. Haruki begins reading the letter aloud. And this title right here? Analysis of the Immortal Function. Hearing that, everyone in the room completely freezes. The document states that the samples they sent were confirmed to be in a deeply comatose state. It also reveals that 24 hours after the subject's supposed death, the collected samples showed absolutely no change in organic traits, with the raw data listed right below. Based on those findings, the subject might simply be in a state where his bodily functions are asleep, meaning they cannot definitively say those functions have fully stopped. Everyone wonders what that actually means. Does it mean Shirone is still alive? Amira begins to panic as Haruki continues reading. The Royal Commission divides cardiac arrest into 3 distinct categories. First, when the heart has completely and utterly stopped. Second, when it has only paused temporarily. And third, when the heart never actually stopped, but from the outside, it completely looks like it did. Amira cuts him off, snapping that this third case makes absolutely no sense. Haruki flips to the next page and tells them to listen closely, because this part matters. It explains that while a complete cardiac arrest typically means death, the immortal function actually opens up 2 new possibilities. Under Case 1, due to the highly unusual nature of the immortal function, brain activity might be heavily delayed, and until the mind reaches its final conclusion, the body might only shut down temporarily. Plus, even if all brain activity stops, time itself can feel totally different to the observer. So even if their body is actually working fine, limitations of space and time might prevent outsiders from ever spotting those vital signs. There is plenty more, but Haruki just cuts to the chase. So for Aryan Shirone, currently comatose in the Alpheus Academy clinic, they legally cannot declare him dead. And get this, Haruki slams down a report stamped with the Imperial seal, dead silencing the entire room. Then he confidently asks for their thoughts, having found a way to save someone they already wrote off. At least on paper. Now, Amira finally realizes their whole student council was completely in the wrong. With the Empire's ultimate magic authority backing the board's decision, they are left standing there, totally stunned and deeply humiliated. The director then approaches Amira. Bowing her head immediately, she apologizes and says they never wanted to cause him any trouble. The room grows tense as she insists they only acted because hiding the truth felt completely wrong. She feared the academy would close down, but instead, the director gently pats her head and offers his own apology. He apologizes for pushing them into a corner, leaving her staring up at him on the verge of tears. He admits it is incredibly selfish, but asks if she can find it in her heart to trust him once more. Once Shirone's situation is fully resolved, he will take total responsibility so the students he loves do not lose their respect for him. Hearing this, she tearfully asks if he is still the same inspiring leader she always looked up to. He promises her with everything he has. Finally, she breaks down sobbing like a child, flooded with warm memories of Alpheus. Once the crowd disperses, the schemer who tried sabotaging the director walks over, complaining that his sudden arrival ruined the entire plan. Alpheus simply chuckles, noting he seems to have become quite a major obstacle. Then he casually asks Fermi if he turns 22 this year, ahead of his graduation. Fermi replies that no job pays better than working under Alpheus, though his ultimate goal is actually the director's chair. Meanwhile, Nate and Hiroki head back to Shirone's room. Nate turns red, demandingly asking why he was kept completely in the dark. Was it all just to show off? Hiroki scoffs. asking how he could construct plans with someone currently drowning in self-pity. If a single detail got leaked, the whole plan would be ruined. He then casually calls Nate an absolute idiot. Nate grumbles that he already knows he is an idiot, while Hiroki relentlessly teases him about the funny face he made earlier. Completely flustered and embarrassed, Nate snaps that he barely had time to process anything and is now totally lost on what to do. Hiroki jokes that he acted so tough nobody will even remember him, making an angry Nate ask if even that was part of the plan. Hiroki shamelessly replies that he would absolutely love it if Nate crawled over and thanked him. Approaching the room, they spot Amy waiting by the door. Hiroki tries playing it cool, claiming that everything is completely under control and they successfully protected Shirone. But instead, she simply thanks him. Amy begins sobbing as she offers her heartfelt gratitude, completely catching Hiroki off guard until he nervously brushes her off and runs away. Out of nowhere, Serial lunges to grab him, but Hiroki smoothly dodges her with a quick move and leaves her eating his dust. The three of them chase him down, shouting about saving Shirone, while a distant Hiroki grumbles that he absolutely cannot deal with those total idiots. But here's the thing, keeping him from being declared dead does not guarantee a real miracle is actually going to happen. Standing right beside his comatose friend, he quietly begs him to return, promising they will wait for him no matter how long it takes. Meanwhile, in that hellish abyss, Shirone is still locked in battle against those bitter, wandering souls. He wonders what happens when you lose your mind while already trapped in madness. Do you snap back to sanity, or become something else entirely? Sinister voices whisper that he is merely an adopted child, never truly wanted by the very people who raised him. He fiercely snaps back that it is a lie, but the whispers only call him a bastard. They taunt him that literally anyone else would be better, insisting the woodcutter and his wife were never his real parents, just adoptive guardians. This push to the edge makes the endless, cruel, taunting completely unbearable. They whisper that his true nature is a savage predator, stepping on others with raw talent, where every single victory means crushing someone else's dreams. They tell him he is totally useless, before that creepy voice morphs into Sauron's form, becoming a deeply twisted version of himself. Even as his body begins physically breaking apart, our main character stubbornly keeps pushing forward, feeling like the absolute end is near. While his very identity shatters under the weight of these contradictions, he clings to the last remaining piece inside him, his true origin. Some call it a starting point, others label it yin and yang, but true mages know it simply as infinity. Finally, he finds the very source of his being at the core, and its light opens a path forward. He realizes that only after losing everything could he see the truth. All of this was part of him. Those agonizing voices tearing at his heart, the voices rejecting him, they were all still him. Those contradictions are exactly what made him who he is now. So he begins rebuilding himself, activating his spirit zone in that many-sided form. He realizes he must accept all of it, and then check this out. He enters a sapphire crystal, heading straight for the center. Inside, his body begins taking shape again until he finally claws his way out of the darkness, returning to that white room. From there, he can see himself lying helpless on the bed. Suddenly, the goddess appears once more, noting how determined he is to leave this place. She calls him a transcendent being returning to human form, a walking contradiction standing at the very border of Vajrayana. The goddess admits she never expected him to cross the event horizon, telling him he is worthy, while Shirone softly asks if she was lonely. Smiling warmly, she tells him he is very kind. Yet, she says, a god cannot feel loneliness, though she might feel a tiny bit sad to see him go. Shirone sincerely thanks her for giving him this second chance to return, but she gently reminds him there will not be a second time. Having reached Vajrayana, he can never receive her invitation again. With that, Shirone keeps moving forward, fading directly into that overwhelming power. But just as he fades, the goddess asks him to send Director Alpheus her regards, shocking him as he wonders how she even knows him. And so, on the 11th day since Shirone's apparent death, his exhausted friends are fast asleep on his bedroom floor, while Amy sits right beside him, leaning over his bed, mumbling that she must have dozed off. She gets up to go brush her teeth. When she returns, she softly asks if Shirone slept well and how he is feeling today. Opening the window to let in some air, she sighs that she would be so happy if he just woke up. And get this, he actually does. She asks if he remembers her, and as she sets flowers by the window, he suddenly reaches out to help arrange them. Asking if he remembers the day she fell from that cliff, she notes how he was the first one who came running to find her. It feels like an eternity ago. She remembers leaving him all alone back then, running off without even saying she was sorry. Back then, she couldn't find the words. Fighting back tears, she asks if he has any clue how much has happened since he went away. Now, she only wants one thing: for him to come back. But looking down, she freezes in absolute disbelief. His eyes are wide open. She lets out a sharp gasp, nearly choking from the sheer shock of it all. Coughing violently, she tries to yell for the others sleeping nearby, but she is choking so hard that she cannot even make a sound. Finally, she lets out a massive scream that jolts everyone in the room awake. Alpheus, Sienna, and Nate rush over in a panic, trying to figure out the chaos, only to see Shirone staring blankly ahead. Sienna points out he is still under the slowdown spell, and when Nate asks if he is even alive, Amy immediately smashes him. Raising his hand over the boy, Alpheus prepares to dispel the magic. Everyone holds their breath, watching with extreme tension as he lifts his hand. Suddenly, the boy starts moving again, sitting up with a loud shout. Startled, he asks if something happened, telling them that just a second ago, he saw a bizarre core of light. Looking around in utter shock, he wonders why everyone, even the headmaster, is crowding around his bed like this. When Amy bursts into tears, he gets even more freaked out. With absolutely no clue what is happening, all he can manage to say is a simple hello. Amy snaps instantly, angrily asking why that is the only thing he can say. He begs her to wait, but she completely unleashes on him, asking if he has any idea how worried she was, before telling him to just screw off. Shirone still has no clue, so he apologizes, explaining that crossing the event horizon felt like only half a day to him, even though so much time passed back here. He bows his head and says sorry once more. Then Nate and Haruki tackle him in pure joy. As everyone piles on for a group hug, Shirone quickly shields Amy so she does not get crushed. Even so, she ends up squished against his chest, her face turning bright red. When they tell him he was dead for 10 whole days, he freezes, genuinely wondering if he actually crossed over. Haruki points out his heart stopped, demanding an explanation, but Shirone just asks what happened to Kane and the rest of their classmates. Just then, Athela walks in with Tess. Seeing them all piled on the floor, she rushes over to throw her arms around Shirone, tearfully thanking him for coming back to them. She admits she would be lost without him, and Sienna can tell Athela was worried absolutely sick this entire time. After all, she was the one who originally told him about that immortal function. As everyone is swept up in the emotion, Shirone's arm, draped gently around Athela, Shirone suddenly goes totally limp, sending everyone into a panic. Sariel quickly apologizes, asking if he is all right, and joking that she almost killed him by smothering him in her chest. Once he catches his breath, a smile returns to his face. Shirone wonders if he has ever felt this grateful before, realizing those lost emotions are finally returning. With a warm smile, he says it truly feels like he is finally back, but the three of them do not look ready to let him off so easily. They glare at him like predators cornering their prey, making him quickly backtrack. Amy asks what he actually meant, wondering if she was not enough to make him feel anything. Haruki jokes that he can punch him more, while Nate tells them to go grab a chair. Off to the side, Alpheus quietly smiles, saying this is a massive relief. Shirone silently agrees before the headmaster announces it is his turn to talk. As Alpheus starts leaving the room, Shirone follows right behind, catching the headmaster off guard. Alpheus mentions that a lot has happened and the academy is temporarily shut down, so Shirone should take all the time he needs to recover. Shirone thanks him for the concern but mentions there is something he needs to ask, explaining that he somehow traveled to another dimension using his immortal function. But get this, as Shirone tells Alpheus what actually happened in that other dimension, the headmaster is completely stunned. As Shirone speaks, Alpheus looks completely shaken. The woman in that other realm actually knew who the headmaster was, and Shirone confirms it. Though his memories are blurry, Shirone clearly recalls the exact moment that Goddess spoke to him, and he is certain she wanted him to deliver her greetings. Alpheus ponders this for a moment, slowly realizing he might actually know exactly who she is. Shirone asks if he knows her, and how. Alpheus admits he does not believe in destiny, but Shirone meeting her might truly be fate or maybe just unavoidable. Shirone grows increasingly uneasy as the headmaster goes silent for a beat. Then, Alpheus brings up Adrius Miro, now known as Miro of Spacetime. She was his student, specializing in scale magic. That shocking revelation throws everyone off. Not his wife, but his former student, and now she literally views herself as some kind of universe-creating goddess. It sounds so incredibly wild that Shirone and his friends are left stunned. He asks what scale magic is, and Alpheus asks if he knows the term unlocker. Shirone nods, explaining that is what the Magic Society calls those who have unlocked the legendary immortal function. Alpheus says that makes this much easier to explain because Miro is an unlocker too, leaving Shirone unable to believe his ears. Alpheus explains that scale magic is a unique force only those touched by endless time and space can master. Shirone starts remembering all the terrifying abilities that Goddess unleashed, wondering if every single one of them was actually real magic. He cannot believe a power he thought only a goddess possessed actually exists. Alpheus explains that Miro is not bound by reality, meaning some things cannot be explained by logic alone. So, he and his classmates formed a special research group in Eastus, leaving Shirone utterly shocked. Alpheus warns that everything beyond this point is highly confidential, explaining that Miro was the first president of the Supernatural Psychic Research Group. Sometime later, Shirone realizes this is likely his last day staying in the infirmary. He thanks his friends for visiting, including Sariel when she drops by. She tells him not to worry. Since the school is closed, she has tons of free time anyway. Honestly, Serial admits that all that endless studying as a graduate student was starting to wear her down. Haruki asks why she did not just take a break, but she points out that resting does not mean her competition will do the same. As they chat, Haruki speaks quite politely to Serial, but she wonders why he does not just talk casually with her. That reminds Haruki of how Shirone speaks to Amy, so he addresses Serial the same way. And here is where things get really messy. Nate asks if the headmaster will actually be okay, after promising to take the blame. Right now, the headmaster is being transported in a carriage, alongside a professor and those two brothers to the Capital Magic Association for a full inspection. Amy says it sounds like he was summoned there mainly so they could officially press charges against the professor. They claim they will ignore personal ties and handle things strictly by the book, but she cannot imagine Alpheus escaping this mess completely unscathed. As Shirone reflects on that, he recalls a conversation from just a few days ago. He had asked the headmaster one final question regarding Miro. She had told him she was waiting for him, making Shirone wonder if she was only Alpheus's student from years ago. How did she even know his name? In response, Alpheus asked him a question of his own, wondering if Shirone knew the exact number of students currently enrolled at the academy. Shirone admitted he did not, and Alpheus replied that naturally he wouldn't, since the total is constantly changing. With students constantly graduating or getting expelled, no matter what the actual headcount is, the academy will always be missing one. Miro never officially graduated, meaning she will forever remain enrolled at his school. That's when Shirone finally gets what is going on, and Alpheus confirms it. Miro is an Istas, a higher dimension built entirely through scale magic. They call that place the upper layer of Istas. He tells Shirone this is an ancient secret, something even veteran staff members have no clue about, and begs him to promise he won't tell anyone at all. Nothing about the upper layer can leak. That would not just put Shirone in danger, but the whole world. Alpheus needs his promise. Shirone promises to remember. He admits it is terrifying, still unable to believe Miro is actually an Istas. He jokes that he probably won't be sleeping in the clubroom anymore, and that finally gets Alpheus to loosen up. Alpheus tells him not to sweat it. As long as he does not turn on the immortal function, Miro can't watch him, nor will she leave her pocket dimension. Shirone asks why, and Alpheus admits that to Miro, this world is just a deeply painful place. As everyone chats calmly, Shirone realizes how warm and peaceful the atmosphere is. Then Alpheus starts teasing Amy with floating hearts, making Shirone go quiet. He can only think about the truths of the event horizon, those dark, crushing voices threatening his soul, and the ones desperately fighting back. All of them were part of him. He also contemplates the heavy truth locked within Istas, realizing those dark thoughts will remain buried as long as they stay here. As everyone jokes around, he focuses on scale magic. You see, this exact technique is the key to opening that upper layer. He wonders why everything seems to drag him toward it, almost as if this path was preordained for him. As he silently turns these thoughts over, Amy catches his uneasy expression from the corner of her eye. Later that night, investigators warn Alpheus that his testimony can be used in court. With the initial questioning wrapped up, he finally walks free. But right after, Canis and Aaron are summoned. The guards coldly order them to follow, and the two have no choice. Alpheus asks the guards if he can have a brief word with the kids, and they agree but warn him to make it quick. Canis immediately notices that even under heavy investigation, the guards still treat Alpheus with absolute respect, yet they treat them like absolute trash, as if they are pure evil. Sensing their tension, Alpheus gently tells them not to worry, since he just wants to clear some things up. But Canis instantly snaps, telling Alpheus to stop acting like they are his beloved students. Alpheus explains that is precisely why they need to talk. Once this drama blows over, he wants them both to join his academy. Canis absolutely hates that idea, scoffing at Alpheus and asking if he really expects them to become his disciples. He warns Alpheus not to get cocky because he was not the real winner. In a fair match, someone like him could never have even scratched their master. Alpheus simply agrees. Yet, if things were different, Canis would be the one begging on his knees. Canis goes dead silent, and Alpheus tells him that this is exactly what evil does. No matter how much you try to justify it, evil always breeds pure hatred in the end. Alpheus insists Canis can rise above this, since they shared the same master. He wants to pull these kids out of the dark, but Canis simply does not care about any future. In his eyes, survival is the only lesson life ever taught him, and he fully expects his story to end on the battlefield. Soon after, the guards lead them inside to meet the inspector. Without even turning around to face them, the man bluntly orders them to sit. Finally, turning to face them, he introduces himself as Sakari from the 3rd Investigation Department, asking if they are Canis and Aaron. As Canis nods, Irene begins shaking with absolute terror, stammering that she cannot read him. She frantically whispers to Canis that she can't read this guy at all, leaving Canis wondering what on earth terrified her so badly. Spotting her sheer dread, Sakari calls this the First Sutra. While regular magic is locked inside the association, innate passive traits cannot be shut off. So, this is his only option to block others from reading his mind. To Aaron, his presence feels increasingly twisted, dialing her terror up to 11. She stammers that locking his thoughts away like this should be totally impossible. He casually replies that either way, he would highly appreciate it if they behaved themselves. Mid-sentence, he flicks the slime in his hand directly at her, freezing it right in front of her eyes, and commands her to pay attention. Reminding her they are in an active investigation, he asks if her name is Aaron, and she squeaks out a terrified confirmation. Suddenly, Canis's spirit companion mutters that the investigator was right. When Canis asks what it means, it warns that they really shouldn't make trouble. Now Canis realizes Sakari is insanely strong. And let's be real, this investigator is not playing games. 30 minutes later, Canis is left in utter shock when Sakari hands over his master's will, telling him to read it. Apparently, Arcane prepared this document specifically for him, and opposing lawyers have already confirmed its legal validity. Canis simply cannot believe his master actually left something behind for him. He expects some kind of trick, but looking closer, the official testament literally leaves everything to his sole disciple, Canis. Then his eyes hit the actual number 4.8 billion gold coins. Canis stands there completely frozen, unable to process it. Sakari simply nods, confirming every single coin of Arcane's wealth belongs to him. The boy starts shaking, whispering to himself, what on earth was his master thinking when he drafted this absolute madness? With the old man dead, he can't even demand answers anymore. He's just left with this endless, burning question. The man never gave him a shred of affection in life, yet in death, he claims him as his disciple. Sakari interrupts, saying there's one thing they need to settle first. Sure, Arcane might have genuinely viewed him as his student and left him a massive fortune, but they also can't forget that the old bastard was a notorious dark mage, obsessed with controlling human minds. Like, what if both of them were secretly brainwashed since they were kids? Canis instantly snaps, outright refusing to accept that trash and demanding an explanation. Sakari casually responds, look, you don't even need magic to brainwash a vulnerable child. When you rescue a dying kid, you instantly become their god. And if that god keeps drilling a mission into their head, the child naturally accepts it as their sole purpose in life. Canis completely loses his temper, shouting for him to shut up. His master never forced a single choice on him. Every path he took was his own. Sakari sighs, claiming he's seen this denial before. But Aaron stays calm, asking what happens if they actually admit to being brainwashed. Sakari shrugs, you'd be declared completely innocent. Well, more or less. Honestly, can you even blame them for freezing up here? They're totally convinced this guy is just playing dirty mind games with them. The logic is simple, if Arcane brainwashed them as helpless kids, they are legally clean of any crimes. There's absolutely no way the law could hold them responsible for such atrocious acts. But if they deny the brainwashing, Canis realizes he'll never touch a single coin because claiming the money means admitting he's Arcane's true disciple. Sakari smiles, seeing the boy finally catches on. All he has to do is claim he was a mindless puppet. That way, he isn't Arcane's official heir anymore, and the massive fortune gets classified as dirty, illegal cash, allowing the association to seize every cent. He slides a paper over, telling him to sign the cash away to buy his freedom. Canis bites his tongue, realizing this clean association is no different from the slums of Leiden. They're just better at wearing masks. In fact, the stench of hypocrisy here is worse than any open sewer back home. With zero options left, he wonders if the entire world is just one brutal, blood-stained battlefield. Sakari stands up, offering to give him some space to weigh his options. But Canis quietly cuts him off, he'll sign. Sakari congratulates him on making the smart play. When Canis asks what's next, the investigator simply shrugs and tells him he's free to leave. Aaron speaks up, asking about the official paperwork, but Sakari dismisses her, they can just walk out. This casual attitude drives Canis absolutely insane. The greedy bastards were only after his master's billions from day one. Clenching his fists, he realizes that to these powerful high-ups, he and Aaron were never even a minor threat. It hits him all at once, his master was an absolute monster. A legendary existence that entire kingdoms feared to cross. The realization only feeds his growing rage, prompting him to sharply demand Sakari's rank. Sakari answers that he is a humble rank 5. Canis glares back, he might be weak now, but one day, he'll force this man to bow down to him. Bet on it. Sakari silently scoffs at the kid's massive ego, but simply smiles and tells him to come find him when that glorious day actually arrives. Canis is practically vibrating with frustration, but Aaron softly reassures him they chose right. It's infinitely better than rotting away in some dark dungeon, but Canis swears they'll survive and grow stronger. Looking him in the eyes, she quietly agrees. Meanwhile, back inside the third inspection team, things are finally wrapping up. Just watch how quickly the vibe shifts here as they review the reports. An official orders the paperwork left on the desk. As Sakari walks in, he asks about the Alpheus case, prompting his boss to ask if he's worried about a potential scandal leaking. Sakari frowns. A measly 6-month suspension is a joke of a punishment. Even if the crime took place 40 years ago, the old man was still directly involved in illegal experiments, and during the brutal academy raid, he played the victim, but he could easily have been one of the masterminds pulling the strings. Sure, taking 4.8 billion gold as bail is a massive win, but Sakari is still deeply unsettled. His superior sighs, asking what else he wants. Does he honestly think they'd deliver a corrupt verdict? Sakari instantly bows, apologizing profusely for his own mindless stupidity. His boss coldly points to the exit and kicks him out. Stepping into the hallway, Sakari gently touches the old scar on his face. The old wound flares up, taking his mind back to his clash with Alpheus, when he took an absolute beating to the face and got slammed into the dirt by Sarif. He mutters that he should have brought a late celebratory gift for that award winner. After all, an aging, incredibly furious Sarif is currently covering for his old rival, or maybe his only real friend. A bit later, back at the academy grounds, our 3 favorite troublemakers head off to meet the headmaster. While out in the yard pulling up weeds, Alpheus reminds the kids to stop calling him director. He claims he is just an old man now, but they refuse. Once a director, always a director. Shirone offers to help, but Alpheus declines, saying if they do his chores, he'll have nothing left to do. He then asks how school has been since their academy classes started back up. Alpheus assumes they must be happy, but Shirone tells him it's the exact opposite. The lessons are driving him completely insane, and Nate is stressing over how to hit average scores in every single subject so fast. Alpheus looks at him and notes he must be pushing to advance next semester. They all nod, looking absolutely exhausted. Flashback. The story flashes back exactly 1 month. Right after presenting their research to graduate together, they promised to reach Class 4 next semester. But right after that vow, Arcania launched an attack on the academy. Because of that chaos, studying was out of the question. Nate panics, saying this is a massive disaster. He has absolutely no clue how to double his grades in such a short window. Iruki admits math is his only strong suit. Everything else is totally awful. Nate refuses to believe that he actually has it any better. Nate can only rely on his writing because everything else besides science and essay composition is a complete train wreck. But their biggest hurdle is way worse. None of them actually want to study. Ever since that attack, the school has been pure chaos. Nate argues that trying to study in a chaotic place like this is pretty much impossible. He suggests they just goof off today and start fresh tomorrow. They all agree honestly, who wouldn't? But right then, Shirone spots something off and tells everyone to look. They spin around and immediately wonder what those siblings are doing here. Canis casually asks if class is over. Shirone asks what happened, and if they even have actual business at the academy. Canis explains they are going to live here from now on, so they were just scouting the area. Nobody is happy about this, demanding to know what he means. Canis admits he is not thrilled about it either. But if you want to succeed, attending a magic academy is the absolute fastest route. Nate snaps back, asking if he thinks this academy is some kind of joke, and why they would ever enroll a guy like him. Canis drops a single word: senior. Before their confusion can grow, he explains that while they are stuck in Class 5, he is already in Class 4. That means addressing him as their senior, and the 3 are completely speechless. They wonder if the school teachers really allowed him to jump straight into Class 4 right after enrolling, but Canis says it should be totally obvious. He and his sister spent years training under a literal archmage, so they mastered all the magic basics a long time ago. Nate quickly fires back that Canis still lost to Shirone, but Canis just shrugs it off and notes that their grades are pretty pathetic. That hit strikes a very painful nerve. He laughs, calling them honestly quite disappointing. One of them is failing literally every single subject except mathematics, while the other can barely even be trusted to secure a decent score in writing. He cannot believe he actually lost to absolute idiots like them, and that makes all 3 furious as Canis tells them to try their best. He mockingly offers to help his juniors, leaving all 3 of them standing there completely stunned. Shirone cancels their free day. The guys agree instantly. They would rather quit magic entirely than ever call those siblings their seniors. Iruki asks why he is going that far, but Shirone says it doesn't even matter. Those siblings do not start until next term, so no matter what, they must pass. They have to rank up before they are forced to call that psychopath their senior. But let's be real, can they double their grades in just 1 month? Method 1: strict time management. He says they will break every hour into 10-minute blocks. Managing their schedule like this makes time easier to control, stops hours from slipping away, and keeps focus incredibly high. His second strategy is starting a study group, and fortunately, everyone has one solid strong suit. This means they can easily cover each other's weakest subjects. But then, Shirone spots something highly unusual. Iruki is blasting through his work way too fast, so Shirone walks over to investigate his papers. The second he looks at the extremely messy handwriting, he freezes. What is this? How is any of it supposed to make sense? He already explained how to apply grammar particles correctly, but Iruki's written answer is an absolute chaotic mess. Iruki argues his logic is perfect. To him, writing "you eat noodles and I will eat noodles" is a complete sentence that defines each person as an independent subject without needing any fancy phrasing. Shirone stares in sheer shock. Is he serious? That is when he realizes the issue is not laziness. Some academic subjects simply do not fit certain people. Shirone tells Iruki that he is still wrong. Language is not math, and it is not a tool meant for proving formulas. Iruki gets annoyed and says math is superior anyway. Thoroughly irritated, Shirone snaps and asks if he actually wants to promote to class 4 or not. That reality check finally makes Iruki feel the heat. Feeling totally hopeless, he quietly returns to studying. Shirone adds one final rule: forget everything else the academy wants and focus entirely on passing the test. No one in class 5 wants to rank below Kenneth. Meanwhile, Nade is totally stuck, and his practical exam is literally tomorrow. He watches the other two study, trying to reassure himself that everything will be fine as long as he ranks top 10. But when the practical exam actually starts, he begins landing hit after hit. The counter keeps climbing, leaving everyone in shock. Nade is going all out, and his classmates start asking how he is even doing this. They suspect he got way stronger from hanging out with Shirone and Iruki, and with skills like this, he will rank high. Then someone mentions that Iruki has barely even shown up to class lately, but while they gossip, Nade keeps pushing past his limits. In the end, he hits 173 points, and feels pretty good. The teacher praises his performance, but then Iruki shows up and does something even crazier. He pulls off 220 hits. Everyone is completely blown away, asking if he somehow used real magic this time. Some say it is even scarier if he achieved that score normally, playfully calling him a total cheater. Suddenly, Kenneth arrives and sneers that a score like that is nothing to brag about. To him, Class 5 is simply pathetic. The students immediately get annoyed by their presence, while a fella steps in, telling them not to disrupt the class during an exam. Kenneth casually asks if this is just basic heartbeat control training, claiming he used to do it until he got completely bored. Eris chimed in, explaining that their master ordered them to never stop heartbeat training. She adds that Class 5 is merely building a foundation through repeating expansion and compression. Kenneth brings up that score of 210, asking Eris if she could easily beat it. She looks at him like he is crazy. While the two of them act smug, the rest of the classroom is absolutely hating their superior attitude. But the class has a secret weapon. Watch this. Shirone steps up, and everyone is begging him to shatter the record. While the siblings watch closely, the young mage steps up to the test and unleashes something so insane with his spirit zone, it almost blasts everyone backward. They suddenly realize he reached 120 beats in 10 seconds. That means 12 beats every single second, and it only gets crazier. Both Kenneth and Eris are left completely stunned, muttering that it should be impossible. It is enough to make anyone's head explode. A fella notes that his sheer stamina seems to have grown far beyond what it was before. She recalls the Vajra state within his adamantium body, realizing this must be another trait he unlocked after pushing past the immortal function. As a convergent type, Shirone seemed to have a massive future as a defensive mage, or at least, that is what the academy staff believed back then. But now, seeing this explosive leap in his stamina, a fellow wonders if he has become a vessel robust enough to withstand the immortal function itself. And that thought makes her wonder just how far can his potential actually go. When it ends, the students are speechless. Shirone hit 410 beats. Everyone calls it completely unbelievable, questioning if he was always this strong. Kenneth, now dead silent, just shuts his mouth. Eris admits that the boy is seriously impressive. Kenneth replies that only someone at that tier could be his rival, before telling her they should leave. They have seen everything they came for. As they walk away, the other students mock them, shouting that being an archmage's apprentice is not everything, and they should never look down on Class 5. Kenneth's mind drifts back to his intense battle against Shirone. Originally, he believed he only lost due to Shirone's natural gifts, but now he realizes how wrong he was. If they clashed again in a battle of pure power, he knows he might not win. And if he truly wants to reach the peak, Shirone is the first hurdle he must crush. That realization makes Kenneth remember how he asked everyone about the mysterious protagonist. One upperclassman had even gotten offended, demanding to know how a Class 4 student dared to speak to his superiors in such a tone. But the very second they realized they were talking to Kenneth, everyone got nervous, and Kenneth ordered them to spit it out. He demanded to know what kind of monster Shirone actually was. To be honest, the very first thing he researched upon entering the academy was the grades and social circles of those three. And once he uncovered nearly everything, he concluded their academic grades were pretty disappointing, or honestly, just completely terrible. Kenneth felt that if those three managed to beat him, they should be at the absolute top of the academy, yet their grades were barely above average. But when he dug into their personal networks, he was shocked. Not a single person dared to look down on their magic. Everyone viewed those three as hidden powerhouses who could surpass them at any given second. Reflecting on their bizarre magic, blinding light, and absurd toughness, Kenneth decides he can learn even more by getting closer to them, especially Shirone. He makes a silent vow that next time, he will not lose. He plans to beat Eris first and grow strong enough to match their master. Eris agrees, casually munching on food while promising they will both reach new heights. He tells her to slow down, but she almost faceplants straight into her bowl of dumplings. Later that night, the rest of the academy is still cramming. But inside Estas, our three favorite troublemakers are working even harder, with Iruki literally losing his mind over literature, verb conjugations, and essay writing. And the other two? They aren't doing any better. Before they even realize it, a whole month flies by, and the final exam is staring them down. Suddenly, someone calls out to Shirone. He chats with some upperclassmen who find his worries funny, reassuring him that they will all be in class 4 together soon. He tells them to stop playing dumb since they've been hitting the books, and the girl mentions she has pretty high expectations for them. They explain they'll always be grateful for his help and would love to study together, leaving both of our guys grinning like absolute idiots. Still, the stress is real. With the pressure mounting by the second, Shirone admits he's completely cooked if he ends up failing. That's when Iruki drops some wisdom even inside a tiger's mouth. You've got to keep your cool. Basically, losing their heads will only make things worse. Even though they'll be taking their exams in different rooms, they're determined to stick together right up until the very end. Nate and Shirone just stare, wondering what's gotten into him, with Nate even joking that the guy must have eaten some expired breakfast. But before they can even process his bizarre behavior, the exam finally starts. He tells them they will meet back up in 12 hours. They exchange final promises to pass and wish each other the best. By that afternoon, Iruki is still rambling nonsense until Shirone suddenly realizes the kid actually memorized every single exam question. This lets them pull off a wild stunt. Nate scribbles down the questions Iruki recites while Shirone pieces together the answers using their textbook. A little while later, they successfully reconstruct every single question and answer from the entire exam. But Nate panics, realizing he probably bombed a couple of sections, and Shirone can only agree that things look pretty grim. Failing to score at least 80 on any single test meant instant disqualification, but Iruki tells them complaining won't change a thing right now. Shirone can only shake his head at his friend's intense focus, but soon enough, Nate actually starts looking relieved. With an 82 average and at least 80 on every test, he's officially moving up to class 4. Meanwhile, Iruki is trembling like crazy. Nate quickly asks what's wrong and begs him not to say he failed, but Iruki reveals he actually cleared it with an 87. By literally mimicking his instructor's speech patterns during the exam, his grades managed to shoot straight through the roof. He admits that a single wrong answer would have ruined him, but he somehow pulled it off, earning a big congrats from Nate. Then they turn their attention to Shirone, who already looks half dead, prompting Nate to demand his score immediately. When he mumbles that his average is 86, they cheer wildly, with Iruki calling the score absolutely incredible. As a commoner, Shirone managed to hit the 80-point mark in just a single semester, though he doesn't see why that is such a big deal. But then he confesses he can't remember the final multiple-choice math question, which Iruki immediately remembers as well. That question was brutal and required a massive formula, and Shirone admits he has no clue what choice he actually made. Nate urges him to focus since the answer was 1.5, guessing Shirone probably got it wrong but praying for a miracle. Iruki asks what his math score would drop to if he missed it, and when Shirone says 79, both of his friends instantly freeze. Shirone feels like he picked choice C, but he can't recall if 1.5 was option B or C, making them all sweat. No way, because of one simple question, Shirone might be stuck in class 5 for another 6 whole months. To make it worse, it was worth 2 points, and Nate finally snaps, shouting that he can't take this anymore. He grabs both of his friends, dragging them along to find out the answer from the instructor, which the others actually agree is their best shot. Professor Sienna asks what they want, pointing out that class 5 testing is already completely finished. But Shirone quickly begs to know the answer to the final math question, and while Sienna wonders why, Nate desperately implores her to just tell them. Explaining it as a total life-or-death crisis, she thinks for a moment and answers that it was option B, making Shirone break into a cold sweat. He looks like he is about to drop dead, forcing Nate to yell at him to stay strong, while Iruki reminds him that he possesses an adamantine body and must hold on. Devastated that it really was B, Shirone slumps over while Nate quickly thanks the teacher, leaving her completely baffled by their drama. Shaking her head, she watches them drag their half-dead friend back to class, muttering about how exhausting they are. But once she returns to the staff room, she recalls their desperate question and decides to check. But when she checks Shirone's paper, she instantly bursts out laughing. Option C was the correct choice all along, meaning our poor main character was losing his mind over absolutely nothing since he already passed. A bit later, over in the capital of the Tormia Kingdom, at a prestigious swordsman academy, A blonde woman chats about street-style combat, mentioning to the instructor that even though he never showed up once during the entire semester, he surely aced his practical training. She turns and asks Ryan for his opinion, and after being completely MIA for 8 hours, Ryan finally shows his face. He simply warns her to sit back down quickly before the actual instructor catches her and doles out some serious punishment. She teases him, asking if even the great Ryan is actually scared of the instructor. Ryan says he just wants to avoid extra stress before the exam, then asks why she changed seats. She dodges the question, joking that she came to calm him down. He asks when he ever needed comfort, and she shoots back that he's right. It's not like he can fall any lower anyway. She adds that being dead last must be a relief. Ryan admits she's right, since he really is 30th out of 30 students. She laughs, saying most guys would get mad, but he is different. No matter what happens, he never shows fear. Not once. He is the first allistic to survive that brutal training, so she can't understand why he's in last place. Then she asks if he remembers ranking first in their first year. Back then, Ryan joined the Skyrim Swordsman Academy as the absolute top student in his entire group. 6 months earlier in the freezing winter, the academy, which had produced 10 official first-class swordsmen in its 200-year history, including the legendary greatest swordsman, stood for iron will and courage. It was the dream school for countless knight hopefuls. More than 300 gathered every semester, but aside from the 30 accepted applicants, most failed to survive the grueling 1-month approval period and were cut. At that time, one senior had another kid pinned down, barking at him to crawl faster and asking if that was really all he had. Richard Fager looks like a real piece of work. He keeps forcing the freshmen to crawl even faster, constantly piling on the intense pressure, while others joke that anyone who hasn't placed their bets yet needs to hurry up. Then they explain the groups. Group 1 is for Shama users. Group 2 is for those who haven't learned Shama but have strong physical talent. And Group 3 is for those who achieve nothing, getting in through their parents' influence. While everyone laughs at the freshmen, 2 girls watch from the side, and one of them is Tess. She says it's sad, but that's the world they live in. If you can't trust someone with your back in battle, they're not a comrade. They're just cannon fodder. One senior tells the boy to get fired up while struggling forward under the weight on his back, bragging that he'll be first again this time. But watch this, right in the middle of his loud taunting, Ryan stomps him and sends him flying, leaving everyone totally stunned. Ryan tells Richard Fager that's enough, warning him this isn't a playground. And Richard Fager clearly doesn't like hearing that. The giant senior threatens to kill him, standing at twice Ryan's size, while another girl says Ryan finally did it. Tess asks if she knows his name since he must be strong, but the girl says no, adding that he's actually pretty weak, leaving Tess totally confused. She explains that Richard Fager had been extorting money from Group 2 students under the guise of his birthday, and Ryan was the only one who refused. Tess realizes that made him a prime target for Group 1, and the other girl agrees, admitting she didn't expect Ryan to strike first. Talk about a short fuse. Then Ryan suggests taking this outside, warning that if the instructors find out, it'll hurt their grades. Richard Fager agrees and rounds up the gang. Honestly, that poor chubby kid was getting targeted for absolutely no reason. Richard Fager claims he is about to show everyone what happens when someone messes with him. Once outside, the two square off as he promises a nice lesson for Group 3. Then he loudly orders the onlookers to run over there if they want their asses kicked too. Everybody rushes over, and Richard Fager just laughs at how incredibly pathetic they look. He sneers that nobody is standing with Ryan, asking what he plans to do. Ryan just stares, not even understanding what this guy is trying to prove. Then Ryan asks if he only fights with the advantage, and you know that instantly sets Richard Fager off. Ryan answers that he fights when he has to, like a true knight, and someone like Richard Fager has no right to become one. With that, Ryan raises his guard, which only makes Richard Fager even more excited. He boasts that he will fight him one-on-one like a real knight, challenging Ryan to come at him, and even offering him the first hit. Ryan doesn't hesitate, and charges straight in. But he misses completely, as Richard Fager uses Shama to easily slip out of the way. Right after that, he drives a punch straight into Ryan's stomach and mocks him mercilessly, asking if he really thought he would just stand there and take the blow. Ryan drops hard. Finally realizing the true power of Shama, Richard Fager pauses, utterly confused why Ryan hasn't gone down for good. Wondering if he held back too much, he begins pounding Ryan again and again. Even so, the kid stubbornly manages to hold on. Then Ryan finally blocks and throws himself at Richard Fager, tackling him with everything he has. Richard Fager simply cannot believe it, desperately wondering what the hell is wrong with this relentless kid. Ryan cannot even use Shama, yet Richard Fager still can't put him away cleanly, snapping at Ryan not to push his luck. Then he viciously drives his elbow straight into the boy's back, making Ryan cough up mouthfuls of blood. After that, Figuera slams a knee right into his face and keeps beating him down. Before long, Ryan Ogan is bleeding from everywhere. Figuera starts beating him absolutely senseless, forcing the others to finally scream for him to stop and rush in to step between them. They can tell he is actually going to kill the guy if nobody steps in, so they just keep shouting for him to stop. But instead of stopping, Figuera decides to humiliate Ryan Ogan, hanging him upside down by his feet from a tree in nothing but his underwear, as everyone laughs at the ridiculous sight. They mockingly ask why a weakling like him even bothered trying in the first place, and Ryan Ogan is powerless to stop them. Even Yuzin Tess thinks this has gone too far. Humiliating someone after they already lost a duel is brutal, and it could leave a permanent scar. But then, Ryan Ogan actually apologizes. He says he never expected a lady to see him in this state, and that line completely catches Yuzin Tess off guard. Everyone else just asks what his deal is, laughing and calling him an idiot for trying to act cool in this situation, saying he is just a weakling, playing tough to feel important when all he is really doing is embarrassing himself in public. But get this, Ryan Ogan calmly says he does not care. And that unexpected answer makes the entire crowd go completely silent. He says he fought as hard as he could for what he believed was right, so he has zero regrets. Over time, this humiliation will not even matter to him. But then he turns the tables on the fools, laughing at him. They arrived at this academy dreaming of becoming knights, yet when it was time to step up, they turned and ran without fighting. That moment, he tells them, will stick with them through all their school years as a cowardly stain when they were too scared to speak up. Ryan Ogan says losing 100 battles is fine as long as you fought for what you believed in, but the shame of betraying your own beliefs stays with you for life. Even if they somehow earn honor as legendary knights one day, the moment they looked away from injustice right in front of them will haunt them forever. And those sharp words hit everyone hard. Ryan Ogan says a knight's creed is his very life, and that heavy line clearly shakes through Zine. Zine tells the crowd not to let things end like this, urging them to stand up and fight if they want to be proud. Suddenly, everyone there feels the exact same spark. After hearing those words, they all dream of their names echoing across battlefields like legends, just like the legendary Iron Knight, the ultimate swordsman. That was the grand dream they all shared. Now, watch this. Figuera finally realizes things are going completely sideways and asks why everyone is staring at him as if they want a piece of him. He warns them they can try, but they will end up just like Ryan Ogan. But Yuzin Tess suddenly leaps right past everyone. She cuts Ryan Ogan down from above, letting him fall face first onto the ground, and proudly declares she has made up her mind. She calls out to Ryan Ogan and introduces herself as Yuzin Tess, announcing they are fighting together, leaving a very confused Ryan Ogan to point out that his hands are still tied. The other cadets realize even Yuzin Tess, the strongest girl in their class, is choosing to stand beside him, and they tell themselves that if they are truly men, they cannot just stand by and watch. So, they declare they are officially done running, asking if Figuera honestly thinks they will bow to a bully. Now he is the one sweating, telling everyone to just calm down. He tells them he gets it, claiming that if they are actually willing to go that far, he will play along, only to suddenly sucker punch the student behind him, asking if they seriously thought he would ever back down. He dares them to bring it, and the crowd rushes him, shouting that knowing the Shama technique is not everything. Now Figuera is crying for help and calling for the instructor, while Yuzin Tess sighs, sorry, but it looks like he walked right into a trap. She explains that this is fine because Ryan Ogan never wanted to be a hero, which is why he lured the bullies to a spot outside the instructor's radar. Yuzin Tess is shocked by that plan, but tells him he still does not get it. There is simply no escaping the instructor's radar. The staff has been watching the entire time, leaving Ryan Ogan completely stunned. As for Figuera and his cronies, despite their good grades, they all failed. Figuera ended up wrecked on the dirt, while Ryan Ogan ranked first out of 300 students. Back in the present day, that same Yuzin Tess is teasing him, mocking how he went from the very top straight to the bottom. Ryan Ogan gets annoyed and snaps that he never asked to be first, but she still finds it highly impressive. She asks how he manages to train every single day without resting, admitting she would literally be dead if she tried that. Ryan Ogan shrugs and says he got past that limit long ago, so she asks if he is not worried about graduation or building his name as a swordsman. At this rate, she warns him he will definitely fail if he lands in last place on this exam, too. Ryan Ogan says it does not matter, but she keeps pushing for an answer because she is genuinely worried. So he explains there is something far more important than building a reputation. His sole goal is to get stronger for his lord. Yujin is completely stunned to hear him mention a lord. She cannot believe he already swore himself to someone. A knight can only make that sacred oath once in a lifetime, and he already did. Whoever it is must be incredibly important. Ryan wonders why she even cares, but Yujin says of course she does, since he totally skipped the normal order. He was supposed to finish school before ever thinking about that oath. She asks who got his loyalty, and Ryan reveals it was Saron. When Yujin asks what this mysterious person does, Ryan simply says Saron is his friend. He is just a student at a magic academy back home, which absolutely blows her mind. She cannot believe her ears. Shirone is not even a full mage yet. In her head, There has to be some crazy explanation for Ryan to swear his life to someone with zero fame or future. Her mind immediately jumps to one conclusion. Saren has to be a girl, and that thought completely throws her off. She is right on the verge of asking if Saren is a girl when a sudden announcement cuts her off. The exam is starting. Forced to hurry or face failing the exam, Yujin vows to ask him about this girl later. Over at the training hall, the cadets gather around as the instructor steps forward to announce, "Today is all about physical movement." Specifically, they will be tested on shifting their center of gravity. The officer leading this class is Park Ha-won, a 6th class official. He asks them where a swordsman's center of gravity is. One cadet confidently yells out that it is in the navel, but the instructor instantly calls him a complete idiot for being wrong. Next, another student guesses it is in the soles of the feet, but that is also dead wrong. When a bald guy tries guessing the navel again, the instructor snaps that the first idiot already said that, ordering him to do 200 push-ups. Finally, someone suggests the answer is actually outside the body. Bingo. In Shima terms, they call that external gravity. He orders everyone to shout it out, and they obey. Most of them have absolutely no clue what it means since they are hearing it for the first time. Park Ha-won says that is totally normal. He just did not feel like teaching it until now. He warns them he will only show them once before testing them immediately. That news makes everyone sweat. Testing them on exam day without actually teaching the material first is wild. Right now, every single cadet wants to strangle this awful instructor. He starts moving. One step forward is an attack. He strikes like lightning, then shifts back and slashes again so fast their eyes can barely track him. It looks like a basic sword swing, but the sheer crushing pressure radiating from his blade tells a completely different story. Park Ha-won explains these are the fundamentals. By tilting your frame, you instantly shift your center of mass. That weight shift supercharges your slash, and blending in Shima makes the impact incredibly devastating. Reading their blank stares, he tells them that in a real life-or-death battle, their cluelessness would get them killed in 3 seconds flat. He hits them with the core truth. Real combat is always about positioning and movement over raw strength. Depending on the split second, a true warrior can throw their center of gravity completely outside their physical body. Like the moment they plant a foot to pivot, right at that point of impact, his balance point exists outside of himself. To prove his point, he bends backward into a bridge without using his hands, showing them his center of balance is floating behind his spine. Pushing off with just the tips of his toes, he launches his entire body straight up toward the rafters. The cadets freeze in utter disbelief because the crazy instructor is literally walking upside down on the ceiling. It is absolutely wild. Get a load of this, it looks like some straight-up anime magic. He leaps down, spinning as a massive vortex of mana erupts, blasting sharp wind currents everywhere. The entire demonstration is mind-blowing. Ryan watches in awe, wondering how a human being can possibly rotate at that speed. He sticks the landing on the stone floor and finishes with a brutal thrust, leaving the entire room speechless at the sheer destruction. Ryan realizes there is almost no realistic way to block an assault like that. Park Ha-won explains that flashy move had nothing to do with physical strength. It was pure, raw inertia. This is the signature style of one Mabeho, also known as the Mage of Death, the ultimate application of external gravity. It genuinely looks like he is manipulating gravity itself, but he is actually just amplifying his momentum to generate extreme inertia. He admits he overdid the show to help them understand. That is what they are testing today. When he asks if they understand, they can only scream yes. Then he tells everyone who gasped during his demo to hit the dirt and do 200 push-ups. Nearly the entire class drops immediately, knowing better than to argue with him. While they pump out reps, he keeps talking, explaining that the mass manipulation test involves dodging horizontal obstacles. The rules are dead simple. When a barrier comes flying at you, you dodge fast. They have to get through several different obstacles, and the final one is the hardest, leaving basically zero room to dodge. He warns they won't make it without using external gravity. Since the obstacles use real blades, any mistake could be fatal. He reminds them to keep that warning in mind. By now, everyone is totally furious with this absolute lunatic. Still, the instructor adds that he doubts any cowards are standing among them, and even if someone loses an arm, the Kana instructor can easily reattach it, so they should not worry. Somehow, that makes things even worse, especially with the Kana instructor standing there holding a scalpel, smiling like they are ready to reattach a leg. To the students, that is infinitely scarier. The instructor announces that if they are finished warming up, they should line up starting from number 1. The first kid immediately starts crying, and Davis notes that the exam prep was incredibly thorough. Meanwhile, Miss Enzini complains that even if they understand the technique, making everyone do 200 push-ups was just way too harsh. Ryan tells her to shut up before she gets punished again, but Yusin asks if he is actually worried about the exam. He pretends like he does not care, while all the guys around them wonder why the first-year goddess is even talking to him, silently begging her to stand next to them instead of that blue-haired dude. Then Yusun asks him if this Shirone person is a girl. Ryan asks if she is crazy, stating that no matter how untalented he might be, he would never make that kind of heavy vow for that reason. She simply asks if that is really true, clearly growing more curious. He says his friend will reach the very top one day, which is why he entrusted his life to him. She notices how fast his entire attitude shifts when it comes to his friend, and he flat out warns her not to judge Shirone like that. Yusun starts thinking that if Ryan talks up his friend this heavily, she might actually get jealous, so she begins to scheme. She asks if he can introduce her to Shirone. Ryan wonders why she would even want to meet him, and she replies that anyone would get curious after hearing such high praise. She admits she is pretty jealous. He already has a lord, but he is totally confused by where that came from. Then he points out that Shirone is in Crest, which is pretty far from Leon. Yusun suggests they could easily take a trip to Crest since vacation is right around the corner, even bringing up a small southern island that is a famous tourist spot. According to her, that makes it absolutely perfect for everyone to go have fun together. Ryan starts blushing, but for a completely different reason, imagining her going on a trip with Shirone. It has already been roughly half a year since he and Shirone got separated, right after becoming friends, right before he was dragged off to the Gremio Academy. Honestly, he wants to hang out too. So, pretty embarrassed, he asks if it is fine for the three of them to go, admitting that he can get kind of shy. Yusun easily catches that cute reaction, and immediately puts her plan into motion, suggesting he should just bring one other girl along. After all, he must know plenty of people at the Magic Academy, and that way, their little trip would basically turn into a double date. That single word nearly breaks Ryan's brain. I mean, look at him stammering while she gets all excited right away. Then she teasingly asks if he wants to see a quick preview before their final exam and the upcoming vacation. Right on cue, the instructor calls her up, and she confidently replies that she is ready. The second he signals the start, she charges full speed into the blades, effortlessly slipping past them. But she knows simple flexibility won't save her this time. This final obstacle blocks almost the whole path, leaving only a tiny gap below. Without applying external gravity, she'll be sliced to pieces and might even drag her partner down. She stomps down hard, telling herself that the first step is all about applying impact. Next, she must shift her body's center of mass completely outside herself, and with a swift motion, she somehow manages to slide through by a hair. She stands back up, and the instructor declares she passed. Even she can't quite believe she pulled it off. It was her very first time trying, yet she did it beautifully. She finally realizes all her grueling training was simply a foundation for this moment. She silently thinks that his personality is a complete train wreck, but the instructor really is an incredible teacher. With that, he places Zinnia in first, right beside Larry and Rita Burns. Soon after, number 28, Ryan steps up and announces that he is ready too. The instructor watches him take his stance, then tells Ryan to go ahead. Ryan bursts forward, leaping and dodging side to side as he successfully passes every single trap. Everyone can clearly see he is pretty fast, but partway through, he reaches the dreaded section where he absolutely needs external gravity. He plans to use Shama to throw his center of mass completely outside his own body, but when he tries, he stomps so hard the floor literally cracks, barely sliding under it and almost losing his face. The instructor has to move like lightning, seeing Ryan get too close to the blades and smacking him away. Then he asks if Ryan has totally lost his mind, wondering why he is throwing his head straight at the blades. He demands to know where Ryan's Shama went, but Ryan stubbornly insists that he actually did use it. The instructor snaps that he did no such thing. He reminds him that anyone unable to use Shama should have dropped out, but Ryan stubbornly keeps insisting he can do it. Ryan explains he already passed the muscle strengthening test last month, so he can definitely do this. The instructor yells that it is complete nonsense, demanding he bring over a stone. Ryan claims that test required lifting twice his body weight, so this should be easy, though he barely passed last time. Even so, he grabs the stone and lifts it. Ryan asks for his thoughts, but the instructor just stares in absolute shock. The instructor gasps, asking how this is possible, while Ryan wonders what's wrong. Then the instructor tells Ryan he owes him an apology, because he isn't using schema at all. Nobody nearby understands what that means. Ryan asks how that is even possible, then how is he lifting this massive rock? The instructor replies with a simple truth: he is just stupidly strong. Raw muscle. Everyone is left totally confused. Then he drops the rock right on his own foot, confirming Ryan's dead last spot once again. Honestly, he is basically mash burn dead. Meanwhile, poor Ryan is getting extremely frustrated. He grumbles that ranking him dead last just because he can't use schema makes absolutely no sense. He mutters that his father is going to lose his mind over this, especially after promising him school would be fun. Just then, Zuri yells over, did he forget to bring his friend during the break? Ryan wonders what Shirone's up to right now. Meanwhile, over with our protagonist, he is still deep in meditation. Then he starts teleporting and man, look at this smooth wave-like trail of rainbow light he's carving out now. A magic droplet appears. When he stops, he fires his massive photon cannon. He controls the spell incredibly well, immediately transitioning into a laser. No matter how tough a target is, once his shockwaves start taking effect, it'll eventually get obliterated. Shirone notes that while the photon cannon hits harder on impact, his laser deals continuous, almost infinite damage. Just like that, his specialized magic has gotten incredibly stronger in no time. Even so, he tests a wind blade on an apple, realizing that raw magical power alone isn't going to be enough. He still has so much to learn. Previously, he relied on catching foes off guard and using his immortality function to hide his sloppy accuracy. But against a genuinely powerful opponent, none of those tricks worked. That thought haunts him. People died right before his eyes, and he couldn't do anything. He refuses to be a helpless mage who just watches when his loved ones are in danger, which is why he trains like crazy. But his mood instantly brightens when his friends arrive. Suddenly, he senses an opening and flips his spirit zone straight into attack mode. Utilizing his offensive spirit zone, he instantly warps right in front of them, leaving them completely frozen. They can't even tell if it was real teleportation, but Shirone explains he is moving at near light speed, though it makes him dizzy. Still, he calls it useless since the warp distance is way too short. Iruki immediately disagrees, pointing out that spatial spells are tough even for seniors, and at least he managed to startle Nate. Wait till you see this. Iruki claims he has a plasma magic surprise that Shirone has never witnessed before. First, Iruki jokingly asks if he was just out here admiring his own reflection. Shirone quickly denies it, insisting that he still has so much room to improve, but Iruki immediately cuts him off and praises his stellar progress. That monochromatic light laser is insane, normally requiring 10 years of rigorous mental conditioning just to pull off. Yet he pulled it off instantly by applying the principles of his photon cannon, and Iruki tells him he should be proud. To him, Shirone is easily the one who grew the most this semester. Hearing that finally lets Shirone relax, and he happily thanks the instructors for everything they have taught him over the term. The teachers are totally shocked to see their biggest troublemakers acting so polite. They remind the kids to review their lessons during vacation so they are fully prepared upon their return. Nate proudly boasts that he's on top of it, while another teacher notes that Iruki was the real shocker with his high grades. Iruki looks pretty pleased with himself. Then, Teddy walks over to Athela and boldly asks if she would be free to grab dinner with him now that vacation has started. Everyone nearby just completely freezes up at the sudden invitation. Athela politely declines, saying she has to manage the Holy Order, but Teddy just smiles, promising he will join their training soon. Watching them, Yana wonders if he actually intends to join the Order. She warns him that shaving his head will ruin his popularity with girls, but he confidently fires back that hair means nothing to real love. Then he smirks, saying she probably wouldn't know anyway since she has never actually been in love or dated anyone. That pretty much makes him lose his mind, especially when everyone around them looks so incredibly shocked. But Athela calmly apologizes, explaining that she is actually seeing someone right now, and absolutely nobody can believe it. Even the teachers nearby start whispering, wondering if it is actually okay for them to keep overhearing this. Shirone wonders if it is Aaron, while Teddy laughs it off like she is just joking around, asking her to name the guy. And get this, she confidently answers that she is dating magic itself, leaving the entire crowd standing there completely speechless. All anyone can say is a flat got it and the whole thing awkwardly fizzles out. Right then, Alpheus strolls over, asking what they are all still doing there. He jokingly wonders if he is somehow still alive, and then asks if he is still the principal. He then explains that a temporary principal will arrive next semester and should be treated the exact same way. Everyone starts heading home after that. Athela's big reveal was just way too much to process. Nate whines that he does not want a new principal, but Alpheus asks our main character for a quick minute alone, and Shirone agrees. His friends promise to wait at the entrance, leaving him alone with Alpheus, who absolutely does not waste any time. He asks point blank if he plans to investigate Miro. Shirone simply admits it, realizing that, just as expected, Alpheus already knew. The old man mentions he has looked after kids for 40 years, and he can read it all in their eyes. Shirone apologizes but admits he desperately needs real answers. In response, Alpheus tells him to go investigate the ancient ruins of Kurgo. He explains that if Shirone searches those ruins, he will get a clear sense of the world Miro originally came from. His eyes light up at the mention of Kurgo. Meanwhile, Zane calls out to Ryan, asking if he remembers where they are, and Ryan responds, "Of course I do. Who do you think I am?" Then Zane asks where they are heading, and at the exact same moment, Shirone and Rian both shout out Galliant Island. Back with Alpheus, he explains that the only reason he is even allowing this trip to the Kurgo ruins is because he fully trusts Shirone's judgment. Still, he warns him never to let his guard down out there. Shirone promises he understands and will be careful, so Alpheus does not need to worry. Then Alpheus asks if he would mind sharing why he is even looking into Miro, and Shirone hesitates for a second before answering. He reveals that while crossing dimensions, he suddenly heard a mysterious voice. Alpheus is completely stunned when Shirone explains it was his own voice. It told him his parents would be perfectly fine with just one child, that he is not really their son, they are not his true parents, and nobody in this world actually needs him. He confesses he heard dark things buried deep in his mind, painful memories of being abandoned, and heavy feelings he had nearly forgotten. Alpheus processes this, explaining that Clump had actually told him Shirone's entire story. He explains that accepting those painful facts is what allowed him to forge his adamantium body, but he still has a very long way to go. That is why he wants to get stronger, and to do that, he needs to truly understand himself. He firmly believes he has to face his own deep inner conflict, so he started wondering if, even if it is just a gut feeling, learning more about Miro, a person who created countless dimensions but still chose total isolation, might finally lead him to the answers he is searching for. Sometime later, Alpheus watches the boy walk away and murmurs that kids at that age always feel lost. He quietly adds that, in reality, everyone on this vast land is just a lonely traveler. He hopes Shirone finds exactly what he is searching for, the path to understanding himself, and the strength to protect the people he cares about. To Alpheus, it is all deeply fascinating. He remembers what Clump once told him, feeling like he is looking directly at his own younger self. Back then, Alpheus wondered that if the child truly resembled him, then how could anyone possibly stop him from walking that very same road? Now he sees that the boy really does look quite a lot like him, growing up, mastering his gifts, and finding great friends. To Alpheus, they are walking similar paths, but definitely not the exact same one. Shirone chose understanding over bitter hatred, and Alpheus feels it is almost as if the boy is accomplishing everything he himself never could. He failed to protect Miro, but maybe Shirone actually can. Even so, Alpheus feels he has zero right to hope. But then he wonders if, just this once, he might actually allow himself to hope again. Sometime later, Nate and Hiroki ask if Shirone talked to the principal about Miro. He tells them Alpheus suggested investigating the Kerberos ruins. He really did not expect permission to come this easily, leaving Hiroki completely stunned. Nate asks if he means those legendary ruins, wondering if he is really going. Shirone confirms that yes, he is heading there during break. Hiroki admits he would love to go too, but his father will not leave him be, and his prestigious family is already waiting with a flashy carriage. Everyone stares, since it is definitely not something you see every day. Both Nate and Shirone are quickly reminded that Hiroki comes from a very famous family. Nate notes his own family is pretty similar. His own home isn't quite as suffocating, but he still wishes his friend luck. Then Nate adds that it is mind-blowing. Shirone actually met the very first president of the Supernatural Club. He adds that Mike H. Olds, the living legend of the Magic Association, and was actually a founding member, alongside the genius creator of the Istos formula. Hiroki is absolutely stunned that such legendary figures came from their small club. This prompts Nada to remind Shirone to keep sending letters if he stumbles upon anything truly fascinating, and Shirone readily promises he will. Saying their final goodbyes, Nada departs, warning Shirone and Hiroki to stay safe while promising to write often. Hiroki simply nods, then tells Shirone to take good care of himself. They will see each other again in a month. Over in the capital of Bachu, inside Reina Organ's grand mansion, she sits at the piano in a downright awful mood. When Ryan arrives, the terrible racket tells him she is at it once again. He mutters that the witch has basically upgraded to a sorceress, sensing the terrifying aura surrounding her. She is pretty obviously in some kind of trance. Wondering how many days she has been like this, Ryan knows interrupting her will end in total disaster. He decides to quietly sneak inside, grab his things, and escape without making a sound. That plan instantly fails when a stray shoe smacks his head. She mutters that she was wondering what little rat was creeping around her house. She realizes it is him and demands to see his report card, which completely sets him off. Ryan snaps, asking if she thinks he is some little kid who has to show her his grades. Reina calmly warns him that he should listen while she is still being nice. A second later, he is face down on the floor bleeding, while she holds his report card. The moment she reads it, she freezes. He got a perfect 30 out of 30, yet ranked dead last. Glaring at him, she demands to know if he has lost his mind. Then she mocks his struggles with learning the magic gem, jokingly asking if it is some kind of fake pregnancy. Ryan shrugs it off, saying it does not matter. Calling him a complete fool, she demands to know what is so tough about mastering a gem. He claims he simply cannot do it. As he tries to slip away, she grabs him, demanding to know where he is going because he is staying home. Besides, he is supposed to visit their grandfather next. Ryan flatly refuses, explaining he has plans for a trip. This catches Reina by surprise, and she immediately asks where he is going and with whom. Pinning him down, she reminds him that he has zero friends and demands to know who would actually travel with him. Ryan knows he must choose his next words with extreme care. If he mentions Shirone, she will absolutely end his life. And looking at her terrifying glare right now, she is definitely not joking. Thinking that jealousy is pretty much the ugliest thing ever, Ryan curses Shirone in his mind for escaping this side of his sister. Then, he suddenly asks if she knows the prestigious Yusin family. He mentions they have a daughter named Tess. Reina clearly doubts his story, asking why a prestigious noble's daughter would ever travel with someone like him. But then Ryan spots an opening and bolts. Reina instantly screams for him to stop. Watching him run for his life, she sighs, wondering when her troublesome brother will ever learn. No matter how much he struggles, he will never surpass her. Reina immediately orders a carriage, wanting to see who is going to get crushed first. Meanwhile, on the road, Shirone hears that Ryan became a certified knight and is genuinely happy for his friend. The butler confirms it, adding that Ryan passed with top marks and is already busy serving on the front lines. He also mentions Reina became the concertmaster of the kingdom's 7th orchestra, while the family head remains busy and the elder retired to Krasia. Shirone jokes that Reina might be incredibly important now, but she is still just as crazy. Then he asks Tamarin about Reina, hearing that she is there as well. Tamarin admits he cannot share much, but mentions Reina is now a certified Class 6 swordsman. Still, he warns Shirone not to mention the oldest son once they arrive. Shirone notices the sudden shift in the mood, wondering if something really serious happened. He initially wonders if Ryzen became some kind of black sheep, but doubts it since the family head genuinely loves his children, so maybe it is purely political. He asks how Ryzen is doing, knowing they will meet up soon, but Tamarin reveals they have not heard from him in 6 months. Shirone laughs, saying that sounds exactly like Ryzen. He figures it is probably out of embarrassment more than anything, but the moment he finally returns home and opens his front door, he gets the absolute shock of his life. Wait, what is actually happening here? Beer bottles are lying everywhere, with 2 filled glasses waiting on the table. Inside, Ryan is chatting with Shirone's dad like they are family, even calling him father while praising the delicious pork. Shirone's father proudly declares that of course it is good. He adds that pork pairs best with cold beer, telling Ryan to drink up. Ryan happily agrees, clearly having the absolute time of his life hanging out with Shirone's father. Shirone just stands there completely dumbfounded, asking his father what on earth is going on right now. Meanwhile, Ryan is thrilled to finally see him, and his father rushes over to wrap Shirone in a tight hug, asking if he has been doing well. Shirone recoils, complaining that the guy reeks of beer. Then he asks what these two are even doing in his house. He had been looking forward to his first reunion after being away so long. He imagined his mom and dad happily welcoming him home, just like a kid returning from a school trip. Instead, he is standing here asking why Ryan is hanging around. His father explains that Ryan waited 2 whole days, even helping them chop wood and hunt for food. So, Ryan's dad thinks that is amazing, and Ryan proudly puffs up, saying that is just what a man does. Then Shirone's mom finally appears, and he immediately realizes she is the only normal person in the entire house. He runs over and hugs her tightly, finally getting the warm reunion he actually wanted. She is absolutely overjoyed that her baby boy is home. When he asks if things were difficult without him, she says not at all, explaining that the Odin family helped out immensely while he was away. He realizes this is the exact homecoming he wanted, but his mother is already glaring at his father, scolding him for drinking the very day their son returned. The father awkwardly backs off because she is absolutely right. Ryan is then asked about the rumor that he has not been speaking to his family, and whether he has gone back at all, but Ryan just asks why he would. He is doing great right here, the excuse is awful, and Shirone's not going to let it slide. He asks if Ryan did something, and that question hits a nerve. Ryan immediately breaks into a sweat, making Shirone realize it is not that Ryan does not want to go home. He simply cannot. The whole situation starts bothering Shirone, but Ryan quickly changes the subject. He tells Shirone's father that they should go chop some wood, and the old man happily agrees, saying that is exactly what he likes to hear. He suggests the men spend some quality time together, but their mom panics, asking if he is seriously planning to swing an axe right after drinking. She tells him to head upstairs and sleep instead. Shirone, completely exhausted from his journey, admits he cannot do much anyway since it was a long trip. Still, he reassures his mom and promises they will be back soon. She warns them that heading up the mountain in that state is incredibly dangerous. But Ryan tells her not to worry because he is tagging along to keep them both alive. That makes her pause, realizing something feels different. Did Shirone seriously just calmly say everything is fine because he is going? It has only been 6 months since she last saw him, but he feels like a completely different person. Along the way, Ryan asks Shirone if he is down to make a quick bet. The loser must follow the winner's absolute orders. The challenge is simple. Whoever can fell a tree in the fewest hits wins. He is completely caught off guard while his father starts cracking up. Don't you get the feeling Shirone has been down this road before? Out in the forest, Ryan suddenly rushes a tree and swings, catching Shirone completely off guard. Shirone gets excited and asks if he used the gem, but Ryan replies no, there is no reason to waste it on a single tree, adding that he is only getting warmed up. With that, he raises his axe again for another swing. Shirone stares in absolute shock as he recognizes the technique. It is thunder attack. The tree is blown apart, and the moment Shirone's axe makes contact, the trunk splits completely in half. Shirone is completely stunned and asks if Ryan actually learned Sword Massacre. Ryan happily smiles, saying he is not the same guy Shirone met before. Hearing that, Shirone feels relieved. Ryan actually pulled it off, and he is just glad his friend succeeded. Ryan recalls their past battle and explains that after seeing Shirone use Thunder Attack, or rather Sword Massacre, he begged Shirone's father to teach it to him. Shirone's father explains that he first asked Ryan how he managed to pull off Thunder Attack, and after hearing his story, he decided to train him. Looking at the incredible results right now, Shirone can tell all that intense training paid off, and he finally begins to view Ryan as a true, genuine friend. Despite being a proud noble, he asked politely for guidance, and more than anything, he refused to give up until his goal was reached. Ryan asks Shirone if he saw that, reminding him that he warned him it would not be easy. Then he asks if Shirone still thinks he can win. Shirone calmly points out that to top that performance, he would have to knock the tree down in a single blow. Walking toward the tree, Ryan tells him to take the axe, but Shirone says it is fine because he will not even need it. Check this out, he walks up to the tree and just places his hand on it. They watch in shock as he simply closes his eyes and channels his mana. A moment later, they realize it is wind gathering right in his hand. Shirone releases a swift burst of energy into the trunk, leaving the others completely clueless. Then, the wood lets out a sharp crack and slides to the side with an unbelievably clean cut. He felled the massive tree with a single touch and announces his victory. Ryan asks what kind of crazy magic that was and what he just did. He explains it is called wind cut, asking if it is not amazing. His father, still completely stunned, asks if that was actually magic. He honestly thought it was just some bizarre circus trick. Then he tells Shirone they probably will never have to worry about chopping firewood ever again. Shirone says he can easily handle it, leaving Ryan completely blown away. It has only been 6 months, but he knew from the start he was right. Shirone has grown like crazy. Later on, he remembers he can actually give Ryan orders, so his very first command is pretty simple: go gather that wood. Ryan gets annoyed, muttering he was going to do it anyway since he had no choice. That night, everyone gathers around the table for dinner, and Shirone looks happier than he has in a long time. A beautiful moment. One they truly haven't shared in months. Ryan feels genuinely happy, seeing the boy smile like that. Later, as they lie down to sleep, Ryan asks if Shirone is planning to head up to the floating islands as well. Shirone nods yes. He really wants to find and explore the Kurgo ruins. Ryan asks what that even is, maybe some kind of school activity? Shirone says even if it is not, there is nothing wrong with exploring a bit since it is supposedly a great tourist spot. Ryan agrees, calling the place amazing. Still, he asks if Shirone is really okay with that one catch: he absolutely has to bring a girl along. Shirone realizes the trip is meant for couples and gets completely shocked, while Ryan just assumes he would easily find a girlfriend at the Swordsman Academy. Ryan teases him, saying Shirone clearly is not focusing on his magic studies and finding it pretty suspicious that he came here instead of going home. Shirone has no comeback, none at all. He just mutters that she is definitely not his girlfriend. Even so, Ryan begs him to at least name someone he can bring, secretly thinking this is the single biggest problem with the entire plan. Ryan silently calls Shirone a total idiot. The guy could not even look his own sister in the eye, so how could he possibly know any girls? If this fails, Ryan figures he will have no choice but to confess the truth to Tess, so he tells Shirone that if he really does not know anyone, it is fine. But get a load of this, Shirone casually says he'll bring his girlfriend, completely blowing Ryan's mind. Even Shirone's parents, listening from outside, are completely stunned by what they just heard. Ryan immediately demands to know if Shirone actually has a girlfriend, already worried that Tess is going to be incredibly upset when she hears about this. Shirone has no idea, completely clueless. So Ryan quickly brushes the whole topic off. Then Shirone asks if Regnis is doing well, mentioning it must be nice growing up with such a cool older sister, sounding a bit lonely as an only child. Ryan just says she is doing fine, and while Shirone finds that reply a little bit strange, he decides to let it go. Ryan pivots back to asking about the girlfriend, wanting to know if she is cute, making Shirone hesitate before admitting that yes, she is actually very pretty. That completely stuns Ryan again, and he warns Shirone not to get his hopes up too high because she might not even agree to come along. Ryan insists he absolutely has to make her say yes, asking if he can actually pull it off, and Shirone finally gives in to his friend. A couple of days later, Ryan heads back home to prepare for the big trip, while Shirone sets off to try and convince his supposed girlfriend to join. Before they set off, they say goodbye to Shirone's father and promise they will be back home soon. His mother gently stops him, telling him to take a special 4-leaf clover along. Looking right at it, Shirone asks what it is, prompting her to remind him that she crafted it into a protective charm back when she was terribly sick years ago. Back then, Shirone did something unforgettable for her. She remembers waking up from a brutal fever to feel something cool and wet resting on her forehead. She sat up, finding him fast asleep right next to her bed. He had covered her entire bed with 4-leaf clovers, with his father completely passed out beside him, having searched the entire mountain to gather every single one of them. Shirone remembers finding them all back then, using his spirit zone to scan the mountainside. He realizes she still remembers every detail, and his parents pull him into a tight hug, reminding him to stay safe since he is traveling so far. Shirone smiles. He's only visiting a friend today, then heading out on his trip tomorrow. Watching them, Ryan silently thinks that Shirone's gentle personality really does resemble his sweet parents. Then, his mother walks over to Ryan, handing him a protective charm as well, and he shyly thanks her while begging her not to call him young master. He tells them not to worry, as Shirone's sworn knight, he will protect him with his life, which finally puts his mother's worried mind at ease. On their way, Shirone explains that the elite Karmas family stands right at the top of the noble houses in the kingdom of Tormia. Their bloodline carries a legendary, memory-based trait known as the Karmas Eye. Thanks to it, they can memorize and learn things 10 times faster than normal people, yet they do not chase after military power. Instead, their traditions value unique individuality, letting each member excel in completely different fields, earning them the title of the stars of the continent. Look at this giant gate. Shirone is standing right outside their massive estate, hoping he didn't make a huge mistake by showing up completely unannounced. Still, he begins to worry about what on earth he will do if she is not even home. His resolve starts to shake, and he even considers just awkwardly waiting out here until she finally returns. The gate guards grow highly suspicious seeing a boy loitering around, and though Shirone tries to quickly look away, he ends up locking eyes with them. When the guards ask who he is, Shirone introduces himself and asks if Amy is home, explaining that he's her friend from the Magic Academy. Hearing that, one of the guards begins to relax, figuring this kid really is just a normal friend. Still, he thinks boys like him always show up the absolute second academy vacation begins. But Shirone seems pretty confident, and since even royalty can't easily enter, the guard says he'll go double-check. He quietly orders the rookie guard beside him to head inside and confirm it, but a single look at Shirone completely freezes the kid. When the kid doesn't budge, the older guard snaps at him to hurry it up, noticing his partner is shaking all over. Then, just as he looks ready to draw his weapon, the kid suddenly grabs a horse and bolts, leaving his partner wondering what the hell is wrong with him. Something about Shirone feels pretty strange to him, definitely not normal. He even wonders if Shirone is a disciple from some legendary clan. But before he can ask, the rookie comes sprinting back, screaming for the commander. The commander is shocked he's back so fast, assuming he'll need a solid excuse if Shirone gets offended by the delay. He asks what went down, wondering if Amy was busy, but the guard gasps out that orders came straight down to let him inside. At first, the commander tries to kick Shirone out, but the second those words sink in, his eyes nearly pop out of his skull. He asks if this is for real. Just then, a gorgeous carriage rolls up. The guard frantically announces that Lady Amy is coming out in person. Even the horses look incredibly regal, and as the carriage halts, they learn she ordered him to be escorted inside immediately, leaving the commander utterly speechless. Then a broad, imposing older man steps out, prompting the guards to quickly salute and welcome Shirone to the prestigious Karmas estate. The gentleman warmly greets Shirone, introducing himself as Adel, the head butler of the household. Shirone introduces himself right back, feeling deeply relieved that Amy is actually home. Meanwhile, the guards stand there wondering if some massive event is happening that they somehow missed. They are totally shocked that the head butler came out himself. Adele politely tells Shirone that while it may seem quite rude, he must verify one thing before they head inside. Shirone asks what he means, and Adele explains that he simply needs to verify his identity to prove he's the real deal. Shirone asks what he means by that. Adele explains that Lady Amy explicitly ordered to bring Shirone right in if it's really him, so he took those words literally and must verify his identity. Shirone doesn't quite know what to make of that, though he has to admit it sounds exactly like something Amy would say. He can perfectly picture her yelling it. But what really throws him off is how literally Adele took her instructions. He asks how the butler plans to confirm who he is, and Adele replies that it is his duty to test anyone entering these gates. He adds that he possesses both the authority and the power to do so, his tone turning incredibly cold and far from friendly. Shirone asks what he means, but check this out suddenly. He's dragged into an overwhelming spirit zone that nearly drowns him. It feels like he's plunged to the absolute bottom of the sea. No air, panic kicks in. His organs are literally being crushed. He can't believe this is actually happening. Adele is crushing him with pure mana pressure, dragging him down and slowly suffocating Shirone. Yet, even in this crushing, suffocating space, Shirone refuses to fall and remains standing. Can you imagine? The guards instantly recognize pressure, a terrifying technique that fires raw, compressed emotions straight at the target. Adele is unleashing a brutal interrogation technique normally used on serious criminals, and while the guards wonder if it's too much, Adele just stares with deep intrigue. Shirone somehow keeps his composure, meeting Adel's heavy gaze without flinching. Seeing the boy hold his ground makes Adele realize there's definitely more to Shirone than meets the eye. Admitting he didn't want to go all out, Adel cranks up the pressure even further, plunging Shirone deeper into the abyss. Shirone tells himself to breathe, realizing these are just emotions he can master, and slowly, he begins floating back up to the surface. Adel can't comprehend it, he is channeling his entire spiritual force, yet the boy is still standing. Shirone is drenched in sweat and gasping for air, but his resolve never cracks as he stares directly back into Adel's eyes. Adel knows nobody should be able to resist this mental pressure through sheer willpower alone, but if they can, they're either an absolute fool, an enlightened Vajrayana master, or a complete and total madman. Looking at Shirone with newfound respect, he can't help but wonder what kind of monster is hiding inside this kid. Now Adele truly understands why they call Shirone the Infinite Mage, deciding he's seen more than enough to prove his identity. The crushing tension vanishes as Adel steps back, repeatedly bowing and apologizing, begging Shirone to forgive an old man's sudden rudeness. He admits that failing to recognize an honored guest is a massive offense he will gladly take punishment for, but Shirone suspects this was actually a direct order from the family head. Adele denies it right away. He insists this whole test was his own idea, and the patriarch is completely innocent, leaving Shirone to ask why he would even do it. Adele explains that since this is the first time Amy has ever brought a friend home, he simply had to see the boy with his own eyes. Hearing those words, Shirone realizes Adel is basically acting just like a protective grandfather. If even the guards and the head butler are this overprotective, Amy must be incredibly loved by her family. That thought instantly makes him super tense, but Adele tells him to relax. Still, the butler warns him that what waits inside will blow his mind, making Shirone even more incredibly anxious. With that heavy warning, he heads toward the house feeling completely terrified. Inside the mansion, Amy is also incredibly nervous, knowing he actually showed up. The moment Shirone enters, he is absolutely stunned by how beautiful it is. He compliments the gorgeous garden, and Adel proudly reveals that the fountain was designed by Amy herself. Adele explains that every family member gets their own private area to style however they want, helping Shirone understand the true nature of this unique household. He notices that the fountain design is all about how light bends and reflects, thinking it perfectly matches Amy's personality. That catches Adel off guard, who reveals that every bloodline descendant of the Karmas family possesses the fabled Crimson Eye. They naturally excel at absolutely everything. Perhaps that explains why the household avoids meddling in personal matters, unless they absolutely have to. Even when their academy was raided, the family had only checked if Amy was safe before trusting the school's own judgment. Shirone finally starts to understand their philosophy. Though Amy almost died, her father refused to step in. Yet Adele insists this does not mean they lack love. It is simply their family tradition. Because of this, Amy developed a habit of keeping to herself, though the butler knows just how dangerous that isolation can get. But lately, Amy has changed quite a lot. She's actually been smiling and enjoying life like a normal girl, and the butler believes Shirone is the reason. Because of that, he sincerely thanks him. Shirone is completely stunned, and wonders if he actually had that kind of impact on her. Adele nods with absolute certainty as they walk. But the second they step into the main hall, Shirone tenses up, terrified that Amy might reject whatever he is here to ask. Adel calls out to the family head, announcing that Miss Amy's guest has finally arrived, when someone suddenly bursts in with a wild, high-pitched scream that almost gives the poor boy a heart attack. A beautiful woman rushes up, ecstatic that their guest is actually a boy, introducing herself as Isis Karmas, lady of the house. Shirone thinks she looks exactly like a grown-up Amy. He tries to introduce himself politely, but the second he extends a hand, she grabs it tightly and tells him to throw away those useless formalities. Before he can even react, she drags him away by his arm, screaming out for her husband that Amy's boyfriend has finally arrived. At this point, Shirone can only freeze up under the crushing, overwhelming intensity of this chaotic family. He stammers, trying to explain their actual relationship, but then the intimidating patriarch steps in, demanding to know what his wife just yelled. Shirone looks up and spots a massive ring on the man's finger. Honestly, this guy radiates the terrifying aura of a literal mafia boss. Shakora Karmas slowly repeats the phrase, Amy's boyfriend? Terrified out of his mind, Shirone immediately tries to deny it, stammering that he is not her boyfriend. And just when you think it can't get any wilder, another loud family member crashes the party, asking all about this boyfriend rumor. Just when things feel like they cannot get any worse, Dion steps forward, ready to inspect the guy who supposedly stole his sister's heart. As the eldest son, Dion is joined by Alex, both of them closing in to get a really good look at him. Shirone is sweating so heavily from sheer terror that he feels like he might actually shrivel up and die. He realizes this entire situation is far more complicated than he ever prepared for, as three massive guys stare him down. It feels like they are permanently burning his face into their memories, but shaking like a leaf, he still tries to introduce himself as calmly as possible under his real name, Shirone. Then one of them suddenly sits right next to him, excitedly calling him incredibly handsome and asking if he attends the exact same academy as Amy. When they ask if he is already in the advanced graduation class, he sheepishly explains he is only in class 5. Instantly, the cheerful room goes cold as their smiles vanish. Confused, they demand to know what he means, leaving Shirone completely frozen by their sudden, piercing stares. He quickly tries to salvage the situation, saying he is moving up to class 4 next semester. That solemn announcement only makes them look dead serious, before they suddenly explode into massive laughter, completely flipping the mood. Shirone is left standing there, more confused than ever. They laughingly ask what on earth class 4 and class 5 even mean, wondering if their academy actually uses that kind of bizarre system. At the same time, they laughingly ask since when Amy became a graduate. Shirone has absolutely no clue what they are talking about. Just as he is feeling completely overwhelmed by these absolute maniacs, Amy suddenly appears, demanding to know what they are doing to her guest. Shirone realizes they were totally messing with him the whole time, and their smug grins give it away. They even laugh about how ridiculously stiff he got. After that, Amy drags Shirone off to her room. He is pretty shocked because the decorations are way cuter than her tough attitude suggests. But one of her family members smiles, explaining that is just her style. She is always going to be their cute little sister. Meanwhile, Amy sips her tea, looking quite annoyed as the family crowds around Shirone again. Dion immediately asks how he managed to win her over, while another brother guesses Amy probably fell for him as a real man. But Dion dismisses that, pointing out Shirone seems pretty thoughtful, so maybe he just charmed her with his words. Suddenly, their mother steps in and bluntly asks if they are actually dating. Amy gets increasingly worked up, finally screaming that yes, they are dating, so everyone should just shut up, before kicking them all out. The brothers are left speechless. Outside, they start wondering if this relationship is actually serious, since they totally assumed it was a joke. Back inside, Shirone quietly asks if she is alright. He reminds her they were only fake dating at school, so they probably do not need to trick her family. Amy says it is fine. They honestly do not care anyway. She explains she had to lie before they got even more annoying. Shirone feels quite bad for causing her so much trouble, apologizing and admitting he should have sent a warning letter instead of just showing up. However, she says it is fine since he is only visiting a friend's place. But then, she asks why he really came, doubting it was just a casual social visit. Shirone gets quite awkward, admitting he actually has a favor to ask. That instantly makes her even more curious, because now she absolutely has to know. So, she asks what he wants, and Shirone asks if she would like to go with him to the floating islands. Amy nearly chokes on her tea. Blushing, she asks if it is just going to be the two of them, but Shirone explains his friend Ryan was the one who actually suggested it. He adds that Ryan is bringing someone along too, meaning Shirone needed to bring a companion as well. She is quite surprised and asks if Ryan's companion is a girl. Shirone is left wondering how on earth she figured that out when he never even mentioned it. Meanwhile, she hides behind her teacup because her face is completely flushed underneath. To her, this is quite obviously a double date. She starts imagining the trip, getting sweaty and nervous, wondering why he would ever invite her to something like this. Honestly, thank goodness her cup is big enough to hide that massive blush. She remembers that it never really bothered her back when they were only fake dating. Why does this feel so completely different, almost pushing her to panic? Still, she asks why he picked her, since he definitely has closer friends in the senior classes. She points out she is already in the graduation class, where everyone is busy training, not wasting valuable time on fun little trips. But Shirone looks right at her and simply says she is the only one he could ask. That completely breaks her. She instantly spits her tea right in his face, totally losing her cool. Shirone just freezes, utterly stunned after getting blasted in the face with tea. Blushing furiously, Amy demands to know what on earth he means by that. Then she tells him to hurry up and clean himself because it is gross, even though she is the one who spit on him. While he wipes the tea away, Amy gets incredibly awkward, realizing this entire situation is deeply bothering her. Her mind drifts back to the day he caught her as she fell. She wonders why he had that intense look on his face when he rushed to save her. Was he just worried about failing his promise? Or does that idiot actually have real feelings for her? The more she dwells on it, the more flustered she gets, questioning when this feeling even started. Shirone cuts her thoughts off, asking if she remembers what he told her that day, but she is quite unsure. He explains it is about Miro. Amy asks if he means the president of the supernatural club, the girl he said got trapped in another dimension. He nods, explaining he has a theory that the immortal function is actually tied to faster than light speed. That is why he needs to investigate her. Amy is surprised, but Shirone adds that the professor gave him permission to study the Kurgo ruins. Since Shirone invited her to the islands, our main character just wants to stop by there on the way. Hearing this makes Amy relax, though she seems quite let down. This guy seriously has zero clues about a girl's heart. I mean, how clueless can you get? Once Amy understands, she explains the Kurgo ruins are outside Tormia, under the Galleon Island's jurisdiction. If he needs someone who can handle danger or sudden trouble out there, then yeah, she is definitely the right choice. Shirone stammers, trying to claim that is not exactly what he meant, even though deep down he knows she is completely right. Amy gets quiet. Is that really why he chose her? Even though they constantly clashed at first, everything they went through together slowly helped them truly understand one another. She warmly remembers when he first arrived at school as a kid, and how step by step they grew so close. She points out how hard they worked to protect one another, saying every single past moment built the deep trust they share today. Just thinking of that bond gets her pretty emotional, but she adds that if he actually needs backup like this, he can't just be chasing some random curiosity. Amy stands up and reflects on everything. Maybe he's just looking for real answers. Recalling everything they survived together, honestly, we all know he's just trying to solve the mysteries he's carried since crossing dimensions, remembering that totally empty look he had when he first woke up. She wonders what heavy worries he's been keeping inside all this time, and she honestly can't pretend to be blind to it anymore. Then she wonders who else would even worry about him this much. The thought gets her pretty worked up, especially remembering how he stubbornly kept rejecting her help during the teleport exam. Ultimately, she agrees to go with him, and Shirone instantly lights up. Amy says she'll join him on the voyage to the Galleon Islands. By the next day, Tess arrives at the O family mansion, politely greeting them. Ryan's father is quite shocked to see her there. He mentions hearing so much about the Elzing family, asking if they're that legendary diplomat lineage, before kindly asking if her father is doing well. Meanwhile, Ryan is celebrating internally because everything is going exactly as he planned. Ryan explains that after laying low at Shirone's house for a bit, he immediately called Tess the moment he completed the shield. He's positive this gets him travel permission, confident his scheme is foolproof. Tess then chimes in, saying even with his busy schedule, her father never skips daily sword practice. But inside his own head, Ryan knows she actually has zero clue where her father went or what he's up to. As far as Tess knows, she's just taking a trip. Bishop comments that's entirely natural. After all, her father raised his household with the sword, though he notes their fighting styles are quite different. His focus is on direct, heavy swordsmanship, while the Elzing family relies on sheer precision, noting she's also a student at the Elite Sword Academy. Then he teases Ryan, saying it's pretty surprising to see him dating such a refined young lady. Ryan quickly panics, stammering that they aren't dating and are just friends. Tess obviously hates that answer, shooting him a pretty sharp glare. Ryan hastily pivots, asking if he'll approve the trip, arguing that the academy was brutal and they desperately need some mental and physical rest. Bishop replies that his son truly did work incredibly hard, even managing to unlock his shime. Looking over the test record, Bishop beams with a very proud grin, staring at the certificate showing Ryan passed the muscle enchantment test. Ryan secretly knows that once everyone discovers it was all a big mistake, this paper won't mean a thing. Still, it's plenty good to trick his father for the moment, but then he notices something that makes him deeply nervous. Bishop stares back at him with emotional eyes, repeating how incredibly hard his son worked. That wave of guilt hits Ryan fast, because his father has literally never looked this happy about him. He honestly thinks it's the very first time he's ever seen that expression in his entire life. Then, Bishop casually asks where his actual report card is. Ryan explains his older sister took it to show their grandfather, and when Bishop nods, Ryan quickly asks if he can go grab it. His father doesn't fully understand, so Ryan brings up the promise they made if Ryan unlocked his shime, he gets his grandfather's sword. Just look at that sly grin, he's clearly plotting something, while unsuspecting Bishop agrees a deal is a deal. As Ryan heads upstairs, Bishop yells that he needs to start training in those elite Zojant sword styles, but for now, simply getting comfortable holding the blade is plenty. Then Bishop asks a rather weird question. Didn't he say this entire trip was for relaxation? So why the heck is he bringing a weapon? By this point, Ryan is already standing right in front of the legendary greatsword. Staring up at it, he recognizes his grandfather's massive straight blade, the exact sword he's dreamed of holding since he was a little kid. It represents the very heart of Zojant swordsmanship, the absolute soul of their clan, and he's fully intending to wield it. Suddenly, the heavy sword breaks free and tilts forward, and Ryan knows that if anyone without shime touches it, it ought to feel like nothing but a massive, completely useless piece of metal. Yet, he actually lifts it. Relying purely on raw physical muscle, he swings the giant weapon up and aims it forward. Frankly, it doesn't matter whether he's supposed to lift it or not. He hoists the sword onto his back regardless, suddenly remembering what Shirone said days ago about his secret plan to investigate the mysterious Kurgo ruins entirely by himself. Ryan had immediately demanded to know what he meant, asking why on earth he'd venture into such a dangerous wasteland alone. Shirone said things could get ugly, so Ryan shouldn't come. But Ryan snapped back that danger is exactly why he's going, asking what kind of loyal knight fails to shield his own master. There's absolutely zero chance he's letting the main character enter that dungeon alone. He confidently vows to go with him, turning this vacation into his official debut mission as Shirone's sworn protector, which is exactly why he brought along this monstrous sword. While the patriarch is fired up, the butler announces that young Master Saron has just arrived, completely catching all three of them off guard. Saron walks in with a fully dressed up Amy, and the young master casually asks if they are all doing well. Bishop mentions he heard things are going great at the academy. Saron replies that he got promoted to Class 4, thanking him for everything. Bishop asks what he means by that, insisting those amazing results came entirely from the boy's own hard work. Still, he only just enrolled and is already in Class 4. Bishop knew the boy was talented, but this is still absolutely amazing. He then asks who the young lady next to him is, wondering if she is his partner, and she politely introduces herself. She introduces herself as Amy Carms, leaving everyone in absolute shock. Even Tess and Bishop's eyes go completely wide. He thought she looked familiar, but being a Carms is unbelievable since they are one of the most powerful families in existence. Having someone from her elite family as Saron's partner completely changes the game. Bishop once treated Ryan's night oath like the downfall of his own son, but now he has to worry if Ryan is actually holding him back. He adds that if Ryan finally unlocked his Shima and both boys build ties with noble families, he cannot hide how proud he is. Ryan suddenly cuts in telling everyone it is time to go. He explains they will be gone for over 10 days, clearly desperate to escape quickly, but his father suddenly tosses a bag to him. Ryan is startled as Bishop tells him to use the funds for their travel expenses. Bishop tosses him a pouch of gold, making Ryan realize he pretty much needs to leave immediately because if the truth comes out, he might literally lose a leg. He urges everyone to leave right now, dragging the mirror along while shouting to Tamir to get a carriage ready for the port immediately. Tamir quickly agrees, wishing the group a safe and pleasant journey. The servant leaves looking quite uneasy, knowing he can only keep this secret for 10 minutes at most, but he still wishes them luck. That is because Ryan's real report card was just delivered, and Ryan knows they have no time, they just need to run. Just then, a guard warns them that the carriage might be dangerous because its wheels are heavily worn down. Ryan still insists on leaving immediately, while Tess admits the situation is totally unexpected. Since Saron is Ryan's master, she expected some kind of wild brute. Instead, Shirone behaves like a refined young noble, and the gorgeous girl by his side is from the prestigious Carms family. To her, this is completely wild. Tess decides to introduce herself, telling Amy she is from the Ozane family, and Amy politely returns the greeting. Saron introduces himself by his full name, Aaron, making Tess freeze. She has never heard of the Aaron name, wondering if it is a branch of some noble house. Saron tells her no, he is actually just a commoner, leaving her utterly baffled. Amy also finds this strange, and quickly glances over at Ryan. Sensing the awkward atmosphere, Saron quickly tries to smooth things over. He says this is getting uncomfortable, but Tess cuts him off, smacking her forehead and calling herself an idiot for acting so embarrassingly in front of them. She apologizes for her rude behavior, claiming she does not really care about social status anyway. Amy just stares with a blank look as their trip begins, and Ryan says the carriage is ready. But suddenly, boom, his father roars from inside, unleashing a terrifying aura while screaming for Ryan and demanding immediate answers. How dare his son come in dead last? Furious, he charges outside, ready to pummel Ryan and wreck everything. As Bishop explodes in absolute rage, Saron asks what he means by last place, wondering if Ryan actually ranked that poorly. But when he turns around, Ryan is already booking it, sprinting away in a panic while screaming for them to run and leaving everyone totally bewildered. Saron asks what is going on and why they are running, and Ryan finally confesses he really ranked last. On top of that, he still has not even used flame yet, leaving Shirone completely stunned, while Thad cannot hide his deep embarrassment. Saron tells him he should have just been honest, asking why he would go to such extremes for a trip. He begs Ryan to explain, and Ryan reveals his father is a Class 4 sword officer, terrifying the entire group. There is no way his father is letting this go. Sure enough, Bishop charges after them in a fiery storm, obliterating everything in his path. Fleeing for their lives, Ryan screams that there is no way he can stop to explain things now. The estate is getting completely pulverized behind them. While sprinting, Thad notices Amy is actually keeping up with him with total ease. She grabs his arm, pulls him aside, then takes Amy's hand, and instantly activates her teleportation magic. She carries her companion along, guiding their escape as the two of them leap through the trees, using magic to dodge every single obstacle. They desperately try to put some distance between themselves and Bishop, and watching them teleport past every single tree is just mind-blowing. Ryan watches in absolute awe, wondering if the world always looks this twisted when you bend space at such insane speeds. As they make their high-speed escape, Thad shouts for Amy to look behind them. That beast Bishop is still hot on their heels, closing in fast. That is when Shirone yells for Amy to grab onto him tight. The instant they stop teleporting, she asks what he is doing. Shirone calmly replies that he is initiating spatial movement. To make a clean getaway, they have to reach their target destination in a split second. Thad is completely speechless, stunned that Shirone can pull off high-tier magic like this. Shirone admits he never expected to cast this under real combat pressure. But as everyone holds on, his mana begins to surge. Right as that blazing firestorm is about to swallow them whole, Shirone glows like a brilliant beacon, wrapping everyone in a pillar of light that blinks out before Bishop can strike. They vanish instantly, escaping the forest as the fiery vortex collapses behind them. Bishop halts his chase, growling in pure frustration. He missed them by a hair, realizing that Shirone is somehow capable of using spatial movement as well. Worst of all, it makes his own son ranking 30th out of 30 students look downright embarrassing. But he shakes those dark thoughts away. Even if Rowan got a low score for relying on raw force to activate his Shema, Bishop can still appreciate the boy's hard work. He figures this might actually make a pretty good memory one day, before heading home, leaving a trail of absolute destruction behind him. Meanwhile, Ryan Chu is completely losing his mind over what just happened. He stammers that it felt like the earth and sky were being smashed together, calling it an absolutely mind-blowing experience. He asks what kind of magic that was, and Shirone explains it was spatial movement. It was his first real cast in the field, making him pretty nervous. Amy points out that casting such magic under pressure is ridiculously difficult and requires insane focus, proving that Shirone is just on another level. Meanwhile, Tess asks if she is the only one left completely in the dark. She points out that Shirone did not just teleport around every obstacle, but he even pulled off spatial movement while still being a student. She confesses it would make sense if Amy did it, but Shirone is just built different. And then she remembers he is supposed to be a commoner. Amy demands to know when he even learned that spell, but before he can answer, Tess cuts in to ask how he learned magic in the first place. She had heard that if you cannot tap into the spirit zone, you cannot even register at the academy. Shirone humbly attributes his success to Ryan Chu. Though Amy clearly hates the direction of this conversation, Shirone explains that the Ojin family sponsored his admission to the Magic Academy, which finally makes the pieces click for Tess. She assumes he has been training alongside nobles since childhood. But while Amy keeps a cold face, Ryan Chu interjects to set the record straight. Just 18 months ago, Tess is completely shocked all over again. She cannot wrap her head around Shirone mastering magic in just 18 months. Finally understanding why Ryan Chu swore loyalty to him, she loudly declares him a certified genius, which gets on Amy's nerves. Realizing her slip, Tess quickly apologizes for speaking out of turn. She even apologizes to Amy, saying she would be absolutely furious if anyone talked about her boyfriend that way. Amy stays totally silent. In her head, she desperately screams that he is not her boyfriend. Ryan Chu steps in to apologize, explaining that Tess does not know any better, making Tess feel pretty bad about her attitude. He says she is just blunt, not mean, and tells them to shout at her if she gets too annoying over the next few days. They agree, even though they are still a bit shaken. Come on, can we really blame Tess for getting this hyped? How on earth can one guy be blessed with both a handsome face and godlike magic? Shirone and Amy nearly die of pure embarrassment hearing her blurt out such shameless praise. Tess then shifts her focus to Amy, praising her for using Chamari to keep pace. Amy is a certified genius, and Shirone wields Shema. At this rate, the exhausted duo feels their actual souls slowly leaving their bodies. They spend the rest of the carriage ride swapping wild stories and chatting away excitedly. Being around the same age makes it easy for them to connect, leaving the group completely captivated by his tales. Shirone smiles, realizing he has managed to share his deepest secrets with yet another true friend. They eventually reach the bustling port of Krez and head straight aboard, with Shirone practically beaming since it is his very first voyage. Staring out at the vast horizon, he asks how long the trip will take, and is pretty shocked to hear it is only about 5 hours. Amy mentions she did some thorough research beforehand, prompting Tess to praise just how incredibly detailed and organized she is. Amy explains that the massive floating island covers at least 1,500 square kilometers. The land is shaped like a crescent moon, with sheer cliffs guarding the north and a port to the south. That southern side houses all the residential and entertainment districts. The ruins lie to the east, and local legends claim they were once a grand temple belonging to the Kurgo civilization that fell 2,000 years ago. Ryan Chu notes those must be the ruins Shirone wants to investigate. Shirone gets totally fired up hearing about the ancient ruins of a fallen civilization. He asks what caused the massive collapse, getting the whole group talking. Soon, Tess finds herself completely sold on this ruin expedition. Sure, beach vacations are nice, but this feels way better. She gets super hyped, boasting that with actual mages on their team, it is a real adventure. She always heard mages were arrogant and impossible to handle, but if they are all this adorable, she has zero complaints. Honestly, she is already starting to love her brand new friends. But 5 hours later, the vibe is absolutely ruined. Shirone and Amy are not acting friendly anymore. Tess is literally shaking as she realizes how terrifying mages can be. Just a while ago, the two girls only thought each other was pretty. Now, even though Tess desperately insists that nobody actually did anything wrong, the heavy tension remains as Shirone and Amy glare at each other in a way that is honestly terrifying. Suddenly, he grabs Amy by the arm, making Ryan ask why he is acting so completely out of character. But Tess claims she understands everything, leaving Ryan totally lost. In her mind, this is just a lover's quarrel. Ryan only stares back like she is being absolutely ridiculous. To see how things got so incredibly tense, let's jump back 1 hour to when those guys first approached them on the passenger ship. The entire group was studying. Tess asked Amy if she drew that perfect travel route herself. She wondered why Amy prepared so much, but everyone noticed how incredibly detailed her work was. Ryan even complimented her drawing skills, but Amy quickly brushed it off like it was no big deal. With her face turning bright red, Amy shyly admitted she only did some quick research on how the Kurgo civilization collapsed. Tess found her flustered look adorable, and then Shirone started looking over the notes Amy compiled. According to her, the Kurgoians worshipped something called lope, using its roots for holy rituals, though lope was actually a powerful stimulant. Amy explained that consuming the lope root threw the user into a deep trance. The natives believed this trance let them speak to gods. She added that the leading theory blames religious conflict for their ultimate downfall, but some modern scholars think heavy drug addiction caused massive civil wars instead. Shirone found that absolutely wild, that a simple stimulant could destroy an entire empire. Amy added that their descendants still lived in an autonomous zone right in the middle of the island. Tess thought that sounded like the perfect spot to explore, and Amy agreed, but warned them that outsiders were completely banned. She even begged her second older brother for help, but he flat out refused to tell her how to sneak inside. Shirone asked if Ares was an explorer. Amy confirmed he was, then tried to recall his exact words. He told her that the death of a civilization is not something historians can ever truly decide alone. To truly understand it, you have to offer something far more valuable than a basic entrance fee, she said, her tone turning dead serious. Shirone kept wondering what that valuable offering could be, but Amy admitted she had no clue. He just loved talking in cryptic riddles to sound smart. She complained that he should have spoken plainly, calling him incredibly stubborn. As Shirone laughed, Ryan walked over to Tess, asking if she was trying to crack the big mystery. She nodded, though the ruins were not on her mind at all. For her, the real puzzle was obviously Amy. No way, this was just some quick research. This was a deep investigation, and Amy clearly came on this trip solely for Shirone. Tess pointed out that Amy even delayed critical plans during the final year of her graduation. Plus, she went out of her way to ask her grumpy brother. Honestly, it is pretty obvious she's got a massive crush on him. Just then, an announcement declared their arrival at the island, catching all four of them completely off guard. They couldn't stop talking about how stunning the blue water looked. Shirone was thrilled, as this was his first time visiting a real resort. Tess leaned over to Ryan, whispering to see if they should help Shirone and Amy get together. He gave her a sly grin, agreeing it was an amazing plan, and the two immediately locked it in. While Ryan started plotting, Tess got excited thinking playing Cupid might actually bring the two of them closer too. Hey, romance is contagious, right? The moment they stepped onto the island, street vendors started shouting, begging them to stay at the local Dolphin Inn. They swore it was the cheapest spot around and promised absolutely delicious food. Others bragged about having the finest tropical seafood, while pushy baggage carriers rushed over to grab the group's heavy luggage. Shirone kept politely waving them off, while Tess watched the absolute chaos unfold. He told them he would think about it, as Amy warned the group to stay sharp. Some of these guides were scammers, and she figured Shirone had never dealt with this crowd. So if real trouble starts, she will be the one taking charge. Watching from behind, Tess gets pretty hyped seeing Amy act so protective, while some local thugs start eyeing their group. Sizing them up as easy marks because of their fancy clothes and young age, they still hesitate when one guy gets anxious seeing that Sauron is armed. The others just shrug it off, asking if they are seriously going to let another crew rob them. Turning to ask their leader Giz for the plan, but he is just blushing, staring at Amy like he is totally smitten. His crew groans. Is he seriously doing this again? Giz tells them that growing up in the dark underbelly of this stinking port makes you start dreaming sooner or later. Inside his own head, he is already dreaming up a romantic date, taking Amy to the absolute best nighttime view in the city. He imagines showing off his greatest treasure, this stunning view, and hearing her call it beautiful, before she asks why a handsome guy like him is still stuck in a dump like this. For his dream, she invites him. Go to the continent. And Giz tells himself his big break is finally here, ordering his crew to follow him as they tail the targets. The others think he is just being reckless again, worrying that the targets might turn out to be dangerous or something. But Giz tells them to chill, betting they are just rich students, asking if they forgot he is the great Giz, the legendary king of Giz. He keeps hyping himself up, and though his crew clearly does not buy it, they still follow his lead. They march right up to Sauron's group, where Giz welcomes them to Galianti Island, introduces himself as a local guide, and asks if they are students. Sauron nods yes, so Giz keeps the smooth talk flowing, asking if they are on vacation and what academy they attend. But as they talk, he thinks Amy looks even prettier up close. When Amy says they are from the elite Alpheus Magic School, Giz freezes, never expecting kids from such a prestigious academy. Then he eyes Tess, casually noting she looks pretty big for a mage. She immediately takes offense, snapping back that they are from the Sky and Swordsmanship School, asking how he dares call a lady big. Giz quickly backtracks and says it was a compliment, but Amy is already eyeing the whole gang very closely. Now, check out this move trying to speed things up. Giz says they should get started, and before anyone can react, they snatch up the bags. Sauron notices right away, asking how much this sudden service is actually going to cost. A total of 5 gold is Giz's demand, which Sauron does not like one bit, his expression instantly hardening as he asks if Giz is serious. Giz claims the fee covers guiding, carrying their bags, and even hailing a carriage, along with arranging their food and rooms, boasting that since he is a local, his premium service is worth every coin. Tess immediately calls 5 gold a total ripoff, and Sauron agrees, making Giz start yelling about how they are completely wearing him out. He asks what they expect, since all his other customers left during their arguing, demanding they take responsibility for his lost business, but Amy steps right up, telling him flat out that they do not need his guide. But the second he looks at her, his fantasy shatters. The gentle girl inviting him to the continent is gone, replaced by a ruthless Amy, who throws down 5 gold and tells them to disappear. His greedy friends instantly ask if they can keep the cash, moving straight toward the gold coins. Overwhelmed by greed, while Giz just stares in disbelief before snapping in anger, blocking his friends as he asks Amy if he looks like a beggar. His crew is confused. They were ready to take the cash. You have to love Amy's response here when Giz angrily asks if she thinks she is that amazing. She just coldly says yes. She calmly remarks it has just been a while since she put someone in his place. As she winds up a devastating fist to smash his face right in, the rest of the group desperately rushes to hold her back and begs her not to. They desperately hold her back while Tess begs her not to cause a scene, reminding her of where they came from. Amy argues that is exactly why these thugs are pushing their luck, and letting this slide means they will get squeezed until their luggage vanishes too. She is certain a real gang is behind this, likely one of those scum operations that exploit homeless orphans for profit. Sauron looks surprised, but his focus is gone now. He is staring past Giz at a mysterious figure walking behind them, who flashes a cold smile that Sauron instantly understands. Grabbing Amy's arm, he leaves her and the others completely stunned, firmly telling her that is enough and they need to leave. Amy demands to know why he is stopping her from dealing with this scum. Sauron admits he does, but gently adds that he simply does not want her to have to resort to violence. Her eyes go wide while Giz turns completely red watching the two of them, demandingly telling them to hand it over. He snatches the coins and when his friends ask what he's doing, he snaps back, would they actually want to live while being treated like trash? He calls Shirone's group a bunch of stuck-up nobles, admitting he's curious what it feels like to toss gold at someone. It must feel absolutely amazing. Then he flings those gold coins right at Amy's face. But she doesn't even blink, keeping her eyes locked entirely on Shirone. Giz mutters that he gets it now and turns to walk away, but Amy is still just staring at Shirone. She coldly says they'll go grab a wagon and walks off, completely ignoring Giz. Shirone just stands there looking down, leaving Ryan to ask why he's acting like this. Ryan points out that this isn't like him. Tess, however, speaks up and says Amy didn't really do anything wrong, and because Shirone didn't take her side, it really bothers Tess. She wonders if this is empathy, since those poor boys live a life pretty similar to his, but then her mind jumps straight to romance, and she mutters that it's probably just some tragic, one-sided crush. Honestly, she might be catching some serious feelings for Ryan. Meanwhile, Giz's friends start losing it, calling him completely out of his mind. They demand answers. Those 5 coins could have paid their fees for days. Giz snaps back, asking if they have any pride left. He says Amy handed over that cash like she was throwing leftover scraps to a street beggar. Did they really want to accept that? One friend shrugs, money is money. Giz argues that this pathetic attitude is exactly why people treat them like trash. The boy still doesn't see the problem, until he suddenly blurts out the real truth. Giz totally fell for that gorgeous red-haired girl. Giz turns bright red, screaming that only a total lunatic would fall for her. His friend teases that he only did it because the girl he likes was watching. Another tells him to just give up, calling her a high-ranking noble. Giz ignores them. None of that matters, he says. One day, he'll be ruling this entire port, so high-ranking nobles like her are absolutely nothing to him. But then a menacing voice laughs, asking what they're doing. All 3 boys freeze in fear. The thug with gold fingers steps in, chewing that same herb from earlier. Cracking his knuckles, he asks if they lost the money again. Realizing it's Falcoa, they nervously stammer, asking what he's doing here. Meanwhile, back in the capital, deep inside the Magic Association's 3rd Division interrogation room, some poor guy is desperately begging them to stop the beatings. A savage interrogation is underway, and the dark room is completely covered in blood. The battered suspect groans, asking what they're even beating him for, while the investigator holding a bloodied pipe casually admits he never actually explained why. Honestly, he looks way more like a mobster than an official investigator. Without a care, he keeps pounding the man on the floor, who's already completely wrecked and missing both legs. The victim cries out that this was supposed to be a legal inquiry, but all this psycho does is break bones. It turns out the guy getting absolutely destroyed is a suspect from the Magic Academy attack, a notorious B-rank fugitive. It's Lucas, that same deadly mercenary who clashed with our group earlier. Now, he's not going anywhere. Sakari keeps landing heavy blows, claiming that was only the warm-up. Helpless on the floor, Lucas is absolutely terrified of what comes next. Then Sakari grabs him by the hair, flings him aside, and reminds Lucas that he's the vice leader of the Papagai gang. Grabbing him again, he demands to know the leader's identity. Talk about zero mercy, Sakari just barks at him to spit it out already. Lucas chokes out that he finally asked the right question. The leader is Falcoa, and right now, that very same Falcoa has those beaten street kids dragged in front of him. He calmly asks Giz why he refused the gold. Giz is already in terrible shape after a brutal beating. Falcoa growls that because of his stupid pride, they just lost 5 whole gold coins. Giz is utterly crushed, having witnessed the whole thing. Falcoa tells Giz he has absolutely no clue how exhausting it is to run a gang, or how much work he puts in every single day. His friends watch in pure terror as Giz gets struck again, left drooling on the floor after being beat half to death. Hearing Falcoa speak, Giz realizes there's only one choice left: pay up. Then he mentions that pretty red-haired girl Giz was talking to, ordering him to bring her over so she can pay the debt. Giz cries silently, cursing the monster in his head. Now he's actually targeting high-ranking nobles. Meanwhile, Amani still looks incredibly shaken and down. Thad calls her over, asking if this place isn't incredible, especially with that beautiful sunset view. Amani agrees the island is gorgeous, asking how Thad even found out about it. Thad proudly smiles. When you've got connections, anything is possible. Meanwhile, Ryan keeps watching Shirone closely. Something is clearly bothering him. While the main character looks over the area, Ryan pulls out that 4-leaf charm from Shirone's mother, remembering her warning that Shirone definitely has some secret burden he won't tell them, just because of his age. Knowing he would need a hand from a close friend, Ryan decides to step in. He asks the group if they want to grab a snack. He casually mentions it is almost dinner time anyway, prompting Thad to ask why they do not just eat out at a nearby restaurant. But Ryan says that is exactly his plan. He has a better idea. Why don't they just cook for themselves? The other 3 get pretty curious, and Thad says she is totally down since she actually knows how to cook. Amy wonders if she should try giving it a shot too. Surprised, Shirone asks if she even knows how, and she quickly fires back. If he thinks a noble's daughter never learned, he's dead wrong. So he says, in that case, how about a contest? Ryan quickly grabs Thad, declaring that the 2 of them will face off against Shirone and Amy. The girls will list the ingredients, and the guys will go buy them. Thad silently cheers Ryan on. This might actually help those 2 finally make up. Then she throws in another idea. The losing team gets a penalty. They have to wash the dishes together. Shirone has absolutely no problem with that, since it sounds pretty fun, and Amy agrees too. They quickly write the list, and the boys head out to shop. Amy instantly flips her battle switch and starts fixing her hair while the others get things ready. Thad laughs to herself, realizing it is finally time for some girl talk. She's ready to make her move. Meanwhile, Ryan is thinking the exact same thing as he grins, knowing it is finally time for the boys to have their talk. On another note, Giz is completely losing his mind on what feels like a suicide mission, bringing Amy directly to Falcoa. You have to respect the hustle here. Even if she loses, she still wins. Pretty genius. As Shirone walks calmly beside him, Ryan asks if this is his first time dealing with something like this, meaning that clash with Amy. Since Shirone does not quite understand, Ryan asks if Amy's harsh words actually hurt his feelings, especially those unfair assumptions about orphans. Ryan vividly remembers the moment his father revealed that he was actually adopted, not his biological son. Shirone is honestly surprised by how gentle Ryan can be, even when discussing such a sensitive topic. Shirone admits he was thinking about it, but says her words did not offend him. To be honest, he did not even see it as a fight. He just did not want her acting like that, stating it with a completely calm look on his face. Shirone explains that even when people disagree, they can still find a way forward. Ryan laughs, calling him an idiot, because that is literally what a fight is. The boy is totally caught off guard by that insult. Ryan just chuckles, saying they should play their cards right and drop the talk. He really looks forward to this. With a friendly grin, Ryan vows to do his absolute best to make Shirone wash dishes with Amy, so he better start making up with her. Shirone is left standing there with an awkward smile, realizing Ryan has already planned this whole thing out. Back in the kitchen, Thad angrily stomps her foot, insisting they are absolutely not fighting. This is definitely not a lover's quarrel, but after repeating almost the exact same points Shirone made about disagreements, she ends up sounding just like him. Zenon points out that the two of them are basically identical, one talking nonsense while the other sulks alone in a corner. He asks why she keeps denying it. He says this is basically reverse confirmation, asking if Amy does not see the obvious truth, too. That only makes her even more annoyed. Zenon tells her to be honest. Was she upset because he did not take her side back then? Amy has no answer, because that is exactly it. Zenon adds that if it were anyone else, she would have lost her temper and argued with Ryan immediately. After thinking it over, Amy admits that Shirone can be pretty vague and incredibly hard to understand. When Zenon asks what she means by vague, she says it goes way beyond that. To her, it feels like he could literally disappear at any second. As she tries to explain, Zenon suddenly blurts out in absolute shock, asking if she is serious. He cannot believe someone actually broke into a magic academy and nearly slaughtered the people inside. So Amy quickly covers his mouth, telling him to keep his voice down, though she admits the truth is still way too shocking. On top of that, Shirone is an unsealer who literally sacrificed himself. He saved everyone. Amy explains that when an unsealer fully unlocks that immortal function, they make a pact with the world to transcend it. That state is called nirvana. Even so, he came back from it, which she says is like a dead man climbing out of his grave. Honestly, maybe it is. Amy admits that his survival was a total miracle. Then she asks Tess if she has many friends at the academy, and Tess says more or less, wondering why she is asking. Amy explains that in any group, there are close friends, people talking behind your back, and classmates you barely even know. Next, she asks Tess directly if she could have done what Shirone did, saving every single person there, not just her closest friends. Would she really be able to throw herself into an endless loop for all of them? Amy's dead serious tone makes the question hit heavy, leaving Tess completely speechless. Meanwhile, Shirone's buying supplies in the market when he realizes the next item requires a hunt. But as he walks along, a foul, rotting smell hits him out of nowhere. Covering his nose, he asks where the stench is coming from, only for a local to warn him to keep it covered. The man calls it the loop. When Shirone asks what that means, the stranger warns that once you get caught, there is no going back. Shirone then notices people in the open square chewing on illegal herbs. The man sighs that this used to be a beautiful island, before all kinds of scum started invading years ago. Before their arrival, both the air and the water were completely crystal clear. He adds that the legendary blue dragon used to visit these waters several times every single year. Shirone silently observes his surroundings, spotting a nearby gambling den, while the man wonders how things became so tragic that kids are starving in dark alleys. He watches a child split a moldy piece of bread, the sheer hunger in their eyes almost too painful to watch. Back at the house, Amy tells Tess that she believes there are 3 distinct ways to view the world. As Tess hesitates, Amy explains that the first is a child's perspective, where they view everything through a selfish, one-sided lens, and some adults never actually outgrow it. Even so, most people eventually mature beyond themselves and learn to look through the eyes of others. Amy says that this kind of growth is simply called character. Tess points out that it sounds like an adult's perspective, and Amy agrees but reveals there is a third level. When Tess asks what lies beyond that, Amy explains it is a vision that looks far past physical touch. It focuses on deeper concepts like kindness and evil, justice and desperate need, even things like God and the collective efforts passed down through generations, prioritizing what cannot be physically seen. This profound thought makes Shirone reflect on what he once told the rogue mage who tried to kill him. Amy explains that this perspective allows someone to weigh even their own life against their values, leaving Tess staring off in deep thought. She muses that with a mind like that, Shirone likely views every single living soul on Earth as having equal value. Amy quietly adds that perhaps even she is just a single dot among many, watched from somewhere far above. Tess is stunned, but wait, a desperate cry for help suddenly echoes right next to Shirone. He spins around to find a terrified girl screaming as multiple thugs drag her away, one of them laughing that they are already being incredibly generous, since she claims she has no cash. He sneers that they are even willing to let her pay off her debt with her body, so she should be grateful. Though the onlookers are clearly uncomfortable, nobody dares to step in until Shirone walks right up and commands them to stop. The thugs glare at him with ugly expressions, but Shirone stands his ground and tells them to release her. He threatens to call the guards, but the men just laugh in his face, mocking his threat and daring him to go ahead and try. They mockingly ask if he honestly believes the local guards would ever cross them, just as the girl breaks free to hide behind his back. The men ask if he really thinks he can protect her, but he just calmly asks what they mean by that. Their leader explains that he is a local merchant, and this girl stole an item worth 50 silver coins before breaking it. He claims he offered to let it go if she simply paid up, but she insisted she had nothing, so instead of calling the guards, he decided on an alternative payment plan. He asks Shirone if he finally understands the situation now. As the tension thickens, he sneers that Shirone looks like a naive young tourist, suggesting he mind his own business and pretend he never saw a single thing. But Shirone whispers to the girl, asking why she does not report him, and she replies that she simply cannot. He controls everything here, meaning reporting him does nothing, and Shirone finally starts to understand the grim situation. Raising his hand, Shirone pulls out a coin and offers to pay her debt if they will just let her go. The leader bursts out laughing, mocking that he gets it now, claiming that Shirone probably wants the girl for himself. She gives Shirone a highly confused look while the crowd jeers, with the man joking that it is not every day a guy tries to charm a pretty lady with 50 silver coins. Completely fed up, Shirone snaps back that he is wrong, stating he only wants to stop this before the weight of her sins grows any heavier. She committed a mistake worth 50 silver coins, and the merchant openly demanded that exact amount of money. So Shirone's willing to pay the sum to prevent this confrontation from becoming even uglier. Since the merchant claims he only wants the cash, Shirone tells him to settle it on the spot, which completely infuriates the thug, who snaps, demanding to know what this brat thinks he is doing with his prey. Shirone answers with a dead, cold stare. While back at the house, Tess insists to Amy that she is wrong. She is wrong to believe she is just some meaningless dot. Tess explains that Amy is incredibly special, which is exactly why Shirone invited her along even though he knew this was basically a couple's getaway. Yet, Amy still does not seem fully convinced. Back in the streets, the merchant mocks Shirone for defending a common thief, asking what on earth is supposed to be so incredibly impressive about that. Does Shirone think he's some kind of saint? The thug snaps that he has no intention of actually taking responsibility for the girl. He sneers that Shirone just wants to act noble and show off. But Shirone simply calls him out, saying that's pretty strange. Pretending to be noble is still way better than actually committing evil acts. Obviously, that logic only makes the thug furious. He barks at his men, stop standing around, and grab both of them right now. As they draw their weapons, the onlookers gasp in terror. Now, these goons are standing face to face with Shirone. The very girl Shirone stepped in to save just abandons him, leaving him to face 4 armed thugs alone. He realizes it always ends like this. Shirone recalls Hiroaki mocking his precious ideals, telling him that preaching about life without actual strength is just acting wise. And then he remembers that Mage's words warning him this is exactly why tragedy strikes. Staring straight down the cold edge of a blade, he finally gets it. Without raw power, you can't protect a single thing. For a second, Shirone thinks this world is completely doomed. But then look at this. A smoke bomb suddenly detonates right in front of him. Everyone stands frozen in pure confusion, including Shirone. Suddenly, a mysterious, cloaked figure dashes through the thick smoke and calls out his name. Before he can even process what is happening, this stranger firmly grabs his arm. She yanks him along, shouting at him to run. Meanwhile, the lead thug is flailing blindly in the cloud of smoke, screaming at his men to catch them. The angry goons tear through the streets looking for Shirone, shoving innocent bystanders aside to search every single corner. While the search rages outside, patrons inside a quiet cafe watch the gang run around screaming about some blonde kid. Inside, the mysterious cloaked girl finally speaks. She reveals that those thugs belong to a massive local gang, meaning this spot should be safe. With a quick flick, she tosses a silver coin to the bartender, who catches it like it is second nature. He's told to send word when the heat dies down, and he silently nods without even looking over. She tells Shirone that he doesn't look dumb. Playing the hero and getting killed would be a total waste, especially with a pretty face like his. But Shirone is completely unresponsive to her question, sitting in silence and staring blankly down at his coffee. To make things worse, the very girl he tried to protect actually works for them. It was a complete setup. In her eyes, he should just chalk it up to bad luck, since a scare like that would rattle any pampered kid. But Shirone finally speaks up, claiming he wasn't trying to act like a hero, and she immediately notices his serious tone. He explains he just wanted to correct a wrong, flashing back to when he was beaten by thugs just like that boss. He was completely helpless back then. He also remembers that horrible day at Ryan's house when everyone turned their backs on him. She remarks that he talks just like a cold-hearted mage. Shirone quickly denies it, explaining that he's only forcing himself to act that way. According to her, he is trying way too hard to seem cold. Initially, she pegged him as a spoiled noble, but now she sees the truth. When he asks what she means, she taps her glass, explaining that he masks his weakness by acting perfect and forcing himself to grow strong. Hearing her claim they are incredibly similar, Shirone immediately gets defensive and asks what she means. Apparently, she is just exceptionally good at spotting trauma, casually dropping the fact that Shirone was also abandoned. The accusation cuts so deep, it feels like she can peer into his memories. Stunned, Shirone asks who she is, and she introduces herself as Marcia. Staring right at him, she says they are identical. She asks if he knows that a tiny newborn will die within hours if nobody watches over them, and yet, someone still dumped her. To her, if that was the plan, she should have never been born. but she notes Shirone got lucky with his adoptive parents, and he quietly agrees they are wonderful people. So Shirone asks about Marcia's parents. She explains her adoptive father was an ex-mercenary. Whenever he got drunk, he would beat her within an inch of her life. She says this with a smile, adding that he blamed her for ruining his career. Basically, the man was total human trash. She never even dreamed of fighting back. But one day, after a beating so brutal she thought she was finished, she simply told him to just kill her already. Hearing this, Shirone grows more and more horrified by her story. During that dark memory, the man made a disgusted face, as if tasting filth. From then on, she kept repeating those words. It worked like a magic spell that kept his hands off her. Shirone asks what happened to the beast, and she asks how old he is. He answers that he is 17. She reveals it happened 2 years ago when she was 15, then tells him to imagine this. What if her adoptive father was a literal monster, not just trash? As Shirone stares at the liquid swirling in his cup, the horrifying truth clicks. You can practically feel the chill here as he envisions it, Marcia stabbing her own father with a bloody dagger. Then, she drops the weapon and runs, suddenly realizing what she did. Shirone knows some folks carry scars way deeper than his own. It makes him wonder. If someone like that raised him, who would he be? Would he still be the same person? Looking at his own morals, he says he cannot judge her choices. She tells him there is no easy answer since this world is just brutally unfair. Wanting to fix it? That is just their own selfish perspective anyway. To any regular person, what is right or wrong might just be a total illusion. After all, how can he criticize street magic when he was ready to vaporize everyone at light speed? Shirone admits he was naive. He asks what to do, so she offers to teach him how to change the world. Meanwhile, Ryan gets home and yells because the kid is still missing, shouting that he has headphones on. Tess tells him to shut up. Amy can barely even believe this chaos. Ryan grumbles about getting hit while Amy stares blankly out the window. Then the door opens and Tess shouts that Shirone is back. Amy instantly whirls around and bolts for the entrance. She flings the door open, thrilled he returned, only to slam directly into a complete stranger. It is the exact kid who tried robbing her earlier. Flashback. His boss demands to know if he is going to bring that red-headed girl in. Under the pirate's terrifying glare, the poor kid shivers with absolute dread as his head is grabbed, with raw meat forced right into his mouth. He panics, crying out that he does not want it. Begging to be spared from the wolf meat, the pirate calls him a fool, claiming this stuff makes gods before forcing him to choose. Either deliver the red-headed girl, or the beast will go after his little sister. Instead, a horrifying threat whispered straight into his face. That sickening threat breaks him completely. He weeps for his little sister, the only family he has left. She is the one person he cannot let get dragged into this mess. So he stands at Amy's door, building up the courage to ring the bell. Amy throws the door open and nearly crashes right into him. Up close, she looks stunning. Everyone is completely startled. Ryan demands to know what the brat wants, while Tess recognizes him as the thief, wondering how he tracked them. When Ryan threatens to beat him, the boy shrinks back in pure terror. He stammeringly apologizes for his earlier actions, bowing his head deeply to everyone. To make amends, he offers to show the red-headed girl a breathtaking view of the city tonight. He asks if she will come with him. They immediately slam the door in his face, telling him to get lost. No one is buying his story, but he desperately begs them to wait. Then he crosses a line, grabbing Amy's arm, making her skin crawl instantly. Tess yells at him to let go, while Ryan lunges forward to attack. Amy is ready to snap, but then she notices dark purple bruises covering his body beneath his shirt. Seeing him shake and beg on the verge of tears, she realizes her dark suspicions were totally right. You see where this is going, right? A shadow organization is clearly pulling the strings behind everything. Still, she wonders what Shirone saw in this kid earlier, as the boy stands there looking ready to shatter. Back at the cafe, Shirone asks Marcia what changing the world actually means. She explains that the core of changing this cold world starts with family, cutting him off before he can argue. He needs to see things differently. Family is not just about blood. It is a grander concept, a sanctuary you return to after facing the cruel outside world. A sanctuary where someone will always believe in you, no matter what. Remembering the home she escaped to, Marcia says that is the exact sanctuary they want to build. After fleeing her own house, she met countless kids who were going through the exact same nightmare she survived. Surviving a near assault by her adoptive father left her with an almost instinctive radar for recognizing people who suffered just like her. They say a safe life begins in a parent's arms, so she believed having someone by their side could help them start anew. In the end, staying chained to your darkest trauma only makes everything worse. The world simply gets colder. She asks if Shirone agrees, saying they must build a warm family for everyone. At that, he finally understands her, realizing he has received far more love in life than he ever deserved. He wants to be like that, too, someone who can share real affection with others. Thinking of his dearest friends, he knows he wants to give love to the people he cares about, just like Marcia. She asks if he really means it, saying it makes her quite happy, before inviting him to build a family together. Shirone instantly turns bright red as his mind goes somewhere else entirely. He freezes, so Marcia asks what he thinks she means. She explains she only meant becoming siblings, and he quickly plays along, pretending he knew it all along. Trying to play it cool, Shirone says his close friend has an older sister and he has always been pretty jealous of that. She starts to correct him, but the bartender cuts in the alert is cancelled. Apparently, that man gave up looking and chased another target, meaning it is time for Shirone to head out. The bartender warns that Shirone's friends have already been waiting outside for a pretty long time. Marcia pouts, teasing him about already abandoning his brand new sister and leaving her all alone. But Shirone tells her she taught him something incredibly important, promising they will definitely meet again, while Marcia says she will stick around. He leaves. The bartender then glares at her, suspiciously asking if she is truly the Marcia he knows. But wait, right then, some shady-looking guys walk in, tired of waiting. One thug tells her to forget about that little kid and asks to spend the night with her instead. The bartender gets quite nervous, asking if she returned just to stir up trouble, warning he will throw her out if she breaks the rules again. Marcia tells him not to worry, because she will vanish the moment she finally tracks down her family. Right after she finishes her drink, several armed guards suddenly appear and hold back the two pushy thugs. Word arrives that he ran away from home, causing endless trouble, making the bartender shake in fear as that same girl suddenly begs for forgiveness. She says she would have finished her mission if that brat had not gotten in her way. Remaining silent, Marcia says nothing as the man snaps that she ruined the entire plan over some random kid. Marcia looks at him, asking what that glare means before wondering if he is jealous, admitting she thought they were alike but was probably wrong. He got lucky. Ended up adopted by a noble family, though not right away. First, a humble man took him in, and then he somehow earned his way up, even getting the chance to study at the prestigious Magic Academy. So, it makes sense he cannot understand that a real family is built only by those sharing the exact same pain. She claims he plays the hero out there without even knowing where he actually belongs. Now, it looks like his self-proclaimed big sister will have to teach him a lesson on how reality actually works. Meanwhile, Shirone rushes back home, completely empty-handed. It is already way too late to go back and buy the things he forgot. He rings. The door swings open and everyone demands to know where he has been. Shirone apologizes and tries to explain, but Tess quickly cuts him off, saying none of that matters right now. Amy left with that guy. She got into a carriage with that same kid from earlier, looking completely dressed up. Hearing she stared blankly during the ride shocks Shirone, so he asks what happened beforehand. Ryan explains that he and Tess tried desperately to stop her from walking straight into an obvious trap, but Amy told them not to worry. She claimed she would just wipe them out and come right back, acting as if she expected Shirone to do the exact same thing. Ryan confirms those were pretty much her exact words. Shirone is stunned, wondering if he really would have done that, while Tess notes Amy seemed incredibly upset and painfully alone while he was away. No. Shirone tells Tess that is not the case, leaving her confused. He remembers Marcia's warning that the very girl he was trying so hard to protect was actually an agent of their organization. Because as we both know, right and wrong look totally different depending on the viewer. He recalls Amy saying he already knows what they really are, realizing both Marcia and Amy knew all about the darkness swallowing this island. Amy's words echo in his mind, reminding him she still chose to go off with that boy anyway. Shirone immediately heads out to chase her down, while a confused Ryan says he is grabbing his weapon to tag along too. Me too. Tess, feeling totally helpless, insists on coming along with them. Meanwhile, inside the carriage, the boy excitedly mentions they are near the coastal park, adding that the daytime view is absolutely amazing. He keeps babbling away as if they are on a real date, feeling like simply being together and talking is completely unreal. That look. He recalls the sheer disgust she showed him before, and he remarks that without that harsh look, she is even prettier, but Amy coldly interrupts, asking how much longer it will take. Startled, he stammers that they are almost there, admitting it is slightly far but promises it has the best view. Amy calmly agrees, saying it must be a great spot, especially since the boss who beat him up is waiting there. Jez instantly realizes she already knows the truth. When he asks how she figured it out, Amy snaps back, asking if he really thinks she is that stupid. After all, he showed up looking absolutely terrified of dying. She only pretended to believe his story because this thug life simply does not suit him. She tells him to straight up quit this job if he can. Hearing those words, Jez feels his whole world shatter as he stares in disbelief. He asks if she only played along out of pure pity, but Amy gently tells him that's not quite it. She asks if he remembers throwing that gold coin earlier, noting he's clearly the kind of guy with the guts to toss cash at a high noble, and that's exactly why she wants him to leave this life behind. A guy like him is completely wasted on a job like this. He remembered his sister talking to him while carefully ironing his clothes, gently telling him to do his absolute best at his new job. Jez told her she always went out of her way to press and hand-deliver them, but she just smiled and said there was more to it. She explained she had to make him look his absolute best because he was destined to become the most incredible person in the entire world. In his mind, Jez apologized to his sister, Iona, knowing the bitter truth that he was actually the most useless person alive. He had always heard that cursed people like him, who never found peace, were simply doomed to fail. So why is the girl in front of him saying these things? How can she understand him, and does she even realize where he is taking her? Falcoa isn't some ordinary thug. He's a highly trained former member of a special operations unit. He's a ruthless man who survived brutal battles across multiple wars, taking absolute control of this entire island in just 3 years. Jez is getting incredibly desperate here. Guys, is there really any time left to help her escape? If he tries to save her, his sister pays the price. He can't bear that. Then, Amy mentions she finally understands why Shirone did what he did, shocking Jez that she's thinking about the main character this much. He asks if she means that blonde kid, and if she came all this way for him, guessing he must be some high noble's son. Amy shakes her head just like Jez. Shirone is a commoner. That completely stuns him since he assumed Shirone was her boyfriend. She sighs, asking why that should even matter when he literally left her alone on this island to go off doing who knows what. Jez is completely thrown off by her blunt answer, leaving him with absolutely no idea what to do next. Meanwhile, back at the dazzling port, Jez's friends wonder if he's going to survive after delivering the redhead straight to Falcoa. The chubby thug doubts Jez can even bring himself to do it, while another points out there's really not much he can do anyway. Since Jez threw that gold coin right in front of her, if he gets away with just a simple beating, he's incredibly lucky. Ryan walks up, asking who ordered them to bring Jez. He orders them to spill everything, and both thugs freeze solid when they see the terrifying trio standing there. They immediately gear up to run, especially after spotting the absolute beast with a massive greatsword. But neither thug escapes. Ryan corners them effortlessly, asking if they want to settle this painful business right here or step outside. After a very friendly chat, the trio heads back to their coachman. They jump into the carriage as he asks if they are finished and where to go next. All three shout to take them to the royal palace. He nods, tells them to hold on tight, and takes off at full speed. He adds that the night is short, meaning they have absolutely no time to waste. Tess realizes Shirone was completely right about the port, hoping Amy can hold on just a little longer because help is on the way. Meanwhile, at the royal palace, Falcoa's primary stronghold. Inside, he is surrounded by women chewing nasty roots, bragging about hitting the absolute jackpot. Staring at Amy, he figures she must be a high-ranking noble. Amy asks if he really plans to just sit there and do absolutely nothing. Falco chuckles, asking if she honestly believed they would ever do anything bad to a refined lady like her. Apologizing for his subordinate's rough behavior, he tells her to enjoy herself. Amy quietly starts wondering what this man is actually planning. Since they went through so much trouble to bring her here, can this really be all there is? To her, this situation already feels like a massive waste of time that she should have spent training, doubting it will help her understand Shirone. Without even checking what is inside, she casually picks up the offered drink. Watching from afar, Jez screams in his head for her to stop, knowing it is drugged. But Falcoa just watches Amy swallow it, leaving Jez completely stunned. He wants to stop her but physically cannot. Falcoa only smiles. Outside, the guards suddenly panic and scream for them to stay back. But Ryan, Tess, and Shirone charge straight through. Just moments before, Jez recalled how shocked Falcoa was when he delivered Amy. Falcoa had laughed, boasting that a brutal beating always makes a boy obey just fine. He tells him he can finally see his sister. Jez walks away with his head hung low, feeling utterly sick about his choices. Deep down, he keeps asking himself if this was truly the right choice. Leaving Amy behind with Falcoa, he notices the bartender mixing her drink and instantly senses something is dead wrong. Strange powder mixed in. That instantly sparks a dark memory. Jez remembers the dark rumors of Falcoa controlling noble families. Now he understands the exact method. He is terrified. This was how Falcoa ruined them, smiling while turning people into helpless addicts. They became addicts who could not live without Lope. Meanwhile, our trio charges in, dropping guards left and right. The onlookers stare in absolute shock, wondering what is happening. Intruders are inside. They scramble to find out how they broke in, but our crew is already deep inside this massive building. People are singing, drinking, making out, and getting wasted. Tess cannot believe they brought Amy here, while Shirone warns they still do not know what Falcoa wants. No choice. They have to move fast. They urge each other to be careful, knowing backup is not coming. Ryan shrugged, "It is fine. We will start searching the upper floors first." The three split up to cover ground. Up on the third floor, the casino is packed, with some desperate guy losing everything while lying to himself that the next bet will win. VIP area. That is where the fourth floor leads. Most doors are locked, so Ryan just starts kicking them open, desperately hunting for Amy. He checks room after room, but the angry guests start throwing things, screaming at him for completely ruining their night. Shirone realizes they are running out of time checking every single floor. Then he remembers a basic spell he can cast over a massive area to cover the entire mansion, hopefully tracking Amy down directly. Drawing everyone out might be his only real option. But watch out, two thugs show up, mocking them for causing trouble. One guy steps forward, talking trash and treating them like helpless little babies. He says the blonde girl looks pretty decent, then starts mocking their clothes, laughing that they did not even bother to dress up. Deciding to start with Tess, he steps up. She calmly catches his hand, and despite her small size, she twists it hard enough to snap his finger. She tells him to stop judging clothes and spend more time training his weak fingers. He swings in agony, but his punch is nowhere near hitting Tess. She easily slips past his punch, driving a clean, devastating strike into his mouth that completely shatters his teeth. He drops unconscious instantly, leaving his partner frozen in pure disbelief. Tess scoffs he was just a small fry after all as the other guy panics. Shirone is deeply impressed, praising her martial arts. Tess smiles, she knew he would say something. It is definitely better than certain quiet people. Ryan, however, coldly warns that raw strength is not everything. The other thug begs Ryan for mercy, warning that the place is packed with their men. He stammers that it is only a matter of time before they are caught. But Ryan grabs his collar. I do not care. Where is Amy? The guy screams that he does not know anyone by that name. Ryan is ready to get brutal, but Shirone stops him, saying there is no point asking about something he does not know. Ryan asks what they should ask instead. Shirone says to only ask what the man actually knows. The thug looks at Shirone, terrified by his cold expression. Staring straight into his eyes, he demands to know where Falcoa is. The thug can tell Shirone is ready to end him. Who wouldn't be terrified? He quickly blabs that Falcoa is likely on the first basement level inside the temple. On their way, Falcoa's high-ranking executives are shocked to see the three charging through and demand to know what they are doing. They scream for the guards to stop them from reaching the boss, but the trio rushes ahead regardless, absolutely smashing through everyone in their path. Ryan and Tess tear through them with raw force. They plow through the massive crowd, finally smashing open the door to Falcoa's private room and completely startling everyone inside. Falcoa barks out, demanding to know who dared to barge into his sacred temple. Staring in shock, Jez realizes these are the three who were left behind. He cannot comprehend how they made it this far. Meanwhile, our trio is absolutely furious at the sight before them. Shirone looks over to find Amy, noticing her glass is nearly empty as she sits there completely out of it. Tess angrily demands to know what they did to her, while Falcoa realizes they are here for the girl. He mockingly laughs that they arrived way too late. In Falcoa's eyes, their friend does not even recognize them anymore, as his guards prepare to defend what they stole. Shirone can barely believe this horrific scene. Pure rage and bloodlust erupt from him as he cries out to Amy, telling her to come back home. Falcoa laughs, asking if they honestly think he kidnapped her, saying she does not even want to go back with them. Falcoa immediately orders his men to get rid of those brats. One thug asks where to send them, and Falcoa smirks where else. Straight to hell. As the bandits surround them, Shirone can feel right away that these guys are on a completely different level. Tess warns him to be careful because they are applying massive mental pressure to everyone. Rian is completely shocked to hear that, but Tess explains that every single one of these bandits can use Shemesh. They are Falcoa's elite. Both Tess and Rian begin to buckle under the strain, and Shirone cannot believe mere island bandits can wield a power like Shemesh. It makes him wonder who these guys actually are. While Falcoa mocks him, Shirone can only worry about Amy, prompting Tess to tell him to stay calm. Letting his emotions take over means losing everything. Suddenly, Shirone's consciousness slips away, plunging into a deep, overgrown forest. Once there, he suddenly begins to drown in a strange liquid. Sinking deeper, Shirone remembers the exact reason he wanted to become stronger in the first place, to protect the friends standing by his side. Going down into that dark abyss, he recalls wanting power for one purpose: to protect people whenever they needed him. Seeing Amy standing there with that completely empty look, he absolutely hates feeling useless. This was the reason he chose this path. He wanted to find his origins and his roots. As he continues to sink, that mysterious goddess appears before him once again. He also realizes he wanted to wipe away the constant doubts that always kept him from moving forward, making him hesitate. Suddenly, he comes face to face with his own dark reflection. Hunched over, the twisted version grins and whispers that Shirone, of all people, knows he has absolutely no roots. He is doomed to rot like a rootless tree. But wait, things are about to shift. Shirone pushes back against his shadow, telling his dark self to shut up and actually listen for once because his friends are his family. He knows what roots actually mean now. They are not just about where you came from. A truth he learned from his sister Marcia. Everyone who supports him and stands by him is his real family. Suddenly, their projections appear behind Shirone, filling him with incredible strength. These are the people willing to act as his roots, and because of them, he will never hesitate again. He glares right into his shadow self's eyes while thinking of Amy. Instantly, the dark duplicate wavers, realizing Shirone finally believes in himself, and his friends do too. Suddenly, all the drowning water and torment completely vanish. Shirone starts glowing with absolute brilliance, emitting a blinding light that forces Ryan and Tess to shield their eyes. Falcoa and his gang are blinded, with the leader yelling to know what this is. In Shirone's hand, a glowing four-pointed star appears light made solid, and what our boy does next completely leaves his friends speechless. Even Amy snaps back to her senses, declaring that she will not hesitate either, before telling him to just let his power explode. Shirone grabs that strange, spinning sphere and slams it down, shattering the ground. Meanwhile, 30 minutes earlier, Amy had already noticed Falcoa setting up a loop there. She could not believe he would try something so shameless. It was so obvious she wondered if he was even trying to fool her. Still, she remained cautious, knowing Jess would be in danger if she acted too early. So, she decided to activate her Crimson Eye to copy his entire consciousness. She figured if he saw her drink, he would let his guard down and reveal his plan. But right as she drank, the door suddenly blew open. That completely threw her off, leaving her wondering how those three even got inside. Now, she had no idea what her next move should be, so she kept pretending to be knocked out, completely missing her chance to reveal she was conscious. But now, back in the present, Falcoa is nearly blown away as the floor shatters beneath him, falling flat on his butt in pure terror at what Shirone just did. Even Tess and Ryan did not see that coming. Meanwhile, Falcoa's crew can barely believe a skinny blonde kid just pulled off something so insane. Screaming in shock, Falcoa demands to know who Shirone really is and what prestigious magic line he could possibly belong to. Shirone casually replies that he is just a student at Alphea's Magic Institute, giving his actual name and leaving his friends completely stunned. Jess internally panics, wondering what on earth he is thinking by just giving away his true identity to a dangerous enemy like that. Hearing this, Falcoa bursts out laughing, mocking the kid for acting like some big shot when he is not even a fully qualified mage yet. He threatens that Shirone will be expelled if this gets reported back to the academy, but Shirone coldly tells him to do whatever he wants. Falcoa is stunned by his sheer resolve as Shirone steps forward, declaring that Amy matters way more to him than any prestigious school. In fact, she matters more than anything. And if Falcoa ever touches his friend again, Shirone promises to completely wipe this entire hideout off the map. Looking at his expression, Falcoa knows this kid is definitely not bluffing. Rian then draws his sword, backing him up and saying he is absolutely right. Pointing his massive greatsword at the fat leader, Ryan asks if Falcoa honestly believed they would abandon their friend just to avoid a little school punishment. Rian firmly adds that is simply not how he lives. Tess steps up next, saying the exact same goes for her. She tells Falcoa to write her name down too, because if he ever touches their friends, he will pay. Dumbfounded, Shirone asks what they even mean by his protagonist group. Is it some kind of family? Falcoa gets incredibly annoyed, while Tess wonders if now is the right time to joke. But Falcoa claims there is a misunderstanding. He points at Amy, insisting she came here entirely on her own. He argues they have absolutely no right to drag a noble out by force. Then he sneers go ahead and try making her leave. Tess starts arguing that Amy is too far gone to understand, but Shirone cuts in. He just looks at Amy and says, "We are leaving." She reaches out, takes his hand, stands right up, and agrees to go fully awake and conscious. What an absolute moment. Love is absolutely wild. Guys, this scene hits so hard. If I ever doubted her, I must have lost my mind. Falcoa is totally stunned, unable to comprehend how she is awake when she was supposed to be completely under Lope's control. Amy immediately recognizes his ties to the Carms family. With her piercing red eyes locked onto him, she realizes he knows her status, making things much easier. She coldly notes that everyone here is hooked on Lope, and that is where his fortune comes from. Falcoa immediately panics. She warns him that if even a single report reaches the Institute, she will personally ensure he never sees another silver coin again. Falcoa slumps back down in despair, fully aware she is definitely not bluffing. With the immense influence of a first-class noble family, crushing his operation would be child's play. If they shut him down, he will not even have money left for his own Lope. So they walk out. As they head out, Tess finally realizes that Shirone already knew Amy was never under the drug's influence. Thinking back, Amy ignored his first call only because she anticipated the chaos that would follow. It had nothing to do with the drug. She was perfectly fine the entire time, keeping the depth of this moment completely intact. Shirone notices her sheer excitement, while Amy silently glows, realizing that hearing him call for her was all she ever wanted. She wonders where else he could find a girl this adorable. As a blushing Shirone carries her away, Tess grumbles that she is just jealous. Ryan randomly asks if she is hungry, totally missing the romantic mood. Stepping away from the mansion, the onlookers outside mutter about an earthquake. Meanwhile, our group calmly strolls right out of the main gates. That is when Jess runs up to them, shouting. Ryan recognizes the kid immediately. Amy gently asks if he is all right, reassuring him that both he and his sister are safe now. He promises to leave his old life behind and keep his word to quit the trade. Thanking her sincerely for the rescue, he brings a warm smile to Amy's face. Shirone is left completely clueless about their deal, and then Jess turns his attention directly to him. He warns that if Shirone ever makes Amy cry, he will pay. He tells him to watch his back. Shirone wonders why he would ever do that, while Amy giggles and jokingly tells him he better watch out. She remembers his name is Jess and encourages him to become a pirate or the king of the port. She truly believes he can do it, wishing him luck. He is completely done for. Totally in love for life. Jess starts trembling with excitement, declaring that when she returns, he will be far more impressive than Shirone. Let's be real. Probably not. With this series literally titled Infinite Mage, and Shirone being our legendary main character, that kid stands absolutely zero chance. Shifting gears, Rian complains that he is absolutely starving. Tess suggests they need to make a quick stop to buy something first. Rian sighs that cooking is ruined, and Shirone admits it is his fault. Rian asks Tess how much longer she plans on carrying around that random chunk of wood, prompting her to finally hurl it away. Meanwhile, back inside his utterly wrecked mansion, the once great Falcoa grovels in pain, realizing how low he has fallen. Feared as a demon on the battlefield, yet utterly crushed and humiliated by a bunch of random kids. Glaring at one of his bruised men, he snaps at him for having absolutely no shame, desperately trying to shift the blame. He rages that they constantly feed their lope addiction, which is why those brats beat them. The lackey defends himself, arguing that Shirone used a bizarre magic that would have ended them in a single hit. He insists they were utterly helpless, leaving Falcoa to realize he is surrounded by complete idiots. His subordinate asks if they are really just letting them walk free. Falcoa snaps back. What can he do when dealing with high nobles who answer only to royalty? One single mistake means losing everything they built. But then, the lackey warns him that there are things far worse than just going broke. He mentions the infamous Parrot Gang, reminding Falcoa that they are some of the Magic Association's most hunted and dangerous criminals. So, what happens to them if anyone finds out they crossed that line? The cold reality finally hits Falcoa. He frantically orders them to bring him some lope, groaning that his head is about to explode. They scramble to get it done, and the very next day, they hit the beach. Ryan, Shirone, Tess, and Amy are splashing around, having the absolute time of their lives. Pure fun. Everyone is in a great mood. While they mess around, Ryan is living his best life because he finally gets to eat. This whole thing feels like a cozy double date. That night, they take another beach walk and the group naturally ends up splitting up. The foodies hang back while Shirone walks with Amy. It is pretty sweet, and you can definitely feel the chemistry between them starting to spark. Real vacation vibes. This is what it finally feels like to relax. Later, fireworks light up the sky, making Shirone wish he could bring his parents here one day. By morning, they are back inside a bumpy carriage. Ryan and Shirone sit on one side with the girls opposite them, when Tess suddenly asks Ryan how long he plans on keeping that grumpy face. She snaps that they were not even that late, especially after dressing up like this. It only took them maybe 4 or 5 hours, but she still nags them about their clothes. Ryan grumbles that it will be lunchtime by the time they reach the ruins, but Tess claims they got ready entirely for those two. She tells him a huge sword looks completely ridiculous with casual sightseeing clothes, calling him a total brute. He grumbles. Meanwhile, Shirone quietly wishes he could have explored these ruins alone with Amy. But since they have all gotten so close, splitting up now would just feel pretty awkward. Amy apologizes to Ryan, explaining that Tess actually got ready before her, which earns a quiet thank you in Tess's mind. Then Ryan blindly blurts out that Amy clearly worked way harder on her look, leaving Tess totally in the dust. Tess immediately demands to know what he means, asking if she looks ugly. Ryan panics and quickly stammers that is not it at all. She looks nice, too. Hearing that makes her blush red all the way to her shoulders. Now she is left wondering if she actually looks pretty. Too embarrassed to even look at him, and Amy is starting to notice. Ryan clearly likes Tess, but is absolute trash at showing it, leaving them both painfully awkward. Amy realizes it must be brutal trying to confess to a girl who can easily beat you up. Then she steals a glance at Shirone, realizing their own dynamic might not be any different. That realization hurts. Meanwhile, Shirone sits there, completely clueless. She wonders if that is the real issue, since they have actually gotten much closer lately, before Tess snaps her out of it by asking why she is spacing out. Soon, they finally arrive at the Kurgo Ruins Archaeological Zone, a solid 2-hour carriage ride away from the main tourist strip. Mount Toa stands tall at the center of these islands. It has been dormant for 500 years, but its last eruption completely buried the ancient ruins in thick ash. Only a tiny fraction of the ancient city still stands. The rest is gone. Stopping at the Kurgo Ruins on Galeante Island, the group heads over to buy entry tickets. Amy explains that the government once tried to fully restore the area, but the locals aggressively shut that plan down. Tess asks if rebuilding would not help them, too, and Amy agrees it would bring in massive tourism cash. But as they walk, the locals keep staring at them with intense looks. Ryan wonders if they are hiding something from tourists, though Shirone admits it just looks like a standard historic site to him. Suddenly, Tess calls the boys over, pointing out an actual Kurgo native standing nearby. A massive warrior. The man has dark skin and complex tattoos covering his entire body. He makes even Ryan look small. Shirone immediately senses this warrior is insanely powerful, and his ears are pointed just like an elf's. Standing before the ancient temple of Kurgo, Shirone can barely believe this structure was built thousands of years ago. Amy mentions she overheard some tourists nearby. The original temple was supposedly massive before the volcanic ash swallowed most of it up. While they walk, a little boy nearby calls out to his family, amazed by how deep the drop is. They say some parts plunge over 100 meters down, and his mother quickly warns them to keep their distance. Suddenly, he freezes. Amy asks what is wrong, wondering why he is not heading toward the main temple. He kneels down, pressing his hand to the dirt, and tells her there is a spirit zone active right here. Shocked, she asks if he used synesthesia to find it. Ryan asks what is down there, and Shirone reminds them about the parts buried under that ancient volcanic ash. To check, he extends his spirit zone deep underground, but past 50 meters, he finds absolutely nothing. Think about that, not even dirt? Tess asks what that means, and Shirone explains it is not that there is nothing down there. Rather, whatever is down there is just unbelievably delicate, making Ryan ask if they should start digging. Amy offers to double-check, boasting her sniper mode can scan up to 500 meters deep. It shocks everyone. Shirone tells her to go for it. When she activates her skill, she gasps, saying this cannot be real because what she is seeing is completely absurd. Amy suddenly starts panicking, staring blankly at the ground and muttering to herself. Shirone asks if something went wrong, totally bewildered, while Tess says this can't be happening. It seems like even 500 meters wasn't deep enough. But Amy cuts in. That's not it. Once she went past that depth, something reached out and touched her. Tess is completely shocked. Amy explains the strange sensation of pushing her mind deep into the earth. She reached a point where she felt another presence, and the second they made contact, her entire spirit zone dissolved like thread in water. Shirone finds this highly unusual. Amy's not weak, so something is definitely down there. Amy sighed. She believes their teacher could have pushed through, since she's a true master of spirit zones. He asks if she means his mentor. She nods. Her brother always finds a way to bring her on expeditions. Ryan walks up. He tells them if they need outside help, they should just pack it up and go home. He points out that the director warned them about this. If an investigation goes way beyond what they can handle, it's time to stop. The main character deeply reflects on those words. Sometimes, people chase results and lose sight of the real danger. He recalls Alfie saying he trusted the main character's judgment, which was the only reason he gave permission, but he still warned him to stay alert. The main character realizes knowing when to walk away from danger is a skill too. It really catches him off guard. Amy agrees with Ryan, but asks if this doesn't feel incredibly frustrating. Standing right before the finish line just to turn around is pretty painful. But then, Ryan grins and says there's a way. They're actually going to dig 500 meters. Soon, they arrive near the pyramid, and man, it is dead quiet. The others ask the main character what their plan actually is, and Tess laughs. Honestly, she was starting to feel pretty clueless, too. Shirone quietly admits to himself that he's still completely lost. The director promised everything would make sense once they arrived, but this place looks totally ordinary. Kids are just playing near the ruins, people are relaxing, and the vibe is completely chill. The main character wonders how ancient ruins like these could ever be tied to someone like Miro. Ryan jokes that maybe they'll find him if they just start digging. Amy offers to project her spirit sense again to gather clues, but he suggests they just strike up a conversation with the locals. She points out that the tourist zone natives won't know anything useful. To talk to the actual locals, they're definitely going to need a translator. Ryan sighs, asking if they're seriously going to keep ignoring his digging idea. Suddenly, Tess claims she has a brilliant plan, and right then and there, she starts stripping off her clothes. Shirone immediately panics and demands to know what she's doing. As the main character begs for an explanation, Ryan dryly reminds them he already suggested digging. She explains that while everyone else was staring at the old rocks, she was focused on the crowd. Then she leads the group over and tells them to look closely. Mixed in with all these happy tourists are people who clearly couldn't care less about the ancient ruins. Look closely, some of these guys definitely aren't normal tourists. After watching them for a minute, it clicks. These guys are actually mercenaries. When the mercenaries head to another spot, the group follows to see what they're up to. Shirone is stunned that Tess actually got it right. There really are mercenaries here. Amy praises Tess, noting that the Uzzini family is legendary for scouting. Tess proudly smiles, claiming she's still just a rookie. Suddenly, they overhear the mercenaries joking about how wild the world has gotten since kids now carry weapons. The main character realizes they're insulting them right to their faces. Ryan asks if those idiots are trash-talking them, but Tess tells him to just let it go. They're just drunk and running their mouths. The mercenary keeps laughing, mocking Ryan's sword and joking that the kid probably can't even lift the heavy blade. Ryan's temper is clearly flaring up, while the thug keeps going. He sneers that the fancy sword is just a prop to impress the cute girl next to him. The two mercenaries laugh loudly, driving the mocked pair absolutely insane with anger. One of the thugs adds that when you've got a pretty girl by your side, any guy would want to show off. Ryan glares intensely at the trash-talking mercenary, who snaps back, asking if the kid is seriously trying to intimidate him. Already in a terrible mood, the thug asks if they want some bloodshed, inviting the Mex group over for a friendly brawl, which obviously doesn't sound friendly at all. One of the mercenary women sighs, teasing him for picking fights with literal kids. Then they turn their attention to Shirone, mocking the blonde kid for acting like he can't hear them while stuffing his face. They shout at him to look up and answer them. Ryan looks ready to explode. Ryan can tolerate insults aimed at himself, but dragging his friends into it crosses the line. Yet, even as he boils inside, he notices Shirone staying completely calm. Shirone gives him a quick, questioning glance, and Ryan finally realizes what is actually happening. Immediately, he cools off and lets the insult slide. Since the mercenary doesn't get the reaction he wanted, he complains that this is totally boring. The jerk grumbles about wanting to blow off some steam, but things just didn't go his way. He asks if they aren't embarrassed looking so pathetic in front of a gorgeous girl. The bald mercenary chimed in, calling the boys incredibly lucky. With that, they finally leave, leaving the four of them quiet at their table. The tavern owner walks over to ask if they are all right. He mutters that those scoundrels are even targeting kids now, admitting he only spoke up once they left. Looking concerned, he checks on Shirone's group, while Shirone asks if he knows those men. The owner explains they've been around a lot lately, and warns that they're the dangerous type with absolutely nothing to lose. He reassures them they made the right choice keeping cool, noting those thugs frequent the area. Meanwhile, Tess praises Ryan for holding his ground. Honestly, she expected him to snap, and Ryan admits he was incredibly close to completely losing his temper. Still, he warns they will cross paths with those men again. He asks Shirone if he agrees, and the protagonist answers exactly. They will surely meet again, because Shirone already understands what is going on. While walking through the dense forest, Ryan explains that Shirone has already sized their opponents up. Even in a busy tourist area, those men moved in a tight battle formation like battle-hardened veterans. Amy agrees, praising their choice not to tail them. Tess adds that top experts usually sharpen one specific sense far beyond what is normal. So, if our group had tried to follow too closely, they would have been spotted immediately. She also notes that the loudmouth who mocked them earlier seems to be their leader, carrying a well-known brand of sword that isn't actually a rare model. Then Amy mentions the woman in their group, noticing she has no weapons, gear, or any signs of physical conditioning. Shirone catches on immediately, realizing she is indeed a mage. Since they brought an experienced magic user along, this place must hide a truly massive secret. Meanwhile, the mercenary group heads straight to the ruins entrance, speaking to a cautious guard who checks his surroundings before opening the heavy gates for them to pass. Inside, they see a giant staircase, but then a voice suddenly shouts for them to wait. Shirone strolls up acting completely casual, as if nothing happened, and asks to join. The mercenaries instantly recognize him from the tavern and get annoyed. They demand to know when he started tailing them, but Shirone just chats like they are old buddies, politely asking if his team can explore with them. This pushes the angry swordsman over the edge, asking if the kid has a death wish before ordering him to scram, but he freezes when he looks closely at Shirone. Back at the tavern, the kid didn't even raise his voice, but now, he is somehow the one calling the shots. A mercenary with slicked back hair tells his buddy to just ignore the kids, warning that a fight here means getting banned from the ruins. They can see the tribal guards nearby are already glaring at the commotion. The mercenary realizes these kids totally outsmarted them. Shirone's thinking fast, and honestly, he is growing so much. With his hands tied, the angry swordsman sheathes his weapon and grumbles that they are lucky. He mutters that they got away with their lives twice today, while his bald partner still tries to look tough. As the mercenaries move inside, the tribesman tells the group that if they want to be tested, they should enter. He warns them that the eyes of the angels will watch their every step. Tess asks what that creepy warning is supposed to mean, but Ryan shrugs it off as just some dramatic, fancy way of telling them to relax. His explanation isn't very convincing, and Shirone looks back one last time before descending into the pitch-black abyss. After walking down for some time, they realize just how deep this abyss goes. And watch, they're slowly closing in on the mercenaries. Tess speaks up again, absolutely shocked at how many levels are still left below them. Amy wonders if this path leads straight to the underground heart of the ruins, and Shirone thinks she might be onto something. Since even their spirit zones couldn't detect this place, they're shocked that magic couldn't reach down here. They keep descending with Shirone leading the way. fully aware that any kind of danger could be lurking in the dark. As they walk, the hot-headed mercenary gets irritated again, demanding to know if they realize how much money it costs to find these ruins. The slick-haired man calls them insane for barging in like spoiled brats, but Shirone simply asks why they even came here. The mercenary is dumbfounded that they entered without knowing anything. Shirone just flashes a clueless, goofy smile and admits that they really don't have a clue. The mercenaries reckon that since the kids are already down here, they might as well hear what it took to find this spot. They make it pretty clear that this kind of info doesn't come cheap. They spent literal weeks searching everywhere to find that secret route. They traveled all over and even paid a hefty bribe for some secret password that alone cost 20 gold. They hated parting with it, and they claim the grand total ended up being 50 gold. So these kids just waltzed in for free, and now they want free info, which makes the men even angrier. Their new price is 5 gold per question. They claim this info is easily worth 100 gold, but the mech says to just forget it. They'll learn it all on the way down anyway, which really annoys that slick-haired guy. Then the hot-headed mercenary snaps that if Shirone wants to keep going, he's got to pay up no free rides. He looks at Amy, and she instantly gets his meaning. Talk about a total curveball, Amy says they'll just wait here, completely throwing off the men who clearly didn't expect these kids to be so smart. If the protagonist decides to stop, they'll stop too. If he doesn't head down, neither will they. And if he moves, they'll follow, since no one's left to stop them. That angry guy is practically turning red with rage, nearly losing his mind as his patience runs thin. He briefly wonders if this is still payback for the tavern brawl. But Shirone steps up and says if it's only 1 gold coin per question, they might have a deal. The guy is totally speechless. The main character calmly holds out the coin, and the man figures some gold is better than none. He agrees that they can talk now, but demands the gold up front. Ryan starts whispering to Amy, questioning why they're even asking when they plan to explore the depths anyway. Amy whispers back that the mercenaries might be hiding some critical details, so early info is key. She suspects a trap might be waiting down there. Needing every possible clue, Shirone asks why they even came here. The answer is simple. They came to meet the local natives. Then the guy asks if he's satisfied. The protagonist accepts that for now, but immediately demands some real, concrete specifics. If that's the whole story, further questions are useless. But the female mage cuts in, insisting they genuinely know very little. She repeats that their only goal is meeting those natives. But get this, the main character knows they're still dodging the main point. So he pays another gold coin. And this time, they actually answer. They say they're here to buy lupe, but that explains absolutely nothing. Apparently, lupe sells big on the black market, but buying it directly from the source gets them premium stuff for cheap. They'll use those profits to fund their journey. The guy asks if he's satisfied, but Shirone notices they only mention smuggling lupe. This makes him wonder if the great secret of these ancient ruins is really just a simple trafficking route. Still, he quickly shakes off that theory. It's way too early to call, especially with such incomplete clues. He quickly reviews everything they've learned, including the true origin of lupe. The Cargonians treat it like a sacred relic for their holy rituals, and apparently, restoring these ruins could actually help the native tribes. Amy then remembers that the native tribes live inside the Kurgo Autonomous District. She even asked her second older brother how to get inside, but he flatly refused to tell her. So, the protagonist pieces it together, this underground passage has to be a secret back entrance into the Kurgo district. The slick-haired guy blurts out how he knew, instantly exposing their biggest secret. But he immediately realizes he walked right into a trap and shuts up, while the protagonist politely apologizes and hands him another coin. The slick-haired guy claims that slip-up doesn't count, but the protagonist firmly holds him to their original deal. The archer is totally pissed, deeply offended that anyone would think he'd just hand out valuable info for free. The protagonist just thanks him. Then the archer demands to know how he deduces this, since the path to the district is classified, but Shirone credits Amy's hint. He asks if she remembers saying that the natives used lupe for their rituals. He explains that trading this rare item in bulk would be restricted to a very highly ranked tribal leader. Brian guesses that means the native chief, and Tess adds they're probably in the autonomous district. The archer is totally stunned by how fast they solved it. He spent all night trying to connect those dots, but these kids solved it in seconds. He admits they are pretty sharp, asking if they have any other questions. Shirone shakes his head. No, they will just head down and see for themselves. The archer realizes they probably figured out he doesn't actually know anything else anyway. With that settled, they keep moving until they hit a well-lit area. Everyone instantly tenses up, scanning around. Right then, they spot 2 more natives standing in front of a massive gate. The natives heave the heavy stone gate open, clearing a path for all 8 of them. Stepping through, they enter another brightly lit chamber. Stunned, Shirone slowly looks up now. Reelan points out this really is the ruins' underground section, hidden away all this time. It is a massive place, built way better than they expected. They are absolutely amazed by the beautiful structure, but look at what they spot just ahead. That exit leads straight to the autonomous district. So, the rumors were true, the intel was totally real. But suddenly, several black spheres appear around them. Shirone tells the group to look, and the archer quickly asks if he knows what they are. He recognizes that black void, the exact same kind he found back in the goddess's dimension. He's totally sure it connects to the labyrinth. Now they are all asking if he actually knows what this is. Shocked by his quick reaction, they wonder how he knew it. Just then, a native shows up. He repeats the word labyrinth, asking if Shirone actually just called it that. Everyone tenses up as he demands to know if he recognizes it. Shirone says yes, he's seen it before. Hearing this, the elder is visibly shaken, muttering that it shouldn't even be possible. Shirone asks what he means by that and insists it is true. He really did encounter it. The elder says he won't be the one judging. That choice falls to the 8 angel eyes right here. He explains that anyone wanting to enter Kurgo must first cross the spacetime of the labyrinth itself. Shirone freezes at that word again, trying to make sure he heard correctly. But the archer snaps, asking if he has to translate forever. Another guy gets annoyed, demanding to know how far Shirone will push this. They argue there's too much to explain and they should split up, but the elder cuts them off. He will speak for everyone. The moment they stepped into this chamber, he says, they became a single group. Suddenly, the door behind them slams shut, leaving everyone stunned. The archer instantly protests they aren't with Saren's squad. The mage demands to know why, but the elder just asks, will they complete the trial or be offered as a sacrifice? He commands them, prove your worth before the eyes of the angels. If just one person succeeds, everyone enters Kurgo. But if everyone fails, one must be sacrificed and only a single survivor gets inside. That shocks everyone, and honestly, you can't blame them for realizing they've been completely cornered. Sweating. Even Shirone starts panicking over the massive mess they have gotten into. The archer continues panicking, totally lost. Then their leader speaks up, bitterly asking if this is actually happening. Trapped, right alongside those amateurs. Shirone tries to speak up, but the mage explains that trials of worth or character are pretty normal when encountering a new civilization. Since Kurgo values combatability, she says they'll be tested through that. Still, she wonders why those amateur kids were dragged into this with them. She figured both groups would be separated from the beginning. Amy snaps back, if they are just amateurs, how do they know they're actually weak? The mage scoffs that in terms of combat, all these kids have done is swing swords and cast spells inside a classroom. Real life and death fights are nothing like that. Honestly, that's pretty rich considering these kids literally took down a ridiculously powerful mage. Amy says if that's the case, then they have absolutely nothing to worry about. The tension turns thick, and the mage makes it totally clear they won't be teaming up. Both sides keep glaring at each other until the elder speaks again. He says there are 2 paths, prove your own strength, or sacrifice someone so one can pass. Prove ability? What does that even mean? The archer snaps at Shirone to back off, saying he has no intention of translating everything. But Shirone cuts straight to the point. Since they are stuck doing this together, Shirone tells him to stop whining and just ask the elder. The archer realizes he doesn't have a choice. Speaking in the Kurgo language, he asks the elder for the exact details. The elder says each must step onto the altar and use one of the 8 spheres. Then, the divine will answer their prayers. If a red light shines, they fail. But if a white light glows instead, they pass. Shirone asks if there is an attempt limit, or a penalty for failure. The elder shakes his head, there are no limits or punishments. They can keep trying until their bodies break. But if everyone fails, they have to turn back. The bald mercenary points out it is not actually a team mission, which brings a quiet wave of relief to the female mage. Success or sacrifice. Shirone cannot forget that brutal choice. If earning their entry is one option, then what does sacrifice mean? Does it mean someone has to die for another to cross? The elder nods, calling it the brutal will of this labyrinth. Shirone presses on, asking if there are any rules for that sacrifice. Their archer is completely sick of translating his questions by now, but Shirone ignores the attitude and asks if a dead body from outside would work. The elder says there are no limits, but warns Shirone of one crucial thing. Even with a corpse, if anyone decides to leave, they all depart together. That is the absolute law here. And honestly, it strikes Shirone as incredibly bizarre. Why would a place that demands you sacrifice a friend have such a weird restriction tied to it? The bald mercenary shrugs, saying it sounds simple enough. But Amy secretly wonders what this labyrinth actually is, and if it has ties to Lupe. Just about trading? Shirone highly doubts this ruins are that simple. Besides, that rule about everyone leaving together is way more complex than it sounds on paper. Forcing a scattered group to act as one is the only way out. That is incredibly harder than just letting some bully bark orders at everyone. Shirone warns the others that this simple rule might actually be their biggest danger. Their hot-headed leader scoffs, demanding why the kid is overthinking everything. To him, the solution is already staring them in the face. They can just slaughter the 4 amateurs, leaving the remaining 4 to walk right in. He asks his squad what they think, instantly ruining Shirone's mood. He is too emotional. To Shirone, the leader is a ticking bomb. Luckily, the rest of the crew actually cares about the mission. Amy nudges Shirone, saying they should get moving before they rot here. The leader stomps off, growling that he absolutely cannot stand that kid. Amy approaches Shirone to figure out their starting order. He suggests sending their physical heavy hitters and swordsmen first, letting the mages follow behind. She likes the strategy, asking if the trial is solved by hitting those massive spheres. He nods in agreement. Since this lost culture was built on raw strength, it makes sense. And if his theory is right, those spheres can absorb limitless power. Even the layout of this massive chamber practically begs the challenger to strike them. Amy agrees. If his guess is correct, they need to put their strongest warriors up first. But when she turns back, her captain is already sulking, mocking the kid for acting like an all-knowing genius. Exhausted by her captain, Amy asks Shirone if his group wants to take the lead. Shirone hesitates, scanning his options, but Ryan proudly steps up, declaring he will handle this before marching onto the platform. As Ryan steps up, Thad warns him to stay alert. Naturally, their leader mocks them. The others simply block out his annoying voice, shouting encouragement to Ryan as he locks eyes with the sphere and turns dead serious. He reminds them that on a real battlefield, he is always on the front line. His job right now is simply to test the waters. Shirone silently trusts his friend to deliver, while Ryan remembers there are zero limits on attempts. He reaches out to touch the glowing sphere. Suddenly, the number 1 flashes and only Shirone understands the danger here. The labyrinth answers in numbers. Shirone screams at Ryan to retreat immediately, and the moment the warrior steps back, the sphere burns red, a total failure. And yet, Ryan completely ignores Shirone. Drawing his massive blade, Ryan realizes the number updates with each strike. He just needs to trigger a pure white light to pass. Time to unleash hell. From the sidelines, even that loudmouth mercenary leader is stunned to see this kid swing such a massive greatsword with total ease. The bald mercenary calls foul, muttering that the blade must be crafted from some ultra-lightweight alloy. If that sword is actually solid iron, even wielding strength flames should make it incredibly heavy to swing. Amy screams out his name, while Shirone urges him to shatter the sphere. Honestly, Ryan might actually pull it off. Ryan rushes forward, picturing the legendary sword his grandfather left behind, or, well, the one he sort of stole. He plants his foot, shattering the stone below. Unbelievable strength. He unleashes a flawless, devastating strike. It feels like a perfect hit. But the second his steel connects, a massive shockwave rips through the chamber, sending a strange sensation up Ryan's arms. The strike lands perfectly, but there is zero recoil. Instead, the mysterious sphere is completely swallowing every ounce of his kinetic force. He turns around only to see the number is still way too low to make the sphere glow white. Another failure. Ryan asks Shirone if that score actually means his strike was 241 times stronger than normal, hoping for another shot. Tess cuts him off right there, he can barely even stand. That intense shockwave definitely took a massive toll on him. Wobbling under the weight of that giant blade, Shirone asks him how he's holding up. Ryan just mutters that it somehow balances out. That weird sphere absorbs all the kinetic energy from every hit. Shirone says it is probably best if he rests up. Ryan is just glad nothing worse happened, while Amy starts realizing the sphere is displaying the strike's power as a numerical value. Ryan figures he could easily pass if he could activate his schema, but the bald guy just mocks him for failing to use even the basic strength schema. The bald man sneers, claiming he knew that giant sword was made of lightweight material. He tells Ryan to shut up and watch how a real pro breaks this thing. Ryan can only stew in his own frustration. He boasts that if a total amateur got 241, he should easily clear 2,000. Then he grabs his heavy spiked mace. Amy whispers to Fat that the guy definitely looks like a strength schema user who focuses entirely on landing pure impact blows. Plus, he's using a blunt weapon to maximize the strike zone and boost his kinetic force as much as possible. With that, he charges straight ahead. Charging at full speed, he spins around and slams the sphere with one massive, crushing blow. He is sure he nailed it and totally aced the test. But check out his score on the sphere. A measly 248, just 7 points higher. He shouts out, "What the hell is this?" The rest of the group is left completely baffled by the weird result. The bald man rants that the machine has to be broken, refusing to believe he only scored 7 points higher than a newbie. He snaps that this test is just some cheap toy meant to trick idiots, screaming that he is completely done with it. The maid suggests the device might measure energy conversion instead of raw muscle, a theory he quickly jumps on to save some face. But that explanation only fuels his anger, and he whips around to accuse Ryan of lying about not using a strength schema. Ryan grows incredibly annoyed by the old guy's constant, loud-mouthed complaining. He snaps back, "Since you failed, why don't you shut up and watch?" That is when Tess steps forward with her rapier. She mentions she has always wanted to see how her real skills stack up. To her, this test is the perfect chance and she's already loving it. Watching from the sidelines, Ryan can only pray she keeps her wild side under control as an excited Tess steps up. She unleashes her schema at absolute full power, her eyes glowing bright. Rhythmic breathing sets in as her entire body tenses up to launch. Then boom! She vanishes with insane speed, leaving Amy, Shirone, and Ryan completely speechless. The rest of the group is just as shocked. Tess slams the sphere with total force, her attack so razor-sharp it barely kicks up any dust. Yet the force hits so hard it feels like a piercing strike, making the solid sphere warp under the pressure. Shirone is blown away. Her speed was so incredible that focusing all that crazy acceleration right at her blade's tip had an insane effect. It literally looked like lightning striking. That insanely fast hit scores 442, but even that is not enough, and the sphere rejects her. The bald guy completely loses his mind. He screams that this makes no sense since she used a light sword. So how did she outscore him? Tess just shrugs she failed anyway, so who cares? Raw strength and refined technique are two completely different beasts. Unable to accept reality, he keeps throwing a massive tantrum. He demands to know why she is looking down on sheer power, but Tess ignores him entirely. She is already grinning, wishing she could have another go. Amy compliments her performance, while the archer chimes in that since all the close combat fighters are finished, it is finally his turn. Ryan watches closely as the archer begins swapping out the tip of his long spear. He pulls a strange object from his pouch that looks exactly like a bomb. Amy immediately recognizes the magic projectile, leaving Zedom completely stunned by the high-tech gear. The archer explains that this device is a special projectile packed with intense magical power. These weapons are designed to work with magic stones, an incredibly rare material that only forms in very specific environments. Each stone inherits the distinct magical traits of its birthplace, and processing them is just as difficult as finding them in the wild. Working with these stones requires state-of-the-art sciences like advanced material and mechanical engineering. Crafting them without that tech is completely impossible. Amy notes that the single charge in his hand probably costs a full gold coin, despite containing less than 10 grams of magic stone. Ryan is stunned, wondering how someone could casually burn through that much cash. He asks her how she knows all this, and she explains her brother leads the royal archives. Having connections like that explains why he owns one. The archer warns everyone to stand back because he's unleashing a lightning arrow. Taking careful aim, he fires a shot that scores a direct hit on the target. A massive burst of electricity explodes around it, completely flooding the entire chamber with wild lightning. Everyone looks impressed, but then the sphere sucks all that loose energy back in, gathering the power, sealing the lightning, and calculating the final score. The archer figures that had to be the single biggest hit so far, and he feels pretty damn good about it. 10-20. But he still fails? He is absolutely not happy with that result. Amy explains that, unlike physical fighters, magic users do not actually have to feed raw power directly into the sphere. The others see her point, but when she asks if he plans to try again, he says that would just waste money. Even with another projectile, he doubts the score would jump much. The bald guy thinks the passing mark must be incredibly high, and everyone wonders what score they actually need. Amy says it is the magic class's turn now, and asks who wants to go first, her or the other girl. The mage from the opposing team tells Amy to go first. That way, when she goes next, they can compare their results. Amy loves this idea immediately. With a clear chance to compete, she gets totally fired up to embarrass the other girl. Walking forward completely careless, she hears Soran shout to show that woman how amazing she really is. Dad is thrilled to finally see Amy's magic, while the main character knows her real specialty is fire. That makes her a highly accurate mage, focused on wide-range attacks that pack a punch, and she steps up to the sphere. He reflects on how ice magic has a natural limit at absolute 0, while fire magic has no true ceiling for its temperature. No contest there, fire is just better. Even so, among high-level mages, it is pretty rare to break past 1000 degrees Celsius. Yet fire is still seen as incredibly strong. That is because almost nothing in this world can survive 1000-degree heat. But fire still has its weaknesses. It lacks density, so it does not travel well at high speeds or over long distances. Sauron figures that is why fire-homing magic was made. Amy's real strength lies in hitting targets from far away with speed and accuracy. Using her spell up close actually hurts her power. So, she decides there is only one way to play this. Amy starts forming her zone, declaring she will settle this with a fireball bigger than her own head. The bald guy notices how massive it is. Everyone is terrified. Her friends stand shocked. She keeps pouring in more power and gets ready, launching the fireball straight at the target. Completely engulfed, the sphere gets swallowed by flames that swirl like a glowing phoenix, leaving everyone speechless. Then, the sphere starts absorbing all the surrounding fire energy. The final score is 3,270, triple the power of that gold arrow. But the sphere still flashes red. She failed. Amy gets furious. No pass. Even with a score that high, she still failed. Now we are all left wondering, what does this test actually want? And how high is the passing score? The opposing mage scoffs that it is exactly what you expect from an amateur, telling Amy to sit down and watch a real master. Amy stomps her foot, demanding another turn in sniper mode, but Shirone holds her back and tells her to calm down since throwing a tantrum won't help. The mage from the other team smugly points out they both use fire, so she will also settle this with a fireball. Amy snaps back that nobody asked her, grumbling that she is just copying her strategy. But this time, the girl does things a bit differently. 3 separate flames. She summons 3 distinct spheres of fire, preparing to merge them all together. The 3 merge into an even bigger fireball. Tessa gasps at the scale, while Amy gets instantly annoyed because she knows exactly what she is doing. Amy mutters that she is just following standard textbook magic enhancement, but calls it a pretty desperate attempt to get a win. Then, the girl fires the spell. It slams hard into the sphere, triggering a massive explosion that makes everyone jump. But when the dust clears, even she looks completely shocked. 13:30. Amy immediately bursts out laughing, completely satisfied with the result. Just a moment ago, onlookers were watching that mage, wondering if she was the famous prodigy everyone talked about and if they should recruit her. But some immediately gave up on that, saying to forget it. Rumor had it she was incredibly picky about what group she joined, and even though she was still quite young, she already possessed plenty of experience as a professional mage. She took major pride in having skills close to certified mages, eventually joining her current group. Now, she simply cannot hide her frustration at these low numbers. A fatal mistake. She realizes her fire spread out way too much before hitting. Under normal conditions, she claims it would have easily gone over 2,000. Game over. After all, the redhead scored 3,270 points, making the power gap way too massive. This isn't about some technical trick, it's pure talent. Amy is easily the most gifted one in their party, meaning nobody there can match her raw strength. If even she couldn't make the cut, they're finished. All hope evaporates, leaving the entire group feeling totally defeated. Amy turns to Shirone. She tells him that if he pushes just a bit harder than she did, he might actually pass. He shouldn't hold back anymore. He needs to go totally all out, a suggestion that surprises everyone. The warrior announces they're leaving since staying is completely pointless. But as he looks ahead, he catches something strange. One person still hasn't taken their turn. Shirone calmly promises to do his absolute best. The warrior scoffs, asking what the point is when they're already doomed, but the protagonist wonders why anyone would just give up without trying. Then another thought hits him. He asks for a quick moment. The rules about conquest and sacrifice here are actually pretty vague, making him wonder if they've been interpreting the whole setup wrong this entire time. Maybe Miro built this place for a very different reason than they assumed. He calls out to the main character, and Shirone finally catches on. For now, he shelves that theory and focuses on the test, stepping up right before the glowing sphere. Raising his hand, he summons a spell. A bright light right in front of everyone. The rival mage sneers at what looks like simple photons, mockingly asking how that could ever deal real damage. But then, she senses something is seriously off. This isn't some harmless glow. The light shines intensely in his palm while he holds it with complete ease. Look at this, Ryan is finally witnessing Shirone's magic firsthand. It takes everyone back to that rescue, when he did way more than just blind their enemies. A second later, boom, something slammed into the earth with crushing force. It happened so fast, they forgot to ask what spell he used. Now they realize this must be his signature specialty magic. Shirone plants his feet into a firm stance, the photon cannon resting steadily right in his hand. He compresses it, then fires a blinding, laser-like beam. Everyone stands completely frozen, shocked by the sheer force of the blast. Score 4,783. The rival mage can't comprehend how a basic photon release could ever cause such physical damage. But the archer realizes the real problem isn't just the impact, it's the insane speed. If that attack were aimed at him, he honestly isn't sure he could have dodged it in time. Even crazier, the sphere calculates this hit to be 20 times stronger than any standard physical strike from a warrior. What if that hit an arm or a leg? The answer is not pretty. Shirone remains completely calm, guessing the passing score is likely over 5,000. He admits he doesn't believe his photon cannon can hit any harder than that. And yet, he really wants to give it one more shot. Suddenly, a chuckle escapes him as he admits he finally understands the feeling. He suggests switching to a sustained laser instead, and Amy instantly agrees. The longer that beam stays active, the more devastating the damage builds up. So, she tells him to cycle the energy again as they prep for another attempt. She then glances at the angry warrior, asking if the hothead is actually going to skip his turn. He sneers back, what's the point when they're bound to fail anyway? He's totally bored of this and just wants to leave. But the archer reminds him of the Elder's rule. Nobody is allowed to head back until every single person has taken a turn. Grimacing, the angry coward finally steps forward to face the sphere, getting himself ready. Amy tells the protagonist that the very moment he finishes, they are heading right out. That simple comment makes the protagonist realize that they must have figured out the secret, too. He notes that she is right, this chamber was designed to test the trust between party members, especially since the scoring system here is pretty strange when you think about it. And as their shaky leader walks up, Shirone reasons that if the test only measures raw physical damage, then mages will obviously score higher. But that doesn't mean they are automatically stronger overall. That's because their combat roles are completely different. Warriors can cover areas that mages simply can't touch, making their individual contributions incomparable. On top of that, this highly specific scoring system heavily favors very particular types of magic. Had the target area been larger, Amy's sniper mode would have inflicted massive damage. Think about it, even though this test is completely unfair, turning the results into simple numbers makes it look perfectly objective. Because of this skewed scoring, they score lower than their teammate, and that naturally leaves a bitter taste in their mouths. Soon, outsiders start looking down on whoever got the lower score. With toxic rules like these, it always leads to one inevitable outcome. Someone gets branded as the weak link and forced into becoming a sacrifice. Now, their so-called leader is the one stepping up to try. He's shaking so badly that he even trips on his way to the platform. His attack does pathetic damage. When he turns around, only 32 points. The other 3 who are supposed to follow his lead clearly despise seeing his weakness. He angrily snaps that this is enough already. How are they even supposed to pass this? He insists they should just leave. The protagonist can already tell this entire party is going to completely fracture the second they walk out of here. Shirone quietly notes there is absolutely nothing more they can achieve with a fractured group like this. It's truly unfortunate, but they have to end things here. With that, they begin packing up their things to leave. But before they go, MC asks the archer to translate for him one last time. The archer nods, and MC tells him to ask how many others have cleared this path. The old man admits he doesn't actually know. Sometimes crowds make it, sometimes just a single person. But from what he's witnessed, only about 1 out of 10 actually succeeds. That brutal stat completely shocks Shirone. The old man then adds that many of those survivors arrived entirely alone. MC originally figured this trial was impossible, but if others actually survived, then his theory was completely wrong. A 10% pass rate means way more people made it than expected. Honestly, it just makes the director look utterly shameless. Yami asks him to explain. He just recalls the director mentioning he wanted to understand the harsh world Miro has to survive in. Now it finally clicks. If you can't even conquer a simple trial like this, you don't deserve to stand beside Miro. With that thought, he silently apologizes to the director, but he makes it pretty clear he won't be backing down now. Yami stares at him, instantly catching on to his plan. Meanwhile, the enemy warrior barks at them to just open the door, but then the old man questions if they really want to walk away. The archer snaps at his team to pack up and run. Yami immediately shuts that down, saying it's not happening. No matter the cost, they must enter Corrego before the day ends. The bone-chilling tone Yami uses, matched with her terrifying gaze, makes even Tess start violently shaking. Watching Shirone's crew refuse to budge makes the rival team incredibly tense. Their mage demands to know what Yami means about entering today. The mage complains that they should just leave since the path is blocked. But Yami counters there is still one option. That does not sit well with the mage. But get this, the old man reveals this room is for conquest and sacrifice. They can either show raw power to break through, or sacrifice 4 of their own so the other 4 can advance. Ryan asks what was said. The translator obviously doesn't want to repeat that and risk getting himself killed. So he lies, claiming the old man just warned them to turn back if they are afraid of dying. But Yami immediately catches the lie because she heard something entirely different. They must sacrifice 4 people so the remaining 4 can pass. The archer and the mage freeze in absolute terror. She actually understands their language. Yami demands to know what he is playing at. That is exactly what the elder said when they first arrived. Doesn't he remember? The fake translator realizes he is utterly trapped. He desperately stalls, calling it weird that she remembers so perfectly after only hearing it once. Tess frantically grabs MC's arm and whispers that Yami is in demon mode again, asking if a massive fight is really about to happen. Relax. Tess should just let Yami handle this. Yami steps forward and demands to know their real game. It seems they won't be picking their sacrifices without a fight, so she gestures for them to bring it. If they want to play dirty, they will have to go all out. The rival squad realizes she's directly challenging them. Their terrified mage asks if they actually intend to fight to the death. Honestly, their strongest fighter might barely match one of Yami's crew, but that blonde warrior easily outclasses their own leader. And when it comes to pure magic, Saroon's group is on a totally different level. He still vividly remembers that massive spell the girl cast right before them. There is no way his arrows would ever hit. Think about it, MC would easily vaporize him with a light beam. Since arrows can't beat light, this fight is already lost. They would get absolutely crushed. He quickly apologizes, admitting he was arrogant and foolishly looked down on them. He barks at his 3 teammates to apologize as well. Their massive pride completely hits the floor. The mage mutters her regrets while the bald warrior admits his own arrogance. But Yami asks if that is really all they have to say. They get the hint instantly. Every eye locks onto their arrogant leader, who grinds his teeth in rage before finally apologizing for what went down at the tavern. But Yami, looking downright terrifying, asks what exactly he is referring to. Terrified, he confesses that he went way too far trash-talking them back at the tavern, begging for mercy with his ego completely shattered. Tess finally puts the pieces together and understands Yami's anger. Those insults back at the pub genuinely annoyed her and Ryan both. But who could have guessed Yami was harboring this much rage? Tess gets quite touched, thinking Yami is actually pretty honest and highly sensitive. But then Yami mentions the tavern again, realizing she didn't even know they ate lunch nearby. Now, she is even more annoyed. She admits she doesn't recall that part, but gets it now. Their leader loses his mind, asking what kind of nonsense this is. She demanded a massive apology, only to play dumb. Then he realizes she deliberately ignored them at the pub, just to set up this exact trap. He can only marvel at how cruel she is. This girl does not forgive easily. Then Yami offers a quiet proposal. If they agree to it, everyone leaves safely together. The leader warily asks what she demands. Yami points out that getting in here requires a password. That completely catches the translator off guard, making the leader realize she knows way too much. She is actually planning to come back and finish the test later. Tess admits she only wanted the password because she was completely terrified, which just makes Amy burst out laughing. Amy thinks mages naturally look for the quickest shortcut. The translator thanks her while Amy notes that some people find mages pretty eccentric for thinking that way. But honestly, turning every situation to your advantage is exactly what makes a real mage. The four wonder if she even realizes how incredibly valuable that password actually is. Still, they hand it over, the door swings open, and they finally head out. Tess lets out a massive sigh of relief, saying she finally feels alive again, while the translator watches the four walk away in a completely different direction. They ask if maybe they should call it a day right here. After all, they already learned a lot more than they expected. Amy says they just need a fresh plan for their next attempt. Ryan eagerly suggests grabbing another plate of pasta, but Tess complains that there is so much good food out there and he is still ordering the exact same thing. But check this out, they turn back to the boys, making the translator look over his shoulder. The mage nervously asks if they would like to join their mercenary guild, which catches the translator totally off guard. She quickly promises that the mercenary life is actually pretty great, and with skills like theirs, they would become famous in no time. Both wealth and massive fame would follow them everywhere. Plus, as they already noticed, their current party leader is not exactly strong. She even offers him the leader position, saying they would happily follow his every command without asking a single question. They even promise to treat his friends like royalty from now on, but the translator just watches them for a second before smiling and politely declining. With that, he walks off with his group to grab another bite, leaving the other three standing there with completely blank, dumbfounded faces. Honestly, all they can think is that their luck is just completely terrible. Later that night, back at the inn, Tess tells Amy that Shirone is just ridiculously strong, and Amy absolutely agrees with her. She was completely shocked the first time she witnessed his power, especially since it was not even that long ago when he was almost killing himself trying to master teleportation magic. Meanwhile, Ryan is still totally amazed by his genius concept of giving mass to light. He admits he barely understands how it works, but still thinks it is absolutely incredible, even if he does not fully get it. Amy adds that by the time she even started her final year at the Magic Institute, he had already reached this insane level. Then Tess nudges Ryan, telling him he needs to level up faster, since even at best, she would not reach her final year until next year. Tess asks what will happen once Amy finally graduates. Amy tries to brush it off, but Tess insists that it actually matters a lot. After all, Amy already revealed she plans to enlist in the military the second she graduates, meaning she will head to the capital, leaving Shirone behind for an entire year. Only then does the reality of it finally hit Amy. Tess points out that even though Shirone is talented enough to graduate with top honors, they will still be separated for 12 whole months. That thought clearly starts eating away at Amy. She remembers playfully teasing him before, telling him to hurry up and catch up unless he wants to call her senior forever. Amy admits she secretly wanted him to chase after her as fast as he possibly could, but she never truly thought that far ahead. Enlisting just felt like the obvious path, especially since she is so good at combat. But simply moving forward just to avoid standing still is not the same as actually planning her own future. Then Tess jokingly suggests Amy could become a spy, letting her easily sneak off to pay a secret visit to her little boyfriend. With her pretty looks, she is a perfect fit. But Amy immediately snaps back that she is being totally ridiculous. Amy argues she is not suited for undercover work anyway, since her senses are nowhere near as sharp as Tess's. But Tess just laughs and says she can teach her. She tells Amy to pay close attention and follow her lead exactly, explaining that first, she has to fully open up her inner senses. Then Tess grabs Amy by the waist, making her instantly tense up, as Tess whispers to stay still. Someone is lurking right outside the inn, and judging by the heavy breathing, it is a man. And here's the real shocker: when they step outside, they spot a badly beaten boy, and it is actually Jazz. Seeing him in that state, they rush straight over and desperately beg him to wake up, starting to panic as his breathing grows incredibly faint. But then, Jazz suddenly grabs Shirone's hand with shocking strength, completely startling him. Jazz whispers that Shirone should thank him because he protected Amy instead of saving himself, and then he starts sobbing as the rain begins to fall. They quickly carry him inside, lay him down on a bed, and watch over him until he finally wakes. While they wait, Ryan wonders if Jazz's words are actually true, because if they are, that means Falco is hunting them again. As Shirone deeply thinks it over, the scene shifts to a few hours earlier at Falco's hideout. Inside, Falco is brooding over the kids who caused all that chaos and escaped. He knows he cannot just let them go. If they make it back to the continent and talk, it will cause him a massive headache. He has absolutely zero interest in going back to being a fugitive. Plus, he cannot let everything he built crumble, not with so many lives relying on him now. That is why he prepared a concentrated loop. Keeping the Carnes family and the Crimson Eye in mind, he decides none of that actually matters compared to his current power. So he tells Jess he is forcing him to work for him again. Holding up a vial, Falcoa orders the boy to feed it to the redhead and ensure she drinks. Jess asks what happens to her if she does. Falcoa gives him a look like the answer is totally obvious: if she drinks it, she dies. No doubt about it. Falcoa says Jess just needs to deliver the poison and he will handle the rest. But clutching the vial, Jess realizes this is completely insane. Right then, you just know Falcoa has totally lost his mind. And now, watch what the boy does next. He roars, demanding to know what Jess thinks he is doing, because the kid just smashed the vial right on the floor. Falcoa asks if he is actually trying to defy him, making Jess tremble in fear. Falcoa leans in closer, asking what he just said, but the boy only mumbles. Annoyed, Falco barks that he cannot hear him. Jess finally screams that he wants out of the bandit gang, only to get punched straight in the face. Falcoa ruthlessly keeps beating him down, while the onlookers look completely sick of the violence. Falcoa snaps, yelling at his men to stop standing around and bring the boy's sister. Jess is left bruised and broken on the floor. Back in the present, Amy outright calls him an idiot. She reminds him of her promise that nothing bad would happen to him or his sister if he spoke up about quitting. Amy is glad he held up his end, but it sadly got him trashed like this. So trying to protect his sister did not help one bit. Ryan points out that Falcoa is a cold-blooded killer, suggesting they should report him to the continent's authorities immediately. Tess immediately shuts that option down, pointing out that Jessica already warned them this gang has former military elites. The very first thing they probably did was lock down the entire port. He adds that they likely have a secret stronghold somewhere on the island for exactly this kind of emergency. Ryan asks if they are completely trapped, and Amy explains that even if they reach the authorities, no army would cross an ocean just to save one commoner child. Hearing that only makes Shirone more upset. He turns directly to Amy, asking how powerful she thinks these bandits really are. Tess is shocked they are actually considering a fight, but Amy reassures her that most of those guys are just mindless thugs. Still, those 10 gem eyes are seriously dangerous. On top of that, she suspects Falcoa himself might actually be a member of the notorious Parrot Gang. That completely shocks Shirone. When Tess asks if he knows something about them, he nods yes. Back when the school was attacked, one of the enemy gem users belonged to the Parrot Gang. Amy definitely remembers that absolute bastard as well. She heard the Magic Association captured him, and they all know his grim fate during their brutal interrogation. She points out Lucas was a B-rank criminal, and she suspects Falcoa is way stronger. That leaves Shirone entirely stunned. Then Tess brings up Falcoa and his ties to the Parrot Gang, sensing something is off. The protagonist notices her hesitation and asks if she has pieced it together. Tess explains the Parrot Gang is definitely not some random title. There is something much bigger going on here, especially with Falcoa. Plus, he used to be part of an elite special force. Just then, Jess suddenly wakes up and frantically screams for them to run and escape immediately. The boy keeps yelling for them to run, but Shirone tells him to stay calm because they are safe inside the inn. Tess warns him that his ribs are completely broken. Ryan asks Jess if he knows where they took his sister, but Jess just stares, asking if they are actually insane enough to go rescue her. Amy says they already have a clear grip on the enemy's strength, and honestly, most of the gang are just low-level junkies. Tess adds they are only hunting for Amy, but Jess suddenly screams no. He insists they do not care about Amy, pointing straight at Shirone, yelling that they want him. Here is the crazy part. Shirone is shocked Falcoa wants him, but Jess reveals a much deeper threat sent the brute after him. That memory flashes back to a terrifying moment where a man aimed a weapon straight at Falcoa's forehead, leaving the brute completely shaken. Suddenly, several mysterious people showed up and saved Jess's life, completely scaring off Falcoa's entire squad. Another figure arrives, quite surprised to see that Falcoa has actually become a big boss now. When Falcoa turns around, he instantly freezes in sheer terror upon spotting his former chief, the exact same girl who spoke with Shirone earlier. She mocks that she finally located him, and yes, she is carrying a massive parrot on her back. She explains she was tracking a highly interesting man when a sudden explosion shook that nearby building, and when she investigated, she found Falcoa standing right there. In the blink of an eye, she appears right behind him, leaving him trembling. She sighs that she never expected him to hide so well, which honestly makes her pretty sad. She casually asks how he has been, affectionately calling him her beloved son. That nostalgic moment instantly sends her mind racing back to her younger years. She remembers returning to the warm home where all the children she cared for used to live. Out of all the kids she raised, Falco was one of them, and now he is absolutely terrified to face Marcia. Jess reveals Marcia is the very person hunting for Shirone. Shirone is totally confused, asking what is going on and why Marcia would be after him. But before anyone can explain, the wall right next to them suddenly explodes, sending shattered stone flying everywhere. Amy quickly activates her special eye technique. Ryan springs forward to protect Tess, while Jess is almost hit in the chaotic scramble. Then, something starts emerging from the wreckage, and it is pretty obvious this won't be good. Hearing Marcia's name immediately makes Shirone think of his neighbor's tragic death. No time to think. The blast leaves him processing nothing as flames spread rapidly through the room. Our protagonist watches sharp debris fly right at him, struggling to understand this madness. First it was the Parrot Gang, and now Marcia? As the inn gets completely demolished, he thinks this makes zero sense. Why is her name popping up right now? Meanwhile, back in the capital, someone else is facing a pretty brutal interrogation at the Magic Institute. Beaten and totally broken, Lucas confesses that the Parrot Gang's boss is actually Falcoa. He spills the truth willingly, saying that with Falcoa controlling the entire loop distribution network, no one could ever catch him without Lucas's help. The man leading this interrogation is Sakari, an expert investigator from the 3rd Division of the Investigation Department, and he demands to know if Falcoa is truly the leader. Lucas nods, offering to reveal every single detail if they just shorten his sentence. Zero interest. Sakari has no time for deals, grabbing a dagger and driving it deep into Lucas. Pure madness. He stabs him in the back repeatedly, leaving Lucas screaming and shaking on the floor in absolute rage. But Sakari calmly says he doesn't care about some fake boss story. He demands to know who the real leader of the Parrot Gang is. And that's when the mark on Lucas's back exposes the truth, a massive Filma tattoo linked directly to the real Parrot Gang. Sakari starts talking about a notorious mercenary group, the exact one that almost wiped out an entire kingdom 7 years ago. They plunged that nation into total chaos. People claimed they were almost legendary, but their attack was so brutal that it failed in the end. Following that defeat, the surviving members scattered across the continent and remain highly wanted criminals. From the records, we can see Lucas is one of them. Another is the man traveling with Marcia, and the mastermind seems to be Marcia herself. According to rumors, that leader is trying to rebuild the entire group right now, and it is the very same woman they all know. They call her the Corrupted Virgin. Hearing that, Lucas starts trembling, realizing that Sakari already knows far too much. Sakari adds that this Marcia is a highly dangerous A-rank criminal. There is a reward of 100 gold coins for her head, and even her bounty sketch looks terrifying. He adds that she is widely known as the Phantom who is everywhere, yet somehow, nobody can ever pin down a single real trace of her. As Lucas grows increasingly terrified, it becomes obvious why catching her is nearly impossible. Witnesses claim that every single time she appears, she showcases a totally different kind of magic, leaving everyone doubting if she is even truly a mage. So, what are her powers? Meanwhile, in a different place, she reveals that identical back tattoo. Honestly, from the very moment she first showed up, you could tell something was pretty off about her in a big way. Now she stands directly before Falcoa, calling out to him to quickly break free from the loop's dark effects. He wakes up instantly and drops his head to the floor, shocking the young boy he had been brutally beating earlier. The kid wonders why she traveled all this way, staring in complete disbelief as he asks if this is truly the terrifying Falcoa he knows. He reminds her that Falcoa threw them into that absolute hellhole of a kingdom without hesitation. And yet here she is, acting like they are still family, cold, dead serious. His whole demeanor shifts as he flat out accuses her of getting everyone killed. Because of her mistakes, his brothers, sisters, and closest family all died. He yells that it only happened because she was acting like a total fool. And this time, Marcia actually takes his harsh words deeply to heart. She remembered the past, when she was still just a child arriving at that orphanage, bringing them food and meeting everyone who lived there. They had shared meals, laughed together, and cherished those happy moments. But later, as those same people faced certain death, one of them begged their captain to run immediately. An armed military force charged in, brutally slaughtering children while that pleading girl took countless arrows to her back. She kept pleading with the captain to flee. Back in the present, Marcia remains lost in that memory while Falcoa claims he did what she never could. Now, the people loyal to him enjoy the finest food and drink, never having to worry if they will even wake up alive tomorrow. He made it happen. Now, all his followers call him the legendary Falcor. He demands to know why she came, but Marcia walks over, touches his shoulder, and asks if he really fooled himself this whole time. She asks if that is the real reason he fled the battlefield, leaving Falcor completely frozen. She clearly hit a major sore spot. Marcia admits she always felt deeply guilty about failing to give them a better place to grow up, but in the end, they were still a band of mercenaries. Then she whispers that because he fled from that battlefield, even more of their family died. She demanded to know if Falcor actually understood that the only person who dragged their family into hell was Falcor himself. That shuts him up instantly. Marcia tells him he is still just running from reality, whether on the battlefield or in real life. The boy is stunned. Marcia then spots him nearby and demands to know who he is. Falcor claims he brought the kid along to teach a lesson to someone who crossed him, insisting this has absolutely nothing to do with Marcia. Is she really so sure about that? Then she asks if he is talking about Shirone leaving the kid completely stunned, that she even knows he exists. Falcor asks how she knows, and she replies by asking if he honestly believed she wouldn't recognize a name like his. She was right. They were definitely hunting the protagonist. Their little brother is just too pure for this. He couldn't even bring himself to ignore a kid who desperately needed help. Now, Marcia coldly informs Falcor that this is his final mission. Her orders are clear: deliver Shirone to her. As for anyone else, she couldn't care less. Suddenly, they hear a sound. The man in the small hat rushes to the window. Peering down, they realize the kid jumped. He swam away. Amazed by his bravery, Marcia immediately orders a pursuit. And just like that, we are back in the present where they locate the kid and start blowing Shirone's house sky high with him still inside. They do not even check if the job is finished. That skinny guy who looks like a starving Michael Jackson simply walks away. The house is gone, engulfed in massive flames. Fortunately, Shirone and his crew escaped with the kid. Standing in the heavy rain, they watch everything burn. Shirone is terrified, crying out, "Why are they doing this to me?" He begins wondering if Marcia targets him alone. Seeing the sheer ruin around him, guilt eats him alive. In the distance, Marcia's crew simply vanishes. Later, the beaten boy rests in a safe shelter, but fever strikes as he cries out for Yona in his sleep. Lost in his nightmare, he saw himself crawling from the freezing river. Though heavily injured, he ran the moment his feet hit land. He realized they were never playing. Remembering Marcia, Falcor, and the cold look on that girl's face, he knew this nightmare was all too real. In his dream, he finally stumbled back home, screaming out for Yona, only to find their home completely trashed, covered in muddy footprints with the girl gone. The sight shattered him completely. He began to lose his mind, drowning in self-blame until his eyes locked onto a strange letter amidst the wreckage. Sprinting outside, he screamed her name, searching frantically. He kept crying out for Yona across the entire city as the heavy rain poured down on him. Even now, safe in a warm bed the next morning, his voice still croaks out Yona's name. Elsewhere on the island, locals stare at the completely destroyed house, wondering what went down overnight. Meanwhile, Tess keeps thinking about Clay Marcia. She notes that 7 years ago, a single mercenary band invaded the kingdom of Aaron entirely on their own, and they almost brought the entire kingdom to its knees. Shockingly, Marcia led that legendary squad, and now she is preparing for another massive war. Ryan stays pretty calm about it though. Since they ultimately failed, he insists there is absolutely no reason to fear them. But Tess points out the Imperial army arrived at the perfect moment to stop them. The timing was way too perfect to be a coincidence. Amy readies herself too, asking what that timing implies. Tess explains that from the rumors, the group was likely just a tool to spark civil war. Geronimo looks quite down after hearing that, even as he prepares himself for battle. Tess adds that right after they raided the People's Council, a legislator named Han Sang-wan suddenly arrived with the royal army, almost as if he had been waiting for the signal. Based on her father's intel, she suspects that politician hired them. Amy realizes this means they were just used like disposable pawns. Ryan asks if that politician orchestrated everything, and Tess notes he was likely trying to lock down his own power in the Senate. Ryan admits politics makes absolutely no sense to him, while Tess cautions she cannot be fully sure of the theory. It is still just a rumor, but Geronimo cuts the chatter short because he wants to prepare for the clash. He asks if all three of them are fully prepared. Receiving a nod, they mount their horses and gallop toward Marcia's hideout. Geronimo tells his crew they can wait because he is personally coming to meet her. Watching their bold movements, Marcia finds them unbelievably gutsy. They are seriously planning to charge in head-on, completely unaware that Falcor is waiting inside, alongside his little sister and the rest of the parrot gang. Marcia boasts they will witness what Falcor's thugs can do, while Falcor himself is sweating bullets in absolute terror. Meanwhile, as their squad gallops closer, Tess suddenly asks Ryan if he has ever sliced someone to pieces. Startled, he asks what she even means, but she repeats the question, and he quickly tells her no. Before he can even finish, he asks if she has, and Tess mentions helping her father slaughter mountain bandits. Right then, she realizes he's never actually taken a life, and Ryan deeply contemplates what she just said. His answer? A sword doesn't think on its own. That simple logic totally wins her respect. Suddenly, she hears a noise and instantly realizes they're being hunted. Before she can warn the others, bandits launch a brutal ambush. The attackers laugh, mocking the 4 rookies for foolishly trying to challenge their entire veteran crew. Their grins fade as Amy's raging fireballs barrel right toward them. Hit mid-air, absolute panic erupts as their allies burn to ashes. Despite the horror, the remaining bandits charge forward, but Amy is definitely not planning on holding back. One thug screams about a sniper mage, ordering everyone to take cover from her long-range magic, but diving for cover won't save them from Shirone's descending light. Teleporting right behind their mage, he fires a devastating photon cannon and vaporizes another target. One bandit desperately screams for his commander. Too late. Tess instantly appears behind him and takes his life. Glancing over, she spots Ryan struggling as another mercenary charges him, and she fears he's in some serious, life-threatening danger. Without relying on his special flame, Ryan can't keep up with a fast opponent agilely leaping through the thick trees. I mean, let's be real, who brings a massive greatsword to a tight forest fight? The mercenary strikes from behind, the blade shaving Ryan's ear as he barely dodges. But as Ryan tries to swing back, his greatsword jams deep into a tree. An attacker laughs out loud, mocking him by asking if he brought that massive sword just to cut wood. Spotting his stuck sword, Tess desperately tries to leap in, but Ryan snaps at his attacker, telling him never to mock the craft of woodcutting. Channeling the exact cutting rhythm he practiced with Shirone, he unleashes an incredibly heavy strike, slicing right through both the tree trunk and the mercenary. The massive blade shears the fighter cleanly in half, and as his life flashes before his eyes, he can't even comprehend his own split body. Brutal. Tess is horrified watching Ryan slice a man in half. Ryan admits he's never bisected a man before, but he has put down his own weak, pathetic self thousands of times during training. He recalls his emotional farewell with Shirone. Back then, Shirone promised to become a mage, while Ryan swore he'd become the world's strongest knight to serve as his ultimate shield. Returning to the present, Ryan mutters that he has never once swung his sword out of cheap excitement. Hearing this, Tess is deeply moved by his quiet resolve, her panic finally washing away as she smiles. Deep in the shadows, a parrot mercenary captain watches in absolute disbelief. These kids were supposed to be easy pickings. How on earth is a group of rookies completely wiping out their scout team? Then, another realizes they have 2 mages. These brats are far stronger than anticipated, meaning they can no longer afford to underestimate them just because of their age. Since these kids are clearly the real deal, he decides it's time to show them how true mercenaries handle a fight. As he prepares his next devastating play, loud, thunderous explosions continue to echo relentlessly throughout the entire forest. Meanwhile, Tess aggressively pressures another fighter. Despite his veteran experience, the man is getting utterly overwhelmed by her fast strikes. Tess strikes fast, burying her blade right in his left shoulder. But wait, a sudden sound alerts her. Wasting no time, she screams at Ryan to watch his head as a deadly hail of arrows rains down on his position. They nearly skewered him, but her warning allows him to roll away just in time. Ryan exhales, knowing death was mere inches away. As they dodge the flying projectiles, more hidden enemies emerge to completely surround the pair. Just as the bandits prepare to strike, they look up in sheer terror as someone screams to scatter right before Shirone's massive lightning crashes down. Landing the shockwave, Shirone instantly materializes overhead, immediately charging his photon cannon to rain relentless, explosive fire down on the survivors who manage to dodge. Pure humiliation. Some are forced to cower behind cover just to stay alive. Deep in the brush, an archer lines Shirone up in his sights, patiently waiting for the boy to stop moving so he can loose his shot. But he definitely doesn't expect a sudden fireball to manifest right on his arrow tip, exploding directly in his face. The blazing blast nearly takes his head off, completely destroying his bow and sending the terrified archer running for his life. A mercenary realization hits they are dealing with a sniper. It's Amy, providing cover fire from extremely long range. Glowering with her crimson eyes, she mutters that they're seriously getting on her nerves, leaving the surviving bandits absolutely terrified of these kids. Who are these brats? All 4 are impossibly strong for their age, and as they assemble before the remaining mercs, Shirone is clearly done playing nice. It's over. A panicked commander screams at his remaining men to fall back. The mercenaries turn tail and run, but our team immediately pursues the 2 swordsmen leading the charge while Amy coordinates backup, refusing to let them escape. Tess fires a blazing arrow straight at their rear guard, and the leader who ordered the retreat starts smirking like he's got something planned. Just as the fireball gets close enough, he vanishes completely before the spell can even connect. The rest of them vanish too, leaving our 4 heroes utterly baffled before they finally realize it was spatial teleportation magic. But Tess points out there was no mage among them, so Amy starts checking her memories using her scarlet eye. Then, she freezes in surprise. It turns out they used a magic bracelet that lit up the second Tess's attack neared, and the moment he smirked, that magic tool triggered and teleported them away. Deep in the woods, the mercenaries chuckle, saying these kids are definitely skilled enough to catch Marcia's eye, but they quickly add that talent alone doesn't guarantee victory. Suddenly, the kids are stopped again as another wave of mercenaries rushes out to surround them. Now get this, the leader says that when it comes to raw battle experience, there are countless dirty tricks these academy kids can't even fathom. And just like that, Shirone's group is under fire again. But Shirone stays completely focused and fires his photon cannon, obliterating the mercenaries without hesitation. The forest erupts into pure chaos as he tears the ground apart with blast after blast. Yet, the mercenaries trigger that magic item once more to escape, mocking that the kids can attack all they want, since they'll just vanish before getting finished off. Only empty space remains, making the 4 realize their enemies are definitely relying on spatial teleportation. Unlike standard magic tools that have a set destination, this type requires someone using their spirit zone to actively guide the coordinates. Amy deduces that someone must be manually routing the destination, prompting Shirone to ask what it is. She claims she has a strong hunch, and if she's correct, the source is nearby. But suddenly, Tess sniffs the air, catching a weird scent. When she mentions the odd smell, Ryan asks if she's a dog. Tess snaps back that she simply used fire magic to sharpen her senses, calling him a total idiot. Amy says that confirms everything. She now realizes the enemies linked those teleportation bracelets with several massive magic circles hidden nearby. Ryan complains that would be far too massive, but then gasps, realizing the circle spans the entire mountain. Amy nods, saying he's right. They've likely scattered identical magic circles all over this entire northern forest, and Tess points out that building this must have cost a massive fortune, joking about how much stolen loot they had to sell to fund it. But Shirone highlights the real issue: the enemy is fighting with a perfect safety net always ready to bail them out. That means they can't whittle down the enemy's numbers while their own mana is constantly draining. To win, they have to force a straight-up brawl. Ryan suggests they just charge ahead and wreck the hidden setups, arguing that all they need to do is tear up the dirt with their swords. But while Amy admits the logic is sound, she warns that breaking a magical connection isn't going to be that simple. Magic circles are essentially thoughts engraved onto physical matter, making them far tougher to destroy than purely mental spells. Plus, this network wasn't built by amateurs, meaning even if they chip away at it, the array will likely keep functioning. Ryan slumps in disappointment, but Shirone steps up, declaring that they'll just dig up and shatter the giant circle anyway. Ryan is stunned that Shirone actually agrees with him, and Amy is completely speechless too. She explains that the mana isn't just in the drawn lines, but the entire space the diagram occupies. To break it, they'd have to dig down at least a meter deep. That demands massive physical effort and wastes precious time. But Tess counters, asking if endless fighting is really any better than focusing their energy on breaking the network. Amy says no, but Shirone cuts in, asking exactly how many minutes would make this a smart use of time. She blinks, realizing he's dead serious. She replies that maybe 10 minutes would be acceptable, but anything longer than that simply isn't worth the trouble. Shirone tells everyone to take a few steps back, confidently claiming he can obliterate the entire array in under 2 minutes. Amy can hardly believe her ears, but he warns them that things are about to get messy, telling everyone to find some cover. Then he concentrates deeply, staring intensely at the circle to analyze its core. Tess whispers to Amy, asking what on earth he's planning with so little time. Just watch this. As Amy uses her zone and glimpses his actual plan, she instantly turns deathly pale. She frantically yells at the others to run back. When Tess asks why, Amy can only whisper that it has already begun. Shirone's spiritual zone begins to violently pulse, and Amy gasps that the truly terrifying part is how incredibly fast it's expanding. She knew his mind was as resilient as an unbreakable diamond, but even so, how could anyone force their spiritual zone to pulse over 20 times a second? Shirone continuously unleashes massive waves of spiritual force in every direction, thinking that he just needs a tiny bit more focus. Soon, his zone grows so dense and wide that even Tess can feel the pressure. She gasps that she can actually see the light radiating around him, and it's gorgeous. The immense force of Shirone's power begins sweeping through the entire area. Right then, they realize they definitely should have run a lot further. Shirone drills straight into the earth, ripping open a massive crater with raw power. Shattered stone vanishes in the blast, and then total silence. Looking ahead, Shirone asks if that was enough, having carved a giant crater into the ground. Amy mutters that after a blast that brutal, she doesn't even need her spiritual zone to feel it. Tess rushes over to check if he's hurt anywhere, but he tells her he's fine since it was defensive magic. Since it can't harm the caster, Ryan immediately asks how on earth that counts as defense. Shirone explains that since he never had a defensive spell, he developed the theory for this one a while ago. He is glad it worked exactly as imagined. Tess stands there completely speechless, while Ryan jokes that wiping out every single enemy is technically a pretty great defense. The best defense is a strong offense, and Amy explains that a spell's theoretical shape heavily depends on how much control the caster maintains. Once it passes through their imagination, it takes physical form in the real world. Creating something that overwhelming is insane, and honestly, seeing him like this makes her remember their talk before they left. She had asked him about his mention of a strange woman named Marcia, whom he met a few days ago. She wanted to know how their meeting went and if he noticed anything off about her. Shirone hesitated, so Amy asked again if he saw anything. He admitted he did, but told her not to worry, promising he would handle it no matter what. Amy remembers that answer and wonders why he seemed so shaken up, recalling the way he stared at the burning house after Marcia's attack. Still, she tells herself this is no time to get lost in wild guesses. Right now, all she can do is trust him, so she quickly gathers the group to change their plan. No more useless fights. From now on, they only focus on destroying the magic circle. So Shirone keeps blasting his drilling spell, tearing up the forest over and over. The mercenaries quickly take notice, since their whole lazy plan was to let the kids exhaust themselves. Amy knows that if the circuits are destroyed, the enemy plan fails. Better yet, those mercenaries might lose patience and charge straight at them, which is exactly what they do. They are absolutely furious, screaming about how these kids are turning their incredibly expensive magic circuits into literal dust. One grunt asks if they should just charge and finish them off, but the boss tells them to stay calm. Facing two mages in direct combat is still far too risky. The soldier asks what they should do now, since at this rate, their entire stalling plan is bound to fail. You can see where this is going. The boss decides to open up the path and help them rush forward. He says they will open the way for the group, ordering his men to deploy their secret weapon. Meanwhile, in the forest, Shirone and the others keep teleporting forward together until Tess suddenly senses something off. She asks Amy if the enemy is acting weird, and Amy agrees they are circling them without actually blocking their path. The group keeps teleporting as the mercenaries shift positions. Suddenly, Amy redirects the spell and drops Tess flat to the ground. Tess finally realizes the truth: they are being guided on purpose. Ryan instantly knows this is a blatant trap and asks Shirone what to do, but he stays completely focused on pushing forward. He says it doesn't matter, because one way or another, this is a path they would have to cross anyway. The chief gets excited, ordering his men to recall all units from the field because their targets are almost at the gate. A mercenary fires a signal flare into the sky to call everyone back. Behind those walls, they have got massive catapults ready to rain hell down on them. They chuckle, hoping the kids won't take it personally, but since they chose to go all in, they have to use everything too. If things hadn't gotten this serious, they never would have resorted to these extreme methods. They seriously have a massive line of heavy catapults set up like a real field of war. They brag that even partially activated, this stone barrage can crush the strongest army to dust. The chief notes it was built for defending the island in emergencies, but if those foolish kids are so determined to break through, then let this teach them a lesson.